The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by Rio Grande.
Santa Clara Sheriff's Office calling all cars. Attention all Santa Clara Sheriff's cars to broadcast 203. Be on the lookout for a man described as heavy-set, athletic build, broad shoulders, aged 20 to 25 years. This man is wanted for questioning by sheriff's officers. That's all.
Officers of the law would be badly handicapped in their war against crime if they had to fight it out with ancient, obsolete flintlock guns. They must have the very best, the most modern, most efficient of equipment, and that includes gasoline. It is therefore a highly significant fact that more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. When the officials of 30 leading cities and counties of California not only recommend but specify the exclusive use of Rio Grande cracked, they are not experimenting. They passed through the experimental stage long ago when they tested all the various makes. They decided on this superior motor fuel because Rio Grande is the only gasoline which has all the qualities absolutely essential to peak emergency performance. The same never-caught napping getaway, unfaltering acceleration, greater reserve power, minimum cost mileage, and maximum speed, which won the favor of officials, have caught and held the loyal patronage of motorists by the thousands. If you have not done so, give Rio Grande cracked gasoline the chance to prove itself. It will repay you manyfold by always giving your automobile police car performance, a possession that means happier days for both your motor and your pocketbook. So do yourself a good turn by visiting your Rio Grande dealer tomorrow morning. Begin the wise habit of automatically asking for police car performance. Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the most highly recommended gasoline in the West. The case you are to hear tonight was taken in the main from the confidential files of the office of the Sheriff of Santa Clara County. And we have asked Sheriff George W. Lyle to prepare a foreword for our program.
Occasionally, a person who is not an habitual criminal conceives what seems to him to be a foolproof crime, which he can commit without having to pay for it. Such is the case tonight in the story which has been selected for dramatization. It concerns the crime committed by a man whose previous record was clear. He failed to foresee, or at least to give value to the fact, that his act would bring more suffering to his own and the family of his victim than any amount of other trouble could bring him. Not only the criminal, but at least half a dozen other persons have had to pay for his crime of vengeance. He went into prison a stalwart man. He will come out, if he ever does, a broken and disillusioned old man who will know that crime does not pay.
watches of the night, as the stifling fog rolled across the Los Altos hills, a stealthy figure climbed the stone wall. Cautiously, he made his way across green-carpeted lawn toward a small door. He opened it carefully, then, cat-like, stole silently to a room where a man and a woman lay sleeping. He paused to listen to the measured breathing of the sleepers. With fingers that trembled with excitement, he switched the hall lamp. In his hand there gleamed the vicious two-edged blade of a knife. He struck.
I'm Sheriff Amy. I believe someone phoned for me from here.
She's upstairs. She died just after my aunt called.
Who is she?
My mother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on. Up this way. Auntie, dear. This is the sheriff.
It's the room at the top of the stairs.
When did this happen?
Just a little while ago. We phoned you immediately.
I came over as soon as I could get dressed.
Right in here.
Good Lord. You are Mr. Egan?
Yes.
You'd better get medical attention at once. You're losing a lot of blood. Has the doctor been called?
Yes, a doctor's been called. It's too late now. She's dead.
Your wound, though.
I'm all right. It's only a flesh wound.
Looks like a pretty nasty cut.
Right in here, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I'll see what can be done. Oh, good morning, Sheriff. What's the... Oh, I see. Oh, pretty bad cut, isn't it? Your wife, I presume?
Yes.
Too bad I couldn't have gotten here earlier. Too late now, though.
Yes. Too late.
You're not so well off yourself. I'd better put a suture or two in that cut. Just sit over here. That's it. Now you can talk to the sheriff while I do this.
When did this happen, Mr. Egan?
Just a few minutes ago. I was in bed asleep. I heard my wife screaming. I woke up and saw a man bending over her. He had a knife in his hand, and he was slashing at her. I got out of bed and lunged at him. That's when he caught me in the shoulder here. Then he ran out into the hall.
What did he look like?
He was a young man. I'd say between 20, 25, broad-shouldered, quite a large man.
You have any idea who he was?
No, I didn't get a very good look at him.
I take it that knife on the floor there is the one he used.
Yes. I haven't touched it.
Well, don't. As a matter of fact, we'd better go into another room and leave everything here just as it is. Oh, through, Doctor?
Just about.
Are those your trunks, Mr. Egan?
Yes. We just arrived from Manila a few days ago. We're visiting my wife's sister here, Mrs. Buck.
Was he the one I met downstairs?
Yes.
Who was the young man?
That's my stepson, Charles Smith. He lives here with Mrs. Buck.
Oh. Was it dark in here when you woke up?
No. The night lamp was on.
Oh, do you leave it on all night?
No. The man must have turned it on himself.
You say you're from Manila. Have any enemies there?
None that I know of. I don't believe I have an enemy in the world.
Well, I ask that because it seems such a strange attack. I doubt if a white man would use a knife just like that when they're on the floor. It's more the sort of a thing a Filipino would use.
No, I don't think it was a Filipino. He was heavy-set, a large man. I chased him as far as the door. My wife was gurgling, moaning, and trying to speak. I turned and saw that she had climbed out of bed and had taken a few steps toward the door. It was awful.
Is that how the bloody footprint came to be on the floor?
Yes, that was my wife's footprint. She started to fall, and I caught her and put her back on the bed. Mrs. Buck and I did all we could to stop the blood, but it was no use. I realized she was dying. I ran to the phone and called the doctor and your office.
All right, there you are. Now we can go downstairs.
You think Mr. Egan will be all right, Doctor?
Yes, if he takes it easy for a day or two and doesn't get too much excitement. I think it would be a good idea to let him rest a while now. Don't ask him too many questions.
All right. I'd like to question some of the others anyway.
Right in here, Sheriff. Doctor.
I'll be running along if you don't mind. There's nothing more I can do here.
All right, Doctor. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Take it easy now. Don't talk too much.
All right. I won't. Jane, Sheriff Emick wants to ask a few questions. I think I'll rest a bit, if you don't mind.
Not at all. And now, Mrs. Buck, was anything taken from the house as far as you know?
No, there wasn't a thing touched. As far as we know, the man ran right out the same way he came in. I heard him run past my door just as I got out of bed after hearing the commotion in my sister's room.
Is that all you heard?
No. Just a moment after the man ran out, I heard a car start up in the driveway outside the house.
There's one thing certain. Whoever did this had a grudge against Egan and his wife.
Oh, I can't imagine who it could be.
I wonder if it would be an inside job. That stepson of Mr. Egan's. He fits the description of the murderer.
Oh, he couldn't possibly do a thing like that.
He couldn't be nursing a grudge against his mother for divorcing his father and remarrying.
Not Charles. He never hated anyone in his life.
I wonder if you'd mind asking him to step in here a minute. I'd like to talk to him.
Not at all. He's right here in the hall. Oh, Charles.
Yes.
The sheriff wants to talk to you.
All right, Arthur.
Charlie, how old were you when your mother married your stepfather?
Oh, I was about 8 years old.
I notice you still use your real father's name. Why?
Well, when Mother married again, I was in school, and it would have been embarrassing to change it.
Mm-hmm. How do you and your stepfather get along?
Oh, we're pals. He said I could use his name if I wanted to, but nowadays, changing your name all of a sudden. Everyone knew me by my real name, so I just kept on using it.
I see. Do you know of any enemies your stepfather or your mother might have who would do this sort of thing?
No. Oh, there's no one I know of who hated Mother and Dad that much. In Manila, it might have been different. But here in the States, everybody seemed to like them. I only went to Manila for the summer vacations, you see. I don't know who their enemies might be. Oh, Dad.
Mrs. Buck told me you were asking Charles some questions. And I felt that I probably could give you more information about the family than he could.
What made you think I was asking him about the family?
Why, I don't know. I suppose I just thought it would be the logical thing to do under the circumstances.
I see. Well, as a matter of fact, I have been asking him something about the family. But now that you're here, perhaps you can supply the information better.
Just what would you like to know?
What did you do in Manila?
I was president of the exporting firm of Egan and Churchton. I married my wife about 10 years ago. Her divorce had been one of those mutually agreed upon things.
Which I've often heard of, but have never seen.
Anyway, there have always been the most amicable relations between us and Charles' father. As far as natives went, we never had any trouble while we were on the island. I used to live with Major Churchton and his wife, who's my sister.
That was before you married?
Yes. I don't like to mention this, but you seem to want to know everything.
The more I know, the better picture I can form of the motives behind this attack.
Well, about 6 months ago, Churchton and I agreed to dissolve partnership. My sister, his wife, and my wife had never gotten along. I stood it as long as I could, and then we decided to break up the firm. After the dissolution, Major Churchton sued me for the goodwill. He didn't believe that he'd received enough money for his share. The suit is pending. Of course, what I'm telling you has nothing to do with my wife's murder, but you seem to want to know, so...
I think you've told me quite enough, Mr. Egan. At least you've given me some leads to work on. Oh, by the way, do you happen to know where Charles' father is now?
Oh, yes, he lives over in Piedmont. I can give you the address later, or you can get it from Charles.
Well, I'd like to have a talk with that gentleman.
A search of the estate revealed a series of footprints, evidently made by the murderer in entering the house and in fleeing from the scene of his crime. Sheriff Emig turned his findings over to investigators from the district attorney's office, and on the following afternoon, we find him in the office of Chief Wallman of the Oakland Police Department.
This case has me up a tree, Bodie. The Churchton family lives here in Oakland, and I wish you'd help me check up on them.
Okay, but are you sure no one in the house did the killing?
Well, at first I thought so, but I'm convinced now that Egan is a reliable witness. He says the attacker was a heavy-set, broad-shouldered man.
Doesn't that fit the stepson?
Yes, but he's stuck to his story consistently. I can't find any motive for his killing his mother.
How about Filipino?
Too little. He's just the usual houseboy.
Well, I think the best thing for us to do is to take a run out to the Churchton place. Have a talk with the family. Major Churchton, this is Sheriff Emig. We're investigating the Egan case.
Yes, I've heard about it. Very unfortunate, very.
Chief Wallman thought you might be able to throw some light on the case.
In what way, sir?
Well, to put it bluntly, there seems to have been a little trouble between you and Mr. Egan, and we thought...
If you thought any member of my family murdered Mrs. Egan, you're mistaken, sir. We can account for every move we made last night, or any other.
Now, don't get us wrong, Major. You see, in a case like this, we can't afford to pass up any leads we might have. Sheriff asked me to come out with him.
Well, we are not used to being suspected of murder.
Well, as a matter of fact, Major, no one suspects you of murder. But now that you mention it, just what did your family do last night?
We had a bridge party here last night. Naturally, my wife was hostess. My two younger children helped with the refreshments.
Where was your elder son?
At work.
What time did you go to bed, Major?
About 1 o'clock.
All of you?
All of us.
Did you get up again and go out?
Of course not.
Major, would you mind telling us a little about your business relations with Mr. Egan?
There weren't any. When he married that woman and brought her to Manila, dissension began almost at once. Egan was my wife's brother. I put up with a lot, I can tell you.
When your partnership was dissolved, was that an end of your contact with him?
Certainly not. I still have some $50,000 due me from that transaction. The firm's assets are still in litigation. That's why my son George had to leave college and go to work.
How does he feel about that?
Like any other young man of his spirit would feel. He's disappointed, naturally.
Naturally.
Was George working all night last night?
Yes.
Major, was there any trouble in Manila? I mean, with the natives?
No. Why do you ask?
Well, this crime is the sort that an Oriental would commit. Hardly a crime characteristic of a white man.
Or perhaps a man who had spent much time in the Far East might commit.
No, there was never any trouble like that.
You say your son worked all night last night?
Yes, from 9 until 5.
I see. Well, thanks, Major. We may call you again, if you don't mind.
Not at all. Good day, gentlemen. If I can be of any assistance to you, demand it.
Well, it's a cinch that young George couldn't have been in Oakland and Los Altos at the same time.
No, I guess not. Well, that leaves the Churchton family out of it.
Well, if I were you, I'd check back to that Filipino houseboy. Been in the family for years. He may be holding out on you. You know how those servants are.
Yes, but Egan said the murderer was a big man.
Well, after all, it was dark, comparatively, and Egan just awakened out of a sound sleep. Might be mistaken.
Yes, that's possible.
Well, at any rate, you've got to admit that the murderer had a pretty thorough knowledge of the layout of the house.
Yes, it's evident he knew the location of Egan's room.
Well, I have a hunch that you'll find somebody who knew that house pretty well, did this.
Well, when I get back to Los Altos, I'll go into this thing from every angle. Meantime, let's run down and see what your men have found out about fingerprints on that knife.
Joe, you gotten those fingerprints from that butcher knife classified yet?
No, sir. The knife's too smudged to show any prints. However, there are indications that the man who used the knife wore cotton gloves.
Gloves?
Yes, sir. See, right there. There's an enlargement of one of the smudges. Those crisscross lines are fabric lines.
Can you tie that?
Well, that lets the Oriental element out.
Yep.
While you were gone, a couple of men from the DA's office brought in this 5-gallon can of kerosene.
Where did that come from?
They found it sitting on the wall out at the Egan place.
Yeah, I suppose he still had his gloves on when he handled that.
Well, assuming the same man carried that has committed the murder.
Sure.
There are lots of smudges, but no prints.
Well, I'll put a couple of my men on this and try to trace that knife. Might as well look for the well-known needle as for the place that can was sold. Did you take pictures of these things, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll run them in the evening papers. Maybe somebody will recognize them. Hello, Murphy. What'd you find out about that can and a knife?
Boy, can you pick out the job?
What's the trouble?
Well, I traced that knife to the manufacturer and then to the jobber, and he gave me the name of the merchant that sold it.
How do you know that?
Well, you remember those little blue marks on the blade?
Those things that looked like Egyptian hieroglyphics?
Yeah. Well, those are the jobber's marks, and told him where the knife was sold.
And where was that?
Maxwell Hardware at 14th and Washington.
Check with them.
Yeah, they only had 2 left out of the last lot, and remembered selling one to a heavy-set fella a few days ago.
What makes them remember him?
Well, this particular knife isn't an ordinary butcher knife. It's a special implement used for killing pigs.
So the fellow didn't look like a butcher, and they remember him, eh?
That's about it.
Does the clerk think he could recognize the man he sold the knife to?
Well, he's not sure, but he said he'd try.
Well, our Oriental mystery goes up in the smoke of a 50-cent butcher knife.
Well, why don't we get a completely unbiased view of this thing from someone who knows the families well?
For instance?
Young Charlie Smith's father.
That's an idea. He might throw some light on this mess.
Murphy, you can go out and learn something more about young Churchton and that young Charlie Smith while we're gone.
Okay, Chief.
A few hours later, found the Oakland chief of police and Sheriff Emig in the sitting room of a large and luxuriously furnished house in the exclusive Piedmont section of the city.
Mr. Smith, we're trying to get a little information about some of the people who might possibly be involved in this Egan case.
Oh, yes, I know. My son came over to see me this morning.
We thought that with your knowledge of the two groups, you might have some of the information that we lack. May I ask you rather a personal question, Mr. Smith?
Certainly.
I understand your divorce was a very quiet affair, a mutual agreement.
That's right. I preferred to let my wife go than to spend my life bickering and quarreling about non-essential things. I realized that the boy would be happier with her than with me, so he lived with his mother. I saw him occasionally.
And how were your relations with the Egans?
As friendly as possible under the circumstances.
Just what position does Mrs. Buck occupy in this setup?
Mrs. Buck is the real power behind the firm of Egan and Churchton. She always held the majority of the stock. Most of the money in the firm was hers.
Evidently explains how Mrs. Egan had so much influence.
Yes, it does. Of course, Churchton and Egan took out good money in salaries, but after Egan married Mrs. Buck's sister, things didn't go so smoothly with the firm, and the Churchtons came over here to live.
Was pressure brought on Churchton to get him out?
I rather think that Mrs. Egan prevailed upon her sister to force the issue in that case.
I understood they bought the major out.
Well, they paid him in cash for his stock, I believe, but he felt that he never received a just amount for his holding.
Yeah, he told us that a suit was pending against the firm.
Yes, and I doubt that there's any civil court in this country will allow his claim.
All this is very interesting, Mr. Smith. I wonder if you know of any enemies that either the Major or Mr. Egan might have made in the island.
I'm not prepared to answer that, Sheriff. I really don't know much about the way the Egans and the Churchtons lived in Manila. I wouldn't be surprised, however, now that my ex-wife is dead, to see the Major back in the firm.
Is that so?
It was really she who prevailed upon Mrs. Buck to force him out. She never did like the Major.
Well, Mr. Smith, I think that's about everything we need to know. And thank you very much for being so kind as to help us out.
Not at all. Anything I can do, I should be glad to do.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Good day.
Good morning, gentlemen. I hope I've been of some assistance to you.
Did you hear what I heard? That Mrs. Egan never did like the Major? Yes. I think our best bet is to pick up the Major and ask him some questions. Well, better go easy. After all, he's a prominent man. Besides, he's already told us that he was in bed last night. Nothing to keep him from getting up, committing a murder, and going back to bed.
At Oakland Police Headquarters, Major Churchton proved a stumbling block to the sheriff and detectives. Not only did he answer all questions in a straightforward manner, but he spoke so freely of his relations with the Egans that he established a strong belief as to his innocence.
Well, it's no use. Churchton's actions are those of an innocent man. Alibi is perfect. At least it seems so. Yeah, it looks that way. We might as well release him. Yes, I suppose so. Let's see what Murphy found out. Is Murphy out there?
No, sir. He's questioning young George Churchton in room 47.
Tell him to bring the young man in here.
Yes, sir.
Murphy must have had something in mind to have picked up young Churchton. Wonder what he found out. Well, we know in just a minute. Well, Murphy, how are you coming?
Pretty good, Chief.
Sit down, George.
Thanks. I've been finding out a lot of things since you left, Chief.
Yeah, let's hear him.
Well, I talked to Churchton's boss out at the restaurant. I asked him if he had personal knowledge that George worked all night, and he said he didn't. I talked to the bird that works with George, and he admitted that he'd relieved Churchton at 2 o'clock instead of at 5 as he was supposed to.
Why did he lie about it in the first place, George?
Well, we'd been changing our hours around a little to suit ourselves, and we didn't want the boss to know about it.
And what were you doing away from work at that hour?
I was keeping a date with a girlfriend.
You're trying to shield a girl?
Yes, sir.
2 o'clock isn't a very good hour to have a date, is it?
No, sir.
What if her parents found out about it?
They won't.
What makes us so sure of that?
I'll never tell you who she is.
A little melodramatic, aren't you?
Just the same, I'll never tell.
Okay. I'll just charge you with murder.
Go ahead. You can hang me before I'll tell you.
Take him out, Murph. Well, what next? Stick around. Unless I miss my guess. Murphy knows who the girl is. Think so? Well, I'll better let Dollar. He'll be back here in a minute and tell us all about her.
I didn't hear, miss. Oh, Chief, this is Claire Burnett. At least that's her name for it. She's young Churchton's girlfriend.
Yeah, sit down, Miss Burnett.
Thank you.
Where were you with young Churchton on the night his aunt was murdered?
Well, no, I wasn't. I saw him the next night, though.
Are you sure you didn't see him that night?
Yes, I'm sure. It's funny, though. On that night, I had a bad dream, and I woke up screaming.
You had a dream?
Yes. Barbara Ross, my roommate, was in bed with me. I woke her up. I told her that I had dreamed a waiter in a white suit had killed his aunt.
Now, what is this, a fairy tale?
No, sir, it's the truth. I did dream it.
Are you sure you didn't dream it because George Churchton had told you he was going to kill his aunt?
Oh, no, sir, he didn't tell me. Ask my roommate. she'll tell you I had that dream.
It isn't the dream we're doubting. It's the convenience of it, coming right at this time.
We've checked with the roommate. This girl's telling the truth as far as it goes.
Well, dreams aren't acceptable as evidence.
It's a sin. Churchton is trying to conceal the identity of his girlfriend because he's afraid she'll admit he told her he was going to murder his aunt.
No, that's not true.
As a matter of fact, he told you that if his aunt were out of the way, all his family troubles would be over, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Bring Churchton in, Mark. Miss Burnett, I think we ought to warn you that you're in a tough spot.
What do you mean?
You're concealing valuable information that we need in this case. We can hold you as a material witness until Churchton is brought to trial. However you look at it, you lose.
Claire,
Oh, George.
what are you trying to do to her?
Trying to get the truth, Churchton.
Well, she doesn't know anything about it.
We have reason to believe she does.
I tell you, she doesn't know anything about this affair.
You probably haven't heard about the dream of hers.
What dream?
George, don't let them trick you into saying anything.
All that stuff about dreaming of seeing a way to kill his aunt.
Well, we think she knows more about this than she's telling.
As a matter of fact, we think she's in on it.
Maybe she even helped you do it.
I tell you, she had nothing to do with it. I'll tell you who did it. I did. Nobody helped me. I killed my aunt, and I'd do it again. I had to leave college because of her. I had to work as a waiter because of her. I never had a chance to live like other kids my age. No fun, no dates, no money. Nothing but work. Every night the same thing. Work. Standing there night after night, watching other kids have a good time. Watching people make hogs of themselves.
Don't, George.
I watched Dad worrying about money, worrying about the firm. I brooded over it for a long time. And then I decided that the best way out of it was to kill her.
Oh, George.
I went up to my aunt's house, to Mrs. Buck, late at night. I knew where my aunt and uncle were sleeping. I switched on the light and I killed her. And I'm glad I did it.
George Churchton was tried for the murder of his aunt, found guilty, and sentenced to life in prison. Another crime that did not pay. Why are Sinclair motor oils so universally popular with millions of motorists in 45 nations of the world? This is the answer. No matter what the climate and regardless of sudden changes, this world-favored lubricant refuses to either break down from heat or congeal from cold. It is both heat-proof and cold-proof because the patented Sinclair process completely removes petroleum jelly and wax, the very parasites which make most so-called good oils break down under summer heat and become sluggish when put to the cold test of winter weather. If you have not yet joined the international parade of motorists throughout the world who rely on this superior lubricant, now is the time to Sinclairize for safety. Take on a crankcase full of Sinclair Opaline, the smoother, tougher motor oil that keeps it smooth, even flowing tempered in all kinds of weather. Sinclair Opaline comes to you in the sealed, tamper-proof cans at only 25 cents a quart. Better ask your Rio Grande dealer for a refill tomorrow morning before your motor comes down with an attack of automotive influenza. Inoculate your motor against cold weather ailments. Sinclairize for safety with Sinclair motor oils at the same Rio Grande station where you're in the habit of getting your police car performance Rio Grande cracked gasoline. The motor fuel which officials and the drivers of emergency equipment have made the most highly recommended gasoline in the West.
Santa Clara Sheriff's Office calling all cars. Attention all cars. A cancellation of broadcast 203 regarding a murder. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all.
Narrator Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for Rio Grande.
and Bing Crosby is up next.
Only one cigarette. Chesterfield gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And that's the biggest plus in cigarette history.
By Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfield's a milder plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open the pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you smoke 'em.
Someone waits for me.
There's the Ken Carpenter. Welcome you to the Bing Crosby Show for Chesterfield. Produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins of the Bears and Bing's guests, Ken Murray, Burl Ives, and Miss Laurie Anders. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last broadcast of the season. Yes, this program marks the close of our current radio series. It marks the end of 39 weeks of hard and painstaking labor. And now, tottering toward the microphone is Bing Crosby.
Wheel me in, boys. Only one more to go.
Oh, Ken, thank you. Glad you made it.
It's difficult for me to believe that we've really gone through 39 weeks.
39.
Seems like only yesterday that we were doing our first broadcast of the season. Bob Hope was our guest, you remember?
Right, yeah.
Man, we sure got off to a flying stop that night, didn't we?
That was just bad booking on your part.
What do you mean?
You should have had him on this show.
I tried to get it, tried to book him, yeah, but at the last minute he had to fly to Australia.
Bob had to fly to Australia? What for?
Well, they've just perfected a new breed of kangaroo down there. This new kangaroo has a zipper on its pouch.
Kangaroo with a zipper on its pouch?
Bob flew down and had to pull the first zipper.
You mean Holt flew clear to Australia just to pull a zipper?
Now, don't be so surprised. You know, any time there's a grand opening, he'll go. All he wants is just a crowd, any group from 5 to 5,000 people, and he'll be there laughing, singing, selling ballpoint pens and dancing, passing the hat.
Well, that's our boy, all right. Anyhow, being now that this is our last program until fall, what are you going to do this summer?
Well, Ken, did you happen to know that I'm a member of the Shoshone Paiute Indian tribe up in Nevada?
No, I didn't know that.
Well, I'm going up north into Montana to fish on the Flathead Indian Reservation.
Oh, you member of the Flathead tribe, too?
No, but I think I could get in with very little trouble.
You have a point there.
Oh. Set me up. Well, one whack with a tomahawk will take care of that, huh?
Tell me, Bing, I'm interested to know, what do you do when you walk into a strange Indian reservation? What's the procedure?
Oh, well, I'm glad to help you out with anything that troubles you about this because I'm really an expert. I'm a member of 2 tribes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ken, I usually ride in, I tie up my pony, throw my bow and arrows on the ground, put on my formal blanket. That's the one with the belt and the bag.
Oh, yes, I'm on the task.
Then I braid my hair. That don't take a minute. Then I walk up to the chief's teepee.
Yeah, and then?
And the chief and I have a little powwow. In the conclusion of our meeting, we smoke the peace cigarette.
The peace cigarette?
Mm-hmm.
I always thought the Indians smoked the peace pipe.
Boy, that's the end of you around here. Kenneth, it's the peace cigarette now. And do you know what the peace cigarette is?
Oh, it's got to be one of those milder Chesterfields.
Certainly. Chesterfield's a real peaceful smoke. As a matter of fact, Ken, most smoke signals are now done with Chesterfield.
Well, what do you know? Isn't that wonderful?
Well, after we smoke the peace cigarette, we ask the chief where the fish are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he opens up the deep freeze. He gives me a mess. I thank him, get him a pony. And I ride... And I ride off into the sunset.
Well,
see them a-tumbling down.
Dragging your fish behind.
Dragging my fish behind.
Well, that certainly is a nice arrangement.
Isn't it? You know something, Ken? I have another nice arrangement right here in my hand. It's by John Scott Trotter, and it's an arrangement of a new tune by Burke and Van Heusen's titled "I've Got to Fall in Love Again." This is from nothing. It's just a popular... taking such liberties tonight. They know it's the last show, and they're just being as fresh as they could be. Be some new faces here in the fall. That's all I can say. But this is a brand new song. John, go ahead. I remember back in high school, I fell off of my horse. And what did my teacher tell me? Get back on, of course. Now that's a good rule to observe. So before I lose my nerve, oh, I've got to fall in love again. Give my all in love again. Turn on that moon above. I've just got to fall in love. I know a fellow who bumped his head. Made him crazy, the doctor said. But then he bumped his head once more, and now he's as good as he was before. So I've got to fall in love again. Give my all in love again. Turn on that moon above. I've just got to fall in love. Got to fall in love again. Give my all in love again. Turn on that moon above. I've just got to fall in love. I know a fella who dropped his watch dancing the Charleston at a coffee clutch. It used to lose about an hour a day. Now they use the time and rattlers on the Erie IRA. I knew a fella who was steeped in sin. He went to church and the roof fell in. He tasted the brimstone, saw the fire. Now he's singing second tenor in the young men's choir. So I've got to fall in love again. Give my all in love again. Turn on that moon above. I've just got to fall in love. Won't some kind lady please drop her glove? I've just got to fall in love. Hey, friends, you hear all kinds of advertising these days, but Chesterfield has always believed in just telling you the facts. Now, just recently, Chesterfield received a telegram from the Newington Foundation of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It tells about a survey and appraisal of cigarette advertising made by a panel of 5 members of the Faculty of Liberal Arts of the University of New Hampshire. The panel scrutinized and studied the advertising copy of 5 leading cigarettes, and here's what they found. I quote from the telegram. Only Chesterfield advertising was judged entirely free from misleading statements or false claims. This is the opinion of the panel. The honesty of your advertising is indicative of the honesty of your product. And the telegram is signed W. Keith Simpson, director of the Newington Foundation. Now, here's what that means to you.
When we say Chesterfield gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, you know it's the truth.
And when we say Chesterfield is the best cigarette for you to smoke, you know that's the truth, too. Always buy Chesterfields because they satisfy. Now, folks, I'd like to present a great singer of ballads, our foremost exponent of American folk songs, Mr. Burl Ives.
Thanks, Bing.
Nice to have you with us, Burl, tonight because, this is my last show.
Did you get fired?
No. Just leaving on vacation.
Well, have a good time, Bing, and don't forget to shave before you try to check into a hotel.
I'll hack everything. Say, you got a song for us?
Yeah, I got a little song I recorded here. It's kind of a spiritual.
Oh, I love spiritual. What's this one?
It's called Noah Found Grace in the Eyes of the Lord.
Oh, who wrote this?
A fellow by the name of Robert Schmertz. He's a teacher in Pittsburgh University.
Well, he'll be happy to hear that you're doing his song, I'm sure, and we'll listen to it very eagerly. Burl, go ahead.
Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord, and the land lived high and dry.
Oh, the Lord looked down from his window in the sky, said, I created man, but I don't remember why. Nothing but fighting since creation day. I'll send a little water and I'll wash them all away. The Lord came down to look around a spell. There was Mr. Noah behaving mighty well, and that is the reason the scriptures record that Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord, and he landed high and dry. The Lord said, Noah, there's going to be a flood. There's going to be some water and there's going to be some mud. So take off your hat, Noah, take off your coat. Get him, Shem, and Jeff, and build yourself a boat. Noah said, Lord, I don't believe it could. The Lord said, Noah, get some gopher wood. You never know what you can do till you try. Make it 50 cubits wide and 30 cubits high. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord, as he landed high and dry. And Noah said, there she is, Lord. The Lord said, Noah, it's time to get aboard. Oh, take up each creature, a he and a she, and of course Mrs. Noah and your whole family. Noah said, Lord, it's getting mighty dark. The Lord said, Noah, get those creatures on the ark. Noah said, Lord, it's beginning to pour. The Lord said, Noah, hurry up and shut the door. Oh, Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord, and he landed high and dry. Oh, the ark rose up in the bosom of the deep, and after 40 days, Mr. Noah took a peep. Said, we're not moving, Lord, where are we at? The Lord said, you're sitting right on Mount Ararat. And Noah said, Lord, it's a getting mighty dry. The Lord said, Noah, see my rainbow in the sky. Take all your creatures and people the earth, but be sure you're not more trouble than you're worth. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord, and he landed high and dry.
Hey, that's very nice, Burl. That Dr. Schmertz of the University of Pittsburgh has got a nice little song there. I wish he'd go down to Forbes Field and do something for the Pirates. But will you come back and sing another song with me later, Burl? Fine. Now, if you excuse me, I've got some other business here. Folks, at this time, I'd like to present a big New York television star who is, this boy has been flown out here at great expense to himself, I think. We have here the star of the Ken Murray Show, Mr. Ken Murray.
Hiya, partner.
Say, Ken, I want to tell you, this is real exciting. This is a considerable pleasure to us to have a big television star like you with us. What are you doing out here in this desolate land of radio and motion pictures? Do you come as a tourist to visit the old ruins?
Oh, I don't know, Bing. You look all right. Of course, I haven't seen Hope yet.
Oh, that's pretty frightening, I can tell you.
Tell me something, Bing. When are you going into TV?
You're not reaching me. You're just not getting through to me.
No, really. When are you going to get into that TV?
Oh, I don't. Not me.
Don't be bitter about it. Why don't you get into television and get your feet wet?
Oh, not me. Most of the people I know who went into television to get their feet wet, they're now going down for the third time.
Well, I don't know. Could I borrow that boy for New York?
We have a lease on that boy. He's a...
Well, if...
That's what you call an athletic laugher, isn't he? He just rears back and turns it loose, doesn't he?
I have a line here that I'm going to say. It doesn't fit anymore, but I'm going to say it.
I'll give you the straight line again. You want the straight line?
No, let's just do my line and see how flat it is.
Most of the people I know are gone down for the third time.
Well, if someone throws them a sponsor, they'll be all right. That's my line.
I don't think the line was much anyhow.
No, I think it'd have been better alone, to tell you the truth.
I think it'd be better just make a show around it.
Yeah.
Fill the whole...
Yeah, we'll get a...
Love that boy. Isn't he a laugher?
Yes, he is. I can't understand you, Bing, though. I really can't. What became of the bubbling, energetic Bing Crosby that I used to know?
Here it is, right here.
Well, even so, I cannot understand you being a fugitive from television. Why don't you try it, Bing?
Television's dangerous. Did you know that?
What are you talking about,
Why,
Ben?
it's plenty dangerous. I read in the paper the other day about a guy that was on a television show. A fellow watching him recognized him as the guy who'd stolen his car.
Well, what has that got to do with you?
Well, suppose I go on television. Some guy sees me, puts the finger on me, claims I stole his car. Where am I then?
Oh, that happens to me every week.
Well, you ought to quit stealing cars, boy.
I don't mean that. All those things happen. About a month ago, right after my show, a fella called up and claimed I was the guy that stole his overcoat at Toots Shores. And then one time a lady called up and claimed that I was the fella that was stealing the milk off her porch every morning.
Well, Ken, that could be serious, you know. You could sue that lady for accusing you falsely.
Oh, I don't want to sue the woman, Bing. After all, we're neighbors.
I see what you mean.
But the top of them all, Bing, was the night that some fella called up and claimed I had stolen his wife.
Get out. Some guy claimed you stole his wife?
Yeah, I tell you, Bing, he was the most grateful man I ever talked to. I'm telling you, there's a lot of loot in television, Bing. You better get in there.
I can't worry about television now. I've got another big problem on my hands. Tomorrow I got to start on my vacation, Ken.
I bet you're desolate.
I just won't know what to do with myself.
Well, I've got an idea. I know a wonderful vacation spot for you, the Double Arrow Dude Ranch at Sealy Lake, Montana.
Double Arrow Ranch, huh?
Yep.
Well, thanks for the suggestion, Ken. That's nice, but I have a ranch.
It's so tough to get this guy anything for his vacation. But Bing, there's a beautiful lake on this ranch.
Oh, thanks, Ken, but I have a lake.
I see. And this ranch is surrounded by gorgeous mountains.
I've got mountains?
Then how about a trip to Europe? Don't tell me you got a Europe, too, have you?
Don't worry, I'll fritter away my time somehow this summer.
But, Bing, you won't be happy loafing. I've got to find something to keep you occupied.
Well, now, maybe I could get a job modeling hammocks or contour chairs or something.
Well, you have the contour for it.
Now, wait a bulge right?
Yes, sir. I know what you can do, Bing. You can work with me. You know, you can help me write songs.
Wait a minute. Help you write songs?
Yes, certainly. Haven't you heard? I'm now known as the Stephen Foster of television.
I thought that was Nick Kinney.
No. I've just written a tone poem of Americana entitled I Like the Wide Open Spaces.
Did you write that? I've heard it. It's good. It's a good song.
It sold over 200,000 copies the first 2 weeks.
200,000 copies. Wow. Say, is it too late to write that one with you? I could dash off a few catchlines, you know. Get a few yells down at the end.
I'm sorry you've missed the boat there, partner.
Well, I got a boat, too.
No.
But I like the way that little girl on the Budweiser show. That's your show, isn't it? The big TV show?
That's the old Anheuser-Busch.
Under the old Anheuser-Busch. Oh,
right.
boy.
Good old Budweiser every Saturday.
Say, what's the girl's name, Laurie Anders?
Yes.
She's real cute. She sings that, I like the wide open spaces. She's a cute chick.
Well, it so happens I've got Laurie with me tonight. Would you like to meet her?
Say, we'd all like to meet her.
You know, Bing, Laurie is a real Western gal.
Where's she from?
Comes from a little town called Goose Egg, Wyoming.
That's the real name of the town? Goose Egg?
Where is that?
I don't believe I know that town.
About 12 miles from Casper, Wyoming.
Casper, Wyoming. Diddly-dad-burn.
I
don't believe I know it. How big is it?
Well, it isn't very big. It has a post office and a nightclub and 2 telephones.
A post office, a nightclub, and 2 telephones. Well, why the 2 telephones?
Well, that's so the postmaster can phone the nightclub for a reservation. But now that you and Laurie are here, why don't we head for the wide open spaces? Huh? What do you say?
That's okay with me, partner.
Well, how do you get Laurie into this routine? What's the magic gimmick? Yeah.
What's the magic word?
Yeah.
Just one word. You know.
Oh, I know, cowboy.
I like the wide open spot.
There she goes.
I help wear the khakis great. Wear 2 guns feet for ice. I like the wide open spice.
Now I'm a man that's aggravated. Got trouble, female kind, like a horse that's single-gated. She's got a one-track mind.
Now, some gals like their silks and satins, a diamond or bouquet. When I ask my gal what she likes, well, here's what she'll always say.
I like the wide open spice. I help clear the khakis great. Wear 2 guns feet for ice. I like the wide open spice.
I like the wide open spaces. Out where the cactus grows, where 2 guns reach for aces. I like the wide open spaces.
Top man of the Wahoo Nation, They called me Super Chief. Catch him squaw at the railroad station. Catch him plenty grief. Breaking her up, me like round around her. She started into squawk. She made me chief. Holding the head with her engine tomahawk.
I like the wide open fight. I help wear the cactus great. Where 2 guns beat 4 aces. I like the wide open spice.
I like the wide open spaces out where the cactus grows, where 2 guns meet 4 aces. I like the wide open spaces.
I took my gal a horseback riding, moon shining high above. Found my arm around her sliding. I started talking love. When I puckered up to kiss her, she started in to shout. She hit me with her loaded pistol, knocking my front teeth out.
I like the wide open fight.
Well, I blew my
I help wear the cactus great.
Dr. Cow,
where
please.
2 guns beat 4 aces.
All is dead.
I like the wide open fight.
I like the wide open spaces out where the cactus grows, where 2 guns beat 4 aces. I like the wide open spaces.
I like the wide open spice.
Man, you can't beat the New West, can you? If you ever come to Elko, I'd lose every cowhand on the place. Thank you, Laurie, and thank you, Ken. That was lots of fun. Now, if Burl Ives is back, you ready, Burl? You know the big song of the year is Old Smoky. Burl, do you think you and I can handle that?
Sure, Bing. Start it off, and I'll slide in somewhere.
I'll make an effort. John Scott has a beautiful arrangement here that I think you like.
Good.
On top of Old Smoky, all covered with snow, I lost my true lover from a courting too slow. For courting's a pleasure, and parting is grief. A false-hearted lover is worse than a thief. A thief will just rob you. Will just rob you, and he'll take what you have. But a false-hearted lover, will lead you to the grave. They'll hug you and kiss you. And tell you more lies than the cross ties on the railroad, or the stars in the sky. On top of Old Smoky, all covered with snow, I lost my true lover from a courting too slow.
Bing, you know, we've got a mighty important selling job to do here tonight.
How's that, Ken?
Well, what we tell the folks about Chesterfield now has to last all summer.
Not at all, Ken. Chesterfield speaks for itself. Whether we're here or not, Chesterfield goes right on being the best cigarette for you to smoke.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Bing. Because only Chesterfield gives you those famous ABCs. Always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking.
Yep, when you smoke Chesterfields, you get all that, plus the added pleasure of no unpleasant aftertaste. And that's the biggest plus in cigarette history.
Science discovered it, and you can prove it. Science discovered that of all brands tested, only Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove it by smoking Chesterfields. They taste better, and after you smoke them, no unpleasant aftertaste.
Yep, that's the straight story. You remember that telegram we read you? When Chesterfield says it, you know it's the truth. So always buy Chesterfield.
By Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So home, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you smoke 'em. May the good Lord bless you and keep you.
May the good Lord bless and keep you, whether near or far away. May you find that long-awaited golden day today. May your troubles all be small ones, and your fortune 10 times 10. May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again. May you walk with sunlight shining and the bluebird in every tree. May there be a silver lining back of every cloud you see.
Every cloud you see, fill your dreams with sweet tomorrows. Never mind what might have been.
May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again.
May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet.
Till we meet Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thanks a lot. Now my thanks to Ken Murray, to Laurie Anders and Burl Ives for joining us tonight. Before shoving off, I'd like to also thank the large and industrious staff that makes this program possible. And deep appreciation, too, to all our listeners and to the Chesterfield people who primed the pump heavily on this little operation. They're wonderful folks to work for, and you can take it from me, Chesterfield's a smoke for you. We'll be back in October, folks, and now just for old time's sake, don't you think we ought to let Ken Carpenter have one more word here?
Oh, me?
Yes. Don't you think we should leave the folks with a thought for the warm vacation months?
Oh, that's a good idea, Bing. Just remember, folks, that only Chesterfield gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste.
And that's the biggest plus in cigarette history. Science discovered it, and you can prove it by smoking Chesterfields. It's been wonderful being with you this year, and we'll be back for Chesterfield again in the fall. Till then, I want you to have a real good summer. When you pack for that vacation trip, don't forget what I've been telling you about Chesterfields. Vacation time, anytime. Chesterfield's the best cigarette for you to smoke. See you then next fall for Chesterfield, huh? Good night and thanks.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. We'll be back in October for Chesterfield, the best cigarette for you to smoke.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Your news and sports radio network.
And now WBEN Buffalo, broadcasting at 930 kilohertz, begins another day of service to the Niagara frontier. Our studio-to-transmitter link, WEF 90, operates at 949 megahertz.
Tonight's Mystery Theater is brought to you by A.M.A.'s, downtown, and 6 suburban stores, including the new Lockport store.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Won't you join me? It's dark and cozy inside here. The perfect place to curl up and listen to another tale of suspense and danger. This time, it's the story of a very unusual get-rich-quick scheme. But even though our story is educational and instructive, we don't want you to listen in the hopes of duplicating our hero's plan for instant wealth. You may find it difficult to begin where he begins, by dying a violent death. Because after that, what do you do for an encore?
Jerry, this is crazy. You'll never get away with it.
I am getting away with it.
But they'll find out.
No, they'll never catch on. And before I'm through, I'll be the richest dead man in the world.
Our mystery drama, Bury Me Again, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You've seen the Budweiser commercials on television, and maybe you've wondered how long people have been putting that famous Bud label on things. Well, not as long as the brewers of Bud have been putting things on the label. Things like a list of Bud's most important ingredients. Quote, brewed by our original process from the choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. And things like the following statement. This is the famous Budweiser beer. We know of no brand produced by any other brewer which costs so much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you will find in no other beer at any price. Unquote. Yes, brewing beer right does make a difference. Read the Bud label. Taste the king of beers, and you'll agree, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis. Gracious, elegant, luxurious sterling silver for radiant holiday tables. Join A.M.A.'s fantastic Silver Club plan for stupendous savings of 25 to 50% on flatware from the finest silversmiths. No down payment, no finance charge, and up to 25 months to pay. 24-piece sets from Gorham. Services for 4, 8, or 12 by International. Luntz 3-piece place lettings. Heirloom sterling patterns by Oneida Silversmiths. 16-piece starter sets from Reed & Barton. Trade in your present silver for savings on all patterns by Toll. Choose Wallace Sterling's 24-piece service for 8 and get a chest free. And save on all open stock pieces from these famous companies. For gift giving or for your own, the elegance of sterling silver at low, low prices.
Join AM Days Silver Club plan now. No down payment, no finance charge, and up to 25 months to pay. At all 7 AM Days stores.
Some people think that the sound of a train whistle fading into the distance is probably the most melancholy sound in the world. But the people aboard those trains, which crisscross the country, can be melancholy too. As the cracked Chicago Express streaks into the dark stretch of track between Union Station and the town of Fairmont, one of those passengers is staring gloomily into his own reflection in the soot-darkened window. It may be interesting to follow his thoughts.
Minus $10,000. Minus $10,000. That's where I'm at after 36 years of living. 36 years of working and sweating and dreaming dreams that never had a prayer of coming through. I owed McGinnis the same $6,000 I'd owed him for 2 years, even after making him payments amounting to twice that much. And then there were the bills. The dentist, the credit card company, the automobile dealer. No, I could scratch that one. The car had been repossessed just the other day. That's why I was taking the train instead of driving to Fairmont. Not that I expected it to do much good. The chances of hitting my maiden Aunt Hilda for money were pretty slim. But when you're down, you'll try anything. And with the thought of McGinnis and his goons coming around for payday again, I was ready for anything at all. But maybe not quite ready for what happened. Pardon me, is this seat taken?
Huh? Oh, no. It's all right. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. You know, I haven't been in a dining car in years. I didn't know they still have them.
Heck, some people don't know there are still trains running.
I guess that's so. Everybody thinks in terms of flying these days.
I don't like to fly myself. Heck, for most trips, you don't save any time anyway. By the time you get to and from the airport.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You do a lot of traveling?
Not if I can avoid it.
Well, I can't, unfortunately. I'm one of those traveling salesmen you hear about. But you know something? I never met a farmer's daughter in my life.
How do you get a drink here?
I've been wondering that for the last 15 minutes.
Well, it looks like you've got a drink.
Oh, sure. That's my own private stock. I always carry a pint bottle with me on these long train trips just to break monotony. Yeah. Come on, give me a water glass.
Hey, that's very kind of you.
My pleasure. Well, here's looking at you.
Right. And here's to the farmer's daughter. Maybe you'll meet her this trip.
Just hope my wife doesn't find out.
My dinner companion wasn't the most scintillating conversationalist in the world, but he was company, and I guess I needed that. I also didn't mind the private stock he carried. Every drink aboard that train cost $1.50. So when he told me that he had still another bottle, I suggested we continue our talk in the club car. The only thing wrong was that he did all the talking, and the more he drank, the more he talked.
Money, my friend. M-U-N-N-Y. That's the answer to the whole darn thing. You take my word for it. Somebody gives you that happiness baloney, you just walk away, pal. Walk away.
You don't have to convince me, brother. I've already been convinced.
Listen. You ever figure it out? Figure out one of those things like assets and liabilities?
That's all I've got, liability.
You know what I mean, like how much you're worth, how much you're really worth. Well, I can tell you, you, me, everybody else, we're worth more dead than alive. Am I right? Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
You betcha.
That's what insurance is all about.
You betcha. That's what I mean. That's what insurance is all about.
You're not an insurance salesman, are you?
No, not me. No, I'm not a liquor salesman either. Too bad about that, isn't it? Hey, bottle's almost empty. Don't worry, friend. Don't you worry. There's more where I came from.
There was plenty more. Plenty more whiskey, plenty more talk. until something happened that sobered up the evening fast. I don't know how long I was unconscious. Judging from the things that were happening around me, it couldn't have been more than a few minutes after the crash. After the express had plowed into the freight train and had somehow been switched into its path. I felt lousy, but I was still in one piece. When the impact came, I fell against a leather sofa, and it toppled over me. When the hard stuff came down, I had a built-in bomb shelter. Nobody else around me was so lucky. I saw the traveling salesman, and I knew he was never going to meet that farmer's daughter. Then, I saw something else. The money that peeked out of his wallet, still nice and green. I had the sense to grab the wallet before I crawled out of the overturned car. I stood up as soon as I felt cold air on my face. Within seconds after I left the wreck, the tiny fires that had been burning all around got together in one giant ball of flame. Saw such a hungry fire in my life. I knew there wasn't going to be much left of anything or anyone. And then I saw the people. They were all over the place, dozens of them, flashing searchlights, shouting to each other.
Hey, mister! Hey!
Yeah? What is it?
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm all right. I'm just a little shook up.
Well, they're putting up a first aid station down this line. Want me to help you over there?
No, I'm all right, thanks.
No, I'd better take you there.
Oh, well, okay. Thanks. Hey, listen, what town is this?
We're just outside of Hopkins Falls. We heard the crash all the way to town. Sounded like a bomb went off.
She took me to the first aid station, and a guy in a dirty white uniform helped me inside.
What's your name?
I can't think. I'm all mixed up.
Yes, well, maybe you'd better lie down for a while, mister.
No. I'm okay.
We're setting up a hospital station. We'll have a car take you there if you like. It'll be a while before the ambulance gets here.
No, I'm not hurt. I'm just mixed up. Is it far to town?
You're really in no condition to walk.
Just tell me how far it is.
Well, about a quarter of a mile in that direction.
Thanks. That's all I want to know. Well, Hopkins Falls wasn't much of a town. There were a bunch of frame houses leaning on each other for support. And the only electric sign in the place was the one I wanted. It said hotel. It took me quite a while to find the desk clerk lurking behind the rubber plants in the lobby. He looked at me curiously and spun the register in my direction. I chuckled when I saw the empty page. When I asked for a room with bath, he almost swallowed his store teeth. I signed the register Benedict Arnold and went up to the shabby room on the second floor. When I closed the door behind me, all I could do was head for that bed. The springs gave in with a rusty sigh, but I couldn't care less. Sleep hit me like a TKO. I woke up the next morning with a pain in my hip. At first I thought I'd broken a bone, but then I realized it was only the bulge of the wallet in my trouser pocket. I counted the money. $110. It would be enough for a little while. Then I picked up the phone. Hello, this is Mr. Arnold, room 202. You got any room service in this place? Yeah, breakfast. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Fried eggs, bacon, toast, coffee. Oh, how about the morning paper? The paper in yet? Any news about the wreck? Fine, good. Be sure to send that up, too. The breakfast was no better than I expected. The toast was soggy, the coffee watery, and the eggs almost inedible. But the local paper, that was something else. The train wreck had taken over the whole rag, all 4 sheets of it. It was probably the biggest news that ever hit this whistle stop. I turned to the casualty list. It wasn't complete, but it had what I wanted. So I grabbed the phone. I want to make a call, long distance. Hello, operator? I'd like to place a call to Chicago, person to person, Mrs. Gerald Horton, 1240 Lafayette Street. I'm in room 202. The name is Arnold. First initial B.
Hello?
Myrna?
What?
Is that you, Myrna?
Who is this?
Is anybody with you? It's Jerry.
Jerry? Where are you calling from?
A town called Hopkins Corner or something like that. Listen, are you alone?
Well, yes, of course I'm alone. But why are you talking this way?
Because this hotel has walls like tissue paper, that's why. Myrna, did you read about the wreck?
The wreck? What are you talking about?
The train, the Chicago train. It hit something, a stalled freight train. Dozens of people were killed.
Oh, my God. Jerry, are you okay?
Quiet. Yes, I'm okay. I got a little banged up. Nothing serious.
Oh, thank God. But why aren't you in a hospital?
I don't need a hospital. I told you I'm not hurt. I'm just dead.
What?
You heard me. I'm dead, honey.
What are you talking about?
Myrna, listen carefully. There's been a mistake out here. A big mistake. And we're going to make the most of it, understand?
No.
Well, listen and you will. They got me down on the local casualty list. They think I'm dead. Do you get what I'm saying? They've listed me as dead.
But how can that be?
Well, I must have helped it along a little. I switched wallets with a guy. His was fatter than mine, but he had no use for it anyway. But then the whole train caught fire. He must have been burned beyond recognition. But the wallet was okay.
Why, that's awful. You'll have to tell them.
No, I don't have to tell him a thing. Why should I?
But what for?
Myrna, listen. What's the only valuable thing we own?
What?
You know about the insurance policy?
Yes.
$75,000. $75,000. More money than we could save in a lifetime.
But we can't collect it. Not if you're alive.
I'm going to stay dead, Myrna. Understand?
Jerry.
You're going into mourning for me. Then you're going to get a check for $75,000 from the insurance company. You're going to slap that money into the bank. Then we're going to wait a while and leave town. You and me and the money makes three. Now do you get it?
Jerry, that's illegal.
What do you mean illegal? We're only ripping off an insurance company, honey. That's what I call fair game.
Well, we've just heard an old adage disproved, that dead men tell no tales. Obviously, here is one dead man who is doing exactly that. A tale of deceit and deception, and very possibly danger. We'll find out how good a job our friend does of staying dead when I return shortly with Act 2.
If you take a look at the new 1975 cars, it doesn't take long to notice the European influence is strong. And to be sure, there are some new American cars that rival the Europeans, one being Buick's new Skylark SR. But don't consider a Skylark SR because of its touring car interior or its rather rakish profile. Consider it because it's a Buick, possessing many of Buick's nicer innovations, like the new Buick V6, a peppery little engine that spits out a plentiful amount of torque while sipping a surprisingly small amount of gasoline. And if you wish, Skylark SR can abound with creature comforts seldom found on cars this size, with available items like Cruise Master speed control, AM/FM stereo. But you've heard enough. Now you need to see and drive a Skylark SR. And try to remember, it's not a European touring car. It's a Buick.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
The strangest thing happened last night when I was walking home from work. It was almost dark. And then I saw someone. A woman struggling to change a tire. I stopped. She stiffened. I think she was afraid of me. And then something strange happened. We talked. I mean, really talked. There by the roadside, changing the tire. She told me how scared she was. She wanted help, but was afraid of the kind of help she might get. I told her I had fears like that, too. And I think she understood. Then she drove away.
And I didn't even get her name. But I listened to her talk, and she listened to me, too. And you know, that made me feel good. A word for active listening from the Mennonite churches.
Jerry Horton didn't get to see much of the town of Hopkins Falls. He spent the next few days in his room, thinking, drinking, and making plans. It was a pity. The quiet, rustic atmosphere and the countryside might have soothed the savage temperament of the man. But Jerry Horton was far too excited by an image of the future. However, since this is Jerry's story, we'll let him tell you the rest.
The $110 lasted me 5 days. It bought me a new suit of clothes at the local emporium, my room and meals, and a bus ticket back to Chicago. I bought myself a cardboard valise, too. I figured a traveling man with a suitcase was less obvious in a crowd. On Friday morning, I put the local phone book, the Gideon Bible, and a couple of hotel towels into the valise and said goodbye. It was a long bus ride, but it seemed short to me. I had all kinds of things to think about. Plans for spending that money. Thinking about McGinnis's face when I finally handed him the $6,000 I owed him, all in one neat bundle. Hey, that was an idea. I put it all in $1 bills and make him stay up half the night counting it. And if I know McGinnis, that's exactly what he would do. And then I was back in Chicago, ready to call good old Myrna.
Hello?
Myrna?
Jerry.
For God's sake, don't say my name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you alone?
Yes, I'm alone. Where are you?
At the bus terminal.
Oh, I've been so scared. You have no idea how scared I've been.
What for?
Well, I'm just so nervous about the whole thing.
What's been happening?
Well, they sent your body back. The funeral was Tuesday.
Good. Great. Was it a nice crowd?
Well, not too big. Sandy and Jane couldn't make it, but Dorothy and Tom were there, and Mother was going to fly in from L.A., but I told her not to bother. I mean, well, it seemed silly.
You didn't tell her anything?
Oh, no, of course not. Do you think I'm crazy? Do you think I could tell her that it was some perfect stranger I was putting in the ground? Oh, Jerry, it was awful. I mean, we picked out that plot together and everything. I was going to be right next to you.
Never mind that stuff. We've got more important things to worry about. Living things.
Oh, what are you going to do now?
I don't know yet. I'm broke. I don't even have enough money for a hotel room.
But you can't come here.
I know I can't come there, but I've got to eat. So you got to help me. Look, you put about $300 in an envelope and address it to John Nolan, care of the Montgomery Hotel. Did you get that name?
Yes. John Nolan, Montgomery Hotel.
Don't write it down. You can remember it. Yeah, John Nolan, care of the Montgomery. I'll check in there this morning. Don't try to reach me. That's just asking for trouble. You got it?
But what if somebody recognizes you?
Don't worry about it. You know the Montgomerys out of our class. So try and make it small bills, okay? No use attracting more attention than I have to. Okay?
Yes. Okay. Oh, Jerry, I hope we're doing the right thing.
You'll see how right it is when that money comes in, Myrna. I spent that night in the bus terminal. I hunted out the softest bench and stashed my things under it. When I woke up, I had 19 bones out of place. But I was still feeling chipper. I went into the terminal lavatory and washed up as best I could. It was a fine, sunny day out, and the weather suited my mood. You know how it is. Some days, everything goes right. I walked the dozen blocks to the Montgomery Hotel. It was out of my class, all right. Was, that is. A chunk of white sandstone rising 40 stories from the street in straight, clean lines, ringed by a fence of evenly spaced trees. The doorman looked like he'd won every decoration from the Congressional Medal on down. It felt good walking on the wine-colored carpet that led into the plush lobby, knowing there was money and a hot shower waiting for me inside. I walked up to the desk like a bored millionaire and scratched my unshaven cheek in a kind of wry manner, like I was a playboy who was out on the town all night.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'd like a room, please.
Did you have a reservation?
No, I don't, but can you fix me up with something anyway?
Yes, sir. I'm sure we can. If you'll just sign the register.
I believe you may be holding some mail for me. I told some friends I'd be stopping here.
What name, sir?
Nolan, John Nolan.
Well, let me check. No, I don't see anything for... Oh, wait a minute. Here it is.
Oh, thank you very much.
Front.
My room at the Montgomery wasn't fancy. Just a nice room with not much of a view. But I liked it better after a shower and shave. And when I flopped on the big sofa bed, I opened the envelope, lit a cigarette, and counted the money. There were $240 in it, and a note that said, "Sorry, all I could get, M." Well, it didn't really matter. It would be enough to take care of me for a few days. Then the insurance agent would be around to see Myrna, and money like this would be only car fare. I felt so good that I decided to spend some of it on the best meal I could buy in the hotel restaurant. I was just finishing up when my luck threatened to turn.
Well, for Pete's sake. It's Lefty. Is this Lefty? Union High School, right?
I'm sorry. I think you must have the wrong guy.
Hey, did I change that much? Yeah, I guess maybe I have. I don't know where all the hair went. Down the sink, I guess. Douglas is the name, remember? Kenny Douglas.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Oh, well, I can't be that wrong. I've got a good memory for faces. Not so great on names, maybe, but they called you Lefty because of the baseball team.
I'm sorry, mister. I must look like this friend of yours, but I'm not him. I never went to Union High. I never went to any high school, as a matter of fact.
Well, I could have sworn.
And as you can see, I'm eating with my right hand.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but you sure look like the guy, or the way he would look 20 years later. I'm sorry to bother you.
By the time the guy had left my table, I was covered in sweat from head to foot. Oh, I remembered Kenny Douglas all right. I think I still had his monogrammed cigarette case in his shoebox at home. He was a snotty rich kid. It had been a pleasure to rip him off. But right now, it was relief to see him leave. And a relief to switch the fork back to my left hand. After the third day, I started getting anxious.
Hello?
Myrna, it's Jerry. Can you talk?
No, not right now. Some of the girls are over, you know.
All right. Just be careful what you say. Just answer yes or no, understand?
I can hardly hear you.
Now just be quiet and listen. Has the insurance company contacted you at all?
Yes. There's a man here only this morning.
A man?
Yes, from the claim department.
Well, why are they sending somebody from the claim department? There's nothing to claim. I'm dead.
Well, he was here just the same. He said it might take a while before the payment was made. He was very nice.
I don't care if he was tall, dark, and handsome. What's this baloney about it taking a while?
Well, it's a lot of money. $150,000 is an awful lot of money.
What are you talking about? Our policy was for $75,000.
Yes, but there's a double indemnity clause, you see? I mean, the face value doubles because of you being... I mean, because of the accident.
150? My God, that's a fortune. We're rich. We're really rich.
The only thing is, they have to make sure.
Sort of what?
The identification, don't you see? Everybody was so burned up in that terrible
For
wreck.
Pete's sake, I was identified. I read my name in the paper on the casualty list.
Well, he said it'd be all right. He said it was just a matter of a couple of days.
It better be all right. I'm running out of cash. I won't be able to afford the hotel bill.
I just can't send you any more money. I don't have a cent.
All right. All right, then. But when you get that check in your hands, you better get on that phone right away. Understand?
Yes, I understand.
John Nolan, Montgomery Hotel. Don't do anything with the money. Just wait for my instructions.
All right. I'll wait. But I'm still so scared.
$150,000. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't imagine money like that. I kept seeing the way that check would look, that long string of numbers. I began to see visions of things I'd wanted since the day I was born. It was all I could do to keep myself from running down to the auto showroom and placing an order for the biggest, shiniest car in the window. But I had to wait. The money wasn't there yet. There was still one more step to go. I was a little worried about Myrna's visitor from the insurance company, but I knew that things would work out all right. This was my lucky time of life, and nothing was going to spoil it. Then, just one day later...
Oh, Mr. Nolan.
Yes?
There was a call for you while you were out this afternoon. It was a lady, Mrs. Nolan, I think.
Uh-huh. Thanks very much. My hands were shaking so bad that I could hardly dial Myrna's number. When she didn't answer right away, I started to panic. She wouldn't be calling me unless it was all set. She must have the money in her hand, and I had to make sure that it went to the right place. It wasn't that I suspected Myrna of any hanky-panky. I had no reason to suspect her of anything. But who knows what someone will do when they're looking at a piece of paper that says $150,000.
Hello?
Myrna, it's me.
Oh, thank heavens. I was getting so worried.
Where were you? The phone must have rung 10 times.
Well, I just got in this second. I was down at the insurance company.
You went there to get the money?
They asked me to come down, Jerry. I was so upset, I almost fainted.
Well, don't worry about it. You're the grieving widow. You're supposed to be upset.
But you don't understand. They didn't call me about the money. Only about, I don't know what you call it. Exhume something.
What?
Jerry, they want to open your grave.
They can't do that. It's against the law.
They said they wanted my cooperation. They asked me to sign a paper.
Don't do it. Don't sign a thing. They can't force you to do such a thing.
Well, they said that if I didn't sign it, they'd have to get a court order.
They're bluffing. They can't do anything like that. They've already identified that body as me, and once is good enough.
Oh, Jerry, what should I do? What should I tell them? Should I get a lawyer?
No, don't get a lawyer yet. Let me think. Let me figure out something and call you back. There's got to be something I can figure out.
As Robert Burns once told us, the best laid plans of mice and men oft go astray. Even the plans of dead men, it seems. But I think we have a resourceful gentleman here who won't let a mere detail stand between him and his dream. Will the insurance investigators create a rude awakening? Or will our hero find some way to put the number 150,000 into his little green book? Just wait right there, and I'll return with the answers shortly in Act 3.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
The common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then, ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1? You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 Tiny Time pills.
Give your cold to contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
Who knows what troubles lurk in the hearts and minds of consumers? The man from the Better Business Bureau knows.
Oh, Irene, this new sofa is gone already, and...
Why, what's that inside the cushion, John? Oh, my heavens, it's crumpled newspaper. How did we ever buy a sofa like this? What can we do?
tell you what to do.
Who are you, sir?
I'm the man from your Better Business Bureau. When you shop for furniture, it's what's inside that counts. Fancy coverings can hide a variety of shoddy workmanship. Read the law label that must be stitched to the furniture. It will tell you the filler material used, and buy from a reputable dealer.
Oh, thank you, sir. We'll know better next time.
Not at all, ma'am. Just another tip from your Better Business Bureau.
It's a time of tension for the man in the Montgomery Hotel. Now every hour seems to stretch ahead interminably. The watch ticking on his wrist seems to have hands made of lead. But as he paces his hotel room, smoking endless cigarettes, downing pots of lukewarm hotel coffee, he seems to have arrived at no solution to his dilemma. And then...
Yes?
It's me.
I told you not to call me direct. I said always leave a message with the desk clerk.
I've got to talk to you.
All right. What's happening?
They got the order, Jerry.
Oh, Lord.
There was nothing I could do to stop them. They said I was wrong to have you buried so fast, that there was too much money involved.
Listen, you don't think they suspect anything?
No, I don't think so. I've been careful, I swear I have.
Those insurance guys are sharp, you know.
I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong. I've been crying my eyes out just as if you really got killed. Everybody keeps telling me that I'm taking it too hard. What they don't know is that I'm scared.
All right. Just calm down. Maybe things aren't that bad.
How could they be worse?
You didn't see what I saw after that train wreck. After the explosion. They had pictures in the local papers. The victims didn't look human anymore, I'm telling you. They were just like pieces of charcoal.
How awful.
Even if they open that coffin, they won't see anything but a handful of ashes. So stop worrying.
Are you sure, Jerry?
I'm sure. At least I think I'm sure.
And what if they figure out that it's somebody else?
Okay, so we lose the bread. The wrong man got identified. It wasn't anybody's fault, right? And as for me, I guess I'll be just another runaway husband.
Jerry, you don't mean that.
No, don't worry. You'll be seeing me again. Broke as usual. Unless our luck holds. Pray that it holds, baby.
Oh, Jerry, you never call me baby anymore.
Never mind what I call you. You call me the minute anything happens. The next couple of days were the worst of my life. There was nothing I could do but concentrate on that phone. Stare at it. Waiting for it to ring. After a while, I started yelling at it, ordering it to ring. Like some kind of nut. But it stayed silent. It just stared back at me. Until I got so jumpy that I had to get out of the room. But I wasn't on the street for 5 minutes before I found myself heading back for the lobby and demanding to know if there'd been any calls for me. The answer was always no. And then, on the morning of the third day after Myrna's call, when I wasn't even thinking about the phone, it rang. Hello?
Jerry, it's me.
I've been going nuts here. Why didn't you call me before?
There was nothing to say. You told me to call you when something happened.
Well, something must have happened by now. Did they exhume the body?
Yes, they did.
Well, go on.
Jerry, it was just like you said. I didn't see the body, but the insurance man told me about it. He said he felt awful describing it to me, but he thought I should be told. Jerry, there were only ashes in that coffin.
Thank the Lord.
I was so scared, but it's all right now. Everything is all right.
No, it won't be all right until you've got that money.
But I do have it.
What?
That's what I'm calling about. I've got the check. It's right here in front of me. I never knew there was that much money in the world.
Okay, now listen close. Here's the way we're going to handle it. The first thing you do is deposit the check to the regular account.
Yeah, I was going to do that this morning. I was so afraid to have such a big check in the house.
All right, so deposit it. And then go to the Chemical National Bank, the one on Clover Street, near the Arch. You know the one I mean?
Yes, but what for?
Just listen and do what I say. You go to that bank and say you want to open a joint savings account for you and your husband. Only now, you're Mrs. John Nolan. Understand?
But I can't open an account by myself.
Yes, you can sign all the papers there. And then collect the forms that I have to sign. Understand?
Yes, I see.
Put all the forms in an envelope and send them to me here at the Montgomery.
All right. I'll get them in the mail as soon as possible.
No, you can drop them off in person at the desk. The Montgomery is right around the corner from the bank. Leave it at the front desk for Mr. Nolan.
But I don't see how that'll work. Why don't I just cash the check?
Shut up and listen to me. This is the safest way to handle it. Once you have the money deposited in our regular checking account, you can write a check for the whole amount to John Nolan. There. Now do you get it?
You mean I deposit the money in the new account?
That's just what I mean. And after that, well, I'll let you know the rest of the plan. Have you got it all straight?
Yes, Jerry. I'll do just what you said.
That's my girl. It was cloud nine time. I felt like I was floating. Like I was drunk on expensive champagne. And it wouldn't be too long before I was. I was mentally throwing out every shabby suit in my closet and replacing them with custom-made threads. I was so stuffed with dreams that the next few hours passed by in a pink haze. Hello?
Mr. Nolan, I have an envelope here for you. Shall I send it up?
Yeah, thanks. Send it right up. Myrna had followed her instructions perfectly. I filled out the joint account application, signed John Nolan in a sweeping hand, and then took the forms to the Chemical National Bank myself. I wanted them to get a good look at me, because they were going to be seeing me again very soon. Getting cool again, isn't it?
Yes.
Looks like it'll be a short summer, doesn't it?
Uh-huh. Now, let me see. How much are you depositing initially, Mr. Nolan?
Well, my wife will be making the first deposit tomorrow morning.
Uh-huh.
It'll probably be a big one. See, we're buying a house, and so we're cashing in some stocks.
Oh, I see.
It's too bad we won't be leaving it in the account long enough to collect interest. I might have to withdraw most of it pretty quick.
Well, easy come, easy go.
That's right. Easy come, easy go. She didn't know how funny that was. And 2 days later, when I strolled back into the Chemical National Bank, the joke was all ready for the punchline. I had the passbook in my hand and happiness in my heart when I walked across the marble floor to the teller's cage marked M-N-O. I caught a glimpse of the bank guard's dark blue uniform. He looked fat and lazy. I stepped up to the window and started to say hello to my girlfriend of the day before. But then I remembered I had a withdrawal slip to make out first. So I smiled apologetically and went to the glass-top counter in the center of the room. I copied the number from the passbook and filled out the amount. $20,000. No, I wasn't going to withdraw at all. I was smarter than that. All that bread going in and out so fast, that would attract too much notice. I was going to chip away at it, a piece at a time.
Oh, hello. I see you didn't waste any time.
Nope. Got to get that deposit down today.
Uh-huh. $20,000. Well, I'm sure you want a bank check for that, won't you?
Yeah, I'd better. I wouldn't want to walk around with that much cash.
Oh, one moment. I have to see an officer.
Take your time.
Mr. Nolan?
Yes?
I'm Bill Harkness, assistant manager. Would you mind stepping into my office a moment?
What for?
Oh, it's just a technical matter regarding your account.
Why, what's the matter with my account? The money's on deposit, isn't it? It says so in my passport.
Oh, yes. Everything's in order. But you see, when any large withdrawal is made, we're required to fill out certain forms.
Well, I never heard of anything like that.
It won't take long, I promise you.
Well, okay.
This way, please. Now, if you'll sit right here, I'll have the form in just a moment.
Well, I'd waited almost a month already for this, so I figured I could wait another few minutes. The only thing is, I didn't realize what I was really waiting for until the door opened and Harkness returned. This time he had another man with him, and a woman who I supposed was his secretary.
Sorry to have been so long, Mr. Nolan.
Well, that's okay. Just let me get my check and get out of here. I've got things to do.
What sort of things, Mr. Nolan?
Oh, I didn't get your name.
I'm Lieutenant Whalen. Police?
Police? Wait a minute. Are you implying that I'm doing something illegal by withdrawing money from my own account?
You're doing something illegal, all right, Mr. Nolan, so why don't you tell us all about it?
Listen, if this is an arrest, I'd like...
Sure, I know. You've got rights. You don't have to say anything to incriminate yourself.
Well, I've got a few things to say, let me tell you.
And who are you?
What's the matter, Jerry? Don't you know your own wife? Your own baby?
Wait a minute. My name is Nolan. John Nolan, and I can prove it. I've got a driver's license here. Look at it.
And I'm Myrna, your own loving wife, Jerry. How come you don't recognize me?
I know why, Mr. Nolan. Because you really are John Nolan, and the real Jerry Horton is dead, killed in that train wreck.
I should have guessed it the first time you called me. You imitated Jerry's voice okay, and you always talked low. But I should have known you weren't my husband.
You took his wallet. That's how you knew how to reach his wife. Mr. Horton must have told you about his insurance policy.
But how did it happen? How did you find out?
It was the autopsy. It was when they dug up the body again and proved that it was my husband.
It was the teeth that did it. And that's how we identified the body, by the dental work.
As soon as the insurance people paid me that money, I knew that it had to be Jerry in that coffin, and that it was going to be somebody else in this bank.
We told Mrs. Horton to go along with you until you actually wrote that withdrawal slip. And that's all the evidence we need, friend.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying, can you? So I guess the money is all yours, Mrs. Horton. Myrna. Congratulations.
Listen, you may not believe this, but I'd give half this money to have Jerry back.
Of course, the moral of our story is that crime doesn't pay, even if the insurance companies do. And now you see why we don't recommend our hero's method of getting rich. Because now, Mr. Nolan is going to be going somewhere that boasts no champagne, no fancy cars, and very little change of wardrobe. I'll be back shortly.
How many things can your family do together? Go to a movie? Go to a circus? Go on a picnic? Go on a vacation? Face it, in today's America, family fun is hard to come by. And with busy schedules, just getting the family together is not an easy thing to do. How would you like to have a little family fun every week? How would you like to learn together? How would you like to grow together? And how would you like to help your son get an edge on growing up? Cub Scouting is helping families like yours be a family. It sure helped ours. Today's Cub Scout program is just as much for families as it is for boys. So when your son wants to join a Cub Scout pack, remember to take along the whole family. That's what Cub Scouting is all about. For the Cub Scout pack nearest you, call the Boy Scouts of America. They're in the white pages of your phone book.
We have to admit that there's something fascinating about confidence games. They say that the essential ingredient of a good swindle is to play upon the greed of the victim. So the next time someone offers you a way to make an easy dollar, make sure you're not dealing with the wrong man. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Vicky Vola, Gilbert Mack, Mary Jane Higby, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What do you have in the pet carrier box?
I hate to tell you, but
Oh, dear, not again.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, you are so careless with pets, Hugo. There's 4 cats dead already this year. You'll want to bury this one out by the roses, too.
If I may.
Well, it's getting a wee bit crowded, but I'm sure you'll find a nice little spot. What happened to that pussycat of yours, Hugo?
She had an accident.
Oh, what sort of accident?
To tell you the truth, she sort of lost her head.
Oh, you leave your door open and your poor little cat rushes out into traffic, particularly on that busy street you live on. What do you expect? Well, dear, you'd better hurry. It's getting dark.
Yes, that's what I was waiting for.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's CBS Mystery Theater has been brought to you by A.M. & A's, downtown, and 6 suburban stores, including the new Lockport store. This is WBEN Buffalo.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Good evening. Welcome to Texaco Town. And again, the 45,000 dealers who serve Fire Chief gasoline and other Texaco products present his honor, the mayor, Eddie Cantor. Here he is.
Hello, everybody. Hello, James.
Say, Mayor, I called your house a little while ago, and they told me you went to the hospital.
Don't be alarmed, Jimmy. I only went to visit a friend.
Serious?
No, you see, he had his girl out riding, and it was raining. His car skidded around a corner, smashed a lamppost, broke a fire plug, crashed through a fence, went into a ditch and turned over, and as the girl crawled out of the car, she said, "Boy, that's what I call a kiss."
Oh, by the way.
Yep.
Here's $10. I'm kissing goodbye.
Yep.
You got me again today with those Yankees.
Oh, yes, James, and take a telegram to the Giants, will you?
All right, Eddie, what do you want to say?
New York Giants, New York City.
Yeah?
Why don't you get in touch with Rudy Valley's orchestra?
Rudy Valley's orchestra? Why?
Well, the Giants are having so much trouble with the New York Yankees, they might have a better chance playing the Connecticut Yankees.
You know, Eddie.
Yep.
Eddie, I want to thank you for giving me this part-time job as your secretary.
Oh, forget it, Jimmy. It's nothing at all.
Well, still, I'm awfully grateful to you because it gives me a chance to run the service station, too. You're a real pal.
Jimmy, it's nothing at all.
Say, incidentally, Eddie, you didn't tell me how much you're going to pay me.
I keep telling you, Jimmy, it's nothing at all.
Oh, wait a minute.
Now, let's discuss it later, James.
Yeah.
Tonight, we've got it broadcast from station TEX.
Say, that's right. Let's take a taxi over there, eh?
No, we've got time to walk. Let's walk. Nice night out, isn't it?
Sure, swell.
You know, I just found out that taxi drivers manufacture our gasoline.
What do you mean?
Well, they put gasoline in their tanks and step on the starter.
Yes?
And isn't that what makes the taxi go?
Makes the taxi go. You know, Eddie, I love the way you sneak in a mention of the product all the time. Always advertising.
Well, advertising is a natural thing, Jimmy. Everybody does it. Do you know that every time you kiss a girl, it's an ad?
Oh, that's silly. What kind of advertising is kissing?
Mouth-to-mouth advertising.
Mouth-to-mouth.
And believe me, it gets quick results.
Oh, I don't know about that. Look how long you had to advertise for a boy. Over 20 years, and what did it get you?
A very good salary, Jimmy. A very good salary.
You know, Eddie.
What?
Eddie, sometimes advertising is misleading.
How do you mean?
Well, don't forget, the chicken lays the eggs, but the rooster does all the crowing.
Well, Jimmy, you're the rooster on this program because you do most of the crowing.
Maybe it's because your jokes have been laying the eggs.
Yeah. Well, I may lay an egg now and then, but it certainly helps to feather your nest.
You know, Eddie, I still say that there's too much advertising today.
Too much? Why?
Well, I've got an uncle who's in the cheese business. He never advertises, and he's doing all right.
Well, if he's in the cheese business, he doesn't have to advertise. People get wind of it. Now, here, Jimmy, here's the radio station.
Eddie, look.
What?
There's a little boy standing at the microphone. Is that Bobby?
No, it's a strange kid. And he's crying. Wait a minute. Come here, Sonny. What's the matter? Wait a minute. Why are you crying? What are you crying for? Listen, Sonny, I wish you'd answer me and stop wasting time. There are millions of people listening in.
Millions there are?
Yes, what are you crying about?
I'm lost. I want to get to my father's clothing store located at 312 Main Street. Walk up one flight and save $10 on men's suits and overcoats. Alterations free. Open evenings until 9 o'clock. Sale now going on.
Get out of here. How do you like that for advertising? Boy, that's advertising. Oh, here you are, Jack. Jack Renard, let's rehearse the new song for tonight's broadcast, will you? Who's the greatest heart attractor? Who's the greatest little actor? I refer to nobody but love. He's the greatest benefactor that we ever knew. Here are just a few things he can do. Love marches on and meets a lonely boy, a lonely girl, and takes them by the hand and marches on. Together, love marches on, and then he leads them to a rendezvous and says it's up to you and marches on. Then on a certain Sunday morning, he even plays their wedding song. When they go honeymooning, he goes right along. Love marches on until he finds a nest that they request and says, I've done my best, and marches on. What funny things love can do. Here we are in a railroad station. Over there is a boy, and sitting opposite is a girl. They have no intentions of flirting with each other, but it won't be long now. Let's eavesdrop on them. Uh-huh. There she goes.
Excuse me. Do you know whether the 5:15 is on time?
What did I tell you? 200 porters in the station, and she's got to ask him whether the 5:15 is on time. Let's hear what he says.
The 5:15. Well, you see, I just...
Look, the big ox is being flustered. Look at him.
Well...
By the time he gets it out, they'll both miss the train.
You see, I'm a stranger here, and...
Listen to her, a stranger. 8 years she's been taking the same train, and the father is the conductor. Oh, these women. Oh.
Well, I'm pretty sure the train is on time, miss. Are you alone?
Yes, I'm all alone. I never travel much. You see, I'm a home girl.
Yeah, home girl is right. Anybody's home at all. I'll bet 10 to 1 he's going to ask her how far she's going.
Well, if I'm not too personal, would you mind telling me how far you're going?
What did I tell you? I never saw it to fail.
Well, I'm going to visit some relatives in Chicago.
Here's your train right here. Let me carry your bags for you.
How do you like that? At home, he won't lift up an ashtray for his mother. Now he wants to carry 11 bags.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye.
Goodbye. Didn't you say you were going to Chicago?
Yes.
Well, that's where I'm going, too.
Oh, if I was near enough, I'd sock him. The big fat head has a ticket to Buffalo in his pocket, and all of a sudden he's going to Chicago. Love marches on. Here it is 6 months later. The same boy and girl ordering dinner in a tea room.
What'll you have, dear?
Oh, nothing. I'm not hungry.
She's not hungry. For 3 days, she's been starving herself just to make an impression on him. But the minute she gets him hooked, she'll eat like there's no tomorrow.
Darling, I wonder if you would...
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Yes?
Darling, would you...
Of course I'll marry you.
Did he ask her to marry him? All he wanted to say was, would you mind passing the mustard?
Oh, darling, I'm so happy I could jump for joy.
Yeah, jump for joy. He'd like to jump off a roof.
Oh, sweetheart, I never dreamed you would propose to me. This is so sudden.
She never dreamed. She was so sure she was going to land the poor fish. For 3 weeks, she's been paying a preacher just to follow them around. Love marches on. 2 years have passed. They're married and are living happily in their little love nest. Let's peek in on them.
Listen, you. I'm going to the club tonight.
Again? Well, you might at least stay home one evening with me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yep, this is what is known as happy married life.
Well, I gotta relax sometimes. What do you think I do at the office all day?
For 6 months, his boss has been asking him the same question.
Well, you might take me out for some fun. I slave and work my fingers to the bone in this kitchen from morning to night.
Poor slave. She plays bridge until 5 o'clock, stops at the delicatessen, goes in the kitchen, grabs a can opener, and his dinner is ready.
Oh, stop beefing, will you?
I'm sorry I ever married you. Look what I gave up. I gave up my family and my friends.
She gave up her family. They threw her out of the house when she was 14. And she didn't give up her friends. They moved them all to Alcatraz.
Well, look what I gave up for you.
Yeah, look what he gave up. Saturday night crap games and afternoons in the pool room.
How can you talk to me like that? Didn't you know?
Why, darling, you mean?
Yes. I've been knitting this tidy garment for our little pet.
Oh, snoogie boogie.
Oh. She's hooked again. Love marches on. Love marches on and meets a lonely boy, a lonely girl, and takes them by the hand and marches on. Together, love marches on, and then he leads them to a rendezvous and says it's up to you and marches on. Then on a certain Sunday morning, he even plays their wedding song. When they go honeymooning, he goes right along. Love marches on until he finds a nest that they request and says, I've done my best, and marches on.
Jimmy, what is this lightning action I hear you talk about? Well, look, Pete. The fastest ball in today's World Series game was Gehrig's timely home run in the third inning. He didn't hesitate a fraction of a second. Met the ball squarely with his bat and practically settled the game for the Yankees. Well, that's lightning action. Fast, effective work. Now, in a car, it's like this. When you drive a car at average cruising speed, 9,000 separate charges of gasoline must explode every single minute.
Is that right?
Yes. And that calls for lightning action gasoline. Or a gasoline that fires instantly, that delivers full power in 1/100th of a second. Today's cars need Fire Chief gasoline. The gasoline that was developed to meet special service requirements in emergency vehicles, ambulances, and fire engines.
So that's why they call it Fire Chief.
That's right. It was made for engines that demand complete lightning action from every drop of gasoline. And if you want to feel the difference in the way you start, the way you pick up speed in emergencies, and the way you take hills, just try a tank full of Fire Chief gasoline. And when you compare the mileage, you'll find, too, that Texaco Fire Chief gives you more for your money. Don't be satisfied with less in your car. Tomorrow, stop at the familiar Texaco pump, anywhere in our 48 states, and fill up with Fire Chief. We're sure you'll like it.
All you folks here in Texaco Park, I want to announce that Jack Renard and his Texaco Orchestra and the Firemen's Glee Club take you on a trip to the accompaniment of...
I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande. I learned to ride for an empty
children, sir. Master Bobby is upstairs with little Deanna. I think they're rehearsing.
Rehearsing?
Yes, sir. You know, since you took him to see Romeo and Juliet, he's been acting all over the place.
He has he? I'll go up there and take a look. Bobby!
Forsooth, what scurvy knave knocketh at yon portal? Begone, varlet, or I would fairly call my own man.
Wait a minute, what's going on here?
Oh, hello, Daddy. Hello, Mayor Cantor.
Hello, Deanna. Bobby, what's this I hear about you rehearsing?
Well, Daddy, you're always talking to Uncle Jimmy about advertising.
Yes?
You see, Bobby got an idea to advertise Texaco. We're going to play Romeo and Juliet.
Yes, I'll be Romeo and Deanna is Julietto. I'm the star and she's the co-star.
Why do you call her the co-star?
Well, I figured a Texaco star to advertise it right.
Do you get it, Mr. Cantor? Texaco star?
I get it, honey. Now, who else is in it?
Well, I got a part for Jack Renard, but I don't know if you'll like it.
Why not? What do you want Renard to play?
The balcony.
The balcony, Bobby. How many times have I told you not to say Renard is fat? I'm ashamed of you.
I'm sorry.
Besides, Renard can't appear in this play. He's helping out in the play of the auditorium. Renard is playing the title role.
What's the name of the play?
Boulder Dam. Oh, there's a lady here. I should say Boulder Dawn.
Oh, that's a pretty bad joke, Mr. Mayor.
What? No, wait a minute. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing because she thinks that's bad. Can you imagine her complaining, Daddy?
Thanks, Bobby.
She only hears you on Sundays. I have to live with you.
That's fine talk for a son. Get back to Romeo and Juliet now. Come on, let's rehearse.
I've got the play here, but Bobby's made a few changes.
Changes? Bobby, are you trying to improve on Shakespeare?
No, but if we did it the way he wrote it, Deanna couldn't be Juliet.
Why not?
Well, look at this line. Juliet says, "My ears have yet not drunk 100 words."
Well?
Deanna's got big ears, but they're certainly not loving cups.
Is that so? Well, my ears aren't half as big as your mouth.
Oh, yeah? Wait till I see you outside.
Wait a minute. Here. Stop the fighting, Bobby. You're supposed to be Romeo, the great lover, and Deanna's Juliet.
I hate him.
Please, children, let's try one of the scenes. Go ahead, Bobby. Start where Romeo is in the orchard.
All right, but I'm still sore.
Oh, sure.
But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is a big dope. Yeah.
Wait a minute, Bobby, wait a minute. Yeah, what is that kind of talk? You mustn't call her name.
What's in a name? A dope by any other name would still be Deanna.
Quiet.
I'm going home.
Wait a minute, dear. Bobby, you apologize to Deanna.
That's not in the play.
I don't care. I'm putting it in the play.
Oh, now you're trying to improve on Shakespeare, huh?
If he won't say he's sorry, I won't be Juliet.
All right, I'm sorry.
That's better. Now let's play the last scene. Romeo thinks Juliet has poisoned herself, and he takes real poison.
Okay, but I've got to have some poison.
All right, use this glass of water.
No, I want some ice cream. Strawberry and chocolate mix. 2 quarts.
Wait a minute, 2 quarts of ice cream?
Sure. Didn't you tell me that too much ice cream is poison for my sister?
That's ridiculous. Look, here, let me show you how to play the scene. I'll show you real acting.
Here's the book, Mayor Cantor.
No, I don't need it. Listen. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. Here's to my love. I drink the poison. O true apothecary, thy drugs are quick. Thus, with a kiss, I die.
Oh, Daddy.
I see, my son. You're touched by the beauty of those lines.
No.
Was it my acting that made you cry?
No, it's not that.
Then why are you crying?
When I started to play Romeo, Deanna made me wear her shoes, and they're killing me.
You did it fine, Mayor. But I don't like sad endings.
No? You don't like sad endings?
I don't either, Daddy. Would this be good? Deanna knows a swell song about sweethearts. Make her sing it.
Gee, that's a good suggestion, Bobby. Where did you learn such grand showmanship?
I learned it from radio's Greatest Showman.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. I listen to Major Bowes every Thursday.
Quiet. Go ahead, Deanna. like that for a 13-year-old fire chief's daughter, huh? All right, now, Romeo, have you got an answer for your Juliet?
You bet I have, Daddy. Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you. Let me hear you whisper that you love me too. Keep the love light glowing in your eyes so true. Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you.
You know, kids, it gives me a real thrill to see you two sweethearts. There's nothing more beautiful than youth and love. Sweet romance makes you feel like you are floating on clouds. And even the most commonplace things assume a rose-colored hue. Young love, beautiful love. I hope you two will always remain sweethearts, because the minute you get married,
Keep the love light glowing in your eyes so true. Let me call you sweetheart.
Hello, Jimmy Washington. Park your carcass. Say, listen.
Yeah.
How do you know where is that Eddie Scanton?
What are you doing here?
I don't know. The mayor sent for me. Says he got to see me. Very unimportant.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, I'm right here. Park your carcass. Tell me, where have you been?
I just come from the gymnasium.
Yep.
You know, I'm in training. I got to make myself strong enough to be the president.
Wait a minute, strong enough to be the president?
Yeah, I read in the paper that the man who's elected president got to carry 36 states.
Yep. Oh, heaven help us all if you're elected president.
What do you worry about? When I'm the president, I'm going to make you vice president.
Oh, because you like me.
No, because that's one way to keep you quiet for 4 years.
Yep. Don't be silly, Park your carcass. We've got a good vice president now, Mr. Garner.
Yeah, but I don't think if he's going to be the vice president long.
Well, why not?
Because everywhere I go, I hear people saying Knox, Knox.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you, it's going to be very hard for anyone to vote for you for president, believe me.
No, it's easy.
Why?
All they got to do is put an X beside my name. That's my slogan.
What's your slogan?
X marks the spot where you park your carcass on the ballot.
Yep. Ballot? What do you think? Ballot? You don't even know what a ballot is.
Who don't? A ballot is what you shoot from a gun.
No. No, that's a bullet.
Don't tell me a bullet is a little bull.
No, a little bull. A little bull. Why don't you listen to what I say?
Oh, no, that's a lot of bull.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm just trying to tell you that bullet and ballot doesn't gel.
Gel? That's what Jack Benny sells.
No, that's Jell-O. Oh.
What's the matter? Something hurts you?
Yep, get out of here. What's the use? A man can't stand here and talk to an idiot all day.
Yes, I can. I ain't got no place to go.
Yep, that's fine talk for a presidential candidate. With your brain, what could you do if you were elected president?
I got an idea to bring back prosperity.
How?
I'm going to change the whole map of the United States.
Change the map? Park your carcass. I'm 100% American, and the old map is good enough for me.
Boy, if I had a map like yours, I'd shoot myself.
Get away from that. You'd shoot yourself. Never mind that. Let me hear your crazy plan.
Well, first places.
Yes?
New York is too far away from California.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put New York where it's California and California where New York is.
Yep. Are you mad? They'll still be the same distance apart.
Sure, but suppose a fella in New York wants to go to California.
Yes.
Just stays home and there he is.
Yeah, wait a minute, wise guy. But suppose a fella lives in California and he wants to stay in California.
That's easy. Then he goes to New York.
No, wait. Think of the railroad fare a man will have to spend in order to stay home.
No, with my ideas, there's going to be no railroad fares.
How's that?
Instead of a man who's going to travel to another state, we're going to bring the state right to him.
Wait, let me get this straight. You mean you're thinking of putting a state on wheels and bringing it to a person?
Why not? They've been doing it for years.
Moving states on wheels?
Sure. Don't you never hear of Wheeling, West Virginia?
That's not bad. Now, what else are you going to do with the map?
Well, with my system, nobody's going to be sick.
Nobody's going to be sick?
No, sir. I'm going to move Chicago ill right over to Baltimore, MD.
Yep. So go ahead. Keep on. Go ahead.
Well, that's not all.
No, what else?
I figured out where the names of the states and cities is too long.
Yep.
We're going to push them all together.
You mean you take states like Delaware and Washington, put them together, and make Dela-Wash?
You got it, boy. I'll show you how we could all make money from that.
How?
Well, you take the first part of Philadelphia.
That's Phil.
Yeah, and Utah.
Utah, that's you.
And Carolina.
That's Cat.
Push them all together. What do you got?
Phil, you Cat.
Right. Now take Texas and Colorado. Push them together.
That's Texaco.
There you are. Fill your car with Texaco. How am I doing?
Well, I still don't see how that silly idea will balance the budget.
Don't worry about the budget. When I'm the president, I take out all the money from the Treasury and I give it to the people to spend.
But it's ridiculous. It'll make a hole in the mint.
Yeah, but that'll be a lifesaver for the country.
Get up.
Ladies and gentlemen, Texaco Town has a celebration tonight. 15 years ago, Mayor Cantor introduced a song which became world famous. Tonight he repeats the number, and any of you who remember it are invited to join in.
There's a fruit store on our street. It's run by a Greek, and he keeps good things to eat, but you should hear him speak. When you ask him anything, never answers no. He just yeses you to death, and as he takes your dough, he tells you yes. We have no bananas. We have no bananas today. We've string beans and onions, cabbages and scallions, and all kinds of fruit, and say, we have an old-fashioned tomato, Long Island potato, but yes, we have no bananas. We have no bananas today. Yes, we have no bananas. We have no bananas today. We've Roosevelt and Landon and Townsend, who's planned on a pension for the old and gray. The winner will be a dark horse if you vote for Park Your Carcass. So, yes, we have no bananas. We have no bananas today. We're glad you came to Texaco Town, and don't forget, during the week, stop in and see the man who makes this program possible. Your neighborhood Texaco dealer. Say I sent you, huh? And remember, I love to spend each Sunday with you as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. Good night.
Eddie Cantor in Texaco Town will come to you again next Sunday evening at the same hour. Included on this program was selection Sweethearts from May Time. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
p.m. BULOVA Boulevard Watch Time. WABC, New York.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Jell-O, everybody.
Yes, it's the Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, transcribed and brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings, yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings, yes, sirree.
And now, Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper, two people who live together and like it. And now, let's look in on the Coopers. It's evening, and we find Liz and George in the living room. George is reading the newspaper, and Liz has just sat down on the arm of his chair with something obviously on her mind.
Hi, George.
Hello, dear.
How are you, George, baby doll?
Fine, Liz. Don't blow in my ear, Liz. That tickles.
Okay, I won't.
Oh, what are you doing? Putting your ear next to mine like that.
You have such a shell-like ear. I thought maybe I could hear the ocean roar.
Look, little girl, take your bucket and shovel and go play somewhere farther down the beach.
George,
Yes.
I want to talk to you about something.
Okay, Pumpkin, what is it?
Well, I was downtown today, and I just happened to go by Kramer's department store. And do you know what they had in their front window?
Tell me, I can't wait.
A spring dress.
What won't they think of next?
Oh, it was the cutest dress I've ever seen, and just exactly what I need to fill out my spring wardrobe.
Oh, that's nice.
I really wanted to buy it, but I thought I ought to tell you about it first and get your reaction. Now, what do you think I ought to do?
I think you ought to go in and put it on and show it to me.
Why, George Cooper.
I'm sorry, honey. I thought you'd already bought it.
Apologize.
Well, after all...
Apologize, or I won't put the dress on and show it to you.
I thought so. That's the way it always happens. How much?
It was only $39.50.
$39.50?
George, you're getting red in the face. Don't bulge your veins at me.
But $39.50 for one little dress.
But, George, now wait till I tell you. I made $20 by buying that dress.
You made $20?
Uh-huh. I bought the dress on sale at Kramer's for $39.50, and the identical same dress is selling at Gordon's for $59.50. So I made $20.
Yes, but you don't have that $20.
I know I don't. I spent it on a hat to go with the dress.
Oh, Liz, for heaven's sakes, $59.50 for one outfit.
But, George, I have to have some new clothes once in a while.
You're going to take that dress back to Kramer's and get your money back.
Oh, George.
I hate to be harsh, Liz, but we've got to stop this spending spree you're on.
Well, couldn't we stop it next time?
No. I've got to teach you a lesson. Now, you don't need that dress at all, so you can just take it back.
But it's such a cute little dress.
Sorry?
It's navy blue with white polka dots.
No, Liz.
It's got a little white collar with a sash in the back.
You're breaking my heart. Crying won't get you anywhere.
Well, it doesn't hurt to try. Okay, George, I know when I'm licked. I'll take the dress back. Oh, pardon me, miss. Could you tell me where the refund department is?
Oh, there goes somebody's commission. Through that door there.
Thank you. Is this the refund department?
Yes. Can't you see the sign on the door? If you're not satisfied with your purchase, your money will be cheerfully refunded.
Cheerfully refunded?
Yes.
Well, look, laughing boy. I'm Mrs. George Cooper, and I'd like to return this...
never mind, I know. Everybody who comes in here wants to return something. They hand me dresses, they hand me shoes, hand me bags, hand me coats.
I hope they hand you a handkerchief once in a while.
All day long I make out return slips. I had to go to the doctor last week. I was seeing charger plates in front of my eyes.
Well, I won't take very long. Just give me my money, please.
Certainly, I'll make out the form. The dress was too large for you, hmm?
No.
Too small?
No, it was just right.
The color didn't match the drapes when you got it home.
No, the color was wonderful.
The style was bad.
No, the style was excellent.
Your cat was allergic to the material.
I don't have a cat.
Mrs. Cooper, let me get this straight. The dress was the right size, the cut was fine, the style was wonderful, the color was out of this world. In other words, the dress was simply dreamy.
Yes, I loved it.
Then what are you doing in here?
I'd like my money, please. Your sign says your money is refunded if you aren't satisfied.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Cooper. I can't give you the money back on that dress.
Why not?
Because you are satisfied. Now be honest with me. Why do you want your money back?
Well, if you must know, my husband didn't like it.
What's the matter? Can't he wear polka dots?
I mean, he didn't like that I bought it. He says we can't afford to spend the money.
Yeah, but that's no reason. Why, Mrs. Cooper, this 14-story mass of steel and concrete was built with money that husbands can't afford to spend.
I'd like my money, please. Look, I've been buying clothes at your store for 10 years, and I'll buy for another 10 years. But right now, I'm in the middle of a temporary clamp down.
Very well, Mrs. Cooper. Here's your money. Oh, no, I forgot. Your money is cheerfully refunded.
Thank you.
Liz, wait a minute.
Well, Iris Atterbury, what are you doing here?
Spending too much money just like you are.
Oh, you're wrong there. Remember that little polka dot dress I bought?
Yeah?
George made me bring it back. From now on, whenever I buy anything, I'm going to put it on the end of a long elastic.
Did you take credit or did they give you your money back?
Oh, I got my money. Let's see. 20, 30, 40, 50. Wait a minute. 59.50. They gave me too much money.
Well, that doesn't sound like Gordon's to me.
Gordon's? Isn't this Kramer's?
It was Gordon's when I came in.
Oh, I brought my dress back to the wrong store. I paid $39.50 for it at Kramer's, and now Gordon's have given me $59.50. Well, there's only one thing to do.
Sure. Run and spend it before they catch you.
No, I'll have to take the money back. It isn't fair to Gordon's. Or is it?
Uh-oh. Liz, I can hear the wheels grinding from here. What are you dreaming up?
Well, look, Iris. I bought the dress at Kramer's, and I paid for it. So they aren't out anything, right?
Right.
And I brought it back to Gordon's, and they'll sell the dress for the same amount they paid me, so they won't be out anything, right?
Right.
And I've got $20 extra.
That doesn't sound right.
Well, it is. I'll see you later.
Well, Liz, wait. Where are you going?
Where else? Back to Kramer's for more dresses.
You never know what Liz Cooper will think of next. But here's something she ought to think of if she wants to make up to George. It's the swellest dessert in many a summer. Jell-O pudding ice cream. You can use any flavor Jell-O pudding. Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, or butterscotch pudding. Combine the pudding with milk and sugar, cook as directed, and chill. Fold in fluffy whipped cream and freeze. Serve with delectable fresh sliced strawberries. You'll find the complete recipe for this new dessert in leading magazines for June. So you'll be sure to try it, 'cause Jell-O puddings are all so velvety smooth they make the richest, creamiest ice cream you ever tasted. And what a grand choice of flavors. Jell-O chocolate pudding, so rich and chocolatey good. Jell-O butterscotch pudding with that buttery brown sugar taste. And mellow Jell-O vanilla pudding, always a top favorite. Better get all three Jell-O puddings tomorrow. That name Jell-O is a registered trademark of General Foods. J-E-L-L-O. And now back to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband. As we return to the Coopers, we find Liz in a little gold mine called Kramer's Department Store, in the hope that she can dig up a few more polka dot dresses for $39.50 and return them to Gordon's Department Store for $59.50. She's just entering the dress department.
Miss, I'd like to buy a dress, please.
Okay, dearie. What did you have in mind?
That navy blue one with the white polka dots.
Okay. What size?
Any size will do. It doesn't matter.
Any size? Well, who's it for?
A friend.
What's the matter? Don't friends come in sizes anymore?
Just give me one of those dresses.
Could she wear a size 20, large?
Yes, that'll be fine.
How about a small size 10?
That'll do just as well.
Boy, I'd like to meet that friend of yours. Say, didn't I sell you one of these dresses yesterday?
Yes, and I'd like another one. In fact, you'd better make it 2.
2? How come you don't want 2 more dresses when you got one just like it?
Do you really want to know how come I 2?
Yeah.
I'm one of the Andrews sisters.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Which are you, Patty, Maxine, or Laverne?
Neither. I'm their brother, Dana.
I believe you.
Now, wait a minute.
Here's your dresses, but understand they're on sale. You can't return them.
Don't worry, I won't return them. Just charge these. Say, how many more dresses like this do you have?
Oh, these are the last, dearie.
Oh, that's too bad. I could have handled 20 or 30 more this afternoon. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, Sadie, do you see that dame that just left? She's nuts.
Iris?
George, what are you doing here at Gordon's? If you're looking for Liz, she's over at Kramer's.
Oh, thanks, but I don't want to see Liz. I'm buying her something for a surprise.
Really? What is it?
Well, I made her take back a dress this morning, and I got to thinking I was a little rough on her. So I thought I'd buy her one just like it and surprise her.
Oh, she told me about it.
Well, I tried to buy the dress Liz wants over at Kramer's, but the sales girl over there told me she sold the last ones they had to the Andrews sisters.
Oh?
Well, look, Iris, I'm on my lunch hour. I've got to run. Where's the dress department?
Well, it's up on the 5th floor.
Oh, thanks. I'll see you later.
I'd like to return these 2 dresses and get a refund.
Say, didn't you ask me that once before today?
Yes.
Well, the answer hasn't changed. You go to the same office and see Mr. Quigley.
Well, that's just it. Isn't there someone else? If Mr. Quigley saw me with these dresses, he'd scream.
Well, the door to the left of Mr. Quigley's is Mr. Brown's, his assistant.
Oh, thank you. I'll go there. Oh, how do you do, Mr. Brown? I'd like to... Oh, dear.
Mr. Brown is out right now. Oh, it's you. What do you want now?
Well, Mr. Quigley, I'd like to get a refund on these. Ah! I told her you would.
2 more, Mrs. Cooper?
Yes.
The same kind?
Yes.
I can't stand it any longer. I should never have taken this job. I was so happy in ladies' lingerie.
I'd like my money, please.
Oh, it was so peaceful there. All you could hear was the rustle of silk, broken now and then by the soft snap of a garter.
If I'm not too monotonous, I'd like my money, please.
Oh, Mrs. Cooper, I'm not one to quibble, but...
Pardon me, Mr. Quigley, but I've been checking on dress number 808.
The very one we have under discussion here.
Well, how many did you buy?
35.
I thought so. Then how is it we now have 36?
Well, goodbye, Mr. Quigley.
Sit down, Mrs. Cooper. Mrs. Cooper, you brought us in a dress this morning. You've got 2 more just like it with you now. Would you mind telling me where you got them?
I made them on an old hand loom.
No, really, do you expect me to believe that you made those 3 dresses?
Would you believe I made 2 of them?
No, Mrs. Cooper. I'm not going to accept those 2 dresses. And what's more, I'm going to give you back the dress you brought in this morning. And Mrs. Cooper...
Yes?
I'd like my money, please.
Pardon me, young lady. Could I see those 3 dresses you have over your arm? They look like they'd be just right for an old lady like me.
I beg your pardon?
But I tried to buy one of those over in the department, but they didn't have my size. Oh, I do love blue and white polka dot dresses, don't you?
Love them? I collect them.
What size are these?
Oh, you probably think I'm the clerk. See, these dresses aren't for what size do you wear?
Well, I'm sort of tiny. I wear a 10.
Well, fortunately, I have a 10.
No.
Yes, and you'd better hurry. This offer is not likely to be repeated.
Oh, well, I'll take it. I needed to go to a dance tonight.
You're going to a dance?
Oh, I'd fool you. You should see me dance with my partner. We get around like a couple of 65-year-olds.
What kind of dances do you do?
We all went to Arthur Murray's and learned the Lindy Crawl.
You mean the Lindy Hop?
Not the way we do it. How much is the dress?
$59.50?
No, I'll take it. Here's the money, and I'll just run along. You see, I'm in a hurry.
All right. See you around the bandstand.
Valkyrini. See you later, sister.
Goodbye. Say, maybe I can get rid of these other 2 dresses, too.
Oh, I think I like these dresses with the blue and white polka dots. How much are they?
$59.50.
Psst. Hey, lady.
Were you addressing me?
Yeah, step in a little closer. You're blocking traffic. Now, don't buy that dress. Step over here. I'm in a position to sell you the very same thing at a sensational reduction in price.
Hi, this is my customer.
Get away, kid. You bother me.
I'm going to see the manager about this.
Is there something wrong with this dress? Who are you?
Oh, you've heard of me. Honest Liz Cooper, the biggest used dress dealer in town.
Is this a used dress?
Oh, no. It was just worn by an elderly couple from Pasadena.
Well,
give me $39.50 and I'm losing money on the deal.
But I can't pass up a bargain like that. Here's the money.
Here's your dress. Sure you couldn't use 2 of them?
Oh, no thanks. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come back tomorrow. I'll give myself a hot foot and have a fire sale.
Young lady, what do you think you're doing?
I'm selling polka dot dresses like hotcakes. Want to buy one?
Young lady, I am the floor walker.
She stole my customer.
I did not. Go ahead, search me.
I have a good mind to take you in to Mr. Quigley.
Oh, no, not that, please.
Well, I'll give you one more chance. Go on, wait on that customer over there.
I can't wait on him. That's George.
What's that?
I said I can't wait till I sell him something, by George.
Go ahead. I'll be watching you.
Oh, here it comes. Maybe this'll hide my face.
Hey, put back that hat. I was just showing it to a lady.
Well, I need it more than you do.
Well, what are you putting it on for? That veil hides your face.
I'm in mourning.
Why? Because your hair's dyed?
Oh, I hope George doesn't recognize my voice. Can I help you, mister?
What?
You want I should show you some merchandise, hey?
Yes. Say, isn't it unusual for a salesgirl to wear a hat with a dark veil?
Oh, that. Yeah, it is unusual, kinda. But I'll let you in on a little secret. See, I'm not a regular salesgirl.
Oh, you're not?
No. I'm an Oriental princess gathering material for a book. It's practically a saga.
Really? Take off your veil and let me see your face.
No, there is a curse on me. You see, if you looked at my face, there would be a death in your family.
No.
Yes.
Well, miss, I'd like to see a dress like the one you have over your arm.
Okay, here.
I wonder if this will fit my wife.
Yeah, it's just her... I can just imagine what a fella like you would marry. I can just see her tall with maybe red hair and a beautiful figure and a gorgeous face.
Brother, have you got a bad imagination?
Oh, yeah? Is that so?
Well, you don't have to get upset about it. What's it to you?
Well, I'm very sensitive about my imagination, that's all. Do you want the dress or don't you, hey?
Well, I guess so. Here's the money, but I wish I could be sure it would fit her.
Well, I'll tell you what. This dress will fit me perfectly. Does she have a figure like mine, maybe?
No. No, she's much dumpier than you are.
Oh, she is. She is?
She wishes she had a figure like yours. And confidentially, so do I.
Well, of all the...
Hey! Why'd you slap me?
That's for your wife, you big masher.
I'll report you to the management.
Go run up a down escalator. Did you like dinner, dear?
Ah, yes, fine.
George, thanks for the dress.
What dress?
The one you're going to surprise me with in a minute.
Oh, you found the box in the closet.
Yes, and I think you were very sweet to buy it for me.
Oh, honey, you should have seen the salesgirl who waited on me. Oh, she was a real creep.
Oh? Tell me all about her, George.
Oh, who cares about her? Honey, I'm glad you like the dress. And I'll tell you what else I'm going to do.
What?
I'm going to buy you a hat to go with it, hey.
What?
You're not a very good salesgirl, Liz.
How do you like that? He knew it all the time, hey.
Yes, Lucille. What's the gag tonight?
Tonight, Robert, we travel deep into mining country. I am a little old miner and a little mining music, maestro. Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling. I ain't done.
months. I ain't done nothing but follow Sam, my faithful mule, around these here mountains. I say for 6 months I ain't done nothing but follow Sam, my faithful mule, around these here mountains.
Hello there.
Turn around, Sam. We're heading that way.
Hey, hold on. I'm not a mule.
Prove it.
I'm a census taker.
Well, you can't take mine. Folks say I ain't got no senses. Oh, Dad, that's a good one, eh?
Hey, who are you?
I'm a desert rat. You didn't always call me a desert rat. I used to live in the city.
What did they call you then?
A city rat.
You live out here all alone?
Yep, just me and my mule.
What do you do?
Oh, we mine a little and play a little canasta.
What kind of a mine do you have?
A pudding mine.
What's a pudding mine?
Do you mean to stand there with a sponsor staring you in the face and ask what a pudding mine is? Egad!
Well, what's in this pudding mine?
I'll give you 3 guesses. 3 of them.
3 guesses?
Yep, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch.
Well, that must be Jell-O chocolate pudding, delicious with deep down chocolatey goodness.
Yep.
Jell-O butterscotch pudding with that buttery brown sugar flavor.
Yep.
Jell-O vanilla pudding, rich and smooth as cream.
Yep, you wrangled my secret from me. Well, so long, Bub.
So long, feller.
So long. Well, wait a minute. Come here. Hey, how we gonna work in about them there Jell-O puddings being nourishing and all that stuff?
You mean all you do is add milk and they only take about 5 minutes to cook?
Yeah, to that there velvety rich perfection.
I don't know.
Neither do I. Guess you'll have to do without it. Good night, Bob.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's transcribed program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll, Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
Say, listen to this.
It's new, it can't be beat. The grandest treat you ever did eat. Post Sugar Crisp. As a cereal, it's dandy. For snacks, it's so handy. Or eat it like candy. As a cereal, it's dandy. Or eat it like candy. Post Sugar Crisp.
Look for the red, white, and blue cellophane bag with the 3 little bears. That's Post Sugar Crisp. Today, enjoy this honey of a new cereal that's fun to eat.
Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband again next week, presented by
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O pudding. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings, yes, sirree.
Bob Lamont speaking.
This is CBS, where you hear My Favorite Husband every Sunday, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
one of my all-time favorite shows, The New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, is up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about an exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective Sherlock Holmes. And so while you're getting comfortable, I'd like to tell you about an old American custom. The custom of serving a glass of sherry wine before dinner. Petri, California sherry. You know, Petri sherry is to a good meal what the overture is to a good musical comedy or an opera. Before you sit down at the dinner table, just pour yourself a little glass of Petri sherry and sip it slowly. Look at that beautiful amber color. Smell the fragrance of those sun-ripened grapes. And taste that fine sherry flavor. You'll agree with me, I'm sure, that Petri sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. And say, if you happen to like your sherry dry, as I do, you'll really like Petri Pale Dry Sherry. Believe me, you can't go wrong with any wine that bears the name Petri, the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's drop in on the good Dr. Watson, who's waiting for us in his California ranch house. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Foreman. Come in and make yourself at home.
Thank you, Doctor. Sitting here with the lights off, I see. Have you been getting yourself in the mood for tonight's Sherlock Holmes story?
No, my boy, I was watching the sunset. It's quite a beautiful tonight.
Aye, Doctor, the sun set over an hour ago.
Yes, I know that, young fellow, my lad. I know that. But at my age, a fellow's entitled to take a little snooze after dinner, isn't he?
Of course he is, Doctor. And now that we've settled that, how about tonight's story?
Well, a very beautiful girl figured prominently in this adventure, Mr. Foreman. Her name was Jasmine Lafleur.
Huh? You say that again, Doctor, please?
I know, my boy, but that was her stage name. When she was a magician's assistant, unfortunately, I never had the opportunity of seeing Jasmine Lafleur in the theater. But I'm told that she was a fascinating figure in tights and spangles. When Holmes and I first met her, however, she was dressed a little more conventionally. And her name was then Diana Vennering. Lady Vennering.
Lady Vennering? Say, those tights and spangles really paid off, didn't they? Well, how did you and Sherlock Holmes come to meet up with her, Doctor?
In rather spectacular style, Mr. Foreman. Miss Lafleur became something of a femme fatale in the early 1900s. First of all, she married Signor Rossoni, the magician for whom she was working. On the wedding night, he was mysteriously stabbed to death. A few months later, Madame Rossoni, very fetching in her widow's weeds, I'm sure, met Sir Wilfrid Vennering. And, after a whirlwind courtship, she married him.
Don't tell me he got murdered, too.
He did, Mr. Foreman. Also on the night of the wedding. But this time the police found a suspect. It was a certain Major Beckworth, cousin of the dead man, and an ardent suitor of the fair Diana. The trial at the Old Bailey was one of the most sensational I ever remember. Sherlock Holmes and I, in court on the closing day as a jury, were still considering their verdict. Holmes, the jury's been out over 8 hours. I bet you they can't agree on a verdict and there'll be a new trial.
I think not, old chap. Look, here they come now. You know, there's a strong moral probability of guilt, but I'm sure they'll agree that there's insufficient evidence to convict.
Oh, perhaps you're right. Just look at Lady Vennering down there ahead of us. What a stunning woman.
Yes, and a woman of great poise and courage.
Here it comes.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict?
We have, my lord.
How say you? Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Exactly. Come on, Watson. Let's get a breath of fresh air.
Well, I was wondering perhaps if we shouldn't go over and congratulate Lady Vennering.
On what? The fact that our husband's murderer has not been found?
Oh, I suppose you're right.
You ever read the book of Tobit, Watson?
Tobit? I don't think so. When was it published?
Oh, a little before our time, old chap. It's an Old Testament story.
Whatever made you think of it at this moment?
Well, it's so remarkably apposite with the case of Lady Fennering. It deals with a highly peculiar series of murders, 7 of them, if I remember correctly.
Who's the murderer?
A jealous demon by the name of Asmodeus, who strangled husbands on their wedding nights.
Well, judging by the verdict just now, Major Beckworth isn't the Asmodeus, or whatever you call him in this case.
Here you are, boy. Here, give me a paper.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Paper!
Well, Holmes, what does it say?
Oh, all right. Here we are. Listen to this. Lady Vennering, widow of the murdered man, says that she will marry the suspect. Lady Vennering told newspaper reporters this afternoon that if Major Beckworth is acquitted, she will marry him before the year is out.
Oh, on my soul, Holmes, there's a positive sparkle in your eye as you read about her.
I must admit the lady fascinates me, old chap. I hope before she becomes involved in any further tragedies that we may have the opportunity of meeting her, and something tells me that we will.
The Sunday papers are certainly having a field day over the Vennering case, Holmes. Did you read them?
No, I didn't, Watson.
There's a complete life history of Lady Vennering, and one of them with photographs. It's rather interesting.
Really?
What are you doing over there, Holmes?
Looking out of the window. Ah, yes.
You expecting anybody home?
No, come over here, old fellow.
Oh, it's a clergyman.
Yes, a very agitated one. Look at the way he's pacing up and down, and looking up at our window, too.
By Jove. What eyes?
Yes, there's a fanatical look about him, which suggests either the martyr at the stake or the inquisitor lighting the faggots.
Mrs. Hudson's letting him in now. Well, I'll be interested to know what he's come to us about. I can hear footsteps on the stairs here. I'll go and have a look. How do you do, sir? Come along in, won't you? It's all right, thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I am, sir, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
My name is Whalen, the Reverend Arthur Whalen.
How do you do,
How
sir?
do you do, sir?
Sit down, would you, and tell me what I can do for you.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, this is a very difficult subject to broach. In fact, it's only after intense personal conflict that I've been able to force myself to come to. May I ask you, are you familiar with the Book of Tobit?
Book of Tobit? Gracious me. You were talking about that yesterday, Holmes.
I see that you've come to consult me about the Vennering case.
But that's amazing. How did you know? Has Lady Vennering been in touch with you?
No, sir, but I'm familiar with the Book of Tobit. Lady Vennering's case closely resembles that of the woman Sarah in the Old Testament story.
More closely than you realize, Mr. Holmes. Did you know that before each one of Lady Vennering's husbands was killed, they received a threatening note?
Yes, I recall that from the trial.
Signed in some sort of gibberish, weren't there?
No, Doctor. Yesterday I was permitted for the first time to examine one of these notes. The apparent gibberish was in reality ancient Hebrew writing.
Indeed. Were you able to translate it?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. In effect, it said, if you go through with this marriage, your hours are numbered. And it was signed Asmodeus.
Oh. The name of the jealous demon who strangled husbands in the Book of Tobit.
Exactly.
Just why have you come to me, sir?
I want you to talk to Diana, to Lady Vennering, to tell her she must not go through with this new marriage. Mother is stalking her, Mr. Holmes. I have argued with her, prayed with her, implored her to realize her danger. But she is adamant.
I'm afraid I should feel extremely presumptuous in giving her my advice.
No, Mr. Holmes. I have prepared the way for you. You could, I'm sure, make her realize her danger.
And she's willing to see me, you say?
Willing and anxious.
Oh, very well. But I'd like to ask you a few questions first.
Anything, Mr. Holmes.
What is your interest in her?
She's a member of my flock. She needs my guidance.
Nothing further?
No, Mr. Holmes.
Well, I believe that you performed the marriage ceremony at both of her previous weddings.
Yes.
Are you proposing to officiate the ceremony if she marries Major Beckworth?
Well, I don't know. I'm hoping that marriage will never take place. And so I want you to help me, Mr. Holmes.
Where does the lady live?
47, Berkeley Square.
Very well. Dr. Watson and I will call on her this afternoon.
Delighted to.
I doubt if I can be there myself. In fact, Diana might speak more freely if I'm not. But here's my card.
Oh, thank you.
You'll know where to get in touch with me if you want to.
Very well, sir.
Good day to you, gentlemen. And I'm greatly in your debt.
Good day. Strange business, Holmes. I can't believe that Mr. Whalen's motives are entirely impersonal.
Nor can I, old chap.
What are you laughing about?
I was thinking of the book of Tobit, Watson. In that, the role of protector, the role I have just been asked to take, was played by the Archangel Raphael. I can't help feeling, Watson, that I'm making distinct strides in my profession.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm so glad to meet you.
How do you do, Lady Vennering? May I introduce my old friend, Dr. Watson?
How are you, Dr. Watson?
I'm awfully glad to meet you, Lady Vennering.
Let's sit down, shall we? You're just in time for tea.
Thank you. You know why we're here, of course.
Oh, naturally. Mr. Whalen came round here as soon as he'd left you. You're to persuade me to look after my mortal affairs, while he takes care of my immortal ones. Isn't that it?
Well, that's charmingly put, Lady Vennering. Charming.
May I say, Mr. Holmes, that I'm flattered that a man of your eminence should be sufficiently interested to bother about me.
You underestimate your own importance, Lady Vennering. Though I may mention that if your problem had been as simple as Mr. Whalen made it out to be, I might have been otherwise engaged.
You're being very frank and a little mysterious. Are you suggesting that Mr. Whalen didn't tell you everything?
I am. And I hope you will be more candid with me.
Sherlock Holmes, I like you. You're most refreshing. Milk and sugar in your tea?
Just milk, thank you.
Here you are. How about you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, just the same way, please. Hey, thank you, my dear.
And now, Mr. Holmes, perhaps you'll tell me why you think that you haven't been told everything.
Before I answer that, Lady Vennering, I wonder if I might ask you some questions.
But of course. Anything.
When your first husband, Rossoni, was killed, did the police find any suspects?
Yes, one. Ferdinand Gautier, a young man who had been an assistant in our Magician's Act. A stupid, good-looking boy who thought he was in love with me. But of course Inspector Lestrade had to release him. There was no evidence.
Inspector Lestrade? Well, you can bet that if he arrested him, the boy was innocent.
A warning note was found among your husband's effects, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was signed in Hebrew with the name Asmodeus. But perhaps you're not familiar with the Book of Tobit.
Oh, yes, sir, I am. I'm familiar with it, Lady Vennering. How did you know then that the Hebrew letters signified that name?
Mr. Whalen translated them for me.
Oh, I see.
And also read me the Book of Tobit. He's always been particularly fond of that book. Perhaps because it illustrates his own ideas on the dangers of marriage.
But Holmes told us that he hadn't seen one of the warning notes until yesterday.
Precisely. Lady Vennering, I read in the papers that you intend to marry Major Beckwith, the man who has just been tried for your late husband's murder.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
When are you going to marry him, may I ask?
When it pleases me.
Doesn't it occur to you that a great deal of comment will be caused? Also that Major Beckwith's life is in obvious danger?
Of course it occurs to me, my dear man. But because of two tragic marriages, am I to spend the rest of my life alone? As Mr. Whalen would have me do? I'm young, alive. Peter, what are you doing here?
I just arrived back in England today, Diana. What's this I read about you marrying Beckwith?
Peter, I have guests. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. This is Philip McComas, one of our most promising young painters.
Diana, tell me it isn't true. When I left England, you loved me, and I you. I come back, and what do I find? You're planning to marry Beckwith. Well, I won't stand for it. If you think you can throw me over like some silly boy, you're very much mistaken. I can tell things, you know. I can tell lots of things.
Get out of here, Peter. Get out.
Diana.
And don't come back until you've learned manners and discretion.
But Diana.
Get out. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Were there any more questions you wanted to ask me, Mr. Holmes?
One, Lady Vennering. Where is your fiancé, Major Beckwith?
He's upstairs. I'm letting him stay here until the scandal of the trial has died down.
I must see him at once.
At once? Why, Holmes? He's in no danger until the marriage takes place?
The marriage has taken place, Watson, unless I'm very much mistaken.
What makes you think so, Mr. Holmes?
You're much too discreet and intelligent, Lady Vennering, to let him stay here in your house unless you were already married.
We were married this morning. But we planned to keep the fact a secret for a few months until the scandal had died down.
May I talk to him, please?
Of course. I'll ring for the butler and ask him to come down.
May I ask, madam, who married you?
The Reverend Arthur Whalen, of course.
Oh, and all the time he talked to us today, he knew perfectly well this marriage had taken place. He must have just come from it. I don't trust that man, Holmes.
Oh, there you are, Hudson. I just rang for you. Will you ask Major Beckwith?
Excuse me, lady. I was just on my way to telephone the police.
The police? What do you mean?
It's Major Beckwith, milady. He's been stabbed to death in his bath.
Mr. Beckwith murdered, too.
Hudson, I'll telephone the police. By now, I'm rather well acquainted with Inspector Lestrade. Excuse me, gentlemen.
What a dreadful business, Holmes. Your third husband murdered on his wedding day.
But what a woman, Watson. She's superb, magnificent.
What on earth do you mean, Holmes?
What courage. What unconquerable spirit in the face of a fresh tragedy. Watson, she fascinates me. I haven't seen such a splendid female since we solved that case for the Bohemia.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds. Time enough to remind you that the easiest way to make good food taste better is to serve that good food with a swell Petri wine. And there are two Petri wines in particular just made to go with food. Petri California Sauterne, a delicate white wine with a subtle flavor that's perfect with chicken and fish. And Petri California Burgundy, a hearty, rich red wine that's out of this world with any meat or meat dish. So if you want to know just how good a cook you are, serve your good food with Petri wine made to go with it. A Petri Burgundy or a Petri Sauterne. Two swell Petri mealtime wines. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The famous detective and his old friend Dr. Watson have become involved in the affairs of thrice-married Diana, one-time magician's assistant. Each of her husbands has been mysteriously murdered on his wedding day, the latest murder occurring the same day that Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are brought into the case. As we rejoin our story, it's a month later, and for some obscure reason, Sherlock Holmes seems to have lost interest in the case, though not in the beautiful Diana.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Lestrade?
It's over a month now since Major Beckwith was murdered, and we haven't found a single clue.
Do you expect me to supply the deficiencies of Scotland Yard?
Well, it's unlike you not to help us, Mr. Holmes. And after all, you and Dr. Watson were in the house when it happened. If you ask me, the murderer's either McComas, that Irish painter, or the clergyman Whalen. What do you think, sir?
As far as I'm concerned, the case is closed, Lestrade, and I wish you'd stop bothering me. What do you think I am? Nothing but a detecting machine?
Mr. Holmes, whatever's come over you?
Holmes, you're not going out again this evening, are you?
I'm afraid so, old chap.
Well, this will be the fourth night in a row. I was hoping that we might have a nice, quiet evening in front of the fire.
Oh, I'm sorry, Watson, but I promised to take Diana to the horse show at Olympia. I should be home by midnight.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Whalen?
You're seeing altogether too much of Diana. She seems to be completely under your spell.
But you introduced me to her in the first place, with the request that I keep an eye on her.
I made a great mistake. As her spiritual protector, I'm afraid I must ask you to stop seeing her.
I'm afraid I must ask you, sir, to mind your own business.
I say, Holmes, have you seen in the paper that violinist, this Iway, is playing at the Albert Hall tonight?
No, I haven't looked at the paper today.
Oh, I thought perhaps that we might go along and see
I'm
together.
afraid I can't, old chap. No, I'm taking Diana to the French Maid at Delius Theatre. I hear it's a charming musical comedy.
Look here, Holmes. We've been friends for a good many years now.
Very true, old fellow.
And I think I'm entitled to speak to you straight from the shoulder.
Of course you are, Watson.
Very well, then. This Diana Beckwith.
Oh.
Yes, it's your own business, I suppose, but I can't bear to see her making such a fool of you. You've neglected your work entirely since you met her. You get about as though you're a young fellow of 20. What's come over you, Holmes?
Stop pacing about, old chap, will you, and sit down. In fact, it might be a good idea if you fortified yourself with a nip of brandy from the Cantor there. What I'm about to tell you may be something of a shock. Watson, Diana and I are getting married tomorrow.
What did you say, Holmes?
I'm getting married tomorrow.
But, you're insane.
Oh, that's not very flattering, Watson. Anyway, I don't see why you should be so surprised. You yourself married and left Baker Street once, didn't you?
For you, Holmes, a confirmed woman hater.
No, my dear Watson. No, indeed, no. You will remember in our adventure that you titled A Scandal in Bohemia, I met a lady that I have often referred to as the woman.
You mean Irene Adler, but she was a criminal.
Exactly, and yet Diana has the same magnificent characteristics. Keen intelligence, courage, an unconquerable spirit.
But, Holmes, 3 of her husbands murdered on their wedding nights. You're proposing to be the 4th.
Oh, rubbish, my dear fellow. Because tragedy has attended her previous marriages, is she to go through life alone?
Holmes, you really mean it, don't you?
Of course I do.
I think I will have a nip of brandy.
Oh, don't take it so badly, old fellow. We'll continue to see a lot of each other. Diana's very fond of you, you know.
Oh, well, I'm glad. Who's going to perform the ceremony? Not the Reverend Mr. Whalen?
Oh, no. We decided, in view of Diana's previous marriages, that he might prove to be a trifle, unlucky. A clergyman named Vernet will officiate. Whalen, of course, insists on being present just the same.
What time is the wedding tomorrow?
2 o'clock, old fellow. Oh, I should have mentioned this before. I hope your cutaway coat and top hat are in a good state of preservation. You'll be a pretty prominent figure at the ceremony, you know.
You mean that...
Well, I mean that if Sherlock Holmes gets married, who else could be his best man but his old friend, Dr. Watson? It's elementary, my dear fellow, elementary.
I now pronounce you man and wife, and those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
Diana, I'm going to claim the privilege of the best man and give you a kiss.
Of course you shall, Doctor.
Joe, Holmes, you're devilish lucky fellow.
Of course I am, old chap.
Sherlock, I'm going upstairs to change my dress now.
Very well, Diana. I'll be up shortly.
I'll see you later, Dr. Watson.
Very well, Mrs. Holmes. Holmes, I never thought I'd live to say that.
Watson, old fellow, I'm worried.
Worried today? Oh, my dear fellow, what's the matter?
Well, just before the ceremony, I received one of those warning notes signed by Asmodeus.
Oh, you better be careful, Holmes.
I think I'll slip out and have a pipe or two on the matter. Yes. Look after my guests for me, will you? And keep your eyes open. And your ears.
Yes, I will indeed. There you are, Mr. Whalen. Would you care for a glass of champagne or a punch or something or other?
Thank you, no, Doctor. I'm in no mood for celebration. I'm certain that Diana has made a shocking mistake.
Well, rather, sir. I don't think...
I only came here in a last-minute attempt to dissuade her. Now that I've failed, I shall leave. Good day, sir.
Bless you as well.
Dr. Watson?
Oh, hello, McComas.
Where's Mr. Holmes?
We'll be back in a few minutes. Would you care for a glass of champagne, sir?
Well, thank you. I should like to drink a toast to the pair. I've been in love with Diana for years, you know, but she wouldn't marry me, and well, I suppose I might as well make the best of it. I must say your friend Sherlock Holmes seems like a splendid fellow.
He is indeed, McComas. In fact, I may say... Excuse me, sir. All right, Holmes, I'm coming.
Up here.
What on earth's the matter, Holmes?
Follow me, lock the door behind you. Allow me to introduce you to the demon Asmodeus, Watson. Unfortunately, at the moment, she's in a faint.
Good Lord.
It's Diana. Exactly. Always an impetuous woman, she made the mistake of trying to stab me with that knife. So I bent over to strap up a suitcase. She didn't allow for the wall mirror in which I was watching her.
You mean you suspected her all along?
Of course I did, old fellow. The problem was to find the proof. I first suspected her when I knew that she had been a magician's assistant. The key to the profession of magic is misdirection, and these murders have been a perfect example of misdirection motive.
How do you mean, Holmes?
Well, by creating Asmodeus, thanks to the well-meaning stories of the Reverend Mr. Whalen, whose theological libraries she must have copied the Hebrew signature, she focused the murders on jealousy, concealing the fact that the one person with a perfect motive was herself, the widow who was to inherit.
Oh, why hasn't she been caught before?
Because she was devilishly clever. She left no clues except an indirect one that I had once spotted, that the likeliest person to be able to approach a bridegroom unsuspected and stab him is his bride. And now I wish you'd see if you can revive her, old fellow. When the police get here, I should like Mrs. Holmes to be in full possession of all her faculties.
Well, Holmes, I must say I never expected to be driving back with you to Baker Street on your wedding day. I can't tell you how happy I feel.
Dear old Watson, you really thought that I deserted you, didn't you?
Oh, naturally. I wish you'd told me the truth.
Well, I couldn't tell anyone, not even you. If the faintest shadow of suspicion had entered her mind, I'd never have caught her.
Well, it seems to me you paid a high price, Holmes. You told me you made a will in her favor. Supposing something happened to you before her trial. She'd get the money, you know.
Oh, the will? Oh, no, that was worthless. I tell Diana that it was a holographic will and perfectly valid.
Well, what on earth is a holographic will?
A will drawn up in one's own handwriting on a piece of perfectly plain paper. Such a document is quite legal, but I drew mine up on a paper with a letterhead. That made it invalid.
Oh, I see, but the fact remains that you are married, Holmes.
I really fooled you completely, didn't I, Watson? Didn't the name of the clergyman who married us suggest anything to you?
The Reverend Vernet? No, and why not should it?
Well, Vernet was a French painter of some note. He also happens to have been a great uncle of mine and Mycroft's.
You mean that your brother Mycroft was a clergyman?
I mean that Mycroft was disguised as a clergyman. And a very convincing job he did, too. A more satisfactory clergyman than the Reverend Mr. Whalen, no doubt, whose possible complicity may compel him to answer some very awkward questions.
Then you're not married. Well, upon my soul, Holmes, I don't know what to say.
Then I suggest that you say nothing, my dear chap. Let's just sit back quietly, as two good friends can, and brood about the mutability of human affairs.
Well, Doctor, tonight's adventure was really a little extraordinary, to say the least. Holmes sure had a narrow escape.
Doubly narrow, Mr. Foreman, doubly narrow. He not only escaped the jaws of death, but he also escaped the clutches of matrimony. Actually, the story had a happy ending for everybody but Lady Vennering. Jasmine Lafleur.
What about that artist fellow, McComas? How did he take it?
Oh, very well indeed. In fact, in gratitude, he even painted Holmes's portrait. Not exactly a good likeness, though. One of those modern artists who paints his impressions of a person rather than a portrait.
What do you mean?
Well, now, let me see. If he were to paint his impression of you, you'd probably end up by looking like a bottle of Petri wine in a sports jacket.
Go ahead, Doctor. You can tease me all you want, but I'll still rave about Petri wine. And why not? The facts bear me out that Petri wine most certainly is good wine. After all, the Petri family knows all there is to know about the art of turning plump, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. That's because they've been making wine for generations, ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, the family has been able to hand down from father to son, all their skill and knowledge and experience. And believe me, that adds up to plenty. So no matter what type of wine you prefer, one to serve with meals or a wine for any special occasion, choose one of the fine Petri wines. You can't miss, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what story do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now, let me see, Mr. Foreman. I'm going to tell you about a strange adventure that began by my taking a wild cab ride through the moonlit streets of London and ended Holmes and me being trapped in a luxuriously furnished cellar below a furniture warehouse down by the waterfront.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Shoscombe Old Place. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Fibber, Magee, and Molly Show. Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly transcribed. The show was written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. join Fibber and Molly in just a moment. If you want your child to have the best education you can give him, won't you get a pencil and paper to take down the address I'm going to give you at the end of this message? Unless we start preparing now, in a few years, our public schools will be as behind the times as the Little Red Schoolhouse. Because of the high increase in our birth rate during and after the last war, it's estimated that by 1960 there'll be some 10 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. In fact, this fall sees the highest school enrollment in our country's history, 1,856,600 more students than last year. More equipment will be needed, textbooks, playgrounds, and above all, more elementary school teachers. To help assure your children a proper education, join and work with local groups and school boards. And for free information about how citizens in other communities are improving their schools, write to this address, National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York, 36, New York. Mr. Magee has gone bowling tonight. Mrs. Magee has just brought the parakeet into the living room and is covering his cage for the night.
Good night, baby. Go to sleep. Cute.
Suddenly, the front door bursts open and a man dashes in. He says,
Hey, Molly, it's me. I came home.
Why, McGee, it's only 8 o'clock. You haven't bowled more than a few
Are
minutes.
you okay, Molly? You all right? You okay?
Me? Sure, I'm fine. I was just putting the bird to bed here. Say, what is this? You and Mort Toops have another argument?
No, this is an emergency, kiddo. Is the back door locked?
Well, I really don't know. It's so early, I haven't...
Here, look at the paper. Look at that. Read that. Read that.
Let me see. Mrs. Eisenhower tries new hat. Oh, isn't she cute, McGee?
No.
Why, she is, too. Everybody says she's cute.
Yeah, she's cute, but that's not the item I mean, Molly. Read the one about the prowler.
Prowler?
Right here. Says prowler robs West Side homes. Citizens lose valuables to phantom burglar.
Heavenly days. Well, I hope they catch him.
Now you see why I called off the bowling and hurried home? If there's a burglar loose in this neighborhood, my place is here with you.
Oh, that's a sweet thought, dearie.
You betcha. Don't catch me walking home from that bowling alley at midnight with a prowler around. Kramer tells me the guy broke into his bedroom last night and stole his elk's tooth, the one with the diamond in it, while he was in the front room listening to Dragnet.
My goodness.
From now on, we're going to make sure our valuables are well locked up.
Well, I don't like to sound snide, sweetheart, but what valuables?
What you mean, what valuables? There's your... And then there's the... And how about that diamond engagement ring I gave you the time I asked you to make me the happiest man in the world? And your father had it appraised, and I told him I'd give you a real one as soon as I had the money. And I will, too. That ring's got a lot of sentimental value, you know.
Yes, and I love it. You know that. But somehow this phantom burglar doesn't sound like the sentimental type to me. I think he just does it for money.
We got stuff worth money. My gosh, how about this wristwatch you gave me for our 10th anniversary? I know this watch is valuable because you always got more money to buy me things than I got to buy you things with.
Well, I wouldn't want to see anything happen to that watch.
Darn right.
Although that phantom burglar would probably feel a little silly wearing a watch that said happy anniversary to lover from Tootsie.
Oh, we're taking no chances till they catch this guy. And don't you be answering the door at night either. Let me do that.
There's your chance.
Wonder who that is. Can you see? It might be him.
I don't think a burglar would ring the bell.
Don't answer it. Where's my shotgun? Wait till I get my shotgun.
Oh, McGee, burglars don't.
Where's my shotgun?
Your shotgun's over at my house, Noisy. Hi, Molly.
How did it get there, Fatso?
Hi, Doctor.
You left it there when we went duck hunting, Blabbermouth.
Well, why didn't you bring it back, Lardhead?
I didn't know you wanted it, stupid.
Oh. Hi, Doc.
Hi.
Sit down, Doctor. Himself here's a little jumpy tonight. Pardon his impoliteness.
I didn't notice any difference in him, my dear. Seemed to me to be his usual boorish, uncouth self.
Thank you, Doctor.
It's all right.
We just read about a burglar in the neighborhood, and it's got us both a little uneasy. Not that we have much to steal.
Oh, that's what I stopped by to tell you about. He got me last night.
Yeah?
Broke in my kitchen window and took my most valuable possession. The only thing I really prize.
No kidding. Stole your refrigerator, eh, Fatso?
No, my good sterling silver. Tea service and everything.
Oh, no.
Oh, he must have moved like a cat. I was sitting right in the front room listening to the radio.
Dragnet?
No, Dr. Christian.
Oh.
They performed an appendectomy last night without anesthesia. Gosh, it was thrilling.
Must have been if you were so engrossed you didn't hear the burglar, Doctor.
Well, I did hear a knife fall during the program, but I just thought Dr. Christian had dropped his scalpel. Ha! Lock up good till they catch that crook, kids. I'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye,
So long,
Doctor. You know, I am a little nervous, McGee. If that burglar's operating this close to our house, why...
Don't you worry about a thing, baby. I just got a terrific idea.
Oh, no, I am worried.
You go to sleep, Buster. I'm going to rig up a trap for that prowler, Molly, right here in our living room.
A trap? Oh, now, McGee.
You can help me. Get me a lot of string, some thumbtacks, my portable record player, a bottle of root beer, and 3 peanut butter sandwiches.
Sandwiches?
Yep, this may take a while, Tootsie, and working makes me hungry. Now, let's get busy.
Back to Wistful Vista in a minute. How long is 20 seconds? Certainly not long. Just long enough to take a drink of water, perhaps, or a half dozen deep breaths, or for a telephone to ring 6 times. No, 20 seconds isn't much. And yet every 20 seconds throughout the year, a fire breaks out in the United States. 4,600 fires every day that chalk up a grim total of $700 million worth of property destroyed. 11,000 people killed every year, with thousands more disfigured for life or severely burned. It's a shocking figure. And it becomes even more shocking with the realization that 90% of the fires in the home are started through carelessness. Do you smoke in bed or discard lighted cigarettes carelessly? Do you allow old newspapers and magazines and other inflammable objects to accumulate in your home, your attic, or garage? Do you allow defective electrical equipment and frayed wiring to go unrepaired? Do you use cleaning fluids that are inflammable? If you are guilty of such acts, you unfortunately may not live to regret them. Don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you.
Yes, sir. I got this baby just about rigged up.
McGee, check the windows again and come on up to bed. It's late.
I'm just getting finished, Molly. Come on down and take a look at my prowler trap, kiddo.
I'm sleepy.
Come on, I want to show you why if that guy sneaks into our house tonight, he'll wish he'd stayed in bed.
I already wish I had. Heavenly days, what kind of a setup is that? Strings all over the living room, the record player in the middle of the...
Rube Goldberg himself couldn't have thought up this one.
Not and kept his self-respect, he couldn't. Explain it.
Gladly. You will note, my dear, that I have the record player on the coffee table in the center of the room.
Mm-hmm.
And I have the player plugged in and a record placed thereon.
Thereon.
You will also note that I have strings tied to the player switch and stretched across the room in every direction.
It looks like a king-size spider web. Wait a minute, what's your wristwatch doing there on the coffee table?
Bait, kiddo. Bait.
What?
Look, the phantom burglar sneaks up and peeks in the window, see? And right away he spots the radium dial on my watch, shining in the dark like easy money.
Oh.
He jimmies a window, crawls through, reaches for the watch, and bumps into one of these strings with the following result. Now watch. I bump this string. Ah, boy, oh, boy. I could get a patent on this thing, Molly. When that burglar walks into this bunch of strings...
McGee, for goodness sakes, the neighbors will be calling the police to come lock you up.
Who's that?
Probably some music lover. Answer it.
Hello, Mr. McGee speaking. Oh, hello, Heck. Hector Howell next door.
Oh, dear.
Oh, yeah? Well, certainly I know it's 1 o'clock. Well, you do the same, you big... What? If you'd go to sleep, you wouldn't hear it. And you go to sleep, Buster. Come on, Molly, I'll set this needle again and let's go up to bed.
McGee, are you asleep, sweetheart?
What? What say, Molly?
I said, are you asleep?
Yeah. No, of course I'm not asleep. How can I be asleep when you keep waking me up to ask me? You still hearing them strange noises?
This time I'm sure.
Molly, I keep telling you my burglar alarm is foolproof. If anybody walks in this house...
I'm sure I heard footsteps downstairs.
I'll go see. I'll go to the top of the stairs and listen. I don't hear anything. Hey, anybody down there? See, Molly, nobody answers.
Let's check the downstairs windows again. Anyhow, I'll go with you, dearie. If we can just turn on the lights and look around once more, I promise you I'll go to sleep.
Well, I hope so. My gosh, I was up half the night fixing my burglar trap. And if you keep me up the rest of the night, where's that light switch? Where is it? I don't want to bump onto them strings again. Whoops.
Oh, you know this is just real ridiculous, Magee.
Well, it works, don't it?
Yes, if there's a prowler within a mile, he's running for his life by now.
Come on, Molly, let's go back to bed. Hi, kiddo. How'd you sleep?
Very briefly. I didn't know how it got to be 8 o'clock so fast.
Well, it's too bad that burglar didn't sneak in here last night and set off my burglar trap. I'd have just loved to have turned him over to the cops. It's just cold, isn't it?
Feels like a draft coming up the stairs, doesn't it? Hand me my robe.
There you are.
Thank you.
I'll go downstairs and unhook the record player and move the coffee table so you can get through to the kitchen, Molly. I'll hook up my burglar alarm again tonight. Hey, the front door is standing open.
What?
Burglar must have jimmied it open. Took a look at my burglar trap and scrammed because...
What is it?
My watch. It's gone. Stolen.
Oh, no. With that noisy record player hooked up? How could he possibly...
The record player's gone, too.
What? You mean he stole that beautiful record player right off of the coffee table? Where's my coffee table? Magee, call the police.
Fibber and Molly will be right back. Most of us realize that the path of life we follow is not all a bed of roses. But we can all be thankful that our lot is not as rough as that of NBC's newest Tuesday night star, Rocky Fortune. Every time Rocky Fortune reports for a new job, he finds himself in trouble. Trouble, we might add, that brings amusing and entertaining listening for you when you tune to this bright new adventure series. Direct from his hit in From Here to Eternity comes Frank Sinatra to add life and vitality to his role of Rocky Fortune. Listen and you'll agree that Frank Sinatra scores again with a fine dramatic portrayal when he stars as Rocky Fortune every Tuesday evening over most NBC stations. Also on Tuesday night, stay in the mystery vein with Dragnet, the true stories of your police force in action. From crime to punishment, Dragnet takes you on the side of the law through an official police case from the files of the Los Angeles Police Department. Here, Dragnet, starring Jack Webb as Sergeant Joe Friday, Tuesday evening on the NBC Radio Network.
Hey, Molly, you know whose anniversary this is today?
I just read about it. Radio station KDKA in Pittsburgh. It's 33 years old today.
Think of that. They've been in radio even longer than we have.
A little.
Imagine that. Since 1920, KDKA has consistently brought its listeners the finest public service programs and the best in entertainment.
Yes. Congratulations, KDKA. And may you and the people of Pittsburgh have many more happy years together.
Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC has brought you the Fibber, Magee, and Molly program, transcribed with Arthur Q. Bryan as Dr. Gent. This is John Wald, inviting you to be with us again tomorrow night for another visit with Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Laugh tonight with Can You Top This on the NBC Radio Network.
Enter the world of detective noir with Philip Marlowe, up next.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This started with a man on trial for his life and an A1 citizen eager to testify. But there it was interrupted. And it wasn't until I found a corpse in a bubbling bath, gunplay in the woods, and lots of blackmail that the real eager witness had a chance to talk.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Eager Witness.
Superior Court of the State of California and for the County of Los Angeles now in session. The Honorable Albert Winston, Judge presiding. Everybody rise.
It was the case of the people versus the oft-arrested, never convicted, smooth Earl Jernigan, sometimes bookie, charged in the first degree with a month-old killing of a kindly, gray-haired horse trainer named Kurt Harper, who had once almost been my client. It was the afternoon of the fourth day of the trial, and the prosecutor for the state had already built an almost airtight case against the alleged gambler when my turn finally came.
To further substantiate the state's claim that Earl Jernigan did willfully and with malice aforethought take the life of the deceased Kurt Harper. Will Mr. Philip Marlowe take the stand?
Raise your right hand. Promise to tell truth, the whole truth, nothing but true, self regard.
I do?
State your name and occupation.
Philip Marlowe, private detective.
Next stand.
Mr. Marlowe, on the morning of the 30th day of July last, the day on which the late Kurt Harper was murdered, were you hired as a private detective by the said Mr. Harper?
I was?
And at that time, Mr. Marlowe, did Mr. Harper state his reason for hiring you?
He did. He wanted me to act as his personal bodyguard on the following day when he planned to drive to San Francisco.
Did he say why he needed a personal bodyguard?
He did. He told me he was afraid for his life, that he refused the gambler's demand that he drug a certain racehorse a week earlier, that gambler had threatened to kill him.
I see. Now, Mr. Marlowe, did Mr. Harper name that gambler?
Yes, he did.
Who was it?
Earl Jernigan.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Counsel for the defense.
Counsel for the defense waives cross-examination, Your Honor.
The witness is excused.
Didn't make sense. No cross-examination. Because from the opening adjective, the counsel for the defense, a dapper item named Calder, who always appeared in French cuffs, gray gabardine, and a cocky, uninviting smile, had raved, ranted, and practically spit at each witness the state had presented. So the courtroom was left with a tingling impression that Earl Jernigan's attorney had something of a surprise waiting up his legal sleeve. Later, when Calder was on his feet and addressing the jury, that something started out fast.
Now that the state has taken the trouble to offer so much circumstantial evidence, so much hearsay, rumor, conjecture, now will I smash all of that with the testimony of one man. One man known to all of you as an outstanding citizen of this city. A prominent real estate broker. An unimpeachable witness eager to testify. Mr. Leonard Gaines.
It worked. Landed in each and every lap like a live grenade and exploded all the way around at once. And when the eminent Mr. Gaines, gray at the temples, maybe 45, a neat and expensive midnight blue flannel with giant stick pin to match, took the stand. And in his own meeting of the board tone of voice told the court that Earl Jernigan had spent the entire day and night of July 30th last with him at his Malibu Beach home. The prosecuting attorney's jaw dropped to his chest and he stared dumb.
Day or night did Mr. Jernigan ever leave my home? And as for the hour of the murder, 8 o'clock in the evening, we were having dinner. After that, we played gin rummy until midnight.
Are you sure of that, Mr. Gaines? The hour of your dinner, I mean.
I am positive, Mr. Calder.
No, you can't. You're lying.
Order! Miss Harper! Order in the court, please.
No, I won't be quiet. I won't get
Miss Harper! Quiet! Order! Order! This court is adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Another scotch and soda, mister?
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, wait a minute, baby. I think I'm going to have company.
Mr. Marlowe, can I talk to you for a minute? I'm
Gail Harper, yeah, I know. What I don't know is why you're not doing 30 days on a rock pile with that rumpus you just kicked up in court. Would you like a soft drink?
No, thanks.
All right, just one, baby.
Jack. The judge said he understood and let me off with a short lecture, which is what I had counted on.
Oh. You mean all that fireworks in there was planned, not just spontaneous combustion?
That's right. I had to have time. Look, Mr. Marlowe, will you work for me?
Oh, well, now look,
will
baby.
Will you help me prove that Mr. Leonard Gaines is a liar and that Earl Jernigan did kill my father?
Now, take it easy, Gail. It's a big mouthful, you know.
Mr. Marlowe, listen, please. There isn't much time. We've got to prove this tonight or never. By noon tomorrow with the outside, the case will go to the jury.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
Take over where I left off. But first, let's get out of here.
All right. And never mind that drink, miss. Where do we start, honey?
With Leonard Gaines' ex-wife, Debbie Jansen. Here's a snapshot of her. They were divorced about 6 months ago, Mr. Marlowe, and she wasn't very happy about it.
No, huh? Made you figure she was your in?
Yes, and I was right. Mr. Marlowe, it took eavesdropping, bribery, second-story work, but I found out plenty.
I'll bet you did. Like what? Oh, hold it, Gail. Light's red.
Like the fact that Debbie and a guy called Eugene Mowry are putting a bite on Gaines for $20,000. Blackmail, Mr. Marlowe, with the payoff scheduled to be made sometime tonight. Right now, she's staying at the Sunland Sulphur Springs Lodge out in the valley. Gaines used to go there once in a while for his arthritis. And the why of the whole business is a letter Gaines once wrote to his ex-wife.
No fooling.
Uh-huh.
Well, tell me, what's that to do with Jernigan's trial and Gaines being Oh, it's green now.
I think there's a connection because yesterday I overheard Debbie tell this Mowry something about Gaines' scheduled appearance at the trial today and... Oh, Mr. Marlowe!
Hey! Those jerk California drivers.
The man behind the wheel.
What about him?
That thin-faced, blonde hair. I've seen him before. I know he was trying to hit one of us.
Oh, fine. Well, that'll keep things from getting dull, won't it?
Then you're going to help me.
Well, now, look, who could resist you, baby? Okay, tonight I check in at the lodge at Sunland Sulphur Springs. Come on, let's get out of here. It was 8 o'clock and almost dark when I reached the foothills of the mountain range that separates the San Fernando Valley from L.A. proper, and turned off onto a narrow dirt road that ran through a twisting gorge, past a moon-faced watchman who asked no questions as he slowly opened a sagging wooden gate, faintly labeled Sunland Sulphur Springs, where Mother Nature's remedies bubbled from the earth private. It was another 5 minutes along the same dirt road uphill and through thick foliage before I was at a parking space out of my car and walking the last quarter of a mile toward the lodge itself that was spotted with widely separated cottages, also sagging, and each tagged Casa, and followed by something Spanish and hard to pronounce. Inside the place was cheap porch furniture and occasional threadbare rugs over scarred pine and deserted, except for a sleepy old guy with thick-lidded eyes and an accordion-wrinkled face who was slouched in a heap behind a sign on the reservation desk that read Maynard Sharp, no less, night manager. When I gave him my name and said that both my rheumatism and I needed a rest, he came too, almost.
Room, Mr. Marlowe? Well, let's see. Can let you have most any one of the cottages. Half of them are empty. Things kind of slow this time of year.
How slow can you get?
You'll be surprised. How's about Casa Francisco de Leon?
Casa Francisco, Yeah, that'll be fine, Mr. Sharp.
All righty, sir. Now, if you'll just sign the register here, I'll get your key. But,
As I signed my name, I checked the guest list quickly. And the next second found what I wanted, Deborah Jansen. And next to that, and in a different hand, her cottage for the night. Casa Rolando de Barandido. That's close enough. Well, anyway, it was all I needed. I took the key from Mr. Sharp, or Miss Nomer, if ever you heard one, learned the location of my quarters, paid him in advance, and left. Outside, I turned to my right, past a large open bath that smelled like rotten eggs and talked to itself like a junior Vesuvius, as more warm sulfur waters, equally unpleasant to smell, bubbled from a pipe in the center. Beyond that was the first cottage, another casa I couldn't pronounce, and it stayed like that all the way down the line, until I reached the second one that showed light. It was the casa known as Rolando de Barandido. And when I moved closer and around to a window that was screen only, I knew that my client had done her eavesdropping well, because in the center of the room and putting on her coat was the ex-wife named Debbie, and standing nearby and holding on tight to the cigarette in his hand like it was support was what had to be the boyfriend, Eugene Mowry.
You're sure that Gaines will go through with this all right?
For the 100th time, Eugene, yes, I'm positive. Can't you understand? He has to. Besides, $20,000 won't break him. It won't more than bend him a bit. Now stop worrying.
But I can't. Debbie, why must you go alone? Now, why can't I go with you?
Eugene, please, we've been over that. I told Leonard that I'd meet him in town at the Beverly Crest Hotel at 10 and alone. He agreed to also be alone. Except for the month.
Debbie, you do handle things well. Come here, darling. With a kiss for you, brilliant.
Oh, please, Eugene, there isn't time.
Oh, what's the matter? Are my kisses losing their flavor at this point?
I'd be a fool. Look, it's late, Eugene. It's after 9 already. I've got to hurry. Now, go on. Go on, be a good boy and leave now. We shouldn't even be seen together tonight.
Well, why not, Debbie?
It's not smart. Here. Meet me at the tulip room, darling, at 11 as we promised. And you two, we'll have time and reason to relax. $20,000 worth of reason.
As Maury oozed toward the door, I slid away from the cottage and into the shadow of a clump of trees nearby. Stayed there as he walked out of sight down the road that led back to the parking space. Then a few minutes later, when Debbie flicked off the light and left, I moved out of hiding and started slowly after her at a safe distance. Until from someplace in the night, an ugly, snub-nosed automatic that belonged to someone blonde and thin-faced as a near automobile accident stopped me cold.
Where you going, Jack?
For air. I love to walk in the country at night, okay?
I wouldn't know, Jack. I'm a city boy myself, but as long as that's what you want, it's Jake with me. As long as it's where it's good and dark. Now, go on. That way. Move. Jack, that's far enough. Hold it. Turn around and face me.
Why, so I can watch you pull the trigger?
Never mind why. Just turn.
Okay, turn it is.
That's better. Now, one step closer.
One step closer.
Hey, what's that?
Now, Pleasant, my friend, taking one. Now, before I beat you into little pieces, let's have it. Who are you? Who do you work for, and what do you want with me? Come on, gunman, talk.
Okay, no more. My name's Langley. Work for Earl Jernigan.
Oh?
Yeah, I've been watching you ever since the trial started. Jernigan didn't want you moving in on it.
Which is why you tried to pick me off with a car when I was with Gail Harper this afternoon, huh? Come on.
Yeah, that's why. Now, what are you going to do with me?
For the time being, Buster Levy as is. Flat on your back, because I still got to catch up with a lady before she reads a letter. City boy.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, because of the sharp rise in America's birth rate during the war, we face a very serious educational crisis. Many communities will find that their schools lack sufficient teachers, classrooms, and facilities. Citizens must get together and work for better schools, more teachers. If we want all of our children to have a chance for a good education, we must take action now. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Eager Witness.
It was strictly hit and run. I piled Langley into the Manzanita and didn't even wait to see him bounce. Instead, I took off to a gully that was a shortcut to my car, because I knew that Jernigan's watchdog had nothing to offer compared with the hot-headed Debbie Jansen, who at the moment, no doubt, was well on her way to the Beverly Crest Hotel, and a blackmail rendezvous that was a cinch to wind up in the final destruction of the letter. That was my theory. But I dropped it like a hot rock just as I crossed the path to the sulfur pool.
Mr. Marlowe! Somebody screamed! In there by the spring! Oh, my gosh!
It was nothing but sulfur fumes and the thick gurgle of the springs until Sharp played his flashlight over the pool. Then we saw her.
Oh, my gosh.
And the water that was turning red from blood oozing around the knife in her back.
Look! It's Miss Jansen!
Come on, Pop, give me a hand. Let's get her out of there. Come on. Take it easy now. Take it easy. That's it. Debbie.
never should have tried.
Tried what? Who was it, Debbie? Who did this?
He got the letter.
Who? Who got the letter, Debbie? Debbie.
Marlowe, did she pass out?
For good, Maynard. She's dead.
Oh, well, she seemed to be mumbling something about a letter. Did you get what it was?
Yeah, only part of it. The killer apparently took the letter away from her. Believe me, that's bad.
Letter? Oh, what's a letter?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
It's probably that pheasant again.
Letter? Pheasant? What are you talking about?
Oh, I
son?
guess I'm just getting jumpy. Hey, there is somebody. Come on, Pop.
Sounds like he's over there, Marlowe.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Oh, no, that ain't going to do you any good, son. Not in that brush, it ain't. And what's more, I wouldn't go any further if I was you.
But Pop, all he needs is 10 seconds and he can destroy that letter for good.
But just the same, there's 1,000,001 places a killer can hide in there and lay for you, son.
Yeah, Pop, well, at the moment it's a stalemate. I'd sure love to find out who that snake in the bush is.
You know, I've run a peaceful place up until it's getting to be like one of them there movies. Only thing left out is a posse.
Yeah, you're so right. Murders in the night, lost letters. It's corny enough without a posse.
Yeah, and might dangerous, too.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Are you ready to...
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'll lead you back to the office. My Jasper, I don't understand this one bit. Miss Jensen is stabbed to death over that letter, and in her dying...
Hey.
Huh? What is it?
Up ahead there. Somebody duck behind that big tree. Keep the chatter going, man. Walk on up the path. Don't let him know we spotted him. Go on, talk.
Well, okay, sure. I was saying I don't understand. Well, our place here is generally as quiet as a tomb.
As the old man grimly ad-libbed his way up the path, they followed a few feet behind. When he got even with the tree, I turned suddenly, took 3 fast steps, and grabbed. Come here, you.
Hang on.
Well. Mr. Leonard Gaines, the unimpeachable citizen himself. Stand still, Gaines.
A gun. What's the idea, Marlowe?
Try running and it'll come to you. I suppose you've got a legitimate reason for being here all thought up?
I'm here because I've got a touch of arthritis. I need a treatment and a night's rest.
Arthritis isn't all you're going to have if I find what I think I'm going to find in your pockets. Empty them, Buster. I say empty them.
All right, I'll empty them.
That's better.
Sharp, you're a witness, and I demand that you...
Now, just a minute, Mr. Gaines. You're in a pretty bad spot to demand anything.
There's our baby. There's the letter we've been looking for. Pick it up, Gaines. Pick it up and read it.
Now, see here, Marlowe.
See there, Gaines. Read it while you're able to.
Yeah. My dear Debbie, if I didn't know you so well, I'd resent your stupid accusations. Now, look, Marlowe.
Read it.
We've already made our property settlement, as you're well aware, and you'll be a long time finding a court that says otherwise. Now you know where you can go, so why not get started as ever, Leonard?
Oh, fine. This is about as incriminating as a lecture on the family meat bill. Sharp, whose jurisdiction are we under here?
County Sheriff's Office.
All right, call him. Also, call your man out on the highway and have him lock that main gate.
Main gate?
Yeah.
Say, now, that's a good idea. I'll do it right now.
Now, wait a minute. Have you got a gun?
Yep, got a rifle. Been in the family for years.
Can you use it?
Well, yeah, I reckon I can. Well, where are you going?
Out to round up Langley. He'll be pushing hard to give his boss a star witness here a big helping hand. I want to be in shape to push back. And remember, Pop, keep your eye on Gaines and not on the phone when you make those calls. I'll see you. The second time that night, I started down the hill and toward the car lot, keeping in the shadows and moving slowly this time. Because it was odds on that Langley had taken everything in. And I knew that he'd try to part my hair with a gun barrel and pull Leonard Gaines out of the jam he was in the very first chance he had. So I stayed off the paths long enough to have both socks full of burrs when it happened. But not what I expected. It was the Sharp family blunderbuss that had exploded with a blast like a small howitzer. So also for the second time, I turned and ran back up the hill, this time to the office. I got there just as Maynard, climbing hand over hand up the smoking rifle barrel, made it to his feet. Maynard, what happened? Where's Gaines?
Well, I don't know. It got away, I guess.
Well, the shot, what about that?
It went up there, through the roof.
Oh, fine.
Well, gosh, I didn't suspect a thing. He just said he wanted to smoke.
But he didn't happen to have a match, I know. So you hung your rifle over your arm, stuck both hands in your pockets to find one for him, and that's when he took you.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Well, how'd you know?
Never mind, Pop.
Well, I made a grab for him, though. Ripped his coat about halfway off.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, but I'm sure sorry he got away, Marlowe.
All right, don't worry about it, will you? Can't get far with the gate locked.
Well, I got bad news there, too. Oh, the gate's locked, all right. But there's a back road.
Is it back what?
Back road.
Right, yeah, well, go ahead.
It ain't much. It's rough and rocky, but it's passable. And anybody's been up here as often as Mr. Gaines has sure know about it.
Oh, great. Look, Pop, can't you understand that there was a murder committed here tonight and we had the murderer? No buts! Fell for the oldest gag in the world.
But
I was a sucker to turn him over to you. And will you stop waving that envelope?
I just think you ought to see this.
All right, what is it? Oh. Where'd you get all that loot?
Gaines dropped it when I ripped his coat.
$20,000, it says here on the wrapper. Something else written here, too. Casa Rolando de Barandito at 10. Casa... Pop, that's it. That's the answer. Come on, we gotta get down that back road in a hurry. Sharp at the wheel of the pickup truck, we bounced over the pair of sometimes parallel ruts studded with stones the size of bowling balls. It was called the back road. The better part of 2 miles before he cut lights and motor and whispered that if Gaines was going to get stuck at all, it was sure to happen in a dry wash just around the next bend. I told him to wait and went ahead on foot. He was right. Gaines was stuck in more ways than one. His car was up to its hubcaps in sand and his wallet up to its stamp compartment in blackmail, conducted by his ex-wife's murderer with the same leather she'd had, a letter. It was Eugene Maury, and clenched in his hand was a tattered white envelope, nothing more. I held my .38 in close to my side and edged up behind him.
20,000. Now, Maury, I don't have that much. You lie. You're going to pay her that. I don't know. I know because we worked the deal out together. Only she got greedy. Tried to double-cross me and pull it alone.
So you killed her?
Yeah, I didn't intend to, but when I found out that she tricked me, I was furious. The first thing that I knew, I stabbed her. That's enough of that. Just give me the money. You've nothing to worry about.
Now, listen, Maury, I tell you...
You listen. You're in no position to bargain. It's better than having your $200,000 gambling debt exposed and your reputation ruined, isn't it? Or facing the trigger man, Langley, if you refuse to alibi for Jernigan, isn't it? Or bucking a perjury charge if you do alibi? Oh, no, you've got yourself in a corner again, so pay off. It's only $20,000.
But I tell you, Maury, I don't have it.
You're lying again.
No, he isn't. Don't move, either one of you. Leave your hands where they are. I got the $20,000 right here, and it's pretty well earmarked as blackmail payment already. But just to round things out, Maury, I'll take that envelope you've got there.
This? Well, what do you want this for?
Funny man. Because it's no doubt postmarked with an hour, a date, and a location, which together with Brother Gaines' own handwriting places him out of town on July 30th. The time he swears he was at his Malibu home all day with Jernigan. Right, Gaines?
Smart boy, aren't you, Marlowe?
You've still got a chance, Gaines. You'd better gamble with me. You've got nothing to lose now.
I'm with you.
Stand still, Buster, or help me out.
Now, Gaines, go! Go! Oh, my leg!
Were you thinking of going someplace, Mr. Gaines?
No, I'm not going anyplace, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, Gail, the big show's about to start. Court will be in session in a few minutes.
I know. And different from yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, you did a swell job, Mr. Marlowe. Gee, I don't know how to thank you.
Save it, baby. If that scale Lady Justice holds in her hands is in better balance today, it was your hunch and old Maynard's blunderbuss did as much to put it there as my running around through the brush at Sulphur Springs.
But all I knew was the game was lying. I didn't know it was as complicated as it was.
Now, that's because Debbie Jansen was twice as treacherous as we figured.
I still don't understand. How did you know that Eugene Maury had killed Debbie?
Well, you see, baby, I overheard her tell Maury that she was going to meet Gaines in the Beverly Crest Hotel at 10 for the payoff.
Uh-huh.
But I figured that was a lie strictly for Maury's benefit when Pop gave me the packet of money Gaines had dropped. It had that complicated name of a cabin and the time of the appointment, which was also 10, written on it. So I knew the real meeting was scheduled to take place out there. See?
Oh, I see. And she was going to send Maury off to the Beverly Crest while she collected the money at Sulphur Springs and then beat it alone.
That's it, honey. You see, if her cabin had been named something simple like Number 4, then Gaines could have remembered it. Instead of that Casa Robino del Bangadoro, whatever it was, he had to write down, you see? Well, then things might have been different.
Oh, you'd have found a way. After all, you figured out it was the postmark that was important.
Only after I've been slapped in the face by a perfectly harmless letter with no envelope. Had to be the postmark. What else?
Oh, they're starting.
Yeah.
Good luck, Mr. Marlowe. Give them the works.
Don't worry, baby. I'm the eager witness today. We're going to knock them dead. Literally. They got it coming. I watched Jernigan's face as the preliminaries got underway. The killer was beaten. When the court finally settled down to work and the prosecutor took over, I listened to his deft build-up as he primed the jury and the dramatic ringmaster voice he used when he called.
Will Philip Marlowe take the stand, please? Now, Mr. Marlowe, you told us yesterday that you were a private investigator. Now will you tell the court in your own words what happened to you last night?
I sat there looking into the cold, baleful eyes of the prosecutor and thought of a paraphrase on that wonderful quote from Oliver Wendell Holmes. It's not enough to ask for justice. One must also hope for mercy.
Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Well, it began here in this room yesterday afternoon at about 3:30 when the counsel for defense called a witness, and Mr. Leonard Gaines to the stand.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Joy Terry, John Daner, Michael Ann Barrett, Junius Matthews, Ben Wright, Lou Krugman, Larry Dobkin, and Bud Whittam. The special music is by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
The trail started in Montana with a bum with two names rushing away from his lady love and led fast into L.A. past a southerner from Canada, a worried wool dealer and a chorus girl with a .45. When it finally stopped at Murder in the Park, the tramp was still in a hurry.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon, you want another cup of coffee?
No, I don't think so, Judge.
I'll just pour out another little swaller for me and with that. Mr. Dillon, come here and look out this window.
What?
Yeah, but for gracious sakes, come here.
What are you talking about?
Oh, my goodness, look at that. Come here.
Chester, what's the matter with you?
She's coming here, Mr. Dillon.
Who's coming here?
I don't know, but she is the prettiest girl I ever seen in all my life. Why, she just can't be real. She is the one prettiest girl I ever...
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, ma'am. Well, won't you come in?
Thank you, sir. Would one of you gentlemen be the United States Marshal here?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Matt Dillon. Is there anything I can do for you?
Well, my name is Colleen Tawney, Marshal Dillon. And I've got the most terrible, awful trouble you ever heard of.
Oh? Well, would you like to sit down and tell me about it?
Well, that's mighty kind of you, Marshal.
Here, take this chair, Miss Colleen. Let me dust it off a little bit for you. But,
I'm right obliged to you, Mr...
Chester Proudfoot. Chester Wesley Proudfoot. How do you do, ma'am?
I'm proud to make your acquaintance, Mr. Chester.
There you are.
Thank you. I just love people. They're always so nice to you. Except that... Oh,
You, mentioned some kind of trouble?
I'm an orphan, Marshal Dillon. All alone in this world.
Oh?
I was brought up by a dear old aunt, mostly in the South. But then she took me to San Francisco. And last month she passed away.
Oh, that's too bad, Miss Tawney.
Colleen. Just about everybody calls me Colleen. It's kind of Irish, I reckon. Though I'm more Southern than most anything else.
You are?
I came from San Francisco on the stagecoach. And I had just enough money to get me to my kinfolks down south. If I got any kinfolks anymore. And I could just kill whoever done it, Marshal Dillon.
Whoever did what, ma'am?
I took all my money. I put my pocketbook on that baggage truck just for a minute. Over at the depot it was. People are always so nice to you. You just don't think.
Somebody robbed you, is that it?
Every living cent I had in this world. Why, I'm a pauper, Marshal Dillon. I'm destitute.
Oh, well, can I fetch you a dipper of water or something, Miss Colleen?
I'm all alone without nobody to turn to, no, even a roof over my head or anything to eat or anything.
Oh, well, now, it's not as bad as all that, ma'am.
It's not? Really?
Well, I think we can fix you up with a room over at the Dodge House for a few days.
You could?
Well, by that time, something may turn up. Maybe we can get your money back.
Really?
Would you like a dipper of water, Miss Colleen?
I knew the minute I walked in that door you'd help me.
Miss Colleen, would you like a dipper of water?
No, thank you, Mr. Chester. I just knew if I told you. My troubles, Marshal Dillon, you just make everything all right again.
Well, you don't have to worry about a thing. I'll arrange with Mr. Dobie over at the Dodge House.
Well, good morning, all. Oh, yes, it was a mighty fine morning, too. Well, I didn't know you had company, man.
This is Dr. Adams, Miss Colleen Tawney.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you, miss.
Are you a real doctor, a physician?
Oh, yes, indeed, young lady.
My goodness.
Welcome to Dodge City. And if you want me for anything, my office is just upstairs.
Doc,
You know, medical examination, diagnosis, treatment, services, medicine, drugs, anything you need. And I won't charge you a cent. Person has to look after his health, you know.
Chester, will you take Miss Tawney over to the Dodge House?
I'd be glad to, Mr. Dillon. This way, ma'am.
Oh, you're all just so nice. I think people are just wonderful.
I'll be in touch with you, ma'am.
I sure do hope so. Bye.
Goodbye. Well, Doc, there goes trouble.
Trouble? A girl who looks like that? Why, Matt, she's like a dream in spring. She's as wide-eyed and helpless as a newborn baby.
Yeah, Doc, that's exactly what I mean.
When United States military personnel arrive at an overseas station, one of the first problems they encounter in human relations is the language barrier. The people there make a strong effort to learn our language. They know it will benefit their economy. But you don't have to learn their language. In fact, you might complete your tour of duty satisfactorily without any appreciable knowledge of it. But you'll miss a lot. and you don't have to miss anything. For as a member of the Armed Forces of the United States, you have the opportunity to enroll in a USAFI spoken language course. The language series includes courses in 24 foreign tongues. They are practical, conversational studies with primary emphasis on spoken usage. Inquire about a language course from your education officer. Join a group class. And when you've mastered the vocabulary, watch the faces light up as you greet people in their native tongue. It's one more version of Power Through Knowledge with USAFI.
Well, good afternoon, Matthew.
How are you, Miles?
Something I can do for you, is there?
Oh, no, I was just passing by and I saw Chester back there. Looks like he's stocking up for a trip or something.
I haven't seen any of his money yet.
Well, you're not likely to. Chester isn't exactly the biggest spender in the world.
Oh, I've often suspected that, Matthew.
Hello, Chester.
Well, hello there, Mr. Dillon. What in the world are you doing here?
No, I just came in to satisfy my curiosity.
Curiosity?
Mm-hmm.
About what?
You going on a buffalo hunt or something?
No, sir. I was just thinking of buying a few groceries if I can find anything here that's fit to eat.
Fit to eat?
Oh, well, now, Mr. McTagg, I didn't mean nothing by that.
I beg to tell you that you're in the establishment of Miles McTagg, a name that stands for principle, integrity, moral
You're
responsibility.
getting started, and I didn't mean for you to get started.
I'm a man who believes in honest toil for an honest profit, and no shilly-shallying around. A man who gives honest value on every item in the store. And whoever started that rumor about weevils in my flour barrel is an outright liar.
Sure, Mr. McTagg, sure.
Anybody can get weevils in hot weather.
Well, of course they can.
Yeah. Well, now, are you really planning to buy anything, Chester?
Well, sure I am. What? Well, whatever somebody could use if they're not set up to cook, if they're just living in one room.
Well, a few pounds of beans and some cracklings ought to do it.
Well, sure, for a mule skinner. I need something better than that.
What's the matter with all this stuff you already got picked out, Chester?
Well, now, sir, that's kind of what I had in mind.
No?
Beans and cracklings ain't fit for a lady.
A lady? Ah, so that's it. Now I know what you're up to.
Well, now, Mr.
Oh, Colleen Tawny, is it? Well, I haven't seen that gal yet, but she certainly must be something. She's got everybody turning handsprings, eh?
Yeah, she sure has, Mom.
Well, now, she's just a kid. Somebody's got to look after her, that's all.
Somebody's already looking after her. I sent over a load of food a couple of hours ago.
You did?
Aye. Bull Rieger bought it.
Bull Rieger? He's old enough to be her father.
He didn't act very fatherly, all dressed up as though he was going to a preaching.
Oh, that old fool.
Well, now, I hear that he's quite the devil with the women, Chester. You're going to have to get up and hump some if you're going to run rivals with him.
Look here.
Never mind, Chester. Look, before you pay for this stuff, I think I'll go over and have a little talk with Miss Tawny.
Goodness. Oh, I'm just sure you must be mistaken, Marshal Dillon. Why, he seems to be about the nicest man a girl would ever want to meet.
Look, Miss Tawny, you're young, and I've known Bull Rieger for a long time. He's a rough, tough, hard-living old devil, and he's just no kind of a man a young girl ought to associate with, that's all.
Oh, my dear aunt always said, rest her soul, that innocence is its own defense.
Yeah, but your aunt never met Bull Rieger.
Now, Marshal Dillon, Mr. Rieger is just being kind and helpful, just like you are.
Yeah, sure.
Everybody's been so nice and thoughtful. Mr. Chester's already been by 3 times today. Doc was here,
That
too.
old goat here, too.
He took my temperature and my pulse and said I was just fine as far as he could tell.
Yeah,
And
well,
Mr.
look,
Rieger just insisted on helping me. He said he had a little old empty house up the street.
Yeah, that would be the old Sackler place.
Well, he said I could just live in it for nothing as long as I pleased. And, of course, I told him I wouldn't think of such a thing.
Well, good.
And then he said he'd give me the house.
Give it to you?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I've done.
Don't you know how to knock, Rieger?
Not when the door's open, Marshal. Well, I went and done it, little lady. Got it drawed up all proper and legal over at the bank. There's the deed.
Ah, Mr. Rieger.
The house is yours. Lock, stock, and barrel. No strings on it. You can move in right now if you're a mind to.
Isn't it wonderful, Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, it's great.
Well, I'm just going to sit right down and read this little old paper right through.
Rieger, would you come out into the hall for a minute? I'd like to talk to you.
I know what you're going to say, Marshal.
That girl's just a kid, Rieger.
I'm aiming to marry that little lady if she'll have me.
You're what?
Oh, I know, Marshal. I've been kind of cussed all my life, but you're seeing a changed man is standing here.
I'd better be, Rieger. Or I'll change you myself, and don't you forget it.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe, honey.
Uh-huh.
Joe, darling, put down the paper. I've got something important to ask you.
Okay.
Joe.
All right. What?
How many savings bonds do we have?
What kind of a question is that?
A good one. How many?
I'm not sure. I'd have to count. And I'm reading the paper. Now, what do you want to know for?
Have we got enough to make things comfortable for us?
Very comfortable. That's why I buy on a payroll savings plan. A bond a month will give us quite a nest egg for the future.
Enough for a college education?
Eventually. But who's going to college?
Our children, silly.
We don't have any yet.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh?
Better buy some more bonds, honey.
Daphne, you mean?
We've got a new investment.
How about that?
You men are all alike. Every last one of you.
Is that something you just learned recently, Kitty?
No. But I've sure been reminded of it the last 3 days, watching them all flutter around that little Colleen Tawny.
Now, don't count me in on that, Kitty. I'm only helping her. She's just a kid.
Well, she's done pretty well for just a kid. Flat broke 3 days ago. Now she's got a house of her own, enough food to last her a month.
Wow, Kitty.
Chester runs over there 3 and 4 times a day with something else for her to eat. Doc stops by morning and night to check on her health.
I feel sorry for her, Kitty. She's an orphan.
She probably drowned her parents.
Now, Kitty.
Matt, I know these helpless little southern belles, especially the big green-eyed kind. Sam will never hire one here in the Long Branch, and I go right along with him.
But why?
Because all she has to do is bat those long eyelashes, and men will start killing one another over her.
Kitty, I've already told you no matter what I think, it's my job to protect her.
Protect her. Look, Matt, do you think they put bars on a tiger's cage to protect the tiger?
Oh, Kitty.
All right, Matt. Oh, shut up. But I just hope you're all still on your feet when the smoke finally clears.
Well, it's getting late, Matt.
Yeah, that's right, Doc. It's getting
Guess I
late.
better be running along.
Won't do you any good, though, Doc. Bull Rieger's calling on her. He's been over there all evening.
He has?
Uh-huh. Chester's hanging around outside in case she needs help, as he puts it.
I can't find that she's More likely will, too, with that ruffian in the house.
Well, she ought to have a cultured man, I guess. Nice and refined. You happen to know anybody like that, Doc?
Well, yes, I do. I've been kind of thinking some the last few days.
Forget it. You're old enough to be her grandfather.
But in Europe, they don't look at it like that. They're civilized.
Yeah, but this happens to be Dodge City, Doc.
Oh, well, at least a man can dream.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm just talking, man. I just like sitting and looking at her.
You and Chester both.
That Bull Rieger, though. I do believe he's real serious.
Well, he sure acts like it.
All right, Marshal, where is she? What have you done with her?
What's the trouble, Rieger?
Well, she's gone. That's the trouble.
Yeah.
Bag and baggage, and you had something to do with it.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
She is gone, Mr. Dillon. And she's took all her belongings. I went in the house and looked.
Oh?
She must have snuck out the back way. I was right out there in front the whole time.
Were you out in front, too?
Well, we was sitting and talking, and I was teaching her draw poker, and I reckon I must have dozed off for a minute.
Drunk, more than likely.
Never you mind, Doc. I got the stomach for a fair amount of liquor, but she just kept filling up my glass.
So you taught her draw poker, huh? How much did you lose, Rieger?
About $100, as far as I could tell, but how'd you know I lost?
That's pretty easy.
You mean you reckon she was cheating, Marshal?
Huh? You were there.
But I wasn't paying no attention. I figured it was just a joke, sort of. I kept plaguing her to marry me, and she was wearing a real pretty lacy thing.
And you paid too much for it, Rieger.
Oh, come on in, Miles. It's open house.
I could have sold you one of them house robes for half the price.
Well, never mind that now. You got to do something, Marshal. You got to find her.
She left town on the 10 o'clock train.
Are you sure of that, Miles?
I walked her to the station. Fine young woman. I'm real glad I didn't meet her any sooner. I might have cut up as crazy as Rieger
now,
here.
Marshal, you got to send a wire. Have her took off the train.
Are you willing to go into court, Rieger, and tell what happened?
Yes, I sure am, Marshal. I'd go in... No, I'd be laughing the stock of the country. All right. At least she couldn't take the house with her.
No, and a mighty lucky thing for me, she couldn't.
What do you mean?
She sold it to me. Signed over the deed and everything. $600 cash.
What? Well, it's worth $1,000.
Aye, that's about what I figured it at.
Marshal,
I'm sorry, Rieger, but you gave it to her. No strings. Now, if she wanted to sell it to Miles, she had a legal right to.
If I get my hands on that girl, so help me, I'll...
You won't do anything, Rieger. Nobody will. We've all been outsmarted. There's nothing we can do about it but just sit still and keep our mouth shut.
Yeah, but I'd...
Doc's right. You forget it, Rieger. You can afford it. Well, at least we've learned one thing from all this.
What's that?
It's like a friend of mine said to me last night. They don't put bars on a tiger's cage to protect the tiger.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
At 57, American.
LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Just listen to the words of Colonel Hart Shoemaker, tobacco auctioneer, who said,
At thousands of auctions, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy good, ripe, mild tobacco.
Ed L. Isaacs, 22 years of tobacco warehouseman, said,
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, good-tasting tobacco. My own cigarette for more than 15 years have been lucky.
Yes, independent tobacco experts can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny leaves for Chicago, where he starts his vaudeville tour this Friday. So let's go out to Jack's house, where we find Rochester helping him pack.
Rochester, did you pack my socks?
Yes, boss. I put them right next to your underwear.
Good, good. Now, let's see. We'll be on the train for 2 days. That's 6 meals. You better pack 12 sandwiches. Better make it 14. I may have company some night. Well, it looks like all my clothes are in. Did you bring along my stuff from the medicine cabinet?
Yes, sir. I packed your nerve tonic, stomach tonic, liver tonic, heart tonic, brain tonic, muscle tonic, blood tonic, and tonic tonic.
Tonic? What have I got that for?
In case any of the other tonics get run down, that's what they take.
Oh, yes. Now, make sure they're all packed well so they won't break. And, oh, yes, Rochester, take my golf clubs along. I'm going to play in Chicago.
Yes, sir.
And you better take 2 golf balls. I might play in New York, too.
Okay. Say, boss, when you're in Chicago, are you going over to visit your hometown?
Yeah, good old Waukegan. Yeah, I'll see my cousin Cliff Gordon and my boyhood friend Julia Sinekin. Yeah, I wonder what kind of presents I ought to bring them.
Well, what kind of a man is your cousin, or is your friend?
My friend? Well, he's retired. He spends most of his time working for his lodge.
He belongs to a lodge?
Yes, he's a moose. Oh, I got it. I'll get him a hat rack. He'll like that. I got the idea from a joke I did on my program a few weeks ago. You know, like a moose needs a hat rack. Can't understand why I didn't get a laugh.
Maybe it isn't funny.
Could be. I don't know. Norman Krasner was mad about it. Rochester, are you all packed?
Yes, sir.
Good.
You know, I kind of hate to leave California, especially at this time of year, when the sun is shining, the flowers are blooming, and the birds are singing.
Yeah, I know just how you feel.
Imagine me giving up all this fresh air and sunshine just to go back to stuffy old Harlem.
What are you doing, Rochester?
Taking some of your brain tonic. I'm talking like an idiot.
You know, oh, my goodness, I almost forgot my little black book. You know, I have some wonderful numbers for New York and Chicago.
Oh, you left it right there on the dresser.
Yeah, here it is. Ah, what girls? Joan Robertson, Geraldine Simmons. Ah, that Geraldine Simmons. Hilda Butts. Julia Wadsworth. Barbara Fritchie.
Barbara Fritchie? She's dead.
She is? Gee. Well, I'll put the book in the trunk. Everything else in?
Everything.
Good. Now close it and lock it. Now, Rochester, I want to see if the burglar-proof lock I put on works. Open the trunk again.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if that's loud enough to wake up the baggage man. Huh?
That's loud enough to wake up Barbara Fritchie.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm going to phone Phil Harris and see if he's ready.
Don't worry, Jackson. I'll be there. Goodbye. That was Jackson, honey.
Oh, I thought it was the drugstore.
The drugstore?
Mm-hmm. They made a mistake and delivered the wrong bobby pins.
Well, what's wrong with the bobby pins they sent?
Well, they're not the right color. They're too dark for me and too light for you.
Oh, let's take them anyway and rough it.
All right. You know, Phil, I like traveling, but it seems a shame to leave our home and start living in hotels.
Yeah, especially when we have a house like this. Gee, honey, it's really beautiful. The rooms are so big and airy and furnished so nicely. It's the most beautiful home I've ever had. Alice, how much did it cost you?
I don't know, but Phil, what's this little black book?
Huh? Well, I'll be darned. That's that little address book I used to keep before we got married. Ah, you dream book, if you could only talk.
Phil, let me look at some of the names and numbers.
No, Alice, no, after all.
Come on, Phil, let me look. That's a good boy. Geraldine Simmons.
Yeah, that Geraldine Simmons.
And look, Phil, you used to write notations after each name.
Yeah.
Marjorie Krause, redhead, has swimming pool. Peggy Flood, brunette, has car. Alice Faye, blonde, has possibilities. Possibilities? Why, Phil Harris.
Don't get mad, honey. You're the one that got me. You got me. I even turned down Geraldine Simmons. Hey, excuse me, honey. I got to call Dennis and find out what songs he's going to do on the trip.
I haven't decided yet, Phil. I'll talk to you later about them. Okay, Phil, I gotta hang up now. My mother's helping me pack. Goodbye.
My little boy is going away from me.
Now, Mother, don't cry.
And Dennis, next Sunday will be Mother's Day, and you won't be here.
I know, but last year when I was on the road, I remembered Mother's Day.
Yes, Dennis. But this year, son, no matter what Mr. Benny tells you, you're supposed to send the candy to me, not him.
But, Mother, everyone on the program gives Mr. Benny presents on Mother's Day. It says so in our contracts.
The nerve of Mr. Benny, leaving his parrot here while he's out of town.
You know, Mother, that's a very clever parrot. It sounds just like Mr. Benny.
If it had a toupee, it would look like him, too.
Say, Mother, will it be all right for me to take Miss Livingston out to dinner in Chicago?
Why, yes, Dennis. Mary's a nice girl.
Oh, well, I'll take her anyhow.
I'll miss you so much when you're gone, but I hope you enjoy yourself.
Oh, I will, Mother. I like Chicago in May, and the people out there are all crazy about me. They think I'm a great comedian and I'm very funny.
What makes you say that, Dennis?
Well, last year when I was in Chicago, I went swimming in Lake Michigan, and all the people at the beach stood around watching me and laughing at me. I'm going to swim in the lake again and see if I'm still popular.
Well, in that case, I'd better pack your bathing suit.
Oh, bathing suit.
Sometimes I wonder...
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And...
shut up!
Well, Mother, I'm all packed now.
Say, Ma, before Dennis leaves, I think I should have a man-to-man talk with him.
All right, son. Go into the other room with your father.
Yes, ma'am.
Son, the years keep passing, and now you're a man.
I am?
Could be. And now, son, it's time you knew the facts of life. You know, I was just your age when I took my first trip, son. And it was to Chicago, too. And it was there I first met your mother.
Yes?
So, son, for goodness sake, be careful.
Yes, Father.
Now, before you go, here's something I used to treasure when I was single. It might come in handy to you.
Gee, a little black address book.
Yes, it has some wonderful numbers in it.
Jeanette Iman, Rosalind Browning, Geraldine Simmons.
That's Geraldine Simmons.
Bernice Smith, Mrs. Ella Rawlins, Tilly Foster, Mrs. Harriet Webster. Father, did you go out with married women, too?
I didn't ask questions. I just had fun.
Well, the only girl I'm going out with is Mary Livingston, and I think I'll call her up now and ask her for a date in Chicago.
Why, certainly, Dennis. We'll have dinner together the first night we're in Chicago. Thanks a lot. No, you needn't bother coming over here. My sister Babe is helping me pack. Okay. Goodbye. See you at the station.
Say, Mary, do you go out with Dennis Day?
Oh, once in a while, Babe. I think he has a slight crush on me.
Well, I think he's cute.
Oh, he is. And he has such a wonderful voice.
Yeah. You know, before my voice changed, I was a tenor, too.
Could be. Well, come on, baby. Let's finish my packing.
You know, Mary, I can't get over how surprised you were when I came out here to visit you from Plainfield.
Well, I just wasn't expecting you, that's all.
Gee, when I first telephoned you and said, guess who? You sounded so thrilled.
Yeah, I thought you were Charles Boyer. Now, let's see. I'll put my cosmetics here, my rouge, lipstick, manicure set, permanail, and perfume.
Say, Mary, where did you get this tremendous bottle of perfume?
Oh, Jack gave it to me for Christmas.
Is it good?
It must be. Phil Harris tasted it and said it was swell. Well, there, I guess I'm all packed.
Mary, you left this out.
Oh, that's my address book.
You mind if I look through it?
No, go right ahead.
Harold Warren, Arthur Cook, Frank Remley, William Carter, Geraldine Simmons. Geraldine Simmons? Who's she?
Well, don't you remember? That's Mama's stage name.
Oh, yes. Say, Mary, what station are you leaving from?
Oh, I think it's the Union Station, but I'll check with Don Wilson. He always knows those things.
That's right, Mary, the Union Station. You're welcome. Huh? Oh, thanks, but my wife's driving me down. Goodbye.
Gee, Donald, I hate to see you go.
Oh, I hate to leave you, dear.
The house will seem so empty without you.
I know.
And Donald, dear, please remember all the things I told you.
Oh, I remember, dear. I'm to go to bed early. I must wear my long underwear until May 15th. I should take my sulfur and molasses every day, and I shouldn't play cards with strangers.
Or Mr. Benny, either. And another thing, every night before going to sleep, you must do your exercises. You must bend down and touch your toes 100 times.
Oh, boss, come now.
Well, now, everything's ready, and we... Donald, what's this little black address book?
Oh, my goodness, honey, that's something private.
Private? But, Donald, we're married. We should have no secrets from each other.
Honey, please don't ask any questions and give it back to me.
Certainly not. I'm going to look through it. F.E. Boone, Speedy Rich, L.S.M.F.T. O'Brien. Donald, who is Geraldine Simmons?
I don't know. This used to be my father's book. Now, come on, let's put the baggage in the car. Gee, this packing was some job. 2 trunks, 4 valises, 2 fortnighters, and... Oh, my goodness.
Donald, what's the matter?
What am I packing for? I'm not even going. Anyway, Jack and the gang must be on their way to the station by now. I better go down and see them off.
Well, here's the station, Mary. I hope the gang isn't late. Here, let me help you.
Thanks. Say, Jack, Who's going to be with you on your stage show at the Chicago Theater?
Well, there'll be Phil Harris, Rochester, Marjorie Reynolds, the Sportsman Quartet, and myself.
Gee, what an important cast. How are you billing the show?
Jack Benny and friends. Now, come on, Mary, let's,
Oh, boss!
Oh, there's Rochester. Rochester, take my bags to the train.
Yes, sir.
Jack, have you got an upper berth or a lower berth?
He's got an upper berth.
How do you know?
Because I'm going to get there first.
We'll see about that.
Well, why don't you toss for it?
Oh, no, we won't. I know what happened the last time I tossed.
What happened?
He took a quarter out of his pocket, flipped it into the air, caught it in his hand, it slipped through his fingers, hit the floor, rolled under the seat, and while he was looking for it, I had a good night's sleep.
I never did find it. Yeah, I hope we have the same car today. Now, take care of this luggage. Come on, Mary, let's go to the station. Huh?
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Attention all passengers going to Cucamonga. Please have your passports ready.
Hey, Mary, there's Dennis.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
Dennis, what's that tag on your lapel?
When I told my mother I was going on a long trip, she tied it on me.
Your mother put a tag on your lapel? Let me see it. To whom it may concern. The bearer of this tag is Dennis Day. If lost, mind your own business.
Your mother did the same thing last time, Dennis. She certainly has a wonderful sense of humor.
Then why didn't she laugh when I came home?
I don't know. I'll be right back, kids. I'm going over to validate the tickets.
Attention, please. Train leaving on track 8 for Glendale, Barstow, and Glockamora.
I wonder which ticket window I should go to. I beg your pardon, mister, but are you validating tickets?
Oh, what do you think I'm doing with this rubber stamp? Voting for Hoover?
Look, mister, all I want to do is get these tickets validated. That's all. I'm going to Chicago.
Chicago? Well.
Yeah. I'm returning in 4 weeks.
I knew there was a catch to it.
Now, look, mister, I'm going to report you to the station master and see...
Pardon me just a moment. I'm in a hurry. Do you mind if I go first?
No, it's quite all right.
And what can I do for you, sir?
Well, I'd like to know something. I just heard the train announcer say that the train on track 8 now goes to Glendale, Barstow, and Glockamora.
That's right. Now, what is it you want to know?
How are things in Glockamora? Is that little brook still leaping there?
Yes, it is.
Does it still run down to Donny Cove through Killybegs, Kilkerry, and Kildare?
Yes, it does.
Is that willow tree still weeping there?
Uh-huh.
Does that lassie with the twinkling eye come smiling by? And does she walk away sad and dreamy there, not to see me there?
Yes, she does.
Good. Give me a ticket to West Los Angeles.
There's your ticket, and have a pleasant trip.
Thanks.
To him, he's got to be nice yet.
Now, what are you mumbling about?
Look, mister, all I want you to do is validate my tickets. Don't be mad at me.
Right.
Just validate my ticket.
Give me your ticket.
Yes.
Parlor car, Pullman, coach. Parlor car, cattle car. Wait a minute, you've got a batch of tickets here for the cattle car.
Yeah, we're taking Phil Harris's orchestra.
Oh, well, don't forget to spray them with sheep dip.
I won't. Now, give me those tickets. I got to get back to my gang.
Your attention, please. The train leaving on track 5 will only go to Azusa and Cucamonga. Word has just come from Anaheim that the tracks have been washed out by orange juice. Orange juice. Can you imagine a railroad that would have tracks that are so weak that...
Hey, Mary, something must have happened to the loudspeaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse that pause. I was feted by the vice president of the railroad.
Gee, they do it here, too.
Say, Jack, you You know what Rochester said about him sleeping in the lower berth?
Only if he beats me to it.
I'll give you 8-5, he wins.
What makes you so sure?
He just walked by here in his pajamas.
Well, it won't do him any good. I'll still beat him to the lower berth.
Well, you better hurry. He's brushing his teeth at the drinking fountain.
Rochester!
Good night, boss.
Come back here! Now, blow out that candle. You're not fooling anybody. Now, Rochester, is this the rest of my luggage right here?
Yes, sir.
Say, Jack,
What?
what have you got here in this big crate?
It's nothing, Mary, nothing. Rochester, get it on the train.
Wait a minute. I'm going to look and see what's in that crate.
Mary, get away from there. Now, Mary, don't lift that lid.
I will, too. Well, I'll be darned.
Gee, I hope the conductor didn't hear them. Say, fellas, in case anything happens, you know what train we're taking, don't you?
Do you hear that whistle down the line? We figure that it's engine number 49. She's the only one that'll sound that way on the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. See the old smoke rising round the bend. It's from a Lucky Strike they're puffing on one end.
Folks around these parts smoke a lot because
they're on the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Claus.
Santa Claus?
Lucky Strike! LSMSMSMFT. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
Look, fellas.
LSMSM.
The conductor will hear you, boy.
You can smoke them as you're gliding, riding down the track. Oh, F.E. Boone, mounted to the cabin. F.E. Boone, with the package in his hand. Speedy Briggs, standing there beside him, and he's puffing on a lucky that is also friend.
Boys, not so loud. Boys, the conductor will hear you. Wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. Mary, slam down the lid. Mary, you slammed it so hard you might have hurt him. Let me see. I knew it. You shook him up. The bass is in the middle and the tenor's on top. Rochester, I've got the lid locked. Now put this crate on the train.
Oh, boss, I can't lift that thing.
Well, how'd you get it down here?
I put 8 holes in the bottom and it walked.
Walk?
I rode on top and looked like Sabu.
Now, look, Mary, we better get back to the station.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Pardon the intrusion.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing at the railroad station?
I'm taking a trip to New York.
Well, all the way to New York. Huh?
Yes, and I can see my wife's face now. Boy, will she be surprised.
Oh, she doesn't know you're coming?
She doesn't know I'm going.
Mr. Kitzel, don't tell me you had an argument with your wife.
It isn't my wife, it's our relatives.
Your relatives, eh? Well, are a lot of them living with you?
You think the station is crowded? At the last count, 36 relatives came to live with us.
36 relatives?
Yeah, 12 of them were taking their word. They have no birth certificates.
Oh, I see.
What a crowd in my house. Every place they're sleeping on the couches, on the beds, on the chairs, and on top of the piano is my cousin Murphy.
Murphy, your cousin?
He's one of the 12. We're taking his word for it.
Oh, I see.
Attention, please. A bulletin from the Lost and Found Department just came in. Will the owners please claim the following? A Pekingese, an umbrella, and a young man with a tag in his lapel.
Oh, my goodness, that must be Dennis. Mary, you get him. I'll stand in line.
Arriving at the lower end of the station, the Lark, El Capitan, the Owl, and coming in on the rail is Jet Pilot.
Jet Pilot?
The Santa Fe chief going to Albuquerque, Kansas City, and Chicago leaves in 5 minutes.
Oh, Martha. Martha, we just made it.
Yes. And there's Jack Benny standing in line. Shall we go over and give Mr. Benny the flowers we brought for him?
Yes, I guess we better.
You know, Emily, we would never have had the courage to come down here if we hadn't split that bottle of ginger beer.
You're so right, kid.
Well, we might as well go and give him the flowers. Oh, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, hello, girls.
Girls. Mr. Benny, we came down to give you this as a going-away gift.
Well, what do you know? An orchid. Oh, girl, you shouldn't have gone to this expense.
Oh, we didn't buy it. Emily won it at Tom Brenneman's.
Well, isn't that nice?
Yes, and we want you to have it.
Well, thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Go ahead, Emily. Ask him.
No, you ask him.
No, you ask him.
Oh, well, all right. Mr. Benny,
Yes.
is this your first orchid?
Yes, it is.
Well, you know what that means, Mr. Benny. I'll have to kiss you.
A little kiss? Why, certainly. Well, what do you know? I kissed Emily and Martha fainted. Gee.
All aboard. Hold your own tickets, please.
Come on, kids. The line is moving. Hurry, Mary. Dennis.
Attention, please. All passengers taking the Chief to Chicago, please walk on tiptoes as you board the train. Rochester is sleeping.
He's in that lower berth. There's going to be trouble. Come on, kids. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, during 1946, 1,200,000 people were killed or injured in city traffic and on the highways. At that rate, someone is injured every 30 seconds and killed every 15 seconds. Careless driving, speeding, and drinking play a part in approximately half of the fatal accidents. So please be careful. The life you save may be your own. Thank you. Now, Jack will be back in just a moment. But first, here is Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Mr. William Whitley of Henderson, North Carolina, is a man who really knows tobacco. An independent tobacco auctioneer for 18 years, he said,
At hundreds of tobacco auctions, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, fragrant tobacco that makes a fine smoke. I've smoked Lucky's for 13 years.
Quote, fine, ripe, fragrant tobacco that makes a fine smoke. Unquote. Independent tobacco experts like Mr. Whitley can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Year in, year out.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, fine tobacco that means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, Mary, here we are on the train. On Friday, we'll be opening at the Chicago Theater in Chicago. It'll be good to get on the stage again.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to my compartment to rest. I'm kind of tired. It's in the next car.
Okay, see you later, Mary.
Okay, Jack.
Well, I might as well relax myself. Rochester. Rochester, get out of that lower berth. Rochester, get out of that lower berth.
What'd you say, boss?
Oh, never mind. Porter, bring me the ladder.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Journey back to a long time ago and a galaxy far, far away with Star Wars up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back by Brian Daley. Based on characters and situations created by George Lucas. Episode 1. freedom's winter. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there came a time of revolution, when rebels united to challenge a tyrannical empire. Now it is a dark time for the rebellion. Evading the dreaded Imperial Starfleet, a group of freedom fighters, led by Luke Skywalker, has established a secret base on the remote ice world of Hoth. But the evil Lord Darth Vader, obsessed with finding young Skywalker, has dispatched thousands of probe droids into the far reaches of space. Now, a small space convoy of rebel transport ships and snub fighter escorts is en route for Hoth, seeking to bring desperately needed supplies and reinforcements to the rebel base.
Renegade Flight, this is Renegade Leader. I'm getting interference on my sensors. Just might be Imperial jamming, so maintain close visual scanning. Renegade 4, stay closer to your transport ship.
I copy, boss.
Transport ships, keep close together. We go into hyperspace as soon as we're out of Dara 4's gravity field. Fighters, stick close to the convoy and keep your eyes open. All of you.
Renegade Leader, this is Renegade 7. Boss, I have a visual sighting, a number of small spacecraft coming at high velocity from Sector 4.
Can you identify them?
They're moving awfully fast. Imperial TIE fighters, must be 20 of them.
Renegade Flight, this is Renegade Leader. Prepare to engage the TIE fighters. Transport ships go into hyperdrive as soon as
This
you're
is
clear.
Renegade 3, boss. There's another bunch of them dead ahead on our course. They're breaking for attack. This is Renegade 2, more TIEs approaching from Sector 8. They're all over the place. Here they come.
Renegade 3, 4, 5, and 6. Get up and clear the way for the transports. The rest of you protect the convoy. Transports, run for it. Maximum acceleration. All right, Renegade Flight. Hit him.
Watch it, Renegade 2. See him? On your tail, Renegade 7. Scissor right. Scissor right. Here I come. Get him off me. Boss, we can't stop them. There are too many. Boss, they just got cat-cooped.
Protect the transports. The transports have to get through.
Boss, they're all over us. They just got transport number 2. I'm hit. Lost both port side engines.
Keep going.
This is Renegade 3. There are 4 TIE fighters on me. Help me, somebody. I can't shake them. Ah!
Renegade 3.
Gone, boss. No way out. They're all around us. The lead transport just blew. Boss, there's a bunch of them headed for you.
Try to make a run for it. All ships, this is Commander Nera. Break contact and escape if you can. Break contact and run for it.
Captain Nita.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Sir, Imperial Headquarters reports that a rebel convoy has been completely destroyed near Dara 4.
At least someone is seeing a little action. Let's hope that we do before the rebellion is completely obliterated. What is the status of our probe droid operation?
The probe droids we've launched so far report no rebel activity. No human activity, for that matter, on any of the planets they've reconnoitered.
And the next launch group?
All the probes are targeted and ready to go. The ship is now in position. Shall I give the order to launch?
No, Lieutenant. I just received priority signal from Lord Vader's flagship. We have new information to program into the probe's data banks and sensors.
That could delay the launch for some time, Captain Nita. May I ask what the new information is?
It seems that Lord Vader is more eager than ever to locate this Skywalker. He has also placed great emphasis on discovering the whereabouts of a starship called the Millennium Falcon.
I'll have the new material programmed into the probes immediately, sir.
Very good.
Even though air defense is vital to the security of this base, operating conditions here on Hoth are so severe that we simply can't use our speeders without modifications. But the techs have assured me that they can have the speeders adapted, ready to operate here on Hoth within another day at the most, Princess Leia.
And the base defenses?
Nearly complete. At least as complete a defensive and offensive system as we can manage right now. Lieutenant Commander Skywalker and the others have practically all the sensors in place for a regional warning network. As time allows, we can expand it.
Well, how do we stand in cold weather clothing and other gear?
We've managed to procure or improvise enough for everyone in the base, General Riken. And so, Your Highness, gentlemen, that's our current status.
Well, we're short of just about everything, including sleep. But we've almost completed drilling of the ice caverns, and the base is close to completion. When the convoy arrives, we'll be in far better shape. Is there anything else, gentlemen?
Negative.
Your Highness, have you anything to add?
Just one thing, General Riken. I think that everyone in Hoth Base is bearing up as bravely now as they ever did in battle.
Thank you, Your Highness.
I hope that all of you here will pass that along for me.
Our next staff meeting will be at the same time tomorrow. We all have a great deal to accomplish by then. Dismissed.
They're all worried, even though they're trying not to let it show.
Well, they know that there's a lot to be done yet. And this base is the rebellion's best chance to regroup and reorganize. Maybe its last.
General Riken, urgent message for you, sir. They're decoding it now.
Pardon me, Your Highness. I'll be right back.
I'll speak to you later, General Riken. I have to make certain that the new recognition codes are ready over in the cryptographics section.
Leia, hey, wait up.
Hello, Luke.
Glad I caught you. I was wondering how you were getting along. I haven't seen much of you lately.
Well, we're trying to pull things back together. Everyone's been so busy.
Yeah, me too. That's why I told 3PO and R2 to stay close to you. You know, help out when they could.
You told them to help me?
Well, they're glad to do it. I mean, they used to belong to my uncle, but they sort of belong with us both now.
I guess so.
Leia, I'm not due to go back outside for a while yet.
Hey, is this a staff conference?
I was wondering if you had a little time.
Well,
maybe
Luke, I really have to see about some things that
Hey,
just can't...
Luke! Oh, hello, Han. Hi, Chewie.
Where'd the general go?
Well, he was headed over to the communications...
Never mind. Her overwhelmingly highnessness here will do.
Now what, Han?
Have me and Chewie been pulling our weight around here or not?
Han, what's wrong with you? Nobody ever said that you and Chewbacca
Look, when the
weren't...
Millennium Falcon got shot up that last time around, I knew I'd have to wait in line for repairs, but they got the base's defensive generators in place now. Yeah, and like Chewie says, you know, the trenches and gun emplacements are all set up too.
They still have to make sure the energy field is working and adapt the snow speeders to conditions on Hoth. Those just take priority right now. Even over the Falcon.
Look, I need a starship that works. I got her messed up helping you guys. Is this what you get for helping a rebel?
Aren't you a rebel, Han? Or do you and Chewbacca still consider yourselves independent operators?
Han, most of the techs are dead on their feet, and they still can't keep up with all the work that has to be finished. I mean, before the base can be operational.
Luke, me and the Wookiee would have had the Falcon fixed already by ourselves, except that I've been riding all over this snowball with you, pal, and those stupid, smelly, ornery tauntauns.
Those warning sensors have to be set in place, and you and Luke are the best riders we have.
I've heard all this before, if you'll remember.
Han, nobody twisted your arm to stay on. Aren't you the one who was always saying that a deal's a deal?
Well, are you saying it was part of the deal for the Falcon to be sitting there out of commission
Glad
whenever...
to see you're so full of energy, Captain Solo. Can't be much fun being out there in that freezing wind day after day.
Oh, hello, General. Sir.
Hello, Chewbacca. Your Highness, it's just as well you're still here. They just decoded the message. In fact, you all might as well hear this.
What is it, General? What's wrong?
A huge force of TIE fighters jumped Commander Nara and the convoy off Dara 4.
What?
Cut them to pieces. There were no survivors.
We need them so badly. We need every one of them so badly.
Quiet, Chewie.
Luke, I'm making you commander.
But the boss was a great man, a great pilot.
It's a rotten way to step into somebody's shoes, Luke, I know. But you can handle the job. That's why you've got it.
Luke, I know how much you respected Commander Nara. But he respected you, too. That's why he put you in command of Rogue Flight.
This means no resupply, at least for a while. And no snub fighter reinforcements either. Rogue Flight's just about all we've got.
Well, then we're gonna need whatever else we have. General, can you spare some techs to help Chewie work on the Falcon? Or even some repair droids, whatever you can manage.
I'll do what I can, Luke. I'll be in the command center, Your Highness.
I'll join you shortly.
Let's go, Luke. We're a little early, but we got a lot of sensors to place today. I'll get the Tauntaun saddled and we go work on our suntans. Come on, Chewie. Hey, don't forget your heavy-duty underwear, kid.
Right.
Luke, I'm glad you're here. We'll need you more than ever now.
The boss was one of the best. He was one of the best we had.
I know.
I better catch up with Han. There's so much to do.
I'll see you later, Luke.
Easy, girl. What's wrong with you? Come on, calm down now. Time for a communications check, then we'll get going again. Echo 3 to Echo 7. Echo 3 to Echo 7. Han, old buddy, do you read me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Luke. What's up?
I haven't picked up any life readings so far. How about you?
Are you kidding? There isn't enough life on this ice cube to fill a space cruiser.
Listen, my Tauntaun's been acting up. She's really skittish, nervous.
Hey, I came across a carcass. It looked like one of those Wampa ice beasts made a kill a day or two ago.
Wampa?
Yeah. Watch yourself, Luke. Those Wampas will go after anything they can find.
You don't have to tell me.
Well, I placed all my sensors. I'm going back to the base.
Right. I'll be with you shortly. There's a meteorite that hit the ground near here. I want to check it out. Won't take long.
Well, hurry up. It's getting colder. Looks like a bad storm's kicking up. I'm gonna go thaw out my saddle sores. I'll see you at the base.
Okay. This is Echo 3. Over and out. Hey! Steady, girl. What's gotten into you? You smell something?
Yes? What is it?
Princess Leia, General Riken would like to see you in the command center as soon as possible.
Thanks, I'll be right there. 3PO, R2.
Yes, Your Highness?
Do either of you know if Luke and Han have gotten back yet?
They haven't returned as yet, Your Highness, but they are due at any moment.
Would you tell them I'd like to speak to them?
Most certainly, Your Highness.
Thank you.
Oh, and R2 and I have moved your new communications unit into your quarters. R2 says that it is functioning perfectly.
Thank you both. You've been a great help.
A pleasure to be of service, Your Highness. Is there anything else we might do?
Not just now. But please see that Luke and Han get my message.
You may rely on us. What did you say, R2? Who's coming? Oh, yes, it's that bothersome coordinating droid again. Honestly, R2, it's so degrading that a droid with speech capability should be such an officious dullard.
Unit R2-D2, Unit C-3PO.
Quite right, R2. You know perfectly well who we are.
Confirm. Unit R2-D2, Unit...
Very well confirmed. And do stop referring to us as units, really.
Unit R2-D2 reassigned to cavern drilling operations.
What?
Unit C-3PO reassigned to communication center.
I'll deal with this, R2. Now, just you see here. R2-D2 and I are personal aides to Commander Skywalker and the Princess Leia Organa.
Irrelevant. Reassignment is ordered.
Do you have any idea to whom you are speaking, you object? My counterpart and I were the ones who saved the Death Star plans, and we helped rescue the princess. What, R2? Oh, yes. And I'll have you know that R2 here was aboard that X-Wing fighter when our master blew up the Death Star. Confirm that, you rusting bureaucrat.
Data not relevant.
Not relevant, is it? Then allow me to tell you what is relevant. We have been given an assignment by the Princess Leia Organa herself. If you wish to countermand her order, go and argue with her.
The Princess Leia Organa?
Confirmed. So go and bother her. She'll probably have you deactivated.
Reassignment rescinded.
Oh, that's more like it. Bad enough that we have to live in these ice caverns without having to contend with the likes of you. Why, just now we found the princess's room freezingly cold. We hadn't turned up the heating system.
Confirm. Heat increased.
Well, that's what I said, isn't it? If she and our master didn't have us to look after them, then...
Error. Increased heat causes melting of cavern walls.
What?
Malfunction possible. Damage possible.
Oh, dear. Come along, R2. I hope it's not too late. What have you done? What do you mean, my fault? You're the one who adjusted the heating system. Oh, this is dreadful.
Echo 3 to Echo 7. Echo 3 to Echo 7. Come in, Han. Han? Han, I was attacked by a wampa. I'm in its cave. I don't know where. Han, do you copy? I'm stuck in here. The wampa, it left me frozen to the cave ceiling by my feet. Han, the wampa's coming back. He's coming back. My lightsaber. It's on the cave floor. I can't reach it. The Jedi and his lightsaber. The lightsaber and the Jedi, the two are one. The Force binds us. The Force calls my lightsaber to me. And the Force calls my lightsaber to me. Got it. Han, I got myself down, but... Hello, Han? Base camp. Anybody? The wampa's dead. I killed it. It's no good staying here in the cave. The Tauntaun. It's gone. I've got no survival gear. I'm gonna leave my conlink open. There's nothing to do but try to make it back on foot.
Techs want those other repair droids to help with the snow speeders.
I'll send them right over, sir. Outpost 4 to deck officer. Outpost 4 to deck officer.
Deck officer here.
We have a positive ID on that Tauntaun rider. It's Captain Solo. We passed him through the defensive zone. He'll be at your location any time now.
Right. I'll pass the word. Sentry?
Yes, sir.
You can let that Tauntaun rider in right away.
Right, sir.
Command center, this is the deck officer.
Command center here.
Captain Solo's back, sir. No sign of Commander Skywalker yet.
Right. Have Solo report here at once.
Will do. Deck officer out. One of you men take his reins. Captain Solo.
Yeah? What can I do for you?
They want you and Commander Skywalker in the command center, Captain.
Well, tell him I'll be along in a bit. Luke will be back any minute. Is my ship fixed yet?
I don't think so, sir. They had to pull the techs off of her for some problems they're having with the snow speeders.
Oh, swell. That really takes the prize.
Your first mate is working on the Falcon, though.
Thanks. Tell Command I'll be there right after I check on my ship.
General Riken and the Princess wanted to see you as soon as...
Just go in office to your deck, will you? I got a starship to think. Chewie? Hey, Chewie, where are you? How's it going? Well, don't jump all over me about it. We'll just have to finish the job by ourselves. All right, don't lose your temper. I'll be right back, and I'll give you a hand. I don't know, something at the command center. I might as well tell him we're going to be leaving. Look, forget it. I've made up my mind. Maybe when Luke gets back, he can help us with the fog.
Base, this is Skywalker. Skywalker here.
Luke.
What?
Luke.
Ben? Ben?
Yes. Listen to me, Luke.
Ben, I see you, but how? It can't be.
It is, Luke.
But I saw you die.
Listen carefully, Luke. You must go to the Dagobah system.
Ben, I don't understand.
There you will learn from Yoda, the Jedi Master who instructed me.
Dagobah?
This is vital, Luke. You must not fail. You must not fail.
Ben, wait! Don't leave me! Ben! Then help me! Help me! Ben!
An Imperial probe droid now hunts the rebels on the frozen wastes of Hoth. Injured, suffering from shock and exposure, Luke Skywalker can go no further. For the young Jedi, a new quest emerges. But first, he must survive the deadly Hoth night. Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back by Brian Daley, based on characters and situations created by George Lucas. Featured in the cast were Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker, Anthony Daniels as C-3PO, Perry King as Han Solo, and Anne Sachs as Princess Leia. Also heard were Bernard Behrens, Ron Frazier, Merwin Goldsmith, David Allen Greer, Nicholas Kepros, Sam McMurray, Stephen D. Newman, John Peelmeyer, Jeffrey Pearson, and Jerry Zaks. This is Ken Hiller. Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back was directed by John Madden with Tom Vagley. Sound design for Lucasfilm by Ben Burt. Music by John Williams. Casting and production coordination by Mel Sarr. The executive producer was John Boss. Post-production was realized at Studio M in St. Paul on the 3M digital mastering system by Tom Vagley. Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back was produced by National Public Radio in association with KUSC-FM Los Angeles, with the cooperation of Lucasfilm Limited.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio shows.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My world is neatly divided into two parts, day and night. Part one you can have, with its fume-laden sunshine and noisy peddlers selling everything from eternal youth elixirs to slightly used atom bombs. Part two I'll stick with. The neon signs that have just been turned off, the cop trying the door of Sam's We Pay Cash for Everything second-hand store. Yes, I'm happy to commit the merry sunshine hours to sleep. Therefore, my phone ringing at 11 o'clock in the morning can constitute a dissonant, irritating, and annoying sound. No, wrong number. What do you want?
This is Billy at the paper. That you, Randy?
Yeah, it's me, Randy.
Lucky I found you home.
Sure.
Special delivery letter just came for you.
So, who's it from?
It doesn't say on the envelope.
Well, open it if you haven't already.
Well, it's signed Dolly Graham.
I'm booked solid for the next 2 weeks.
It's that Dolly Graham, Randy. I'll read it to you.
Look, Billy.
Dear Mr. Stone, you're always looking for a story. I've got one for you. I can prove that I was not responsible for Mrs. Thompson's death, that I've been framed.
What Thompson did?
There's more. Please come and see me today, signed Dolly Graham.
That's great. Now maybe you'll tell me who Dolly Graham is.
Try reading the Star once in a while, Randy. Dolly Graham is the girl whose car crashed into Paul Thompson's and killed his wife. She was convicted last week on a manslaughter charge.
Which Thompson? The guy running for the state senate?
That's him. That's what I called you, Randy. The boss thought there might be a story in this.
Oh, fine. Well, tell him to break up a canasta game and send one of the day boys over to Sears.
As long as she sent you the letter personally.
Oh, I ought to take this phone and rip it off the wall. 11 o'clock in the morning.
Look, Randy, Paul Thompson's used these days. If the paper could hit the street with something hot.
Where is she?
Woman's Detention, California Avenue. Might be a good idea if you came down here first and read up a little on the trial.
Did I say I was going?
You're fighting it, Randy, but you're losing.
Okay. I'll be right down, but I'll hate myself for it. I adjusted my perspective to daytime living, and a couple of hours later I was down at the paper's library reading up on the trial of the People versus Dolly Graham. The Graham girl hadn't had a chance. According to witnesses, she'd driven her car out of her own driveway at a dangerously high rate of speed and had run straight into Thompson's car. To cinch the case against her, the DA pointed out that the girl had 2 previous reckless driving citations. And at the time of the accident, her driver's permit had been suspended. Public sympathy had all been with the Thompson family. From the facts, any guy in his right senses would have forgotten the whole thing. But then nobody's ever been able to prove that I am. So I went over to Woman's Detention for a visit with Dolly Graham. The matron I discovered was an old friend of mine.
Randy Stone, glad to see you. Draw up a chair.
I got a pass to see Dolly Graham, Nellie. I'll visit with you later.
Graham, what do you want to see her about?
Well, confidentially, Doll, I've got a little steel saw for her.
All right, come on. I hope you're not going for that malarkey about her being innocent.
Well, I got an open mind, Nellie. You know that.
Those wild, irresponsible kids put him behind the wheel of a car, and it's murder, plain murder.
Well, that's just what the DA said.
Do you know her license had been suspended?
I read that.
What do you want to mess around with her for? There's an open and shut case.
I don't like open and shut cases.
Cheesecake.
That trial read like a bad play written for the star performer only. In this case, Mr. Paul Thompson.
You're crazy, but I love you anyways, Randy. Maybe if you shave regularly. Hey, you got a visitor, dearie.
Who is he?
19 years old. She might as well be 90. 10 minutes, Randy.
Okay.
If you need help, just holler. And I wouldn't be too surprised. Well?
I'm Randy Stone.
What does that call for? 3 cheers?
Well, I'm the Randy Stone, Chicago Star, the one you sent for.
I sent for you? Oh, you must be nuts. Got a cigarette?
Yeah, here. Keep them.
Thanks. What are you staring at?
You're just a kid. A frightened kid trying to hide it behind a cloud of cigarette smoke.
All right, so I'm scared. What do you want?
I got this letter from you this morning, special delivery. This was your idea.
I didn't write any letter. Let's see it.
Here.
It's my name, but I didn't write this letter.
Well, read it.
I am.
Make any sense to you?
Just this about George Saunders. He was in the car with me when it happened.
Not according to the testimony.
I beat it before the police got there. I told them about it at the trial, but they didn't believe me.
Why'd he run out on you?
Broken parole, I think, in Kansas or Wyoming, someplace like that. They tried to make a deal with me.
Who did?
They told me if I pleaded guilty, to be treated just like any other traffic accident. But I told them, no, it wasn't my fault. So they made it manslaughter. A politician's wife was killed.
Well, your record made it a cinch to convict you.
Thompson's car crashed into mine, I tell you.
Car has always been sort of a mechanical toy to you, hasn't it?
Oh, not another lecture coming up.
I'm sorry, Dolly. That's the good citizen in me. Keeps coming out every once in a while. Go on.
My lawyer told me not to try and buck Paul Thompson. He said Thompson couldn't afford any unfavorable publicity on account of his running for the Senate. So, here I am.
I'd like to know who sent this letter.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Stone.
Well, you keep talking. Try to... Well, tell me anything that you can remember.
I was waiting for this car to pass. My car was standing still in the driveway. I swear it. Then his car started weaving like he was drunk or something. Next thing I know is the crash.
Well, the Thompson car rolled over on its side. You remember that?
First thing I saw was her, his wife, lying on the street, dead. I heard someone trying to get out of the other car, so I ran over to see if I could help.
And by this time, your boyfriend had disappeared, I take it.
Mr. Thompson was helping his daughter out. He said something to her, and she started running down the street.
What did he say to her?
Heard it, but I don't remember exactly.
Well, he testified in court that he told her to go and bring a doctor. Is that what he said?
No. There's nothing about a doctor. He told her...
What?
I'm trying to think. Something about home.
The words. Try to think of the exact words.
Go on home, I think he said. Go on home, Anne. I'll look after things myself. That's all he said to her.
This friend of yours, George Saunders.
And Mr. Thompson kind of staggered over to where his wife was, and he fainted. Then the people started coming around. They started shouting at me and blaming me. And Mr. Bell told everybody he'd seen me do it.
That's the next-door neighbor?
He lied. He told them it was my fault. I don't know why, but he lied.
I'll have a talk with him, Dolly.
Oh, it's no use. What did the DA call me? An irresponsible, wild-eyed lady of the night? You should have seen the way the jury's eyes lit up when he said that. I knew it was all over then.
You haven't told me about Saunders. Where can I find him?
He played clarinet at the jazz bar on Higgins Avenue. Know where it is?
Yeah.
They wanted me to plead guilty to just the accident. Well, I guess I should have. Yeah, there's something screwy about Thompson helping the girl out of the car, but I can't think what it is.
Time's up, Randy.
Okay.
Do you believe me, Mr. Stone?
Yeah, I believe you, but what does that mean? Nothing. I'm a notorious screwball about such things. I believed her. Maybe it was intuition. Maybe it was just the frightened, pleading look in the girl's eyes. I went back to the office and read the trial records again. If ever a conviction had been prefabricated, Dolly Graham had gotten it. The evidence had been flimsy, the witnesses unreliable. And several times the jury had been reminded of Mr. Thompson's fine record as a citizen in the community. I worked myself into a belligerent frame of mind and went looking for Mr. George Saunders at the jazz bar on Higgins Avenue. A waitress told me he hadn't worked there since the day after Dolly Graham's accident. By 2 a.m., I was convinced that George Saunders wasn't in Chicago. So I went back to the office and wrote a nice vitriolic column about trials and courtroom procedures. Nothing specific, you understand? Just a poisonous bit about how many people are railroaded into jail sentences because of a willingness to find a person guilty before the trial. Then I went home, set the alarm for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I went to bed. The mechanical monster did its work, and by 2 o'clock I was climbing the few steps to Mr. Bell's porch, Dolly's neighbor, the one who'd sworn he'd seen the accident take place. Mr. Bell?
That's me. What do you want?
It's about that Thompson accident case.
I ought to start charging for all the talking I've been doing about that.
My name is Stone. I'm with the Chicago Star.
I read it all the time.
Well, we're thinking of doing a feature story, pictures of you and your wife, the works.
As soon as she moved into the rooming house next door, I knew what kind she was.
You saw the actual crash take place, Mr. Bell?
I was sitting right here. She came shooting out of her driveway. She was doing 40, I bet. Reckless. Murderous reckless.
Your chair was right there where it is now?
Same spot. I told the missus the day that girl ran over my dog, she'll kill a person someday. And she did. She killed that poor Mrs. Thompson.
Well, maybe you just heard the crash, Mr. Bell. Could that be?
I seen it, I said. She ran over and killed my dog. And did it deliberate. And you think she was sorry? Not her.
Mind letting me sit in that chair for a minute?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
What do you want to do that for?
I'm just trying to figure out how you could have seen the driveway from here. All I can see is a brick wall and 2 big trees.
And you wouldn't make me out to be a liar, would you? I seen it all.
You must have yourself a trick set of eyes, then.
I told them in court I seen it, and they believed me.
Well, maybe you saw it because you wanted to see it. You weren't exactly fond of that girl, you know.
It's nothing to do with it. If I hadn't seen it, I'd have said so.
You'd have had to be hanging a foot over the railing before you could have seen the accident.
Well, maybe that's what I was doing then. You can't make no liar out of me. You go talk to Miss Marks. She lives in the same house as that Graham girl. She's seen it, too.
Uh-huh. I'm going to. Oh, is it all right if I send somebody around here later to take some pictures?
Why, sure thing. And, say, if you're writing something in the paper, don't forget to say that the missus is a fine dressmaker. Ooh, she's one of the best in this section.
Well, we'll headline that fact.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This is a call to service for 50,000 young women. That figure, 50,000, is the number of student nurses needed this year, and the need is acute. Women trained in the nursing profession are wanted because of increased requirements in serving the armed forces. And there is also a greater demand for nursing services for the civilian population. Hospital admissions throughout the country have increased from 10 million in 1940 to nearly 17 million yearly. It is estimated that 1 out of every 10 girls graduating from America's high schools this year must enter nursing schools if the 50,000 student nurse quota is to be met. Student nurses pursue interesting, vital subjects in well-equipped classrooms and laboratories. After completing their training, they can choose between work with the armed forces, work in hospital service, private duty, research, teaching, public health, or some other interesting field. Now, to qualify as a student nurse, a young woman must be a high school graduate or college student of good health and character. To answer this call, go to your nearest hospital or collegiate school of nursing or talk with your school advisor. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
This thing was beginning to scare me. Mr. Bell couldn't possibly have seen that accident. Yet the Supreme Court couldn't have shaken his testimony. The girl had killed his dog, and since that day he'd carried around enough malice in his heart to be able to send her to prison on a phony charge. I went next door to the rooming house where Dolly had lived. Miss Marks, another one of the witnesses against the Graham girl, lived in one of the upstairs rooms.
Yes?
I'm a newspaper reporter. I'd like an interview with you.
Oh, come on in. I'll turn the radio off. You sit down.
Thank you.
Care for some wine? Cherry?
No, thank you.
Cherry's good for you. The other stuff's poison.
So I've heard.
Makes you feel better if you're ill. And it helps time go quicker. You were talking to Mr. Bell next door about Dolly Graham. I heard you through the window. Do you know Dolly? She had more boyfriends.
No.
She's a good-looking girl. Her hair's just like mine was. Mine was natural, though. Did you think it to see me now? I was very pretty, too.
Sure, and you're not out of it yet. About the crash.
Oh, I'm tired talking about that accident.
You heard her leaving her room?
Laughing. He was kidding her.
Well, in court you said that she came out alone.
I said I wasn't sure she was with somebody else.
Oh. But you heard a man's voice.
Maybe. Oh, there were no long, empty evenings for her. Not like some people have. She used to rib me about it. Said she'd fix me up with a date, stuff like that. It hurt.
You were looking out of the window when it happened?
Yes.
There was nobody in Dolly's car with her?
No. She said he ran out on her. I didn't see him. That's a laugh, isn't it?
That's hilarious.
When it came right down to a pinch, she was alone, too. Even the young, pretty ones are alone. I had a time of it when the reporters and police started coming around. But even that didn't last long.
Did you see... Oh, never mind.
Oh, I'm not much good to you, am I, mister?
Well, thanks anyway. I checked into the office about 3 o'clock. Billy, the managing editor's girl, Friday, collared me.
Randy, come into the office for a minute.
What's the matter, Billy? You look very unhappy about something.
Not me, the managing editor. It's, this morning's column of yours. It's directed against Paul Thompson, isn't it?
Well, generally speaking, yes. Specifically, no.
Well, you know the Star is supporting him in his bid for the Senate.
Yeah. If I insinuated the trial left a pretty foul odor behind, it's because I think so.
A judge tries her, a jury convicts her, but Stone the Avenger thinks she's been railroaded.
Like a rocket-powered express.
Thompson's attorney's phone. The ME wants no more of it.
Oh, I see.
As a matter of fact, Thompson wants to talk to you.
Since when has the Star influenced my politicians?
Proof's one thing, Randy. Conjecture's another. Give the boss proof and he'll print it.
The girl is taking a phony rap. I'm sure of it.
All right. All right, get yourself fired.
I sent one of the photographers down to take some pictures from the neighbor's house. Those pictures are going to prove the guy was lying. He said he saw the accident. He couldn't have.
You're going to need something a lot more conclusive than that before you can make a story out of it, Randy.
I know it. I'm working on 2 more angles. First, to find out who wrote this letter. Then to find Dolly's boyfriend, the missing musician.
You believe there was a guy with it?
Yeah.
Let me look at that letter.
A friend of mine, Alf Harriman's on the board of the local musicians' union. He's trying to trace this Saunders for me. If he phones while I'm out, will you take a message?
Mm-hmm. This is a girl's handwriting, Randy.
You sure?
Pretty sure. Was mailed from Wilmette late last night. It's about 30 miles from here. High-class residential section.
I live here, remember?
The boss told Mr. Thompson you'd call him as soon as we heard from you.
It's late, Billy.
He said no matter what time it was, he wants to see you.
Well, I'll go see him now. Don't forget, if Harriman phones, take the message.
Harriman?
The guy from the musicians' union about Saunders.
Oh.
Now, how about Paul Thompson?
He lives in the Nelson Apartments on Lakewood Terrace.
Good. I'll call you as soon as he's had me bounced out on the street. Half an hour later, a nurse ushered me into Thompson's study. She'd warned me that Mr. Thompson was a pretty sick man and that I shouldn't say anything to excite or disturb him. She closed the door behind me. He looked old and tired, and he waved me to a chair near him.
I'm sorry I can't rise to receive you. I haven't been very well.
I'm sorry to hear that. You left a message. You wanted to see me.
Obviously, we had to meet very shortly, so I took the initiative.
Yeah, I'm told that you were disturbed about my column in this morning's Star.
Both its tone and contents were clearly directed against my family.
I was attacking a series of principles, not any individual.
Running as I am for the Senate next month, your insinuations must have an adverse effect on my campaign. I have learned that you are conducting a private investigation into the tragic death of my wife.
Well, to deny that would be stupid.
In the face of such overwhelming evidence as was presented in the court, do you mean to say that further inquiries could serve any useful purpose?
Well, that remains to be seen. I'm interested in facts only, Mr. Thompson. I think you can help end my investigation here and now.
How?
Well, let me talk to your daughter. Is she home?
She's in no condition to see anyone. Poor child is on the point of a serious breakdown. She's never recovered from that horrible night.
A few words with her, that's all I want.
It's impossible.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis.
Old friends, like old songs, are said to be mellow with age. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, feels that this is very definitely true.
Especially when it comes to our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin. Although Mr. Conklin isn't exactly old, or actually a friend, he does remind me of an old song. Sweetest little fellow, everybody knows. Don't know what to call him, but he's mighty lacking in something. What it is formed the topic of our conversation last Friday morning when my landlady and I sat down to a particularly early breakfast.
Here's your coffee, Connie.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis.
I can't understand your constant friction with Mr. Conklin. He isn't naturally mean, is he?
I should say not. He's had to practice for years. Oh, it isn't all his fault. I think a lot of his bad temper is due to his high blood pressure.
I guess it is. When did he get his high blood pressure, Connie?
5 years ago this coming February.
I see. Tell me, Connie, when did you join the faculty at Madison?
5 years ago this coming February. That is a coincidence, isn't it?
It could be, but I'm sure Mr. Conklin doesn't think so.
You're so right, Mrs. Davis. He blames me for almost every little accident that occurs at school. That's why he's made me school safety supervisor. It's his ironic way of getting even.
Getting even? For what?
Oh, a few little incidents that occurred last week.
What kind of incidents?
Well, like last Wednesday after school. I happened to be leaving the building just as Mr. Conklin started down the steps, and I noticed a pencil lying right in his path. Naturally, I didn't want him to slip on it.
Did you pick it up?
Oh, there wasn't time for that. All I could do was jump forward and nudge him aside.
Well, that certainly couldn't have made him angry.
I nudged him down the whole flight of stairs.
My goodness, Connie, was he badly hurt?
Oh, he wasn't hurt at all. Just a few lacerations here and there. And his glasses were as good as new after some minor repairs.
Minor repairs?
2 new lenses. Anyway, now you know why Mr. Conklin declared this to be Safety Week at Madison.
Well, I think it's a splendid idea. If everyone took proper precautions, accidents couldn't happen.
Except to Mr. Conklin. Now, if you'll excuse me, I better get ready. Walter Denton's picking me up early today so I can check things before Mr. Conklin's inspection tour.
All right, dear. Oh, before you go, would you like another egg or some more toast?
No, thanks, Miss Davis. If I'm going to travel in Walter's car, I've got to watch my weight. The last time I rode up front with him, the back wheels didn't touch the ground once. Your car's running very smoothly today, Walter. What'd you do to it?
Well, on account of this being Safety Week, I decided to give it a thorough overhauling, Miss Brooks. So last night I took off the drive shaft, dismantled the transmission, and removed the rear end.
You know something? It goes better without them.
I put them all back, Miss Brooks, but I fixed everything up first. Can't be too careful with a car nowadays, you know.
I like your attitude, Walter. In fact, you are hereby granted permission to help me with the safety campaign at school today.
Oh, I'll be glad to, Miss Brooks. Of course, when I first heard about it, I thought it was just another arbitrary political move made by old Marblehead, Mr. Conklin. You know, to get himself in good with the Board of Education. But his daughter Harriet convinced me that it was for all our goods.
All our goods?
Yes, ma'am. She sure is a sensible girl. And pretty, too.
Yes, she is pretty. And Harriet's a good student as well.
I know. But most important of all, she's got sensational taste.
Taste?
She's been going steady with me for over a year.
Yes, she is pretty.
I'm taking her to the football rally tonight. We're having it out on the campus. You'll be there, won't you, Miss Brooks?
As safety supervisor, I guess it's part of my job.
Oh, we're not going to do anything dangerous, just the usual normal pregame frenzy. Now, we'll have a nice big bonfire, and my pal Stretch Snodgrass is bringing a giant firecracker to open the festivities.
Now, wait a minute, Walter. A carefully supervised bonfire may be all right, but the giant firecracker is definitely out.
But why, Miss Brooks? Stretch knows how to handle fireworks. Gosh, you should have seen him last 4th of July.
I did see him last 4th of July. He passed me on a skyrocket. Look, Walter, I know Stretch is a dear pal of yours and a great football player, but he's not very bright.
Well, I'll admit he's no Albert Einfeld. But if we're very careful, Miss Brooks...
No, I'm sorry, Walter. Mr. Conklin's going to be at that rally, and I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially Mr. Conklin. I've had a couple of unfortunate encounters with our principal already this week.
I know you have. You've done a wonderful job on him so far. I was there when you helped him down the steps Wednesday after school. Boy, he sure was mad.
Your presence didn't help matters any, Walter.
Well, gosh, all I did was hand him back his glasses and say I was sorry.
That isn't quite all you did, Walter. You handed him his glasses and you said you were sorry, and then you giggled right in his face.
Well, I couldn't help it, Miss Brooks. In times of great emotional stress, I always giggle. Well, here's the dear old school, Miss Brooks. Pretty crowded. I thought we'd find a parking space easy this early.
There's one there, Walter. Right in front of that car that just pulled up to the curb.
You think I can squeeze in there, Miss Brooks?
Of course. Now just go straight back. That's it. Back, back, further, back, back, back. You've got about a foot.
Gee, we gave him a pretty bad whack. I wonder whose car it is.
I'll get out and look on the steering wheel.
Don't strain yourself, Miss Brooks. It's my car you've partially destroyed.
Mr. Conklin. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Conklin, but I'm sure there wasn't any great damage. Our rear bumper took most of the strain.
Your rear bumper took most of the glass out of my headlights, too.
I'll get those fixed up for you in a jiffy, Mr. Conklin. I'll just run over to the repair shop.
Shut
and
up.
Leave it to me, Mr. Conklin. I'll see that it's all taken care of. Oh, your front door is still open.
Yes, I know. It does that whenever I'm hurled to the sidewalk. I'll close it at once.
Oh, let me do it for you, Mr. Conklin. It's not safe to have our car doors swinging open, you know. I'll get it. Seems to be stuck.
Miss Brooks, did it ever occur to you that there might be a reason why my car door won't close?
A reason? What reason?
It's simply that my arm is still in it.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be able to... Your arm? Oh, is it hurt, Mr. Conklin?
I'm becoming inured to pain. But now that you've started your day in an ideal manner for a safety supervisor, I suggest that we continue on into school.
Of course, sir.
Just one thing, Miss Brooks. I want you to do me a small favor.
Oh, anything, Mr. Conklin. What is it?
Will you give me a 5-minute head start into the building?
Well, we've still got a few minutes before class, Walter. Come into my room and we'll map out the rest of the day's safety measures. There are quite a few things that must be fixed around school.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Brooks. There's Stretch Snodgrass over by the drinking fountain. Maybe he can give us a hand. He's very good at repair work. Hiya, Stretch.
Hello, Walter. Morning, Miss Brooks.
Morning, Stretch. How would you like to help us out today? This is safety week, you know, and Mr. Conklin's going on an inspection tour this afternoon.
Yeah, I know. Harry was telling me about it. I think it's a swell idea, and it's for all our goods.
There must be another way to say that. Stretch, all I want you to do is... Wait a second. What's that you're carrying?
Well, this is a giant firecracker, Miss Brooks. I was going to use it for the rally tonight, but I just got it all wet when I took a drink. Got a match, Walter?
Oh, sure, Stretch. Here.
Stretch, you're not going to light that monster in school.
Oh, of course not, Miss Brooks. I'm just trying to dry the fuse. Oh, there we are. Just hold the match here for a little while, and then...
See, it slid.
Gosh, I better throw it out the window, huh?
No, Stretch. You might hurt some of the kids out there. Here, give it to me. I'll throw it into the supply room. There won't be anybody in there this early. In she goes. Oh, thank goodness we got rid of that thing without hurting anyone.
Look, Miss Brooks, the doorknob.
It's turning.
But who could possibly have been in there?
Who else?
Mr. Conklin. Quiet, Walter.
Gosh, Mr. Conklin, what did you do to your tie? It's all black.
Who threw the hand grenade at me,
He went that way, Mr. Conklin. We didn't get a very good look at him. You weren't burned, were you?
No, but a large box of inkwells fell on my right foot.
You better go downstairs to the infirmary, Mr. Conklin. We'll help you.
Here, give me your hand, Mr. Conklin.
You'll get it later. I'll try to limp over to the freight elevator and go down to the first aid room. Oh, this is painful.
Boy, it's a good thing our school has an elevator. That's one thing about good old Madison, boy. It's a pretty darn modern kind of a school that has a self-operating brand new elevator.
If that boy doesn't stop babbling, I'll break my remaining foot on him. Now, help me into this elevator, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. Here, I'll open the door for you. Now, in you go, Mr. Conklin.
Thanks. That's funny. The light seems to be...
Mr. Conklin! Mr. Conklin, are you all right?
I'm splendid, Miss Brooks. But where's the elevator?
Lying on it, Mr. Conklin. You didn't fall very far.
Not far at all. Just don't get nervous, Mr. Conklin.
That's right, sir. I'll go get a rope, and we'll have you up in nothing flat.
Gee, I know he doesn't like me very much, but I can't help feeling sorry for Mr. Conklin. First, his car's wrecked, and then he gets slightly bombed, and now he's at the bottom of an elevator shaft. Miss Brooks.
I know, Walter.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment, but first, here is Vern Smith.
Now, proof that brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Continuous research, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice research on tooth decay.
Eminent dental authorities supervised hundreds of college men and women for over 2 years. One group always brushed their teeth with Colgates right after eating. The other followed their usual dental care.
The group using Colgate Dental Cream as directed, using Colgates exclusively, showed a startling reduction in average number of cavities, far less tooth decay. The other group developed new cavities at a much higher rate. No other dentifrice offers proof of these results.
Modern research indicates decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst after meals or snacks. When you brush your teeth with Colgates right after eating, you help remove acids before they can harm enamel. Yes, Colgates contains all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
And remember, Colgates cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Always use Colgate Dental Cream right after eating to help prevent new cavities, help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Well, after placing an out-of-order sign on the elevator and instructing the custodian, Mr. Jensen, to repair the safety gate as soon as possible, I resumed my hobby, teaching. Just before lunch period, however, I decided I'd better see how my deputy safety supervisors were making out. I found Harriet Conklin and Walter Denton at the down stairway near the elevator.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Walter's just trying to fix this handrail. It's been pretty loose all week.
Good for you, Walter. How are you doing with it?
Pretty good, Miss Brooks. I'm trying to get this section off so I can repair it.
Well, keep up the good work, kids. I'm going in and check with Mr. Jensen about that elevator.
Come in.
Hi, Mr. Jensen.
No, Miss Brooks, I'm not.
You're not what?
Let me recapitulate for you. You just knocked on my door, then I said, come in. You did so. And as you entered my office, you said, hi, Mr. Jensen. I, in turn, rejected this description as spurious.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jensen.
I am not a bit high, Miss Brooks. And such an allegation during school hours might well mean the beginning of the end for me as custodian of this establishment.
Oh, I forgot how literal-minded you are, Mr. Jensen. It won't happen again. Now, let's get down to cases.
There you go again. There's alcoholism in your family somewhere.
Now, look, Mr. Jensen.
Look where?
I mean, listen.
Then why don't you say listen? It's not such a terribly difficult word for an English teacher, now is it? Of course not. Now just relax and tell me simply what you want of me. There's a good girl.
Where's a good girl? Great, now I'm doing it. Mr. Jensen, all I want to know is how soon you're going to fix the elevator.
The elevator isn't broken, Miss Brooks. It's just the latch on the street door level. I've sent out for the small part it needs, and when that comes, I'll take care of the matter.
Good. Will you let me know when it's fixed?
I won't have to, Miss Brooks. I shall merely remove the out-of-order sign, and then we'll all know, won't we?
I suppose we will, Mr. Jensen.
You shouldn't worry about the elevator, Miss Brooks. I'm a natural-born handyman. I have 6 children, you know.
I know. How are they, Mr. Jensen?
Oh, fine, thanks. Just full of the dickens.
Oh, read a lot, do they?
No, but... Say, you got me that time, didn't you? Now, before you go, Miss Brooks, though, I'd like to be sure you don't consider me prudish or narrow-minded because of my seeming resentment of your opening remark. You remember about my being high?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Jensen.
Just between you and me, I like nothing better after working hours than to stop in at some cozy bar and grill and have myself 5 or 6 jiggers of television. Well, skål, Miss Brooks.
Umbriago, Mr. Jensen.
I don't like to curtail a teacher's lunch period like this, Miss Brooks, but I'll explain the reason in a moment. First, how are things in the safety campaign progressing?
Oh, fine, Mr. Conklin. The elevator will be attended to very shortly, and everyone is pitching in to help put Safety Week over in a big way.
Good.
And, Mr. Conklin, may I say that in spite of some of the unfortunate incidents of the day, you look very well indeed.
I do?
Yes, sir. Your bandages are extremely neat.
Thank you. They do a nice job downstairs in the infirmary. But about our necessity for speeding things up. I just received a call from the Board of Education, Miss Brooks, and they're sending a new inspector over today to observe the result of our safety plan.
Today? But when, Mr. Conklin?
Any time now. He's a Mr. Blanchard, very good friend of Mr. Stone, the head of the board. I'm going to make a last-minute tour before he comes, of course. But first, Miss Brooks, I'd like you to look at this electric fan.
Electric fan? In October?
It's a safety model. If this sample meets with Blanchard's approval, we may put these in every room during the warm weather. Here, I'll start it. Now, go ahead, Miss Brooks. Put your finger in the fan.
My finger?
Go ahead. Perfectly safe.
Well, thanks just the same, Mr. Conklin, but I prefer the old-fashioned manicure where the fingers stay attached to the hand.
Well, these are rubber blades, soft as tissue paper. Watch. I'll put my finger in. In, out. In, out. See? Nothing happens to it at all. It's a wonderful idea. Well, we'd better get going now. I'd like to inspect the fire extinguishing apparatus.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'll open it.
Hi, Daddy, Miss Brooks. Walter and I have been going over the wiring in the building. You know, for loose connections and stuff.
Yeah, it wouldn't do for anything to go wrong the last day of Safety Week, would it, Mr. Conklin, huh?
I couldn't think of a more auspicious time to leave my office.
If Mr. Blanchard is coming over, I'd better tidy up the place a bit, Daddy. I brought some glass wax for the window. It'll just take us a few minutes.
You come along with me, Mr. Conklin. We'll check the fire apparatus.
Very well, Miss Brooks.
Now, you check the lamp connections, Walter, and I'll dust off Daddy's desk.
Okay, Harriet. I'd better take this fan off it so that you can... Oops! Oh, gosh, Gosh, I dropped it. I hope it didn't break.
Well, snap it on.
Okay. Gosh, nothing happens. It's busted, all right. Oh, what does your dad need a fan for in this kind of weather anyway?
It must be his high blood pressure, Walter. But don't worry about it. We'll just put this rubber one away and get the one he's got in his closet. It's an old-fashioned one with steel blades, but it's better than nothing.
Oh, sure. What's the difference as long as there's something cooling off old Marblehead? Your daddy.
The nozzle of this fire extinguisher doesn't seem to be hanging just right. What do you think, Miss Brooks?
Well, I'm not really an expert nozzle hanger, Mr. Conklin, but maybe I can straighten it out a bit.
Be careful with it, Miss Brooks. When tilted at a certain angle, these things can be treacherous.
Oh, I'll be very careful, sir. Just take it like this and...
You certainly were careful, Miss Brooks. Not a drop missed me.
Take my hanky, Mr. Conklin. Here, I'll put this thing back where it's...
Put that thing down!
Yes, sir.
Oh! Oh, my foot! Oh, it cut right through to my instep. Now I've got to go down to the infirmary again.
Oh, what can I say to you, Mr. Conklin?
There's nothing you can say to me now, Miss Brooks, but I'll have a few things to say to you when I come back upstairs.
I'm afraid you'll have to walk down, Mr. Conklin. The out-of-order sign is still on the elevator. Maybe if I help you...
You've helped me enough for one day, thank you. Now go away. If I take it easy, I think I can negotiate these stairs. Wish I had my glasses on. Oh, well, I'll just take a firm grip on the handrail.
Oh, about that handrail, Mr. Conklin.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
There isn't any.
Hello, Miss Brooks. I got the handrail for the staircase with me.
Just in time, Stretch. Throw it down to Mr. Conklin.
What's Daddy doing down there, Miss Brooks? Mr. Blanchard is waiting for him in his office.
What? Quick, Harriet, you take your father into the infirmary, and I'll go back and stall Mr. Blanchard along.
Is there anything I can do, Miss Brooks?
Yes, Walter. Stay away from Mr. Conklin until we have danger week.
Is someone going to help me down the rest of these steps or not?
I'll be right there, Daddy. Straighten things out up here, will you, fellas?
Sure, Harriet. Gosh, this fire extinguisher's a mess. But we better hang an out-of-order sign on it so Mr. Jensen fixes it up before the safety inspection.
You're right, Walter. Wait a minute. Well, here's one right by the elevator. Out of order. I'll just borrow this for a while.
So you see, Mr. Blanchard, as safety supervisor for Madison High, I've worked very closely with our principal.
In other words, Miss Brooks, you've been at Mr. Conklin's side constantly.
Oh, yes, indeed. I've been at his side, on his feet, in his hair. That is to say, we've worked hand in hand all through the week.
Fine. I've never met Mr. Conklin, but my friends on the board tell me he's always leaned toward safety in the school.
Right again, Mr. Blanchard. Mr. Conklin leaned a long way today. He's even thinking of putting in safety-first fans. See, like this one on his desk. I'll just turn it on for you. Now, put your finger in here, Mr. Blanchard.
But, Miss Brooks...
Oh, go ahead. You only live once. It's rubber. It's just like tissue paper.
These things make me nervous, Miss Brooks. However, if you insist, I'll insert my cane among the blades. Here we are. Shut this thing off.
Yes, sir.
I can't say I like my introduction to Madison High, Miss Brooks. If this is your idea of a joke.
Oh, no, sir. It's no joke. Somebody must have switched fans on me.
Well, I think perhaps I'd better meet Mr. Conklin and... Ouch! One of those flying splinters lodged in my thumb.
Let's see. Oh, come on, Mr. Blanchard. We'd better go down to the infirmary.
The infirmary? But it's just a sliver.
Please, sir, follow me. That's one thing we insist on at Madison. Prompt care must be taken of the slightest accident.
But, Mr. Conklin, I've got to see him and...
Well, this is a shortcut. Yes, Mr. Blanchard, in this institution, we believe in safeguarding the health and well-being of every man, woman, and beast. A child.
Where are we going, Miss Brooks?
Well, fortunately, we won't have to walk down to the first aid room. I see the out-of-order sign has been removed from the elevator.
Elevator? What if it's only one floor down?
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Mr. Blanchard. The stairs are not safe without the handrail. Here, I'll open the door for you. After you, sir?
Thank you, but the light seems to be...
Oh, no!
Pardon me, Miss Brooks, but I understand Mr. Blanchard has arrived. Tell me, has he been here very long?
No, sir, he just landed. He wanted to see the infirmary, so I thought I'd take him down, and the out-of-order sign is off the elevator, as you can see, so it was only natural for me to suppose
Stop
that...
babbling, Miss Brooks.
Jensen...
I've got to meet this gentleman. If he's in the elevator, that's where I...
Oh, well. Look out below! Mr. Blanchard, Mr. Conklin. Mr. Conklin, Mr. Blanchard.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after Mr. Blanchard awarded Madison High a safety pennant with a picture of a skull and crossbones on it, I left the scene of the crime and hurried home. That night, I phoned Mr. Conklin to see if he felt any better. And just as I hung up, my landlady, Mrs. Davis, came into the room.
Was that Mr. Boynton, Connie?
No, Mrs. Davis. He's still away at that biologist convention, but he'll be back next week. I just had the most peculiar conversation with Mr. Conklin.
What did he say?
He just recited a little rhyme to me. It's one I haven't heard since I was a kid.
A rhyme? Which one, Connie?
He just said, "Sticks and stones can break my bones, and you didn't do a bad job either."
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin is played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, Bob Jellison, and Ed Begley.
Here's good shaving news. 3 men out of every 4 can get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves with Palmolive brushless shaving cream. This is not just a claim. Here's the proof. 1,297 men tried the Palmolive brushless way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Try Palmolive brushless yourself. See if you don't get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the proved Palmolive brushless way.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight, Miss Helen Hayes joins us again in the Campbell Playhouse, and our story is Lilium. When Molnar wrote this incredibly beautiful and beautifully incredible little fantasy, it was at first received with a general bewilderment which I hope we won't revive tonight. Nobody knew what to make of Lilium, which was a straight-faced account of a carnival man who stole a star out of the blue heavens and came back from the dead to give it to a child. The piece was withdrawn, which seems understandable, and you wouldn't be hearing it now if it hadn't been tried again 10 years later. This is a success story because the history of Lilium in every language is the story of a success. Now, I don't know what's happened to people since Lilium's first and, let's pray, its only failure. I don't know whether Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs would have broken all box office records in those cozy old days when security was the premise of human life and peace was a promise. But I do know that if Tinker Bell were dying again in one of our theaters and Peter Pan were asking another audience if they believed in fairies, there would be the same majority for the affirmative. And I do believe that as long as we can tolerate fiction, which is what didn't happen, we'll welcome fantasy, which is what doesn't. Fantasy is the highest reach of the mind. It is our first conclusion and our last. A tall story was told after the first fire that was ever built. And we haven't outgrown magic, even if we know better. I am too far away from you for you to hear me, but you do. A gesture of terrible simplicity will eliminate my voice from the sanctity of your attention. You are accustomed to this power and may be bored with it. Dear listener, your daily routine is a perfect monotony of miracles. The new machinery of this century presents us with equivalents to the pumpkin coach, the magic carpet, and the looking glass. But our magic is a magic trick. The trouble is, Mr. Edison's wizardry is like Mr. Thurston's. There's a way of doing it all, with wires. Here, then, is a trick nobody can do, an effect without a cause, a tale without the falsehood bottom of a fiction, a fable. And Lilium, like all fables, is dedicated to the proposition that the unlikely is not unnecessary, that you and I are interested in the impossible, and that even in these times, there is time for once upon a time. Now, before our play begins, Ernest Chappell, I know, has a comment to make on a food preference of most people. Mr. Chappell?
Thank you, Orson Welles. Let me ask all of you this. Have you ever noticed, when you've had lunch or dinner in a restaurant, how frequently tomato soup heads the menu, and how regularly you hear people all around you saying, "I'll take the tomato soup"? Indeed, when you're eating out and you're in a festive mood, isn't tomato the soup you most often decide on? At home, too, tomato is the soup that families enjoy time and time again and never seem to tire of. And I think the reason it's the favorite soup with most people is because the magic, matchless flavor of tomato soup, as Campbell's make it, has given us all a special liking for it. There's a zest, a dash, a liveliness about the flavor of Campbell's tomato soup that captures us and brings us back again and again. Why, the very look of a bright red plateful speaks of good cheer, and we enjoy it from the first racy spoonful to the last delicious drop. Yes, there's no question that Campbell's tomato is the world's #1 soup, served and deeply enjoyed at lunch and dinner in more homes than any other soup. Will Campbell's tomato soup be #1 on your grocery list tomorrow morning? I hope it will. And now, Lilium, with our guest of the season and of this evening, Miss Helen Hayes. And here is Orson Welles to set the story.
Well, this is Mrs. Muscat's story. Mrs. Muscat of Muscat's Mighty Shows.
Yes, sir, Muscat's Mighty Shows. I've been running the outfit ever since the old man died. 38 years now we've been playing the Gulf Coast. But, of course, business ain't what it used to be. There's been a lot of changes in the world since Muscat's Mighty Shows began, you know. Radio and movie pictures and that swing music. Folks don't take to a carnival like formerly, but we still keep going. I'm down to 8 cars this summer, and sometimes I reckon I ought to put the whole outfit in storage and never open up again. Got a house in Biloxi with 4 bedrooms, and that's where I ought to be at my age, taking it easy, but I just can't do that somehow. I've been at it too long, I reckon, and I remember too much. Well, here's a tall story, and maybe you won't believe it. We got some queer yarns to tell in the carnival business. Ghost stories like, you know, things that couldn't happen but did. Like the time Pete Bonaventi of the Daring Bonaventis, that's the aerial act, did a back double and a half to a trapeze that weren't there. But they all seen it there, everybody. And later they remembered the catcher they seen was old Papa Arturo that Pete dropped 6 years before and killed somewheres in Georgia. Well, sir, this here's about a fella that come back from the dead, too. Just for one day. And everybody saw him, too. At least Julie and I did, like they saw old Arturo. But this yarn ain't unhappy like the other. It's just kind of queer and hard to figure unless you knew Lilium like Julie and I knew him. He was bad. That's the word for Lilium. Bad. But he had a way with him. Well, I guess he didn't mean to steal that star. He just couldn't help it. And then, you see, he never did give Julie nothing when he was alive. He didn't give nothing to anybody. He just took. Well, I guess that's what he did in the other place. He just took that star. Mine, it was a real star, not tinsel like a star on a Christmas tree, or silver like the one the sheriff carries, and it weren't like one of our prizes from the stands. It wasn't just flash. Flash is a word we use in the carnival for stuff that looks good to the rubes and makes them want to spend the money winning at flying darts or tossing rings at the pitches. Something they wouldn't buy in a store for half a tenth of what they spend trying to get free. Oh, no, sir, this star wasn't flash. It was real. You know, a star like you see up there in the sky. I saw it, and I know. He had it in his pocket, wrapped up in an old dirty handkerchief. He had his back turned, and I saw him open it up and look at it quick, just to make sure it was there. He was right by the weight-guessing machine. And when I walked up to him, he was gone. Understand he'd been dead 12 years. Yes, sir, he was the fastest pitchman I ever had. Pitchman is another word of ours in the carnival. It's the fellow who talks you into throwing the darts or pitching the rings or maybe getting your weight guess. You know, a fast talker. A good one's the best thing we've got in the carny. That's the best thing we got anyhow. Talk to me and put the hand down in the pocket and bring out some more change. And Lilium could talk the last nickel out of anybody, especially the girls. I beg pardon, you want to hear the story, of course. Well, sir, here's how it happened. It's a kind of love story. Not mushy, but there's love in it. Real love. I admit I was crazy for him myself. I was younger then, so was Julie. She loved him right off. And I guess in his way, Lilium loved Julie. Guess that's why I come back from being dead with that star he'd stole out of the blue sky. But I don't know. It all begun in a bit stand where Julie come from and where Lilium met her. I remember how mad I was. Mad at little Julie and that Maria pal. Moon calfing they was, the both of them, around Lilium. Go on, get out. Come on, Julie, run. What do I want to run for? Nobody's scared of that. Go on, get out. See, I can take a lot I can, but when a girl starts carrying on the way, why don't we go on and sell your old tickets and leave us alone?
What's going on here? What's the trouble? What's she done?
What she done, Mr. Lilium? She's been uppity with me, and I pulled out that pup.
Mr. Lilium, if I come to your stand and pay you to guess how much I weigh, will you throw me out?
Sure I shall if I feel like it, and if I don't, I won't.
There you are. You see, Julie? Thanks, Mr. Lilium.
I guess I can hug a girl a little when I'm guessing her weight if I want to. Listen here, little girl. You come to my stand any time you feel like it. Come every day if you feel like it, you and your girlfriend. And if you haven't the money, I guess you wait for nothing.
Maybe you think I can't throw you out.
No, you can't.
I can fire you anytime I feel like it, just like that.
Well, it seems like you feel like it right now. That's fine. I'm fired.
You're a fool, you are, Lilium. Letting a no-account little country girl lose you the best job you'll ever hope to have.
Mr. Lilium, I don't want to get you in any trouble.
Then get out of here, quick, before I get...
Hey there, Mrs. Muscat. Get away from there. Leave that girl alone.
If I ever get my hands on her...
You what? Listen here, Mrs. Muscat. I never hit a woman yet. Ain't serious. If you touch this kid here, I'll give you the darndest beating you ever had in your life.
Now you are fine.
Goodbye, Mrs. Muscat.
Gee, Mr. Lilium, I'm awful sorry.
Don't you pity me or I'll hit you. Don't you pity me either.
We're not pitying you, Mr.
You're a liar. You're pitying me. I can see it in your face. Well, you don't have to. I can get along with Miss Muscat anytime.
What are you going to do now, Mr. Lilium?
Me have a drink.
That's always the first thing I do when I'm mad. I have a drink.
Then you are mad about losing your job.
No, just about how I'm going to pay for the drink. Or maybe you're going to buy me a drink. How much money you got?
8 cents.
Is that all?
I had a $50, but I spent most of it having myself weighed. How about you, Marie? 5 cents, but I need that to get home on the streetcar.
You girls stay here while I go back to stand and get my stuff. Don't worry about it. I come back, we go somewhere and get a drink.
But, Mr. Lilliam,
Don't worry, I'll pay for it. You wait here for me.
Yes,
You
Mr.
all wait for
Lilliam.
me.
You sorrowful? Are you? I think he's right pitiful. Well, what you looking after him like that for? Nothing. Except I'm sorry he lost his job. It's our fault he lost his job. Because he's fallen in love with you. Marie, he has not. Yes, too. He's crazy about it. Oh, Marie, you're crazy. I couldn't help it if he put his arm around me when he was guessing my weight. I couldn't tell him not to after he'd done it. Besides, how do you expect him to guess your weight if he doesn't even touch you? I bet you didn't even like him to do it. No, I didn't. It's part of his job. What are you waiting for him for? Why don't we go home? Well, he said to wait for him. I don't see why. Well, just because a fella like
Hello? You still here?
Hello, Mr. Lilliam. Hello, Mr. Lilliam.
Who are you waiting for?
You told us to wait.
Don't butt in, you. Nobody's talking to you.
Well, you asked us. Why
Look, you keep your mouth shut. What do you reckon I'd want the two of you? I meant one of you is to wait. The other goes home.
Yes, Mr. Lilliam.
Well, I said one of you goes home. Where do you live?
East Sycamore Street.
With your folks?
Yes, sir.
How about you?
I live right next door to her with my uncle.
Well, one of you goes on home, one of you stays there. Come on, which is it? Come on, make up your minds. Which one of you stays?
She'll be locked out if she don't get home on time.
Who will?
Julie. She has to be in by 9. Her uncle said next time she came in after 9, he'll throw her out.
Is that right? They throw you out if you're not back on time?
I reckon so.
Well, I was thrown out, wasn't I, just now by Miss Muscat?
Yes, sir.
Well?
Would you like me to run along, Julie? Can't tell you what to do. You can stay here if you want to, Julie.
Come on, make up your mind. I haven't got all night.
Well, do you want me to go, Julie? Why do you keep asking me that, Marie? I know best what to do, Julie. All right, Marie. I guess you can go. Anything you say, Julie. Good night, Mr. Lilliam. Good night, Marie.
Good night.
Good night, Julie.
Now, we're both thrown out. Had any supper?
No, sir.
Want to get something to eat?
No, sir.
Well, you don't come to this carnival much, do you? I only seen you around twice. You been here more than that?
Oh, yes, I've been here every night since you opened up.
Did you see me?
Yes.
Know I was Lilliam?
Yes, they told me.
Say, you got a sweetheart?
No.
Yeah, don't lie to me like that.
I hadn't, honest, Mr. Lilliam. If I had, I'd
A
tell you.
genuine lying trick you are, sister. I ought to walk out on you.
Oh, you're mistaken, Mr. Lilliam. I hadn't ever had one. Honest.
Oh, why don't you try and stop kidding me?
Why won't you believe me?
You're just staying here with me the first time I asked you. You know your way around.
No, I don't, Mr. Lilliam.
You would have been so easy if you hadn't done it before.
Honest, Mr. Lilliam.
Well, what are you staying for anyway?
So you wouldn't be left alone.
Alone? Oh, you must be loony. I don't have to be alone. I can get all the girls I want. Not carnival girls either.
I know.
What do you know?
That all the girls are crazy about you. But that's not why I stayed. I stayed because you were so good to me when Mrs. Muscat tried to throw me out.
Well, then, suppose you go home now.
I don't want to go home now.
What if I beat it and leave you sitting here?
I wouldn't go home.
That's him all right. Right away on
so
to the
long.
girl. I love as much.
Oh, Mr. Lilliam, look.
I see.
The sheriff, he's coming over here.
I don't know. It's hanging around the carnival looking for trouble. What is it?
So, up the old tricks, huh?
Oh, me?
What's your name?
You ought to know it by now in this one-horse county.
Sheriff, he hasn't done anything.
Keep still, kid. We ain't gonna eat you.
What are you hanging around here for? Why don't you just stand where you belong?
Your business.
What's your name, miss?
Who, me?
I know her, Sheriff. She lives up on Sycamore Street with her uncle.
Why aren't you home then?
I'm not doing anything wrong. I just came out to the carnival.
Well, carnival's over for the night, miss.
Yeah, and if I was you, I wouldn't be hanging around with no show folks.
We know this one. We've had trouble with him before. Picks up nice girls like you. Says he'll marry you. Takes everything you got. Then on to the next town.
I haven't any money, Sheriff.
Well, don't say we didn't warn you. If you got any sense, you go right home.
Do I have to go home?
No, you don't have to.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Come on, Tom.
Come on, Sheriff. Say, ain't you afraid of me? Sheriff told you what kind of a bad fellow I was. Said I'd take your money.
Why, you couldn't do that. I haven't got any. But if I had some, I'd give it to you. I'd give it all to you.
You would?
If you asked for it.
Did you ever have a fellow you gave money to?
No.
Haven't you ever had anybody in love with you?
No.
Are you in love with me?
No, Mr. Lillian.
Why do you stay here? Do you want to marry me?
You?
It scared you, didn't it? You're thinking what that sheriff said. You're scared.
No, I'm not, Mr. Lillian. I didn't listen to what the sheriff said.
But you wouldn't have the nerve to marry somebody like me, would you?
If I loved somebody, it wouldn't make any difference to me what he... Even if I died for him.
And you'd marry a fella like me?
Yes, I would. If I loved you, Mr. Lillian.
Well, you just said you didn't love me, didn't you? Why don't you go home, then?
Too late now.
Locked out?
Yes.
You know what I think? I think even the most good-for-nothing can make a man out of himself if he wants to.
Yes.
Hungry?
No.
Suppose you did have some money and I took it away from you.
You could take it. I wouldn't mind.
You know, all I have to do is go back to Miss Muscat at the carnival. She'll be glad to get me back. Then I'd make money again. Plenty. I'd make a lot of money.
Don't go back to her.
Sure are a flock of magnolia trees around this plot.
Don't go back to her.
She'd take me back in a second if I asked.
You should see them later in the summer. Then they're in full bloom.
Yeah. White magnolias.
Then the wind blows them down. They smell so good.
Business was good in the South that summer, even after I fired Lillian. Yeah, business was all right. Well, we don't route Muscat's mighty shows to play a stand twice in one season. It isn't considered good business. But I got to admit, 3 months later that same year, we was back in that same town. I told you before I never been in this business for money. Who's that? Good morning. Is William home?
No.
Gone out?
He hasn't come home yet.
He's not come home yet. Well, I'll wait for him. I think you remember me. I'm Mrs. Muscat.
From the carnival, I remember.
Not home yet, huh? I'll wait if you don't mind.
Just as you like.
When you leave, how long has he been gone?
Since yesterday. Oh, he'll be back any minute now.
That's fine. I'll wait. You think he'd be ashamed to let his wife live in a place like this? 3 months and he ain't even turned a finger to work.
Who told you that?
Oh, you know how news gets around. That's not all I heard. I heard he was in jail last week.
But they let him out right away.
Well, it's not the first time Lillian's been locked up. Why'd they let him go?
Because he hadn't done anything wrong.
Maybe he's doing nothing wrong when he beat you.
Who told you?
Oh, he's a bad one, that Lillian. He always was.
He's not bad. Not really bad. He gets wild sometimes. But then he's gentle, too, sometimes. Last night, just before he went away, he was gentle. The wind was blowing from over the carnival, and we could hear the music of the merry-go-round, and I don't know, something came over him, and then he was very gentle.
Did he say anything?
No, he didn't say anything. He just sat there, very quiet, and his eyes staring straight ahead of him.
Thinking about you?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what he was thinking. He was thinking how he missed the carnival and 3 square meals a day and money every Saturday and girls waiting at every town all crazy for him.
Hello, Lillian.
Wait downstairs, Victor.
Seems like you got company here, Lillian.
Wait downstairs. I'll call you when I want you.
You're the boss,
Downstairs,
boy.
downstairs.
I'll be right at the bottom of them.
Oh, Lillian. Lillian, Miss Muscat's here to see you.
I see she is. Well?
Aren't you going to say good morning?
What for? Then what's wrong with you?
Nothing, Lillian.
Then shut up. Well, go on. Why don't you start asking me where I was all night? Go on, say it.
I'm not saying anything, Lillian.
Well, don't, or you'll get your face slapped.
Lillian, Mrs. Muscat's here.
I can see Mrs. Muscat. Why don't she speak up if she got something to say? What do you want, Miss Muscat?
What do you suppose I want? You think I've come to pay a social call?
I don't owe you any money.
Yes, you do, but I know better than to come here for that.
Well, then get out.
You know what I'm here for, Lillian.
Got a new man on the scales, haven't you?
Sure I have.
Well, what else do you want? He's as good as I am.
He certainly is. He's every bit as good as you are. I wouldn't dream of letting him go.
Julie, go in the kitchen and make me some coffee. Go on.
Yes, Lillian.
So the new man's good, huh?
Lillian, why don't you stay home and sleep nice?
Mind your own business.
I see you're going around with that low-down, sneaking Spitzer. First thing you know, he's going to get you in trouble.
You mind your own business.
William, you look terrible.
Yeah?
Push your hair back from over your eyes.
No man's good, is he?
I hear you've been beating her.
Mind your own business, I told you.
You're a fine one, beating a skinny, little, underfed thing like that. You're tired of her? Why don't you leave her? But there's no use beating up a little.
Leave her? You like that, wouldn't you, Miss Muscat?
Oh, don't flatter yourself. You do beat her, don't you?
What's all this crazy talk about beating her? I hit her once, now the whole town's talking about it. You don't call that beating her, do you?
All right.
Beating her? As if I'd beat Julie.
Well, all I can say is you've been married 3 months and it's plain to see you're sick of it. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Lillian, I bought a new steam organ.
Yeah, I know.
How'd you know?
Oh, we heard it last night and coming through the windows, you know.
How's it sound?
Swell. Plays good.
Just think of it, Lillian. All the food and liquor you want, cigarettes and money. I'll give you $5 a day.
$5?
The girls miss you, Lillian. Everywhere we go, they ask for you. Oh, Lillian, that's the life for you. It's the only life you know. It's the only way you can make a living.
So the girls don't like the new man on the scales, huh?
You know they don't.
I couldn't leave, Julie, but that wouldn't matter. I could be out with a carnival all summer, send Julie money, and then when I could come back and stay with her here, maybe we'd go some nice place together, you know.
Yeah, that's just lovely.
Well, now what?
You must have lost your senses. That'd go great with the girls, wouldn't it? Lillian married, always running home to his wife while they'd lie themselves sick from here to Pensacola.
I know what you want.
Lillian.
$5 a day and a cut. Is that what you said?
That's what you said. Well, we let it stand. We'll pull out tonight, Lillian. We won't be back here again for a year. Never, if you say so. Here's your coffee, Lillian.
All right, put it down.
Lillian.
Well, what is it now?
Nothing. There's something I wanted to tell you.
Well, tell me.
I was going to tell you yesterday, only...
Go on.
I can't tell you here. It's private. If you come in the kitchen a minute...
Can't you see I'm busy? It's important. Why are you always butting in when I'm doing something important? Get out.
No.
What'd you say?
No.
Oh, now, you two, don't start fighting.
You shut up. All right, Julie, come on. Better be important.
Here, I'll bring you coffee.
You wait out here, Miss Muscat.
Yes, Lillian, I'll wait.
Well?
You can hit me again if you like. And don't look at me like that. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of anybody anymore.
All right. Spit it out.
Yesterday, you wanted to know what was the matter with me. You said I seemed changed. Do you remember?
Yeah, did I?
Lillian? Oh, I hope you aren't going to be mad at me, Lillian.
What is it?
I'm going to have a baby. Now, you better go back to Mrs. Muscat. I'll stay in here.
Go on, Mrs. Muscat. Back to your ticket wagon.
What are you talking
Miss
about?
Muscat, get out of here.
Are you going out of your
Can't
business?
you see we're having our coffee? Julie's waiting in the kitchen for me.
Lillian, what's the matter?
I said get out.
What? All right, that settles it. This time I'm through with you for good. I'll never speak to you again as long as you live.
That's just fine, Mrs. Muscat.
As you live.
Good. Victor, come on, get up. Hurry up. Come up the stairs.
Hey, that old James took a run out. Almost turned me over. What's going on up here anyway?
Victor, did you ever have a baby?
Oh, me?
Listen, they need a lot of things, don't they?
Yeah, so they say. Milk and stuff, and they get sick all the
And in
time.
the winter, you got to keep them warm with blankets and things, don't you?
What are you wandering around about babies for, Lillian?
Listen, Victor. You said you know a way to get a whole lot of money quick.
Yeah, that's right, sure.
Well, how much?
For more than you can count, Lillian, boy. And it's easy.
Easy?
Just like rolling off a log. Only takes 2 to do it. It's got to be done today.
Today?
Sure. What do you say, Lillian?
How much is it?
Oh, plenty, boy. 15, 16,000. 50-50.
What do we do?
You know where Front Street is?
Yeah.
Well, we go down Front Street, cross the tracks down near the... Hey, Lillian, ain't you listening?
What? Oh, yeah, go on.
So we cross the tracks, hide in that old loading dock.
Hide? Who from?
Now, wait a minute. I'm coming to that. The man always goes right by there.
What man?
The paymaster for the steamboat
You
company.
say he's got the money on him?
Well, sure, in a leather satchel. Week's pay.
How are we going to get it from him?
How do you think?
You mean we got to...
Well, that depends on him. Most folks ain't too fond of giving money away.
Listen here, Fixer. I didn't know to get that money we had to do anything
Forget
like
it,
that.
Lily. After we got the money, we'd beat it anyway. South America, maybe. How do you like that, huh?
South America. Yes, Julie likes that. We take the baby, too,
Hey, what's all this baby talk you're doing, Lily? What's the matter with you? Now, listen to me. I'm talking sense. Here's the way we work it. One of us stays on the lookout, and the other one, that's you, goes up and says to him, "Excuse me, mister, but can you tell me the time?"
Yeah, and then what happens?
Well, by that time, you got your knife in him.
A knife?
Yeah. You got a knife, ain't you?
No.
Hey, I thought you carnival boys was tough. Well, you better get one out of the kitchen.
Do I have to use a knife?
Well, if you just hit him, you can't be sure. You got to use something.
Do I have to use something? If I take a knife out of the kitchen, Julie will see me.
Well, take it so she won't see you. See, what's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me.
Well, then get Julie out of the kitchen. Send out for something.
All right.
Then she won't see you take the knife.
All right. Hey, Julie! Julie! Go to the corner and get some cigarettes.
Yeah, here's a quarter.
William, you're not going out, are you? You and Fixer. You'll be here when I come back?
Sure, Julie. We'll be here.
Well, where we be going, Julie?
All right.
Don't run, Julie. Be careful.
Careful? What do you mean?
You know what I mean. You know, take your time. There's no hurry.
Sure, I know, William. Thanks. Goodbye.
Now, go on, hurry. Get that knife.
All right.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, let's go. Hey, what are you staring at like that?
I'm not. I'm thinking.
Well, don't. Come on, before she gets back.
Yeah.
Now, where's the knife?
Right here. I got inside here.
Well, put it on the other side, over your heart. It's easy to get at.
This way?
Boy, that's some knife, all right. Hey, put it away under your coat quick. Let's go.
Here, Lillian. Hey, your cigarette. I thought you weren't going out.
Come on, Lillian. It's getting late.
Where are you going? Please stay home. It's going to rain soon and you'll get wet.
It ain't going to rain.
Stay home, Lillian. Marie's coming over this afternoon. Don't you want to see Marie?
Let's go, Lillian.
Listen, Lillian, stay home. Marie's bringing me some money. You can have it, all of it.
We're just going for a little walk, Julie. We'll be right back.
Lillian, don't go. I'm not angry with you anymore for hitting me. Lillian, what's that under your coat?
Get out of my way.
Lillian, don't. Don't go, Lillian. Lillian! Lillian!
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lillian, featuring Orson Welles and our exclusive Campbell Playhouse star, Miss Helen Hayes. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lillian. But first, I'd like to remind you that not so very long ago, women had to make their own soup. It was usually a long and tedious task, but they knew that good soup is something that families enjoy having regularly, so they devoted long kitchen hours each week to tending the soup kettle. But then a change came, a change that has been welcomed in countless homes. One by one, women tried Campbell's soups and compared them with their own. They knew these soups must have been made in the true home way. They saw how much the family enjoyed their fine flavor. And thoughtful husbands said to wives, with all you've got to do, I wouldn't spend time anymore making soup, not when you can buy good soup like this. So tonight I'd like to ask you, are you still making soup at your house? If so, I'm sure it must be because you haven't tried Campbell's soup. Won't you do that? Try, for instance, Campbell's tomato soup, a rich puree of luscious red ripe tomatoes and delicate seasonings. Or try Campbell's vegetable soup with its rugged beef stock and 15 different garden vegetables. If you will, I sincerely believe your family will urge you, too, to give up making soup and serve Campbell's soups for their convenience and fine flavor. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lillian, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles.
Smells good down here. Smell of the water. Why do we wait for the man?
On the platform between him and the river. Now, when he comes around that warehouse...
Hey. Look at that boat.
Yeah, she's a big one, huh?
I wonder where she's going. Europe, China, South America.
You ever been on a ship, Lillian?
No, but I will be someday, maybe. Maybe soon. Julie and me, huh? Look, you can even see her name, Eastern Princess. She's a princess, all right, all white and long, shiny.
How'd you like to be sailing on her?
Boy.
Gotta have money for that, though. Plenty of money.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of paymaster's got in his satchel. You know what I heard? People on them boats, they sit up there on the deck all day long in long cushioned chairs right out in the sun.
What do they do?
Oh, they don't do nothing. They just sit there, read the newspaper, smoke big cigars. Every now and then a waiter brings them a drink. That's what they say.
Boy.
For that kind of life, you gotta have money, though.
There's a whistle.
Yeah, 6 o'clock. Won't be long now. Come on now. What are you going to say to the man?
Well, let me see. Excuse me, mister, have you got the time?
Hey, that's fine, Lillian.
Yeah. Well, why don't he come?
Oh, take it easy, Lillian. He'll be here after a while. Hey, how about a little game of dice while we wait?
All right, got some dice?
Let me see. Yeah, here's a pair right here. Got any money?
Sure, all right, let's see. 10, 25, 32, $1. I got $1.11.
Oh, put it up then. Well, how much?
Shoot it all.
Right. Here they come.
Five's your point, Sixer.
Yeah, and I'm going to make it too, Lillian. Come on. Phoebe. It's 5.
5, that's it.
Hey, wake up, Lillian.
I was just thinking.
What?
Me and Julie and the kid on one of them big white boats going to South America.
Oh, come on.
Shoot again.
Shoot again? What with? Oh, you're broke, Lillian. You can't play.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I reckon game's over then.
Yeah, I reckon it is.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll do, Lillian. I'll take it out of your share.
My share?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my share? Oh, all right, shoot. I got to do something. I can't wait here like this doing nothing.
Well, the man's carrying $16,000, ain't he? 8 of that's yours.
Shoot 4,000.
$4,000?
Sure, I got plenty of money.
I'm faded. Come on, dice. For little Joe. Well, come on. Baby. A 4. There it is. I made it. The hard way.
Shoot 4 more.
Goes. Come on, boy. That's you.
11.
Well, then, let's see. You owe me 8,000, huh?
Shoot the 8.
Can't do that, Lillian.
Well, what's the matter? Go. You're ahead.
Yeah, I know, but if you lose, you can't pay off. You only had 8 to start with.
Now, let me see them dice.
Here he comes.
So that's a low-down...
Look, listen.
Yeah?
Look yonder, back there. Cashier. Now, don't forget, let him start walking. When he gets about halfway across the dock, we go after him, see? Now, come on.
Excuse me, mister. Have you got the time?
Sure thing. Let me see. The time, huh? Want to know the time, certainly. Got it right here in my inside pocket. Here it is.
Now then, stick 'em up, you two.
Well, look, listen. We wouldn't try and pull anything on you.
No, of course not. You and your friend only wanted to know the time. Well, it's exactly 7 minutes after 6. Come on, keep 'em up. Now, you see what I see, boys?
It's the law.
That's right, boys. We've been watching you for some little time down here, the sheriff and me.
You ain't got a thing on me. I ain't done nothing.
All right, Pete. Come and get 'em.
Not me, you won't.
Stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Hey, it goes over that chair. Where's it?
He fell behind that chair.
Did you get him, Sheriff?
No, I don't think so. He was traveling awful fast.
There he is over yonder, Sheriff.
Yeah.
He ain't moving. Come on. Must have got him. Look. He's bleeding.
Let's see. They turned him over on his back.
Yeah.
Julie.
Nope. That ain't no bullet wound.
No, sir. Look at that knife. A kitchen knife right under his heart.
Whee. All the way in.
Did a good job of it, poor devil. Funny, when he jumped off that roof, he must have fell on his own knife.
I wonder. Are you the lady of the house?
No, just a minute. I'll call her. Julie!
I'm afraid there's been a bit of trouble, ma'am.
Julie! What is it, Marie? What's happening? Anything?
Are you the lady of the house?
Yes.
I'm Sorry, lady.
All right, Will. Stand down right here. Easy.
Oh, we've got to get a doctor.
Save your money, ma'am.
All right, sir.
Are you his wife?
Yes.
Julie. Sign here, please. Just a report I've got to send in.
Where? Here?
That's right. Julie. Thanks, lady. All right, Tom, let's go.
Julie. Julie?
Julie. Isn't there anything I can do?
Julie.
No, Marie.
Julie.
Do you want me to wait in the kitchen, Julie? All right. Sure thing.
Julie.
William, what have I done to you?
Julie. There's some... Julie. Can you hear me?
Yes, William, I can hear you.
Julie, something I want to tell you.
Yes, William.
Those times when I beat you up, Julie, I wasn't mad at you. Only I couldn't stand to see you unhappy. And it was my fault you were unhappy like that, Julie.
I wasn't unhappy, Lily.
See, I never learned to do nothing except guess people's weights at the carnival, Julie. I couldn't get a job like other people. I wasn't going to go back to carnival and all those girls, not after I knew you, Julie. It was only you, Julie, understand?
Yes, Lily.
And then this last thing, I didn't even know what I was doing, Julie. Only I thought maybe if I could get you away, you and the baby, and some nice place we could go to like something.
William, Julie. William.
Tell you one thing, though. When I beat you, I was right. I can be right sometimes, too. Anyway, it doesn't matter who's right. Nobody's right. Only they all think they're right. A lot they know.
Yes.
Like to show them just once. Maybe if I could stay, I'd show you. Or if I could come back just once for a little while. Maybe I could show you.
Yes.
Julie, hold my hand tight.
I'm holding it tight all the time.
Tighter. Julie.
It's all right now. You can come in, Marie. Come in. Julie, Mrs. Muscat's here from the carnival. She's waiting outside in the kitchen. Julie. Yes, he's dead. Yes, thank you. Oh, don't be mad at me, Julie, but honestly, it's better this way. Honest it is. Yes. A good man don't beat a woman, Julie, the way he beats you. No. You know what I think? I think he's better off, and so are you. Yes. Honest, Julie, you're still young. Yeah. Julie, a little while from now, you'll have forgotten all about him. Am I right? Yes, you're right. Well, it's getting late. I'd better be going home. If you need anything, Julie, you can count on me. You know that. Sure, I know that. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, Julie, it's the best thing. Honest, it is. The best thing that could have happened. Don't cry, Marie. Goodbye, Julie. Goodbye. You mind if I come in? Hello, Mrs. Muscat. I heard what happened. Would you mind if I looked at him? No. There he is. Oh, he looks so peaceful. Won't you make up with me? I'm not mad at you, Miss Muscat.
But you were. Let's make up.
I got nothing to make up with you about.
But I have with you. Everybody says bad things about him, even now he's dead, except us two. You don't say he was bad.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, no. You beat me, too, but what does it matter? I've forgotten it.
That's your own business.
My child, if I can help you in any way.
I don't need any help.
I still owe him $20 back pay.
You should have paid him.
Well, now that he's dead, I thought perhaps it'd be the same if I paid you.
Got nothing to do with me.
Please don't think I'm trying to force myself on you. We two are the only ones on earth who loved him. That's why I thought we ought to stick together.
No, thanks.
Well, then you couldn't have loved him like I did.
No.
I loved him better.
Yes.
Well, goodbye.
Lillian. Sleep, Lillian. Sleep. bad, wicked, unhappy, darling boy. Sleep peaceful, Lillian. They never understand how I feel. I can't even tell you. Not even you how I feel. You'd only laugh at me. Oh, no. No, you won't. You can't hear me anymore. You bad, bad boy. I love you. I never told you before. I couldn't tell you before. But now I've told you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Please, Lillian, please.
And here comes the end of the story. It's 12 years after Lillian died.
Time for supper, Louise. Yes, Mother. Here's the soup. Oh, it's hot.
That's right, dear. Put it down here. And bring up a chair. We'll have it out on the porch here.
Mother, is it true we're not going to work at the mill anymore?
Yes, Louise. Aunt Marie and Uncle Richard have got us a job in one of the workrooms at the hub store.
It'll be nicer there than at the mill, won't it?
Yes, it pays better, too. Poor widow like your mother is lucky to get such work. Eat your soup, dear.
Mother, look.
What's the matter?
Look, that man there in the yard.
Well, Louise, I don't see anything.
There in the shadow of the maple tree. Don't you see?
Oh, yes, now I see him. So dark there.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, it's just a beggar. What do you want?
Nothing.
We haven't any money to give you, but if you care for some soup... Louise, go and get another plate.
Yes, Mother.
Have you come far today?
Yeah, I come far.
Are you tired?
Yeah, tired.
There's a bench under the tree. Sit down and rest. My daughter will bring you some soup.
Here it is, Mother.
That's your daughter?
Here you are.
You're the daughter?
Yes, sir.
You work at the mill, don't you?
Yes.
And your daughter?
Yes.
And your husband?
I've no husband.
Guess your husband been dead for a long time. Has your husband been dead a long time?
A long time.
What did he die of?
No one knows. He went to South America to work, and he died there. I never saw my father.
Went to South America.
Why do you ask so many questions? Did you know him?
I don't know. I've known so many people. Maybe I knew him.
Well, even if you did know him, you can leave us alone with your questions. He went to South America and died there. That's all there is to tell.
All right. Don't be angry with me, ma'am. I didn't mean any harm.
My father was a very fine man.
Don't talk so much, Louise.
Well, sure the child can say that about a father.
My father could juggle so well with 3 ivory bulls. The people used to advise him to go on the stage.
Who told you that?
Uncle Richard.
Who's that?
He owns the hub store here in town.
The one who used to be Marie's sweetheart?
Do you know her, too? You seem to know the whole town.
Oh, they're a long way from being the whole town.
He was a friend of my father's.
He wasn't his friend. No one was.
You talk of your husband bitterly, ma'am.
What's that to you? Doesn't it suit you? I can speak my husband any way I like. Nobody's business but mine.
Sure, it's your business.
Mother, maybe he knew Father, too.
You can ask him if you like.
Did you know my father?
Sure, I knew your father.
You know him?
Oh, Lillian? Sure.
Was he really such a fine man?
I wouldn't exactly say fine, no, but...
But he was a very good man, wasn't he?
He wasn't so good either. As far as I know, he was what they call a pitchman in a carnival.
Did he tell funny jokes?
Oh, sure, and he sang funny songs, too.
In the carnival?
Yeah, and did card tricks. He was kind of a bully, too. He even hit your mother once.
That's a lie.
It's true.
Aren't you ashamed to tell the child such awful things about her father? You get out of here. Eats our soup and bread and then lies about our dead.
I didn't mean to die.
What right are you to tell lies to the child? Take his plate, Louise, and let him go.
So he didn't hit you, ever?
No, never. He was always good to me.
And he did tell funny stories, too, didn't he?
Oh, sure, very funny stories.
Louise, you stop talking to him. Go away.
You'd better go.
Wait a minute, miss. Wait a minute. I got a little present here for you.
No. Go away.
Well, what's your hurry? Take a look at what I got for you, miss. Look, it's shiny and bright, see? I bet you never seen one of these before, miss. Not the real thing like this one, huh? I wrapped it up in my handkerchief for you, miss, so it wouldn't get dirty. But...
Oh, Mother, it's a star. Louise, don't take anything from that man. He probably stole it from somewhere. Go on now, get out. Get out of here this minute.
What's the harm giving the kid a little present?
Go away.
Oh, please, miss, please let me stay just a second till I explain about this
Go
present.
on, get out. Oh. Oh, Mother. What's the matter? What'd he do? Mother, that man. He hit me on the hand hard. But it didn't hurt. Go on, Louise. Go into the house. But, Mother, I don't understand. It sounded so loud and it didn't hurt at all. Just as if he kissed my hand instead. Oh, Mother. Go on, dear. Go inside. But, Mother... Go on, dear. You hit my child.
Yeah, I hit her.
Is that all you came here for? To hit my child?
No, I didn't come for that. But I did hit her, and now I'm going away.
Who are you?
A poor, tired man who come a long way and who was hungry. And he took your soup and bread and hit your child. Are you angry with me?
I don't understand. I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all. William. Louise? Yes, Mother? Sit down, dear. We'll finish eating. Has he gone? Yes. Why don't you eat, Mother? What's happened? Nothing, dear. Mother, why won't you tell me? Oh, what is there to tell you, child? Nothing's happened. We were eating our supper, and a beggar came. We gave him some soup, and then I thought of your father. My father? Your father. Lillian. Mother, tell me, has it ever happened to you? Has anyone ever hit you without hurting you? Yes, dear. It's happened to me, too. Is it possible for someone to hit you, Mother? Hard like that. Real loud and hard and not hurt you at all. It is possible, dear. That someone may beat you and beat you and beat you and never hurt you at all.
You have been listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lilium, starring Orson Welles and Helen Hayes. In just a moment, Mr. Welles will return to our microphone with Miss Hayes. In the meantime, may I tell you why it is that when you think of soup, you're pretty sure to think first of Campbell's tomato soup? It's because a bright, glowing plateful of this soup just makes you sit up and take notice, isn't that so? Its aroma invites you, and as you sip spoonful after spoonful, there's a real thrill in its flavor. A flavor that only superb tomatoes and a choice recipe can create. I've spoken of the tomatoes that Campbell's use. Specially cultivated, these tomatoes have glorious, deep color and are extra luscious in taste. This year, they've been exceptionally fine, and you'll enjoy the flavor of these fine tomatoes now in Campbell's tomato soup, along with a delicate seasoning and golden table butter Campbell's add to make it deliciously rich and smooth. And when you serve Campbell's tomato soup, please remember that you can vary it by adding milk sometimes instead of water to make a tempting cream of tomato. Now, wouldn't a fragrant plateful contribute to the enjoyment of your dinner, perhaps tomorrow night? And now, here is Orson Welles with Helen Hayes.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more, it is my great privilege to bring you our star and guest of the season, Miss Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Orson. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Miss Hayes comes to us today after the triumphal first week of her new play, Ladies and Gentlemen. I need hardly tell you that since it opened here in New York, at the Martin Beck Theater, there have been standees at every performance. I'm afraid, Helen, you must find it very quiet and empty here in our studio tonight.
I find it very peaceful and very pleasant. To tell you the truth, Orson, that's one of the things I like the best about these Campbell Playhouse broadcasts. The fact that this is a real radio show produced for the air, without a stage, without a curtain, without an audience in the studio. It allows the producer to produce and the actors to act for their real radio audience, for those millions of listeners sitting at their radio sets in their own homes all over the country.
Well, that's our idea in doing it this way.
Yes, and I think much of the quality of your productions here at the Campbell Playhouse is due to just that way of producing your shows. And speaking as an actress, Orson, that's one of the reasons it's such a pleasure to come here and play with you.
Well, that's really swell of you, Helen. It makes all of us very happy to hear that. I'm sure I speak for everybody on the Campbell Playhouse. And I know I do when I ask you to know how we feel about you. We're all waiting for your next visit with us, and we thank you for another wonderful, wonderful performance. Good night, Helen. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a great American actor in what I sincerely believe to be one of the great American books. The story that begins 50 years ago. Scenes in American town. Any American town during the period when every prosperous family with children kept a Newfoundland dog. Remember? In that town, in those days, all the women who wore silk or velvet knew all the other women who wore silk and velvet, and when there was a new purchase of sealskin, sick people were got to windows to see it go by. Trotters were out. The winter afternoons racing light sleighs on National Avenue and Tennessee Street. Everybody recognized both the trotters and the drivers, and again knew them as well on summer evenings when slim buggies whizzed by in renewals of the snow-time revelry. During the earlier years of this period, trousers with a crease were considered plebeian. The crease proved that the garment had lain upon a shelf and hence was ready-made. These betraying trousers were called hand-me-downs in allusion to the shelf. With evening dress, the man wore a tan overcoat so short that his black coattails hung visible 5 inches below the overcoat. But after a season or two, he lengthened his overcoat till it touched his heels, and he passed out of his tight trousers into trousers like great bags. It was a hairier day than this. Ladies and gentlemen, I am reading from the works of Booth Tarkington. I am reading from the Magnificent Ambersons, and it is at this passage that I stop for breath and for an embarrassed cough. Beards were to the wearer's fancy sideburns, found nourishment upon childlike profiles, great Drundreary whiskers, it's spelled that way, blue like tippets over young shoulders, and it was possible for a senator of the United States to wear a mist of white whisker upon his throat only, and not a newspaper in the land find the ornament distinguished enough to warrant a lampoon, because I think anybody who gets a chance to produce him in anything has a right to be. Well, next week it's the Magnificent Ambersons. It's Booth Tarkington's greatest book, and it's Walter Houston in a wonderful part. Excuse me if I boast. Thank you for your time. Until next week, until the Magnificent Ambersons with Walter Houston, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups. And all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain as always, and always, obediently yours.
Tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of Lilium, the role of Julie was played by Miss Helen Hayes. Orson Welles was heard in the part of Lilium. Mrs. Muscat was played by Agnes Moorhead, Marie by Joan Tetzel. Bill Adams was the sheriff, Frank Reddick the fixer, and Joseph Cotton the cashier. Louise was played by Betty Philpson. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged and conducted by Bernard Herman. All of us, of course, have the desire to help those less fortunate than ourselves, and so I know we will want to support the 1939 Community Mobilization for Human Needs, popularly known as the Community Chest Drive, to provide hospital care for the needy and to support family welfare work. So let us think of it not as an obligation, but as an opportunity, remembering that good Americans are good neighbors. The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you the magnificent Ambersons with Walter Houston as our guest star. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hello, Silver, away! A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger.
early days of the western United States, many of the men in public office used their position for private gain instead of the people's good. These corrupt officials formed the greatest barrier the masked rider of the plains met in his fight for justice. And only his strength and courage, unequaled throughout the West, could have won the final victory for the forces of right over might. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Greenwood. There's going to be trouble. Hello, Silver, away!
The sun was setting as the Lone Ranger and Tonto reined up on the hill outside of Greenwood.
We won't go any farther, Tonto. There's a cowboy and a girl on the trail ahead.
MC Mask.
Yes. I'll make camp here, and you ride into town and get the supplies we need.
Maybe we stay here a long time.
It's possible. The stories we've heard about Greenwood are true.
Oh, that shot.
We can see the main street from here. Must have been fired from one of the houses.
People are out in the street now.
I see them. Find out what's happened, Tonto.
Tonto, do it. Get him up, Scout.
There's a crowd in the street outside of Joe Williams' house, Jerry. Let's hurry.
No, Ann.
I heard a shot.
Well, so did I, but that's nothing unusual in Greenwood. And besides, I got something important to tell you.
Something more?
Yeah,
Can't be as important as buying the ranch. You worked a long time for it, Jerry.
that's right. I wanted that little spread mighty bad for a special reason.
What is it?
Well, Anna, gosh, I never figured this would be so hard to get out, but Oh,
Well,
do you like singing in the cafe?
why, I don't mind. Of course, I don't like it when I have to be nice to people like Bart Sterling, but most of the boys are all right.
Wouldn't you like it better if...
Oh, right off the side, there's an engine coming.
But I...
Get over, he seems to be in a hurry.
Harvey!
Oh, Hardy!
I'll be dogged now. I'll never get it out.
Of course, I don't intend to sing in a cafe all my life. I guess I'll get married and settle down on a ranch in a nice clean valley somewhere. I guess every girl looks forward to something like that.
Well, say,
What?
I was just wondering if you ain't made any plans yet, have you?
Not definitely.
Not Bart Sterling.
Oh, I should say not.
Not me.
Why, Jerry, if I said yes to that, you'd wheel your bronc round, you'd never stop using your crook till you got to California. Do you think I want to scare you to death?
But you wouldn't. I'd feel mighty brave.
Oh, you would?
Well, I mean, proud. Oh, you just been egging me on.
I've been doing my best.
Huh?
Land sakes, Jerry, pop the question.
Will you?
Yes.
Yippee! Come on, the whole town's gonna celebrate.
No, Jerry, no. You must promise me that you won't tell anybody what we're planning to do.
There's a crowd up ahead.
Bart Sterling's there. Jerry, I mean it. You mustn't tell anybody. You go out to the valley and get your ranch fixed up. Don't come back here. Just send me word and I'll meet you in Jonesville. We'll get married there.
What's the idea?
Promise me?
Well, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it. When I leave Greenwood, I'll never come back.
But, Ann, I can't figure what...
Now, that's Marshal. See his face before with the sun behind him.
They're looking for you.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't trust Bart.
Just because he's sheriff, that don't mean he can make any trouble for me.
Rein up. You're wrong, Jerry. In Greenwood, Bart Sterling can make trouble for anybody he wants to. Hightail it out of here.
What's that?
Hurry up.
I'm not running away from anybody.
You'll be sorry you didn't, Marshal. Get down off that horse.
What for?
Get off or we'll drag you off. Come on, Pete.
Take it easy, Sheriff. Now, what's on your mind?
You're under arrest for the murder of Joe Williams.
Murder?
You're crazy, Bart.
Crazy, am I? You won't think so for long.
Just a second, Sheriff. Let's get this straight. I don't know nothing about any murder.
I expected you'd say that. But Joe didn't die as quick as you thought he would. He told Pete and me that you killed him.
When? When was he killed?
About 15 minutes ago.
That was the shot we heard on the trail, Jerry. We were half mile outside of town, Bart. Jerry couldn't have done it.
Trying to save him, huh?
It's the truth.
Marshall had his horse waiting in back of Williams' cabin. After the shooting, he headed across the meadow and down into the hollow. Then he cut back to the trail and rode into town, trying to make us think he just got here.
Jerry and I have been together since 2 o'clock. We rode all the way to Painted Ridge and back.
You two are planning to get hitched, aren't you?
That's our business.
It's the law's business, too. Because now you're trying to save his neck with a lie.
Don't let her get away with it, Sheriff.
She hasn't a chance. When Jerry Marshall comes to trial, he can tell the story to the judge and the jury. But we got a dead man's word against it. Take him to jail, boys. Get him off the
Then Sheriff take him to jail. He couldn't have done it, Tonto. We saw him on the trail below us at the time the shot was fired. That's right. But the sheriff won't listen to the testimony of a masked man if he wouldn't listen to that girl. It's a frame-up. And unless we can do something about it, the boy will hang. Him get trial? But not a fair trial. We know that Judge Rolfe is just as crooked as Bart Sterling. Bart will see to it that his own men serve on the jury. Marshall won't even have a lawyer to defend him. Wait a minute. You got plan? There are still more honest men in Greenwood than crooks. We could use this case to arouse them. We might be able to clean up the whole town. You not want boy to die? Of course not, and he won't have to. We help him escape? Not before we try something else first. We'll get him the right lawyer. Who that? Old Jonathan Greenwood himself, the man for whom the town was named. Him live plenty far. I know. He's been living on his ranch in Horseshoe Valley for the last 10 years. But I believe he'll come back to Greenwood when he realizes that he's needed. You go there now? Tonight, Tonto. This minute. Here, Silver. Tonto ride with you? You'd better stay here. I won't be able to get back before tomorrow night. Judge Greenwood will want to know everything that's happened in town. Me watch close. Come on, Silver. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Silver bullet.
You've seen my horse.
Called him Silver. Silver Bullet in a mask.
Do they mean anything to you?
They certainly do. But I think your errand would have been enough to identify you.
And what's your answer?
It's hard for me to believe that Greenwood should have changed so much since I left it.
Bart Sterling and Judge Rolfe have run the town for the last 2 years.
So they've all forgotten me, eh?
The work that you did in the early days of Greenwood will never be forgotten.
I'm an old man. I haven't touched a law book for 10 years.
And there's nothing difficult about the case. The boy's innocent. The girl's testimony will convince any jury. But they need someone to help them who isn't afraid of Bart Sterling.
What's happened to Bill Leonard and High Walsh? What's happened to all the men who came west with me?
Well, some of them are gone.
Of course. But the younger ones?
I can't answer that. Perhaps they're too interested in their ranches or their business. I only know that Bart Sterling runs the town. His word is law.
You feel that the honest men only need a leader to drive them out?
I feel that they need you.
You know, Masked Man, I imagine that the days of my usefulness were past. I'm an old man. I'm old and tired. But a call to duty such as this, it's done me more good than all the medicine in the world. I'll take the case.
Good. If you saddle up right now, we'll be able to reach Greenwood by nightfall.
You go ahead. I'll meet you there.
But they may hold the trial tomorrow or the next day.
If it's tomorrow, I'll be too late. I can't ride that far. My men will drive me into 3 Rivers, and I'll take the stage. I'll be in Greenwood tomorrow night.
I'll travel with you.
You may be needed before then.
I can't stop the trial.
But from what I've heard of you, you might be able to save the boy's life.
You're right. He'll be alive when you get there.
Now, I think you'd better go before I call my men. Might be hard to explain your mask.
I'll see you in Greenwood.
Tomorrow night.
The Lone Ranger and Silver reached the camp outside of Greenwood shortly after dark. There, Tonto was waiting for the masked man with good news. The trial would not be held until the morning after Jonathan Greenwood was scheduled to arrive. But most of the people in town seemed to believe Bart's story of the dead man's accusation, and it seemed almost certain that Jerry would be convicted. The following day, Tonto spent in Greenwood, keeping a close watch on the sheriff. Late that afternoon...
Well, look who's coming. Hiya, Bart. You look like the cat that ate the canary.
I've been working, Judge. Me and Bud just paid a call on Nan.
You call that work?
Yep. It's going to save you work tomorrow. That trial's going to break records for speed.
Suits me.
I figured it would. You never did like to sit on that bench long.
Makes me dizzy. Have a drink.
Don't you want to know what happened?
Well, of course I know Marshall's guilty, and you might just as well hang him now, but a judge shouldn't make up his mind about things like that beforehand. I'll wait until tomorrow to hear your evidence.
That's just it. There won't be any evidence. A man.
She's been telling everybody that Polecat has an alibi.
She's changed her mind.
Huh?
Changed her mind. Just admitted to me that story was nothing but a lie.
Well, we could hold a trial this afternoon if there's just you and Pete to listen to the
trouble with that is, Pete's riding guard on the stage from 3 Rivers today. He won't be free till tomorrow.
That's too bad.
But don't you worry, Judge. From the time you leave this bar until you get back, it won't be more than a half an hour.
We'll drink to that.
Yeah. To justice.
To justice.
Well, Tonto? Something wrong?
Sheriff, go to girl's house.
Try and make her change her story. He can't do it. If it's true that she and Jerry plan to get married, she'll do anything in her power to save him.
That's wrong.
What do you mean?
Sheriff tell judge, girl not talk in court.
But she must know that Jerry will hang if she doesn't.
Sheriff laugh.
He must have threatened her in some way. We'll have to find out how. As soon as it's dark, I'll go and see her.
And what about Judge?
The stage will be due about the same time. You go to the express office and meet him. Hire a wagon and bring him out here.
Tonto do it.
But if that girl won't testify, he can't do a thing. Marshall will be condemned to hang. Steady, Silver.
Who's there?
A friend.
A friend? Who are you?
I'll have to step inside before I can tell you that.
Oh, you're masked. Bart sent you here.
No. I want to help you, and I want to help Marshall.
You can't.
Well, that depends on you. I've heard that you don't intend to take the witness stand tomorrow.
I don't care what you've heard.
Why not?
Get out of here.
Isn't it true that you and Jerry Marshall planned to get married?
What difference does that make to anyone but us?
You're the only person who can save his life. You realize that, don't you?
You said that you went from Bart.
What if I were?
If you were, I wouldn't have to tell you anything.
Well, perhaps this will change your mind. Old Jonathan Greenwood will arrive on the stage tonight. He's going to defend Jerry.
Jonathan Greenwood.
One of the greatest lawyers the West ever knew. The man who founded this town.
But how? Why should he?
Because he feels it's his duty to protect an innocent man. He's never even seen Jerry. And Jerry means 1,000 times as much to you. Are you going to fail in your duty because you lack courage?
No, I'll tell you everything. I thought I was all alone before, but now that I...
Kimasabi.
Tonto.
Stage come in. Judge, not on it.
Not on it?
No.
He had plenty of time to get to Three Rivers. There isn't another stage until tomorrow night. Tonto, are you sure?
Tonto, sure. Nobody in stage, no guard. Only driver.
Pete.
What's that?
Pete's the guard. He's one of Bart's men.
Both Jonathan and the guard missing. That means
It means that Greenwood may have started out, but he never got here. It means there's nothing you can do to beat them. Nothing.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the stage arrived in town, neither Jonathan Greenwood nor the guard were on board. Pete was one of Bart's men, and the Lone Ranger knew that the sheriff must have some connection with the lawyer's disappearance. He and Tonto waited in the shadows outside of Bart's home. The sheriff and Judge Rolfe were alone. They seemed to be waiting for someone, until, finally, hours later, a dark figure broke from the cover of the cottonwoods and ran toward the back door.
Still up good.
Come on in.
Yeah. Did Harry tell you?
He told me you were inside the coach talking to the old man.
Yeah, that's right.
And that you called for him to stop and you marched the old man out at the point of a gun. Then you told Harry to drive on.
Yeah.
You got a lot of crust pulling a hold up without orders? Let's give him 90 days. Teach him a lesson, Bart.
Where's the money?
I haven't got any.
Are you trying to double-cross me?
Let go, Bart.
Where's the money?
You gotta listen to me.
Well?
Thanks.
Go on.
Sure. I knew the old gent was coming here, and I decided to find out why. That's why I swung down into the coach. Well, boss, his name was Jonathan Greenwood.
Leaping Cantor.
Jonathan Greenwood. There ain't two of them, and he was coming here to be Jerry Marshall's lawyer.
Who sent for him?
Well, how should I know that? But it didn't take much figuring to know you wouldn't like it.
Count me in on that.
Well, so why not hold him outside of town until the trial was over?
Maybe.
No two ways about it. It's the opinion of this court that you use your brains for once, Pete.
Yeah, I got him on.
I don't want to know where he is. We're much obliged, but this was your idea. I don't want to get mixed up in any trouble with Jonathan Greenwood.
The old fire eater?
Hey, you can't go back on me, boss.
You'll get $100 for the job.
I was only... Did you say $100?
And the idea was yours.
Well, sure. That's all right with me.
Don't move. You're all covered.
A masked man.
An Injun.
You're talking to the law, mister.
I know who you are, Sterling. And I just wanted to give you a friendly warning.
Do I know you?
This is straight. You and your gang had better get out of the country.
I'm head man in this county.
I said country, not county. The man who killed Jonathan Greenwood won't be safe anywhere in the United States. Adios.
Boss, shall I
You
play?
didn't say you'd killed him?
I didn't. I swear I didn't.
That crook must have found his body.
But then he killed him. Let's get a posse together.
Harvey's gone. Not a sign of him.
We'd never catch him. And Greenwood left 3 Rivers on your stagecoach.
Well, I could say we were held up.
6 hours late. You can't get away with that.
I didn't kill him. I just tied him up and left him in an old cabin.
He's old. Maybe he died natural.
There's only one thing left for you, Pete.
Vamoose?
That'll leave us all in a mess. No. Get back to that cabin. The old man's dead. Get rid of his body so nobody finds it.
The door's opening, Tonto. That's Pete. I don't think Bart will let him run away. I believe the trick worked.
Him right now.
And we'll follow him. Let's hope he leads us to Judge Greenwood. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
It get light? Yes. Kyle's parked plenty soon. We're nearing the end of the trail, Tonto. He's heading straight for that cabin. Leave Silver and Scout here? No, he's going inside. We can't waste any time. Come on, Silver, faster. Get him up, Scout. He sees us, Tonto.
Get away, Silver.
Drop that gun, Pete.
The masked man. Hey!
Good work, Tonto. You roped him.
Hey, what's the idea? What'd you come back here for?
We wanted to make sure that neither you nor Greenwood missed the trial.
Huh? Well, what's the idea?
Tie his hands behind his back, Tonto.
Good morning.
Are you all right?
Well, I have spent more comfortable nights.
I'll have the ropes off in a minute.
It's much better.
May I help you up?
Yes. When does the trial start?
We'll have to hurry. Tonto, you and Pete ride double on Scout.
You get up there. Get up there.
This bay is yours, sir.
Oh, never mind. I can still swing into a saddle.
Here, Silver. I'll ride beside you and tell you everything that's happened in town.
Excellent. It's time I gave little thought to my brief.
I have a plan, too. We'll see what you think of it. Are you ready, Tonto?
You ready?
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
There's the town below.
Yes, it hasn't changed much to the eye.
There's no one on the street. That means they're all in the courthouse.
The trial's begun. I'm afraid I can't...
Set your own pace, sir. I'll ride on ahead. But first, do you think my plan will work?
He hasn't heard any of it, has he?
No. I gave Tonto the signal to drop back.
It stands a good chance, then. Our friend Pete doesn't impress me as being overly intelligent.
That's what I'm counting on. And don't hurry, sir. I'll make sure that the jury doesn't reach a verdict before you get there. Come on, Silver.
Good luck.
Hail, Silver, away!
Order! Order in the court!
Well, gents, I've told you what Joe Williams said before he died, and I guess that's all you need to hear. It's too bad Pete can't be here to back me up, but you've all heard him talking around town. Now, you want to go into the other room to consider your verdict, or shall we get it over with right now?
Aren't you going to let me take the stand?
Order! This trial's taken over 15 minutes already. You're living on borrowed time, Marshal.
I'm innocent.
Order! If we wasn't going to hang you, I'd fine you for contempt of court.
Reach for the ceiling, everybody.
It's the masked man. Throw him out.
Don't move, anyone. Sheriff, put your guns on the bench in front of the judge.
You can't...
Hurry up.
I am.
I'll tell your deputies to do the same thing.
He's got us. Do what he says.
That's it. Don't touch them, Judge.
Not me.
Now get away from in front of the judge. On the other side of the room. All of you. Step down from the bench, Judge.
Hey, there's a trial going on.
I'm going to take your place.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, I got a little business to attend to. I'll be mighty obliged to have you relieve me for a while.
Stand over there beside the sheriff.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me through. Let me through. Masked man, what's the use of all this? Just set him free and let him get out of the county. He'll be safe then.
Before we finish, the whole town will be safe. Take the witness stand.
Me?
Swear her in, clerk.
You going to be the judge now?
Hurry up.
Now, I'll put your hand on the book. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good work, Your Honor. There's no judge in the West I'd rather plead a case before.
Gentlemen of the jury, I'd like you to meet the counsel for the defense, Jonathan Greenwood.
Hello, boys. It's been a long time.
Bring Pete down here, Tonto. Your witness has been sworn in.
Excellent. Your name, please?
Ann Dalton.
Suppose you tell us in your own words what you know of the murder.
I only know that Jerry didn't do it. He couldn't have.
Why not?
There was only one shot fired. When Jerry and I heard that shot, we were riding along the trail, at least a half a mile outside of town.
I see. Why did you decide not to give that testimony here in court? Were you afraid?
Not for myself. You must believe that, Jerry.
Did anyone suggest to you that it would be wiser to remain silent?
They said that if I didn't take the witness stand, they'd let Jerry off with a jail sentence. If I testified, he'd never leave the courtroom alive. Not even if the jury acquitted him.
Who are they? Who was it that made the threat?
It was I object.
Objection overruled. Now tell the jury who threatened you.
It was the sheriff, Bart Sterling.
Well, that's all, Miss Dalton. I'm calling on Pete Atkins to take the chair. In my opinion, gentlemen of the jury, this obvious effort of the prosecution to intimidate the witness permits only one conclusion. I shall try to prove that conclusion now.
It ain't legal. That masked man ain't a judge. I object.
Objection overruled. Swear in the witness.
Now, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Well, I do.
Careful, Pete.
Quiet, Sheriff. Stay back with your men.
Pete, where were you when the shot was fired?
Well, across the street from Joe's house in the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm. Were you alone?
No, sheriff was with me.
What did you do when the shot was fired?
We ran across the street.
Now, just where did the bullet enter Joe's body?
It went straight through the heart.
You fool.
That's enough, Sheriff.
Well, maybe I'm wrong about that.
It went straight through the heart. Did you hear Joe accuse Marshall of killing him?
Yeah.
Pete, the men on this jury are cattlemen. They've lived on the range all their lives. They know that a man who's shot straight through the heart dies instantly.
Well, in most cases.
In every case. As a matter of fact, when the sheriff entered Joe Williams' house, he found you standing over the dead body, didn't he? He promised to give you protection.
No.
Pete Atkins, you killed Joe Williams.
I didn't. Pete, look out. It was the sheriff himself. I saw him.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
The case is dismissed.
And may I suggest that you appoint some special officers to take charge of the sheriff and his deputies?
I'll leave that to you.
Shorty, Ben, get some boys together and keep those men under guard. But don't leave the courtroom, anyone. We have another case to consider.
I suppose you're talking about me.
That's perfectly correct, Judge Rolfe.
You can't accuse me of breaking any laws. I've been careful.
I'm going to head a petition to the governor to have you removed from office.
Going to kick me out, eh?
Exactly.
Well, Greenwood, I'm going to save you the trouble. I'm going to consider myself kicked. So long, boys.
No, you don't. You're not going to get away like that. He's cut in on every job we ever pulled. He's going to jail with the rest of us.
Bart, I'm sure disappointed in you. Shorty, see if you can find another pair of handcuffs in his pockets.
Well, now, men, your town is free of this gang. Are you going to keep it safe for honest men and women? Well, the responsibility for good government is in your hands, in the hands of each and every one of you. That's the fundamental principle of the democratic ideal. Are you all true Americans? Remember that. And let's hope that the next time the Lone Ranger comes to Greenwood, he won't have to remind you of your allegiance.
The Lone Ranger?
Where is he?
He saved my life.
He saved both our lives. We want to thank him.
He's gone. But the best thanks we can give him is to make Greenwood the home of justice.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's curious case, the Museum Tragedy. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter discovered the solution to the mystery of the shattered watch and learned the secret of how and when the old watchman was killed. You know, the world moves fast nowadays. New progress is being made constantly, and it's only wise to take advantage of every improvement. That's why wise homemakers throughout America are welcoming the three great Linux home brighteners: Linux self-polishing wax, Linux cream polish, and Linux clear gloss. Those new improved shortcuts to modern home care. Linux self-polishing wax, the amazing new wax product, beautifies floors with a satiny yet tough anti-skid finish. Linux cream polish for fine furniture cleans as it polishes, leaving no surface oil to attract dust. And Linux clear gloss, which is brushed on, dries to an elastic, transparent surface that protects all wood and linoleum in your home. So do as thousands of modern homemakers do. Save hours of work each week. Enjoy sparkling new beauty in your home. Get all three great Linux home brighteners now. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's strange case from the life of Nick Carter. As we pick up Nick and Patsy for today's story, we find them in Nick's car on their way home.
This is a fine time to be getting home, Nick. 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I'm sorry, Patsy. If I could have got away any sooner, I would have. But you know how police chiefs are when they get talking. And Chief Bronson was no exception.
I'll say. I thought he was going over every case he'd ever been up against. You know what I think, Nick?
No, but I'm happy to know that you do.
This is no hour for bum jokes, Nick.
All right, Patsy, what do you think?
I think that Bronson was just trying to get a free course in how to catch criminals according to the most up-to-date methods. He practically pumped you dry.
Don't I know it? There are times when you can't...
Nick, watch out!
Yes, I see him.
I hope you have your police badge with you. Looks as though we were pinched for speeding.
Don't worry until you have to.
Hey, you!
Yes, what's up, officer? Any trouble?
Trouble? I'll say so. Could you stop at the next telephone down the street and call police headquarters? Tell them to send some men up right away.
What's the matter?
The night watchman in the museum has been murdered.
Not Sam Hildred.
Yeah. You know him?
I should say I do. I've known him for years. How did it happen?
Must have been shot by a burglar. I tried to call headquarters from the museum, but the crook cut the wires, and I can't use the phone. Will you put in a call for me?
Certainly. Patsy, take the car and find a phone. Tell whoever's in charge to send some men up here at once.
Are you going to stay here, Nick?
Yes, maybe I can do something before they get here.
Okay.
The quicker we get on the trail, the better.
She called you Nick. You ain't Nick Carter, are you?
Yes, I am.
Glory be, that's a break for sure. Come inside, Mr. Carter, and see if you can help me find any good clues. I didn't take time to look.
Be right with you. All right, Patsy, get going.
Right, Nick. I'll be back as soon as I phone.
We'll have to go around the back door. Everything else is locked up.
Okay. What's your name, officer?
Bert, Mr. Carter.
Well, how'd you happen to find him, Bert?
Well, you see, this is my beat. I'm on the park detail. When I get through at 2 o'clock, I generally stop in and have a cup of tea with Sam Hildred. And that's what I did tonight. Sam wasn't in his office, so I waited for him, thinking he was making his rounds maybe. But when he didn't show up after about a half hour, I went to look for him. And after I'd looked about 15 minutes, I found them with 3 bullet holes in them.
3 bullet holes?
Yes. Somebody had it in for him, all right.
Anything else?
I looked around but couldn't find a soul. The place was deserted. Then I went back to his office to use the phone. But as I said, the wires had been cut. I didn't want to leave here until somebody came, so I stopped the first car that went by. And it happened to be you.
Well, let's go in and see what we can find. The killer must have left some clues somewhere. They all do.
Not a pretty sight, is he?
No. 3 bullet holes are never pretty to look at. Now, this is rather odd.
Well, what's that?
You notice how 2 of the bullets got him right near the heart? Both apparently fired from a distance. Either one would have killed him. The 3rd shot got him in the abdomen. And that one was fired from up close.
Yeah. You can see where it burned his vest. That is a funny one. He must have wanted to be sure he was dead.
Yeah, looks as if there's a watch in this pocket where the bullet went through. Yes. The bullet smashed right through it. Stopped it at 2:27.
That tells us the time of the murder, all right. That's one clue we got anyway.
Apparently. Well, if this was done by burglars, something must have been stolen. Let's see if there's anything missing.
I saw a broken display case when I was looking for Sam, Mr. Carter. Right over here.
Oh, yes. Card says, these exhibits from the Van de Vries collection. Van de Vries? Why, he's the most famous collector of Egyptian relics in the world. These things must be very valuable.
Can you see what's missing, Mr. Carter?
No. Something missing here in the center of the collection, but I didn't know what was there. We'll have to get the museum's curator to tell us that. Anything else gone?
I didn't see anything, but I wouldn't know either.
Well, let's have a look around. See if we can find anything out of... Well, here's a gun. Not much good to us, I'm afraid. The number's been filed off. As far as I can see, there are no prints on it either. Well, maybe some show up in the laboratory, but I doubt it from the looks. Yeah, this is the gun, all right. 3 shots fired recently.
Somebody's coming, Mr. Carter.
This is very bad for our reputation, Lieutenant Riley.
Not all it's bad for. Oh, is that you, Nick?
Right first time, Riley. So they dragged you out of bed, did they?
I'll say they did. I wish murderers would be more considerate and do their killing in the daytime. Nick, this is Mr. Steiner, the curator of the museum. I brought him along to see what's missing.
Oh, Mr. Carter, this is terrible. Such a thing hasn't happened here in 20 years. Do you know what's been taken?
No, I left that for you. Oh, your watchman is over here if you want to see him.
Merciful heavens. The Van der Vries case is broken open. The most valuable collection in our whole... Lieutenant Riley, the Ankatara scarab is gone.
The what is gone?
The Ankatara scarab. It's almost priceless. One of Mr. Van der Vries' most valuable pieces. One of the few remaining jewels in the 5th dynasty of Egypt. Worn by Princess Amun-Ra herself.
Oh, yes. A very important collector's item, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, yes. Only a collector would be interested. But it was priceless. No, how can we ever explain to Mr. Van der...
Cold-blooded old fish. More interested in how he's going to explain the theft of Van der Vries than he is in his dead watchman.
Well, Riley, to these old fossils, life and death mean very little. We live almost entirely in the past.
Ah, there you are, Lieutenant.
Oh, hello, Williams.
Well, what do you got here?
Look, you and McGlone go over everything. Get fingerprints if you can, and get plenty of pictures of the car.
Yeah, we know. Usual stuff. You don't have to tell us.
Well, get busy then. Did Doc Bradley come with you?
Yes, Riley, I'm here. Show me the body and let me get back to bed.
It's right over there, Doc. See what you can tell us.
I always do, don't I? Give me time, that's all.
Take all the time you need, but hurry it up.
Okay. Death was instantaneous. Any of the 3 bullets would have been fatal. Been dead between 2 and 3 hours. Can't say definitely.
Okay.
Have to probe for the 2 bullets in his chest. With the others right near the surface.
What?
Funny. It was fired close to the body, but it didn't go very deep.
His watch stopped it, Doc. I have the watch here. Took it out of his pocket to examine it. No fingerprints on it, though.
What do you make of it, Nick?
Not much, yet.
Any ideas?
Always have ideas, Riley. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong.
Well, let's hear them.
Oh, no. Not until I know whether they are right or wrong.
You're going to spend the night here, Nick?
Oh, hello, Patsy. As a matter of fact, I've got all I can here, I think.
Let's go, then. It's not getting any earlier.
I know. Well, good night, Riley. I'll get in touch with you in the morning.
In the morning? What do you think it is now?
Correction accepted, Patsy. All right, Riley, I'll see you after breakfast.
Okay, Nick, but don't wait too long to eat that breakfast.
Good morning, Nick.
Oh, morning, Patsy. Didn't expect you for hours yet.
Well, I was going to sleep late, but I was too curious to find out about the murder.
The true professional instinct.
What are you doing, Nick?
Going through our files, trying to pick out all the crooks who'd be interested in stealing the missing scarab.
Well, would that be a special kind of crook?
Definitely, because there's only a very limited call for such things, and the thief would have to know where he was going to dispose of it before he stole it.
Oh, I see.
And only very few crooks would know where to get rid of a scarab after they got hold of it. Only a collector would be interested in buying it.
Have you found many names?
Only 3 so far.
Who are they?
Oh, just a minute till I look through this last batch.
All right.
Just a few more cards. No. Guess these 3 represent the most likely-looking suspects.
What are their names?
Danny Mearson, Jim Powell, and Jack Grogner.
I don't seem to recognize any of those names, Nick.
No, we've had no active connection with any of them.
Oh?
Oh, Patsy, look in the other file, will you? See if you can find out where each of these 3 was last heard of.
Okay, Nick. What was that first name?
Danny Mearson.
Oh. Mercy. Here it is. Oh, he stole a rare old vase out of Senator Johnson's home 2 years ago and is now in state's prison.
How about Jim Powell?
Jim Powell. Oh, yeah. He's doing time in Nevada for forgery and counterfeiting. His sentence has several years to run yet.
And Jack Grogner?
Grogner. He's wanted on a burglary charge by the Montana police. Disappeared 6 months ago and believed to be dead.
Well, Grogner wasn't the killer type anyway, so I guess we can count him out.
You can count the other 2 out, too, being as they're both in jail.
Well, that remains to be seen. Call Riley. Ask him if he knows anything about either Powell or Mearson.
Okay. Haven't you any other clues, Nick? This seems to be guesswork.
Eliminating suspects is never guesswork, Patsy. It's part of the routine work that solves many a case, where more spectacular means fail completely.
Police headquarters, Lieutenant Riley speaking.
Lieutenant, this is Patsy.
Oh, hello, Patsy. What's Nick doing? Still sleeping?
Indeed, he's not. He's working on last night's murder.
Well, has he got anywhere?
We don't know yet. That's what I called you about.
Huh?
Do you know where either Danny Mearson or Jim Powell would be now? Our records show that they're both in prison.
Let me see here. Powell was in jail last I knew. We've had no word to the contrary. Oh, but Danny Mearson was let out on parole 2 days ago.
Just a minute. Nick, he says Mearson was let out on parole 2 days ago.
Oh, that's so. Very interesting.
Patsy, does Nick think maybe Danny did it?
Could be, Lieutenant, could be. But if I know Nick, he's not ready to say anything yet.
Well, tell him to hurry up. If he don't, I'll go ahead and solve the case myself.
Do you have any clues, Lieutenant?
Well, you see, of course we do.
Well, good for you, Lieutenant. Now, you let Nick know when you catch the murderer.
Why, you little...
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
So Danny Mearson's free again, huh? Well, he'll be needing money if I know him. And in 2 days, yes, he could line up a customer for the scarab. He'd need money in a hurry. He always was a snappy dresser. Used to be known as the Dude. And he couldn't buy any snappy outfits than what the prison would give him when he left.
But you've got nothing against him, Nick. You can't have him picked up on suspicion without something to go on.
True enough, but I can call on him and see what he has to say.
If you can find him.
He always used to stay at the old Santley house. And even if he did do it, he's probably so sure he left no clues behind him that I shouldn't be surprised if we found him at the Santley house now. Call Riley. Tell him to meet me there in half an hour.
Well?
Hello, Danny. You mind if we come in?
What's this all about?
Just a little visit. We want to look over your apartment.
Yeah? Got a warrant to search it?
We sure have.
What's the idea, anyway?
Well, are you going to invite us in, or do we have to knock you down and climb over you?
All right. Come on in.
Come on, Nick. We are invited in.
Thanks.
Take a look around, Nick. I'll keep an eye on our friend Danny here.
Right, Riley.
I was just dressing to go out. You wouldn't mind if I don't stop just because you're here?
Not at all, not at all. Just go right ahead as if you was all alone.
Thanks. What are you looking for?
Just a little thing that disappeared last night.
Yeah? Well, whatever it is, you won't find it here.
Yeah, that's sure a snappy shirt you're wearing, Danny. Pretty expensive, ain't it?
So what?
Oh, nothing at all, nothing at all. Pretty classy tie, too. You must be in the dough.
Look, can't I wear a decent shirt and tie without the cops making cracks about it?
Sure. I was just thinking, is all. You find anything, Nick?
No, not a thing.
See, I told you, you're nuts, both of you.
Maybe we are. But I'm not convinced yet. Well, Danny, pretty snappy get-up. What the well-dressed man will wear. But why didn't you wash your face?
Wash my face?
It's filthy dirty.
Better wash it before you go out.
So what if there's a little dirt there? I'll fix it later. I gotta go now.
Why don't you wash it now, Danny?
Why don't you let me alone? I'll wash it when I'm good and ready.
Danny, you're going to wash your face before you leave this room.
Oh. All right, if you feel that way about it, but I can't see...
Look out, Riley!
Well, Nick insists that Danny Mearson wash his face, and Danny objects strongly to doing so. What is behind this? And who shot who and why? We'll see in just a moment. Every time there's a thunderstorm or the folks go swimming or the youngsters make mud pies, somebody's likely to come tracking into your house. But it's no job at all to keep your floors spick and span when you use Linex self-polishing wax, the new home brightener that proves how different, how perfect a quick-drying wax can be. Yes, here at last is sparkling new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance for all your floors and linoleum. Developed by leading research chemists to give you the finest, Linex self-polishing wax lends handsome appearance, lasting protection, real anti-skid finish to every floor surface in your home. Linex self-polishing wax is made from a formula that's completely new, and it has the highest possible content of genuine Carnauba wax. The underwriters' laboratories have actually proved that any linoleum, hardwood, or rubber tile floor is less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied, as you yourself can prove the moment you walk on it. And it's so easy to apply. Linex self-polishing wax takes only a jiffy to wipe on, drying to a satiny luster without tiresome rubbing. So follow the example of other wise homemakers. Choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax. Ask for all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that covers in 1 coat, dries in 1 hour. And now back to our story. Nick has just insisted that Danny Mearson, suspected of the murder of the watchman at the museum, wash his face. Danny grudgingly agrees. Suddenly...
I warned you, Danny. You'll have to learn to shoot faster and straighter than that before you can hope to get away with that kind of a trick.
You shot my hand off.
I just shot the gun out of your hand. You live to go to the chair.
For what?
For murdering the museum watchman and stealing the Yankatara scarab.
I never heard of it.
Hey, what hit me? Who the...
You're okay, Riley. Danny tried to make a getaway and started by knocking you out, but he didn't get far.
Why, that dirty, low-down thieving...
You sound more like yourself now. Can you hold a gun, Riley?
Can I hold it on him? I'll say I can.
Good. Keep your eye on Danny while I see why he didn't want to wash his face.
Huh? You mean there really was a reason why he objected to...
I'm sure there was. Aha. I'll say there was. See here, Riley? The Yankatara scarab.
Huh? The scarab? It looks more like a beetle to me.
That's what it is, Riley. A sacred Egyptian beetle.
Where was it, Nick?
Right where I thought it would be, in the drain pipe in the basin, suspended by a thread. Just about filled the drain pipe. Danny knew that if he ran the water, we might wonder why it didn't run off as fast as it should. And he wasn't going to take that chance if he could help it.
Well, Danny, how about that? Will you confess to the killing now?
No, you can take me in for having stolen goods in my possession, but I don't know anything about any killing. Besides, I got an alibi.
So, you got an alibi, eh? Well, you're coming down to headquarters with me, and I'll let you tell me all about this alibi of yours.
You still think that Danny Mearson killed him, Nick?
I feel sure he did that. Whether we can prove it or not depends on how strong his alibi is.
You can fake an alibi, can't you?
Yes, of course you can. I feel sure that's what Danny's done. But we won't know and...
Oh, excuse me. Nick Carter's office.
Is Nick there, Patsy?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Here you are, Nick.
Yes, what'd you find out, Riley?
Danny's alibi is watertight, Nick. We can't beat it.
You sure of that?
Positive. The watchman was killed at 2:27, according to his watch. And between 2:15 and 2:30, Danny was in an all-night drugstore 3 miles from the museum. Clark remembers him and remembers the time positively. And to make it worse, the cop on the beat stopped in there at 2:20 and talked to him. The cop knows Danny and swears to the time.
It isn't possible, Riley. Danny did it. I know it.
Well, I don't know about that, Nick. Seems to me like there's several other people might be guilty as well as Danny.
You say there's no question about the time.
Not a bit, Nick. The cop and the clerk both swear he was there in the drugstore at 2:20 last night drinking coffee.
I suppose the time shown on the watch when it stopped is a plant.
Just try telling a jury that Danny did it, but that the watch was wrong when the old guy was shot. They'd never swallow that. You know it.
Yes, I know it, Riley. But I believe that's what happened just the same.
Until you find some way to prove it, it don't mean nothing, Nick.
Well, I'll find some way to prove it.
We shall look, Nick, but make it fast.
All right. So long.
Did he say Danny's alibi is good, Nick?
An airtight alibi, apparently. But I don't believe it.
Why are you so sure he did it, Nick? He could be innocent.
No, Patsy, he couldn't. For one thing, he started swearing he had an alibi before he knew what it was all about. Another thing, the watchman was shot twice from a distance, and one close to. And it was the close-up shot that wrecked the watch.
You mean the watchman was killed first, and that the killer set the watch ahead, then shot him again so as to establish his alibi?
That's exactly what I think happened. Try tell that to a jury.
Yeah, it would be pretty hard to believe unless you know more about crooks than most juries do. How could you prove a thing like that, Nick?
I don't know, Patsy, but there must be some way.
Well, if there is, Nick, you'll find it.
Well, I hope so. I'm going to do my darndest, anyway. Well, let's go back to the museum. Maybe we overlooked something there that'll give us the answer.
Is there anything else you'd like to see, Mr. Carter?
No, I think not, Mr. Steiner. I've gone over everything here in the vicinity of the murder with a fine-tooth comb.
And you find nothing that helps establish the murderer's identity?
No, nothing at all. No fingerprints on the case where the Vandervrees collection was. No marks of any kind anywhere.
But you still feel sure that Danny Mearson is guilty?
I'll stake my reputation on it. Got to find some way to break down his alibi.
Nick, could you try a lie detector on him?
Oh, no, Patsy. Unfortunately, too many people still believe that a lie detector is only a makeshift and not real evidence.
They do?
They don't believe that a wiggly line running across a chart can mean anything definite.
No, but we scientists know better than that. And take our seismograph, for example. From the wiggly line that the pen on the seismograph makes, we can tell...
Seismograph?
Yes.
You have one here? In the museum?
Why, yes, we do. Why?
Where is it?
Well, in the next room here, just the other side of the Egyptian exhibit.
Good.
But why are you so interested in that?
Dr. Steiner, that seismograph of yours is going to prove Mearson guilty of the murder.
Well, Nick, we're all here, just as you wanted. What's up?
Yes, Mr. Carter. I demand to know why my client, Mr. Mearson, has been brought here to Lieutenant Riley's office. Now, he's admitted being a receiver of stolen goods, but he's guilty of nothing else.
All right, Mr. Ramberley. Let's get right down to the facts. You say your client is guilty of nothing but receiving stolen goods.
I do. And I protest
Just
against
a
your...
minute. I'll do the talking now. You claim that Mearson could not have stolen the scarab and murdered the watchman because at the time the murder and theft were apparently committed, he was engaged in conversation with a policeman and a drug clerk some 3 miles from the museum.
That's right. Absolutely right. And it's a terrible outrage.
Amberley, did you notice that I used the word apparently when I spoke of the time the murder was committed?
Well?
I did that purposely. The watchman's timepiece was set ahead by Mearson to establish an alibi for himself.
That's a lie. It ain't true.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Not quite as ridiculous as you might think. The evidence I have here is unemotional, truthful, and positive. It's a seismographic chart.
A what?
What's that?
Yeah, Nick, well, what in the name of the far saints is a
seismographic chart?
Yeah.
I'll tell you. In the room next to the Egyptian collection is a seismograph.
Huh?
It's an instrument used to detect earthquake tremors, and it's so sensitive that it'll record even the slightest disturbance. I have here the chart that was made on the seismograph at the museum last night.
Oh, all this is most irregular.
So's murder, Mr. Ramberley. Now notice. At 12:45, there was a slight tremor, or trembling of the earth, due to some distant earthquake. At 1:05, 5 minutes past 1, there were two sharp eruptions in the immediate vicinity. The reason for them is not definitely determined, but they could have been caused either by nearby blasting or by the reports of a gun shot off in the next room. And there was no blasting done last night.
Oh, get to the point, Carter. My time is valuable.
Human life is valuable, too. And the next thing this chart shows is that at 1:17, 17 minutes past 1, 12 minutes after the first two shots, there was another sharp report recorded. And from then on, until 15 minutes before 6, the line is straight as a die. Which means simply that no shots were fired in the museum between 1:17 and 5:45 in the morning.
Then that means that the watchman was shot and killed at 5 minutes past 1. Danny turned his watch ahead and shot him again at 17 minutes past 1, which gave him plenty of time to get to the drugstore and set up his alibi.
Oh, Nick, that's wonderful. It's as good as a lie detector.
But that doesn't prove
That's
that...
no use, Amberley. They got me.
But Danny...
It all happened just like they said. I swiped the scar, but the old guy caught me as I came out of the room, so I had to bump him off. And I fixed the watch to give me an alibi. They got me licked with that
Let's call it a truth machine, Danny, because that's what it really is. It tells the truth. And in this case, makes others tell the truth, too. A wonderful machine, Danny. A wonderful machine.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will be back to tell you about next week's story. A story even more exciting than the museum tragedy. You know, the things you have in your home reflect your own good taste. So naturally, you want to keep them as lovely as you can. And Linex Cream Polish does just that for your fine furniture. Because it cleans as it polishes, one quick, easy application of Linex Cream Polish erases finger marks, removes dust and old polish deposits, helps conceal scratches, all at the same time. And it leaves a handsome, gleaming surface you'll be proud of. A surface free of oil to discourage dust. So save half the time, half the fuss of furniture upkeep the easy, modern way. Make a habit of using Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture. It saves one whole step in your cleaning day routine. Get it at your dealers now. And don't forget that he also has Linex Clear Gloss, the long-lasting brush-on protection for all your floors, which flows on easily and dries overnight to a beautiful gloss finish that lasts for months. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the modern wall finish in rich, glowing colors that lighten and brighten every room in your home. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. You know, Nick, science is wonderful, isn't it?
Yes, Ken, you're right. And our story next week is further proof of that fact.
How's that, Nick?
It was a scientific explanation of why the wound in the dead man's body was made the way it was that gave me my first real clue to his murder.
And when the dead man just walked into the office, sat down in a chair, and died without saying a word, well, you can see how badly we needed clues.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it short-range murder.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The entire program was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linux dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Sears Radio Theater is up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
It's 9 minutes past 10. Time for your Sears Theater. The Sears Radio Theater will present a story of two men in crime.
Jack, you all right? Yeah. I'm working on a hold. A blind man would have a handhold by now. Will you help me?
Your host, Richard Widmark, will be with you after this message from your local station.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. Most of the men and women in prison today were abused children, and many abused children grow up to abuse their own children. Child abusers can be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt I've suffered since my birth. Join the abused child's fight, put an end to the sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse. This is Richard Widmark. When formed by eruptive agencies, the birth of a mountain is a violent event. Vesuvius, Hood, Rainier, and Shasta are a few examples. Their surfaces bulged upward by cooled volcanic materials. However, the world's great mountain chains, the thin-aired Andes, the majestic Rockies, and the giants of the Himalayas, were formed beneath the earth under much less dramatic circumstances, known as folding. Direct aid climbers today use steel pitons and nylon rope to challenge forbidding heights that superstitious men 2 centuries earlier believed the domicile of dragons. They pit brain and muscle against the impassable for momentary triumph atop breathless grandeur. And in risking death for triumph over a mountain's natural terrors, no expedition ever disgraced itself by admitting defeat and turning back. But what if you find yourself, as Jack DeShields and Dan Hunt do, on a climb where you can't turn back and you can't go forward, cut off from help? And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Climb, by Bruce Martin. Our stars, Vic Perrin and Stephen Markle.
When I need advice, I go to my mom. Why not? It's free. Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, where America shops.
I can't believe they can do it for $19.99.
Installed? The aluminized Sears muzzler is only $19.99 installed. And listen to the muzzler promise.
Sears promises that the muzzler will last as long as you own your American-made car.
Or return it for refund or replacement free.
And if Sears installed it, they'll install the new one free. Well, you can't beat that.
I think it's fantastic.
It's a great promise.
The muzzler, just $19.99 installed. Clamps if needed, 99 cents each extra. Sizes to fit most American-made cars. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
If you were standing at the base of Long's Peak, 10 miles outside Estes Park in Colorado, you might be able to see the figures of two climbers as they move upward on what is called the Diamond Face. 1,700 smooth vertical feet of rock on the east base of Long's Peak. Unfortunately, as Jack DeShields and Dan Hunt continue their arduous ascent, there is no one standing below to observe their progress. At this moment, however, right now, you are up there with Jack and Dan as they climb.
That's odd. The rock surface shows signs of extreme wear, but I swear I pounded that piton in solid. Tests out okay. I'll clip a carabiner through the piton's eye and slip in the climbing rope.
Need more slack on your running line?
No. You're doing fine, Dan. Keep me on a tight belay, though. Surface on this part of the Diamond Face is glass smooth.
Roger, Wilco. Bilko, I have you belayed on a red alert. How old is the Diamond Face?
The whole Rocky Mountain Range is relatively young. A toddler from the Mesozoic era. 60, 70 million years old. Climbing.
Climb. I think what's so incredible is the Diamond Face will challenge rock climbers centuries after you and I conquer her today.
Good climbers appreciate mountains, experience them. Conquering isn't involved.
That's your personal philosophy, Jack?
Oh, I have only one philosophy on a climb. The leader never falls.
I knew there had to be some compensation for looking up your backside the last 2 hours. I'm allowed to fall. Now, don't get me wrong. I appreciate hanging 3/4 of the way up 1,700 feet of sheer rock wall as much as the next guy. I'm just looking forward to sticking another flag in the relief map on my den wall tonight.
Concentrate on reaching the summit first, okay, Dan?
I'm right behind, below you.
The lead piton's pulling out, falling.
Belay on. Help me out, Jack. Grab a handhold. Jack, you all right?
Yeah. I'm working on a hold.
A blind man would have a handhold by now. Will you help me?
I am blind. I can't wipe the blood out of my eyes when I'm digging my fingers into rock.
Blind? Above you, to your left. The outcropping where you hit your head.
I've got a handhold. Pull me up a bit. I'm pulling. Okay. I'm standing on the outcropping.
How bad are you hurt?
Well, the blood's running into my eyes.
Don't move. You move an inch either way, you'll be in orbit. I can't belay you and pound a piton at the same time.
How far did I fall?
The slack on your belaying rope was about 10 feet. A leader fall is double the distance of the running line, roughly 20 feet. Put the carabiner through the piton and clipped on your running line. You're tied to the diamond face.
I'm not asking for a blow-by-blow account. Wipe the damn blood out of my eyes.
Coming down.
Double-check your holes coming down.
Does a horse make big potty in its stall?
Why another piton?
Because you were right. This part of the diamond face is all glass. Of course, you hit your head on the only outcropping for 50 feet.
Dan, I feel blood running down my chest inside my shirt.
Let me tie in before I put on my surgical gloves. I'm sure it's nothing. 30 or 40 stitches won't close.
Oh, you really know how to keep up a guy's morale.
And I'm digging the first aid kit out of my pack from behind the bologna sandwiches.
Don't you dare ask me if I'm hungry.
You read my mind. Okay, cotton balls, iodine. Turn your face to me. Oh, wow, Jack, you're a 6-foot replica of the Red Sea. The mountain ripped the Panama Canal under both your eyebrows.
Well, head wounds usually bleed worse than they are. Spare me the commentary and wipe the blood out of my eyes.
I'd love to, but the blood won't stop. I'm prescribing gauze and canceling the climb.
You wrap gauze around my eyes and you condemn me to die on this mountain.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Watch you bleed to death?
Nobody's ever led a blind man off a mountain peak like the Diamond Face. I've handled technical climbs for 13 years, I know.
The blood isn't only inside your shirt, it's dripping on your boots.
You wipe the blood out of my eyes and I'll climb.
Listen a minute and you'll hear the drip.
Do it.
If there was another...
Just do it.
I carry prescription codeine in my first aid kit.
Exactly what I want to do, immobilize myself. You're wrapping enough gauze around my eyes to muffle a gunshot.
What happened up there? I heard you yell your piton had pulled out, and I braced for the belay.
I hammered the piton into a patch of rotten rock.
Rotten rock? The piton sounded solid. You even tested it.
We weren't listening. We were talking. When rock is piton compatible, each hammer blow carries an increasingly higher pitch, and I didn't listen.
But rotten rock? On this mountain, the Diamond Face?
Yeah, rotten rock from the spring thaw. The heavy snows melt and pour down the summit in a waterfall. The runoff strikes the rock wall where I tried to sink that piton. Geez, Dan, I haven't been blindfolded since the last time I played pin the tail on the damn donkey.
The blindfold's only temporary. You'll get your sight back. There. I taped your head bandage. Hey, you buckling?
No basket case. Little sewing machine knee, that's all. Too much muscle tension in the legs.
Now move your right leg half a foot. That's it. Now plant. Better?
Yeah, the muscles are relaxed again.
Okay. What's our next move?
We've only got one move. You tie me to the mountain and you go for help.
What happens an hour from now when you cramp up with sewing machine knee again? I don't recommend stretching your legs on this rock face without looking.
Dan, this is our first and probably our last climb together. Now, you mentioned a wonderful wife and some kids. How many?
It's a beautiful wife and a couple of wonderful kids. Amy will be 8 this month. Diane's 5.
Now, if you don't want to spoil Amy's 8th birthday party and maybe save my life at the same time, you get your butt down the mountain.
Amy asked to come along this morning. She said she wanted to watch me. I refuse to leave you in an untenable position.
I'm not getting through to you. Nightfall catches us on the Diamond Face the way we are without proper equipment. We're dead.
Well, we could yell for help or signal. Any hikers on the trail below should see us.
What hikers? We made a late start driving out of Denver this morning. We'd have passed any hikers back on the Chasm Lake Trail.
And then maybe a ranger.
The ranger at the check-in station told us what to expect climbing out of season. Solitude.
Okay. No hikers to help. We can still try to signal the ranger station.
With what? Smoke? Rock doesn't burn, Dan.
I thought we could nail a couple of shirts or the packs to the Diamond Face and set them on fire.
Throw in your pants and underwear, too. The station's a good 2-hour hike from the Diamond Face.
2 hours.
Well, that's why you have to leave now.
That's why I can't leave. Sunset's in 4 hours. 2 hours to the ranger station, and 2 hours back puts you in darkness. It'd be a night you'd never survive, not with your head injury.
Oh, you'd rather hold my hand through the night and maybe die with me.
I'm asking you to come up with an alternative. You're the Class 6 climber. You scaled the diamond face 3 times before today's assault. Tell me our options.
We have no options. We're too high up on the face to make a safe rappel down.
Sure. Under normal conditions, rappelling would be the fastest exit out of danger, but you can't see. A blind rappel is out of the question.
I've rappelled in darkness when I've had to, but we lack a decent belay point, so unfortunately, rappelling is out.
What are the chances on a slow descent?
Without eyes, less than 0. There were half a dozen decent handholds on the way up the diamond face. I'd be totally dependent on equipment holes. Tie me in. I prefer my chances against the night.
Well, we might have more of a chance than you think on a descent. Gravity pull would be weaker, less strain on the muscles.
Fine, except this bandage doesn't allow me to see my footing. I know a secure handhold by feel, but footing...
I'll guide you.
No, thanks. You'll guide me into a free fall without a parachute.
At least consider it as an option.
A blind man has 1,000,000 to 1 shot climbing up or down the diamond face without falling. So we're back to tying me in.
Have you noticed how disgustingly excellent our climbing weather has been today? I mean, who could ask for more? Warm sun, healthy breeze to cool you, maddeningly comfortable.
Yeah, it's been grand.
All that grandeur at our feet. Tiny chasm lake at the diamond face base, clay-red saber-toothed Rocky Mountains stretching off into the horizon.
Oh,
even a few snow caps. The most seductive torture chamber ever created by a lousy 20-foot fall.
Dan, nobody at the Sierra Club will call you a coward for going for help. They'll praise your common sense.
I'd like to change the view.
Say that again?
I said I'd like to change the view. Take it in from a safe piece of terra firma.
You stubborn novice. You did it. You came up with the option we needed.
I did?
Yeah. Granted, a blind man can't climb up or down the diamond face, and you won't tie me in because the sheer rock structure hasn't a single secure position.
Right.
But if we move off the diamond face horizontally until we find a secure position, you could tie me in and go for help.
Sounds good.
Sounds beautiful. I've been hanging in this spot so long, my finger muscles are bunched up into my shoulders. Oh, tell me the diamond face layout.
I'm looking at 35 feet of sheer rock to the first salient position on my right.
Yeah.
The left side is definitely out. It's at least 100 feet across the diamond face in that direction.
I've got a map in my pack.
Oh, hold still. I'll have a look.
I have a picture of the mountain in my mind. I remember a less technical route traced off to the right side of the diamond face.
I've got the map open.
Well, you see it?
I see the cable route, keyhole route.
No, you're at the summit. You're too far up on the map.
The wind's picking up.
It's an afternoon characteristic to the diamond face.
According to this ranger map, the summit is accessible by a hiking trail from the other side of the mountain. If we could reach the summit by dark, we'd be able to walk down the back side tomorrow morning.
We're nowhere near the summit. Now, our concern is getting off the diamond face. Go a quarter down the diamond and move a few degrees to the right. And that's our position.
Are you talking about Stetner's ledges?
Yeah. I did the Stetner descent route once. Excellent climbing surface the entire way. Plenty of footing.
Stetner's ledges sounds like the place we want. Now the map's blowing away. Jack, you holding?
Yep.
What is it?
Devil winds.
I knew the diamond face experienced afternoon summer storms, but I thought by late September...
Just be happy this isn't summer. Those summer storms are renowned for a high incidence of lightning.
Oh, great. What else can I expect?
The devil winds to return.
What happens if the devil winds return when we're crossing the diamond face?
We'll both be blown to kingdom come.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Didn't anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
Of my rutabaga dip?
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores. Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
On the sheer diamond face of Long's Peak in Colorado, 2 men continue a climb in the course of which one slip will bring death to both of them. Jack DeShields is a Class 6 direct aid climber, a professional who has been temporarily blinded by an accidental fall. Dan Hunt, his companion, is a mountaineering apprentice and father of 2, upon whose eyes their lives now depend. Can you imagine what 2 men in such a situation would be talking about while one of them hammers life-giving steel pitons into the rock wall of the diamond face? Just listen. You are with them.
The whole Sierra Club is on the edge of its collective seat listening to your talk.
Oh, I noticed an ample supply of yawns.
Believe me, nobody was yawning. Not many professionals have climbed mountains on each of the continents. I guess today is your toughest setback ever.
I don't follow you. I'm hanging here talking, listening to you sink a piton.
And I'm one of the 7 dwarfs. You unhooked yourself from the belaying rope.
When we cross the diamond face, my footing won't be as secure as yours. I see no reason in pulling you off the mountain with me.
I'm reclipping your running line.
Even though I'm temporarily blind, some decisions remain my responsibility.
Wrong, Jack. I make the decisions now. You have the knowledge, the experience, and probably the stamina, but I have the eyes.
I'm grateful that you're concerned with my safety, but
I reclipped you to my running line not because I'm worried you might fall, but because I'm selfish. I'm afraid I might fall. And you better belay me when I yell falling.
I'll do my best. Pray lead on, O sighted one.
I'll tie you in on Stetner's ledges. Backup piton every 6 feet across the diamond face should give us a fighting chance.
In our case, I'd say don't bet on it, but couldn't hurt. When fall impact yanks the lead piton out of rock, the secondary pitons usually follow in rapid succession.
Remember when you went to the circus? How the crowd gasped when the ringmaster announced the high wire act was performing without a net?
Yes, sure.
Well, what we're crossing doesn't even have a wire. You ready to test the backup?
I feel like a kid testing the water temperature with his toe.
Well, your form wouldn't make the cover of a field handbook, but nobody's watching anyway. On a direct line from your head, arm's length away, you'll find a crack in the rock wall that might pass for a handhold.
What do you mean, might pass?
I only spot the holes. You decide whether the hold will support your weight.
Found it.
You can't stop between holes like that. You'll fall.
What was that move worth? A foot?
You're selling yourself short by half a foot.
Oh, at this pace, we'll reach Stetner's ledges in moonshine.
Determination makes its own time.
A positive thinker and nowhere to hide. Somebody save me.
Please, no negative vibes. I'm trying to believe what I'm saying myself.
You know, you'll wear yourself out machine hammering that way.
Yeah, I'm a regular hammering dynamo. But this wind affects my efficiency. Jack, the devil wind isn't coming back, is it?
Probably.
Oh, thanks. My paranoia needed feeding.
Anytime. I take it when the hammering stops. That's my signal to prepare for my next 1.5 foot leap.
You got it. Feet and handholds are in a direct line. 3 feet apart at your furthest reach.
You know, don't you, that you're taking liberties with the blind?
I've got you belayed if you slip. Besides, I want to test my system. That's it. Plant your feet. Your handhold's a couple of inches higher up.
No good. I can't find it. Your backup holding?
You only fell a few inches. Everything's under control.
Oh, I'd trade these worthless fingers for anything that'd chip rock.
Now, the belaying rope slacked off. You found a hold.
Foothold. My fingers are wedged in a hairline crack.
Keep moving.
I'm spread like a freshly skinned hide, hung out to dry.
Move out that hold or I can't ease up on the belaying rope.
Brace yourself.
I'm holding you.
Move. The pitons.
Keep searching for a hold.
Oh, this isn't working.
Keep searching.
For something that isn't... Ah, got one.
I see another hold above your left ear.
Okay. I'm planted.
We made good progress. 5, 6 feet.
You call it progress. I call it scrambling for my life. Oh, you didn't bargain for this when you volunteered to guide me across the diamond face.
I knew what I was buying into. I told you our act has no wire.
I'm talking about fatigue. Fatigue makes the best of climbers careless, and on this rock wall, carelessness kills.
Only another 25 feet to Stetner's ledges. I promise not to get careless.
Well, you already are careless. Your line of protective pitons scars the mountain, and you've no plan for extracting them.
I think other climbers will forgive us the pitons we leave behind under the circumstances.
Well, that's not my point. You're pressing. And that's careless. Now, you tie me in and get out while you can.
Your next hold comes direct from the Alpine catalog, custom made. And extend your right leg halfway. Plant. Plant.
It's all right. I'm on. My fingers feel raw. I think I scraped all the skin off my knuckles, too.
A few bloody fingers won't do you any harm. Come on already.
Coming. I'm coming. How far?
Another 5 feet, and we've reached Stetner's ledges. You ready?
Yeah. And able. I have my reservations about willing.
Straight out from your shoulder, you'll feel a depression in the diamond face.
I'm touching it now.
I didn't find any prominent holes next to the rock ledge like I expected. You might be able to push across the depression and brace your feet on its lip.
Are you on the rock ledge?
No, I'm hanging right beside it. I'll help you onto the ledge first and then climb on.
Right. I'm pushing across. This position isn't secure at all.
Another couple of feet.
Falling.
Steady yourself.
I'm dragging on your belaying rope. I pray to God you have your footing.
I've got zip. The first piton pulled out. You're hanging on me, and I'm hanging on that last piton. Any second it'll pull out, too.
How far am I from Stetner's ledges?
3 feet.
Grab any hold you can. I'm going to swing out onto the rock ledge.
You're on. You made it onto the ledge. Falling.
Belay on.
Oh, thank God. I'm below the rock ledge with good climbing surface. Climbing?
Climb.
Oh, man. It's nice to be alive. When I fell, I was sure you'd follow me down the mountain. How did you manage to hold on?
Once I pulled myself up onto the rock ledge, I braced my feet and my back against the mountain. I just reeled in the slack on the belaying rope as fast as I could until you yelled. Then it was a matter of being prepared for the fall impact. And fortunately, I was.
My waist rope was crushing my rib cage hanging on the end of that belay rope. Another 5 minutes and I'd be purple. How bad are you banged up?
I'm not sure. Ribs are a bit sore.
Your ribs have a right to feel sore. You were thrashed against the rock wall twice. Feel broken?
There's no way to tell unless I stand up. I'm too beat to move for the moment.
You and me both. Who is Stettner?
I don't know.
Well, whoever Stettner is, I appreciate the use of his ledge. After we catch our breath, what would you think of making a try for the summit?
I think you were a figment of my imagination and that I was delirious.
We used all our pitons crossing the diamond face. I haven't any equipment left to tie you in.
You skunk. You planned that all along, didn't you?
If I did tell you, you'd never have crossed the diamond face. I couldn't leave you on the rock wall to die.
Oh, instead, you decided to lure me from one survival crisis to another without my knowledge. I resent being manipulated.
The ranger map pointed our way off this mountain. The way is up. We climb Stettner's ledges and walk down the backside trail tomorrow morning.
You idiot! You're gambling our lives on reaching the summit in less than 3 hours of daylight. That's asking a heck of a lot. Especially with a blind man for a handicap.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Well, it all started when my son Willard said,
Dad, you just don't understand how it is to be in my shoes.
And so I said, okay, I'll tell you what. I'll do what you do for a day, and I'll see how it is. Well, first it was great. I slept in till 20 minutes, too, like Willard does. But then after school, Willard told me...
The garage is dirty. Would you mind cleaning it up?
And I told him...
I'll see about it later.
Willard, and he said...
You'll see about it
all
now.
right. And so I did, but I wasn't very happy about it. Well, after supper, I thought I might catch a little TV, but then Willard reminded me...
don't you have homework to do?
2 things I know for sure. One is, I'm going to work harder to understand how Willard feels. And 2, I got to get Willard's shoes off. My feet are killing me.
Listening, caring, and sharing. That's what understanding is all about. From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Your lung association says smoke's not just your affair. That smoke screen that you puff around pollutes non-smokers' air. It's bad for kids and older folks with lungs not up to par. It's damaging for you, of course, but your smoke travels far. Your lung association says please keep this thought in mind. It's double damage all around and doubly unkind. So try to kick the habit and give everyone a break. Please do it for your life and breath and everybody's sake.
Your lung association and you know that cigarettes are a breathing hazard. Smokers, please don't add that extra offense. Give us a break for life and breath. And here's the concluding act of Climb.
This ledge has a flat surface, a couple of feet wide. We'll be able to walk for a little while. How about we take 5?
Oh, we can't afford a break. What time is it?
3:10. We've been climbing for an hour straight. I want to sit down for a minute.
Your gamble either pays off in 2 hours or nightfall traps us on the mountain. The higher we climb the Stettner route, the more hazardous the rock surface becomes. And the harder it is to backtrack to tenable ground. It'll be totally dependent on your eyes to point out my footing near the summit. It's impossible to spot holes in the dark. So, like it or not, we're in a foot race with a setting sun.
You're right. Darkness falls fast in the mountains. I wouldn't want to deprive myself of the pleasure of sticking another flag pin in my den map.
Where I can keep the center of gravity over my feet, I'll be able to climb by feel. You have to use your eyes to climb, like a chess game, several moves ahead. That way, we won't end up on a patch of rotten rock or blocked by a cul-de-sac. A blind man like me would bump his nose against a cul-de-sac before he ever knew it was there.
Is the devil wind on this side of the mountain, too?
No. We're on the north face of Long's Peak.
The ledge ends here, at a junction of rock ledges. One line to the left, one to the right. Which do we take?
This mountain is not my hometown. The last time I took the Stettner route was 2 years ago. And we used a map to guide us down, not up.
Then we're faced with a small problem because we don't have a map. The wind blew it away. How do I know which is the safe route?
We won't have time to backtrack if we choose the wrong line. I'm depending on your eyes. You decide.
You said you remembered a steep pitch towards the summit?
Yeah.
We'll take the right line then. Hope we're closer to the summit than I think we are. We climb side by side where possible so I can qualify your holes.
Balance is everything on rock. Sometimes rock can look deceptively secure. Watch out for loose outcroppings.
Stick to a 3-point stance. Keep both feet and one hand planted. Let your free hand seek out the next hold. Spread eagle climbing tires you out, throws off your balance.
I'm aware of that. And I'm also aware of the time. We move fast or we lose.
Well, better the rocks fall than us. You don't sound too angry with me for manipulating you into this climb anymore.
I am. I haven't forgotten. It's difficult to punch out somebody you can't see.
I'm forewarned. I'll keep my guard up.
I'll either punch you out or I'll buy you a drink. Depends on my condition when I'm returned to civilization. What's the time?
3:40.
3:40 already? What's happened? What do you see?
You didn't mention anything about a chimney.
Chimney? I don't remember a chimney.
Well, there's one standing in our way. Runs a crooked line toward the summit. Impossible to determine what we'll find above it.
Well, we'll climb the chimney to the summit.
What if there's a cul-de-sac above the chimney? The game is over and we cash in our chips.
We find a cul-de-sac, we'll work our way back down to a wide ledge and spend the night. Now, I know 3 ways up a chimney. Counterforce, jamming, or, if you absolutely have to, the layback.
The chimney closes sharply at the top. We'll have to leave our packs behind. Too narrow for them to make it through.
Press and pull yourself up the funneling sides of the chimney, taking as much abrasion on the soles of your feet as you can. You keep your face and hands free, away from the rock, in case you slip. And for heaven's sake, be careful when jamming. You slip with your elbow jammed in a rock crack and you're an instant basket case.
Climbing.
Climb. I'll let you clear a couple of feet before I follow. That way, if you kick down any loose rock, it won't have much momentum when it hits me.
Lots of prominent rock. You shouldn't have much trouble.
Well, chimney climbing requires more strength and skill. How far are you above me?
4 feet.
Yeah. It's good enough clearance. Climbing.
Rock. Sorry, Jack. Rock fell away when I touched it.
Don't let that slow you down. Sun won't wait for us to catch up. How much daylight we got left?
It's 4 o'clock. We're down to our last hour.
Hey, I grabbed your foot. What'd you stop for?
Air. I'm not used to chimney climbing. It burns me out.
Push yourself. I want to live, man.
My arm muscles are trembling.
Well, this run for the summit was your idea. Now move.
Rock.
Cleared me. Keep moving.
We've reached the bottleneck. Almost out of the chimney. I feel miserable. My arms and legs are lead weights. I thought the whole point of climbing was to enjoy yourself.
You don't call this fun?
Maybe I'd enjoy myself more if you'd quit pushing me.
I stopped pushing you. You won't reach the summit.
Who needs who on this climb?
I don't remember asking to tag along.
I'm not in the habit of making an ass of myself. The mountain's getting to me.
The mountain's getting to both of us. My blindness doesn't help my disposition any either.
I'm twisting my way out of the bottleneck. There's a small ledge above the chimney. Watch your head.
Okay. I'm through the chimney.
My body's aching. I feel like a heavyweight champ's personal punching bag after a hard workout.
I'm a little worn around the edges myself. Dan, I can tell by the air temperature that twilight's fading fast. It could even be dark for all I know. Sun goes down, the night brings the cold. What's the real time?
I have half an hour at the outside to guide you up the pitch to the summit. I can see the summit from here.
Good news makes me antsy. Let's climb.
The pitch to the summit has a long, vertical crack running up the first 10 feet or so. I'll put your hand on it.
The crack should be secure enough to thread us up the first part of the pitch.
Wait for me to point out your next hole when you reach the end of the crack.
I promise not to wander off.
Rock, hold tight.
This route needs a little gardening work. My skin jumps every time you yell rock.
No sense trying to dodge the rocks you hear. You might lose your grip on the crack and fall. The belay line is useless now.
I'll unhook us.
Leave the belay line alone. We might need it later.
Where's my next hole?
Straight out from your shoulder. Use your right hand.
Yeah, it's a good hole.
Pull up on your hands until you're balanced, then plant.
This is fine.
Slow down.
Plenty of footing.
You're going to run me over.
Pick up the pace, will you? Sun will be down a few minutes.
Not much to choose from around me now.
The air's growing colder.
Plant your left leg or you'll fall.
Okay. I'm planted. Will you move?
We've come to some loose rock. Hold on a minute.
We'll cross it and hope for the best. We haven't got time to wait.
Extend your right hand above your shoulder and bring it down slow.
Right.
You find a hold?
Well, this is another hairline crack. Isn't there anything better?
You want me to carry you up the summit, or are you able to help yourself?
I carry my own weight. I'd feel out my own holds, but the rock surface is too steep.
Rock outcropping above your left knee. Use your hand to make sure it isn't loose first. Then step up on the outcropping if it'll hold you. The
outcropping will hold. Where do I put my hands?
I'm looking.
You aren't buying this ground as an investment. You're climbing it. Come on already.
You're going to press us into a swan dive.
We got to keep moving before the sun goes down.
Good handhold, about 3-4 inches above your right ear. Find it?
This isn't what I call a good handhold, but it'll have to do. Twilight almost gone?
Yeah. Twilight's fading fast. Another outcropping ahead of us. Sort of a rock horn shape.
How much further after the rock horn?
I thought professional climbers had a sixth sense about summits. Can't you smell it?
How far?
Clear the rock horn and I'll tell you. The horn is a solid, two-handed hold above you to your left.
I still don't smell summit, Dan.
Watch yourself. Keep your balance. Oh, God, no.
Footing fell out from under me. My fingers are locked together around the rock horn.
I'm planted on the ledge, directly above you. I'll reel in the belaying rope and pull you up. Hang on.
You're wasting your time, Dan. I unhooked myself from the belaying rope back in the chimney.
Damn foolish move. I'll try to grab your wrist. You can pull up on my arm until you find your footing.
No way. You'd fall with me.
I'm planted tight on the ledge. You won't pull me off.
I can't see you, Dan. You lied to get me across the diamond face. How do I know you're not lying down? Look, this isn't worth both our lives.
Take my hand.
No. There must be a foothold.
I've got your wrist. Pull up on my arm.
That's it.
Pull.
You are one crazy man. You know that?
Yeah. So were the Wright brothers. Stand up and walk over here.
Stand up? You mean we made the summit?
Scout's honor.
We made it. We're up the mountain.
Hey, walk away from the edge or I'll be up here by myself. Take my hand for a couple of steps.
Dan, thank you for saving my life. Any sensible man would have left me hanging on the diamond face.
I told you I've been out of my senses for years. Maybe after the doctors take that bandage off your head and you can see again, you'll help me pick up those pitons I left on the diamond face.
You name the day, and I'll climb with you. Now, how much time do we have left before sunset?
Sunset was an hour ago. We both finished the climb blind.
Are we finally set for Grandma's?
I think so. We've got the new Sears Travel Guard baby seat in the car.
Right, and the extra sleep and play baby suits.
Oh, Grandma will love those. They're so cute and yet practical.
The extra baby blankets and bottles are in the vinyl diaper bag.
Oh, Sears certainly did make shopping for the baby easy.
Sure did. Well, I think we've got everything.
Honey, I think you've forgotten something.
The baby.
Your baby's room. Furnish it with the quaintness and charm of Sears Jenny Lind's crib, dresser, and chest. Your baby will be secure in our old-fashioned crib built with high sides and a safety drop-side latch. And each handsome maple color piece comes in a non-toxic finish. Sears Jenny Lind dresser and chest is furniture that will adapt gracefully as baby grows older, too. So visit us soon, because Sears has baby buys bundled up. Available at most Sears retail stores.
Presenting Sears' very charming spring shirt dress in small yarn-dyed woven checks, stripes, or plaids. It's a great versatile dress for work because to finish off the dress, Sears has conjured up a complementing vest. Vests come lined or reversible in enchanting colors that work wonderful spells on the rest of your wardrobe, too. Sears vest plus a dress, the bewitchingly correct dress this spring. Available at most larger Sears retail stores. I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Climb was written by Bruce Martin, produced and directed by Fletcher Markham. Your host was Richard Widmark. Our stars were Vic Perrin and Stephen Markle. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CDI.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
I was beginning to think that you were no longer a boy, that you were now a man. I was wrong. You're acting like a stupid child. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of the man called Paladin. Yes.
Oh, Mr. Paladin?
Hello, hey boy. Come on in.
Oh, you want me to take tray and glasses downstairs now?
Yes, thank you.
You have long talk with man up here this afternoon.
Yes, he's an old friend of mine, Colonel Amos R. Leland, United States Army, now retired.
Oh, you so?
Uh-huh. And the colonel's father was General Amos R. Leland, United States Army, now deceased. Perhaps you remember him?
Oh, General Amos R. Leland.
Oh.
No, sir.
As a matter of fact, I guess there's been an Amos R. Leland carrying a high rank in the United States Army since the United States had an army.
Amos R. Leland seems to be in rut.
Well, it looks like the present generation is going to put a stop to it. Amos Jr. is a second lieutenant, and he doesn't seem very enthusiastic about it.
Oh, Amos Jr. don't like army, eh?
The colonel has heard indirectly that the boy is going to resign his commission.
Oh, resign.
Mm-hmm. He wants me to check on it.
Oh, you go Snoopy for Colonel, Mr. Paladin?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way, hey, boy. I know young Leland. He's a fine boy. If he has some problem, maybe I can help him.
Seems to me, maybe Amos Jr. just don't like army.
That's quite possible, hey, boy.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight.
It was late in the day when I reached Tucson. I checked into a hotel and early the next morning rode out to Fort Bleecker, where young Leland had been transferred after a brief tour of duty with the War Department in Washington. When I reached the stockade gates, I dismounted and crossed the dusty parade ground of the low, squat administration building to inquire where I might find the lieutenant. I was directed to his room in the BOQ, the bachelor officers' quarters.
Come in. Paladin.
Hello, Amos. Good to see you.
Paladin, what a surprise. What brings you to this godforsaken place?
You?
Well, sit down.
Thank you. Amos, I see no reason to beat about the bush. Your father asked me to look in on you.
Got wind of my resignation, huh? Poor Dad. I'm afraid I'm quite a disappointment to him, Paladin.
Well, he's disturbed about you, and I'll admit that I'm puzzled. As I recall, Amos, you graduated from the academy with honors. What happened?
Very simple. When I was in Washington, the job I had gave me access to certain files. Going through them one day, I uncovered an irregularity that I felt merited the attention of my superior officers.
So you brought it to their attention?
Of course.
Did they act on it?
Immediately. Here I am, as far away from the department as I can get.
Amos, when you were in Washington, was it part of your job to go through the files?
No.
Oh, I see. You were meddling.
I don't call it that.
You were prying into something that didn't concern you.
I discovered a gross blunder. I think it concerns me and every American.
Did it serve any of us Americans to bring the blunder to light? Did any of us benefit from it?
In my opinion, the bumbling of the Army should be exposed at every opportunity. So I have to resign.
Well, I think you've come to a wise decision, Amos. The Army apparently is no longer the place for you.
I agree. But I hope they don't wait too long to accept my resignation. After Fort Bleecker, I don't know where they can send me except to the firing squad.
Have you been peeking in the files again?
Oh, not just the files. I've been snooping around the whole territory. This time I really have something.
Like what?
Like this setup smells to high heaven.
Now, couldn't you have been a little hasty in drawing your conclusions? You've been here how long now?
Long enough to unearth some startling facts about the way things are run out here. And this time, I'm not going to trust my information to go through channels. I'm going straight to the Great White Father.
The president?
Yes. I can't act as an officer in the United States Army, but I can act as a private citizen.
Well, Amos, I must remember you're no longer that boy I used to know. You're a man. It's your life.
Yes. The only one I've got. Right now, I'm hoping I'll be able to hang on to it for a while.
What do you mean by that?
I'm skating on awfully thin ice, Paladin. My plan must not be discovered.
Good evening, Pedro.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, I think you go already back to San Francisco.
No, I decided to stay a while. A beer, please.
Sí, Senor Paladin.
Boy, hot night, isn't it?
Calor bárbaro.
Yeah.
There you are.
Oh, thank you.
Senor Paladin.
Yeah.
You are a friend of the Lieutenant Amos Leland?
Yes, I am. I saw him yesterday.
I am also his friend. He was in here today. Look for you.
He was here? In Tucson?
See?
Have you any idea where I can find him?
Maybe I would think at La Casa Delgado.
Where's that?
It's a little hotel here in Old Town, down the street, around the corner. You'll find him, Senor Paladin. My friend Amos Leland seemed to have big worry.
Thanks, Pedro.
Who is it?
Amos, it's Paladin. Amos, hey, what's the idea? Put that gun away.
Come in. Come in and close the door and lock it.
Sure. There.
You weren't followed, were you? There's no one with you?
No. What's the matter with you?
Sorry, I guess I'm just plain scared.
Pedro at the cantina said you were looking for me.
Yes, I wanted to talk to you.
All right, let's talk.
Well, there isn't time now. Every second counts. I've been waiting till dark. Now I've got to move fast.
Where are you going?
I got to hide out for a while.
Amos, has the Army's acceptance of your resignation come through?
No, not yet.
Then you're deserting.
Well, I guess you can call it that. I think of it as saving my neck. Somebody's out to kill me, Paladin.
You're somebody whose toes you might have stepped on with your snooping?
I suppose so. I'm not sure who could have found out, but I'm being followed. Somebody took a shot at me last night. I'm scared, and I'm running out.
Well, you're going to get yourself in a real jam this time,
You let me worry about that. Oh, but wait. Paladin, here. Take this map.
Map? What for?
It's the information I told you about. I have the documented proof of my findings. It's all in a chest, buried in a safe place. Now, you keep the map.
Well, what do I do with it?
Well, it'll be safer with you, but don't do anything until you hear from me. I'll get in touch with you somehow.
Don't do it this way, Amos. If you have information that you honestly feel should reach the president, let me help you see that he gets it. But go back to the fort. Don't desert.
Paladin, it's too late for that. It's too late for anything except just what I'm doing.
Amos, yesterday I said you were no longer a boy, that you were now a man. I was wrong. You're acting like a stupid child.
I know what I'm doing.
You don't. And I'm not going to let you make a fool of yourself. Now, come on.
Now, don't try to...
You're going
don't
back
try to
to the fort now.
No, I'm not.
Oh. Stupid kid. Oh. Amos. Hey. Amos. Hey, Amos. Wait. Amos. Amos. Amos, who did it? Who shot you? I'll track him down, Amos. Could you see who it was?
No. Too dark.
Let's get you to a doctor.
No. Paladin?
Yeah?
The map.
The map? Yes.
Place of singing water. Talika.
Amos? Amos. Major Gerson, my name is Paladin.
Oh, yeah. Sit down. You were with Lieutenant Leland last night when he... Most unfortunate thing.
Yes, it was. Major, early this morning I followed the tracks of the horse that rode away from the scene. I finally lost the trail about, 4 miles south, but this was an unshod horse, an Indian pony.
Strange. Doesn't follow the pattern. That's not the way an Indian kills.
No, I don't think it was an Indian.
Do you have any suspicions?
No, not really. Major, what do you know about the lieutenant's off-duty life while he was here at the fort?
Well, not much. He was a strange one. Didn't mingle. Kept to himself. Always seemed busy poking around alone.
Do you know what he was doing?
No.
He was gathering evidence of incompetence and bungling in the Army to present to the chief executive.
What?
That's right. It was a sort of crusade.
Oh. No wonder he was so busy. Lord knows he could find enough of it around here.
Major, it's a sad thing to see a man die for a cause he believed in.
Paladin, Lieutenant Leland was young. He was impatient. He allowed himself to forget his lessons on military strategy. That sometimes it's necessary to take other than the shortest route to achieve an objective. He had yet to find out that battles are not won easily, nor without some margin for error.
I think he died for a cause he knew was right.
Just what are you getting at, Paladin?
What right are we to be tolerant of corrupt practices? Or to be intolerant of youthful impatience? Maybe a little more poking around and meddling is what we need.
I repeat, just what are you getting at?
Amos Leland was murdered, Major, because in his poking around, he uncovered something pretty hot. He compiled documents of his findings and... Major, it's only fair to tell you that I'm going to try to locate them. And if I do, I feel obligated to carry out the boys' plan and see that they're placed in the hands of the President.
Well, I can't stop you, Paladin. But before you get too involved, think it over.
Hey, Pedro.
See?
Does the place of singing water mean anything to you?
Si, senor.
What?
It is most beautiful spot on all Apache reservation.
Does Talika mean anything to you?
See, Talika is most beautiful girl on all Apache reservation. She's daughter of great chief. Only now it is so sad.
Sad?
Now Talika will cut her pretty hair and make dirty with soot her pretty face and wear the ugly dress.
Why is that?
For a great sorrow. It is the Apache way. She will mourn her husband, our good friend, Lieutenant Leland.
Her husband? Amos was married to an Indian girl?
Talika was his wife in Apache marriage ceremony. Only Apaches know this, and I know it, and now you know it.
Pedro, wait a minute. Here. Yeah, this map here. Does this make any sense to you?
Oh, but of course. This is tree that leans, and here is Cradle Rock. This map, this is place of singing water.
I want to go there, Pedro. Would you show me the way?
Seguro.
Now, you're sure this is the right spot?
The map says.
Oh, that wiki up there. What's that?
That is wiki up of Amos Leland and his wife Talika.
Ah, they really made a home together.
Apache home.
Well, thanks, Pedro. You might as well go back now. I'll see you later.
You dig, Senor Paladin. You dig, you find what you look for. Adios y buena suerte.
Yes, goodbye, Pedro. Thank you.
It is not much deeper.
Huh?
It is not much deeper. And a bit this way.
Oh. Oh, well,
I not mean to startle you. Please forgive me. I am Talika.
Talika. Oh, you are beautiful. Talika, my name is Paladin.
Paladin. Oh, yes. You are friend to Amos Leland. Your spade, Mr. Paladin. This way now. Dig here.
Oh. All right.
There.
Yeah.
You see?
Oh.
The corner of wooden box.
Uh-huh.
That is what you want.
Well.
Is it not?
Yeah, it must be. Oh. Have I your permission?
Yes, Mr. Paladin. Take it.
Thank you. There. You seem to know about this box, Talika.
Yes, I do.
Do you know what's in it?
Yes. Bitterness.
Bitterness. What are you trying to tell me, Talika?
This. It is not in every man to be warrior, Mr. Paladin.
No.
But if it is not in man to be warrior, this man will say, let others be warriors. I will do what is for me to do. He will not hold bitterness in his heart and abuse those who are warriors.
What you're saying is that Amos became bitter toward the whole army because he would never make a decent soldier, is that it?
Yes. It is not easy for a man to have knowledge that he must fail when he is expected to prove himself as one of a line of great fighting men. But my husband did not look deep within himself to know this. I knew it, for I loved him very much.
Oh, I thought it was something I could do for Amos to take the information in this box to the president as he had planned to do.
Mr. Paladin, the great white father is welcome to it, but it will burden him. A box filled with hate and longing and anger. But take it. I have now to do what I must do.
What's that, Talika?
You are not stranger to our country, Mr. Paladin. You know Apache custom for the dead?
To burn all the personal belongings, yes.
There is not much. I had only part of his life. The wickiup, the buckskins he wore here, the bow my brother made him, things from our home.
Talika, this belongs with the rest of his things.
The box?
Yes. Take it.
Thank you. It is right.
I'm sure it is. Still, Amos died for what is in that box. No matter what prompted it. He was a martyr to a cause.
This will disturb you always, will it not, Mr. Paladin?
I'm afraid so.
It must not. Did you know that Amos Leland was soon to resign from the army?
Yes.
Did you know that and marry a girl to whom he has long been betrothed?
No. I didn't know that.
Do not be disturbed, Mr. Paladin. Amos Leland did not die a martyr to a cause. He died because he betrayed an Indian girl.
Talika.
Yes. I killed him.
Mr. Paladin, you please move so Missy Wong can mop in that corner?
Oh, sure.
Oh, sure.
I'm sorry, Miss Wong. I guess my mind was some other place.
Mr. Paladin, seem like since you come back from trip, your mind some other place. That's the time.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
That's right.
Well, it was a disturbing trip, Miss Wong.
Hey, boy, say you go to soup.
Snoop. I guess you could call it that.
Hey, boy, say, you go to see if boy have problem. Boy have problem, Mr. Paladin?
Yes, he did.
Oh.
But there wasn't much I could do about it. His real problem was deep in the recesses of his mind, and he wasn't even aware of it.
Oh, my. Poor people. Get all mixed up.
Laura, Mrs. James, and I both say you're the best housekeeper we know.
You wouldn't say that today. I'm getting ready for the painters. Lately, I've had headaches and muscular aches and pains. Can't do half I should.
Don't just put up with discomfort like that. For relief, try Doan's Pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Don Diamond, Ken Lynch, and Lillian Bayard. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the silver spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West. Hop Along Cassidy, the same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hop Along is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hop Along Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. What's our story this time, Hoppy?
Well, it's one I call Danger Wears Two Faces. It began when a friend of mine in South Texas asked me to help him get back a herd of rustled cattle. California and I took the trail ourselves, following the herders that headed for the Mexican border through the Big Bend country, a land of border outlaws. And trailing a herd of stolen beef there was as healthy as playing patty cake with an unhappy mountain lion. We finally lost the trail in a rocky section, but pushed on in hopes of picking it up again.
Hoppy, do we keep going?
Sure, why not?
What'll we do if we find them?
Take the herd back and turn the rustlers over to the law, of course.
Oh, it was silly of me to ask. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Well, great cross-eyed copperheads. Look.
What? Oh, a man lying on the road.
I know this country would bring us trouble. Well, time to go home.
Oh, stop grumbling. Come on. That man may not be dead.
Yeah, and his killers may be watching, too.
Well, let's see. Take a look at him, California. I'll cover you.
Sure. Don't see no wound. Maybe it's sunstroke. I'll see if his heart's, Hoppy, he's alive.
Certainly I'm alive. My name's Jasper. Oh, maybe I can sell you some tinware.
My name is Cassidy, and we don't need any tinware.
I'm California Carlson.
Howdy. Like a new coffee pot, a frying pan?
No. We're traveling light, chasing rustlers.
Take your orders for coffins? I know an undertaker.
California was only fooling you, Jasper. We're just riders.
Oh, well, if you're after Russell stock, you want either Duke Spengler or Little Jack Pargo. They run the two big gangs of Big Ben. Either way, I'd take the loss and go home if I was you.
Down here, danger wears two faces, huh? Who do you work for?
Me? Well, I'm a tinware salesman. My mule's over there.
Lift them hands, all of you.
Hoppy, will you look? It's a grizzly wearing pants.
And holding a gun. Do as he says.
I ain't about to argue with him, gun or no gun.
It's Lacey, Duke Spengler's pet killer.
You hombres got the wrong road.
What makes you think so?
This gun in my hand, for one thing. Good reason?
Sure, that's a swell reason.
If it ain't enough, I'll tell you. This is the Duke's road.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that. Now, who are you two? What's your business?
Why?
Well, it's like this. If I don't have no objections to your business, I may let you turn around and leave peaceable.
And if you do have?
Then I'll kill you both where you stand.
Well, in that case, he's Smith and I'm Jones, and we're just a couple of wandering riders, ain't we, Hoppy?
Yeah. Let's go back, Smith.
No, wait, Lacey, don't let them fool you.
Huh?
They're lawmen chasing rustlers. Bill them!
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story. Danger wears two faces. Trailing a herd of rustled cattle, Hoppy and California entered the outlaw-infested Big Bend country of West Texas. When a gunfighter named Lacey holds them up and demands to know their business, Hoppy and California pretend to be wandering riders, only to have Jasper, a tinware salesman, betray them to the threatening killer.
They told me so, Lacey. Their names are really Cassidy and Carlson.
You dirty big mouth.
Shut up.
It should be worth $50, Lacey. Now, you tell Duke to pay me 50, won't you? You see, I'm a good friend of his,
Jasper, you make me sick. You'd sell Duke down the river just as quick as you did these two hombres.
Did Duke give you orders to shoot anybody trailing the herd?
Shoot you? I'm going to give you a hand in finding it. Duke Spengler's turned honest, and he wants Big Ben cleaned up of killers like Little Jack Pargo and his gang.
So Spengler is honest now?
Yeah. He's even got him a ranch. Little Jack Pargo's men are the ones who hustle that herd you're after. Come on with me. I'll prove it to you. Well, there's the Rio Grande. And there's the tracks of your herd. I reckon it's sold in Mexico by now, but... Company's coming.
Who are those men?
Little Jack Pargo and his straw bosses. If you can't pray, hang on to your gun butts.
Hoppy, look at the leader. He's no bigger than a minute.
Mason, you're out of your territory. And who are you two?
Strangers.
Oh, the clever type. Maybe I ought to make you bleed a little.
You're too proud, Pargo. Those men of yours won't keep me from getting you if you reach for that gun.
What? You're bracing me? Me, Little Jack Pargo?
Call it that. I don't like being threatened. I don't like braggarts, especially little ones.
There's an advantage in being little, mister.
Yeah, I know. You can hide under smaller rocks.
You make a smaller target.
Hoppy, look out!
Oh, my arm!
Hold it, all of you. Draw and Pargo gets it dead center.
You heard him, man.
Where's the herd you shoved across the river, Pargo?
Sold. And what's it to you?
The money, then. Where is it? Throw down your saddlebag.
No.
You really want to make that choice?
No, wait. All right. You win for now.
You other men, toss your guns down easy.
You pay for this, stranger. If it takes every man I've got, I'll see that you never leave Texas alive.
I'll tell Duke you're here, Cassidy. You wait.
Harvey, why ain't we running now we get the money?
Well, if we run, Pargo's men will catch us sooner or later.
Huh? Then what are we going to do?
Lacey said Duke Spengler was trying to go honest, that he wanted Big Ben cleaned up. Well, if he'll help, maybe we can rid Texas of little Jack Pargo for good.
Well. I'm Duke Spengler. Lacey tells me you outgrew, outshot, outtalked, and outbluffed little Jack Pargo and his toughest men. Why didn't you wait for your posse?
Sorry, no posse. There's just the two of us.
Just the two of you?
Yeah. I was hoping you'd lend a hand in fighting Pargo.
Oh, my, this is priceless. You see, I was hoping your posse would do the same thing. This is quite a pickle you've gotten me into. Quite.
You're supposedly as big as Pargo. Why do you need a posse?
But I'm only supposedly as big. You see, my friends, when I turned honest, I dismissed most of my old fighters. As a rancher, I have no need of thieves and gun hawks.
But you do need to be rid of little Jack Pargo.
If you're honest, that is.
Nasty tone. Please don't use it. I can assure you I'm only a cattle raiser. Though at the moment I wish I did have a few of my old comrades. After seeing Lacey, Pargo will think I'm backing you.
Then you'll have to...
Shh. I must think it over. Join me at tea and I'll give you my decision.
Tea. Harvey, I can't balance this little cup.
You'd better. The Duke may get mad. And don't let his manner fool you. Those white hands of his can handle a gun as well as a teacup.
You know, that helps me a lot.
Drop my good cup and they bury you tomorrow, old fellow. Crumpet? Scone?
Maybe one of them little cakes.
Crumpet?
No, this cake will do fine. Thanks.
Decided what to do, Spengler?
Well, as I see it, the situation is essentially simple. Big Ben has only one bandit gang to get rid of now. Sooner or later, the law will do it. Did you notice my men riding in?
Yeah, about 20 or so.
All cowboys, not gunslingers, and busy with roundup and calf branding. Hardly equal to Pargo's bunch, you know.
Then how is it Pargo didn't steal from you?
Pargo still thinks I am a bandit chief. He believes my ranch is only a cover and that I have the army I used to have. My past reputation stands me in good stead now.
But not us, I think.
Sad but true. Now then, you will take the gold you stole from Pargo and be off the ranch by dark. I'm throwing you to the wolves. Another crumpet?
Still, Dern. I'll have you saddled in just a minute.
Well, not leaving with the gold, I hope.
Say. Go someplace besides this barn, will you?
Don't let my looks bother you. All I want is the gold.
Hoppy wouldn't like that.
Where is he? Tell me or I'll blast you.
Well, he was over at the bunkhouse, but now he's right behind you.
What? Shit. You're bluffing.
No, you drop your... Some of the meanness out of you, big fella.
No. You wouldn't dare shoot me here. Duke would... Hey, that ain't nice.
You want another?
Stop that.
Oh, come on, mister. Fall. Well, getting tired?
Whee! What a thick head. I'll bet your fist is busted, but he'll sleep a while.
Yeah.
Let's get her going.
Put your hands up, both of you.
Say, weren't you with Pargo this morning?
Forget the questions. Just drop your guns and pack those saddlebags out to my horse. Walk with him, Whiskers.
You taking us to Pargo?
No. He wants you out of the country. Fast.
You know if I yell, Duke's men would get you.
Mm-hmm. And if I start playing corpse, I'm going to have company.
It was just a thought.
Keep it that way. Now, there's my horse. With the bags on him.
Yeah. There.
All right. Now stand back. And play it careful. It wasn't your gold anyway. Adios.
I was getting a hunch it wasn't.
What's that? You mean that...
Hey, who was that rider? What tricks are you two pulling?
Jasper, you sure get around for a tinware salesman. If I were you, I'd stay out of my sight before I remember the way you betrayed us this morning. You understand?
Oh, sure. I was just asking. No offense. I'm sorry about this morning. Excuse me.
Hoppy, let's hightail it.
We will. Right back to the river.
Right back to the... Oh, no. That's Pargo's territory.
We got some investigating to do. We'll take a detour and come up along the riverbank, but slow. I want to check for tracks. Come on.
Hoppy, we've checked 5 miles of riverbank. Ain't that enough?
Almost. Even in this moonlight, we wouldn't have missed the tracks of a big herd of cattle.
Well, those tracks we saw this morning are the only ones around. It was our herd. Ain't no question about that.
Maybe. There's one thing that's bothering me. What's that?
Where?
Moonlight on rifle barrels. It's an ambush. Right for the river.
Hoppy, my horse is hurt. You go on.
Too late. It's Pargo's men. We're surrounded.
Now, back to Along Cassidy and our story. Danger wears 2 faces. After discovering that the rustled herd he was trailing had been sold in Mexico, Hoppy took the gold payment from little Jack Pargo, who admitted selling the herd. But later, one of Pargo's men stole the gold back. Then, as Hoppy and California investigate further, they are captured by Pargo's men in an ambush. Now, in a shack in Pargo's camp.
You didn't get very far, did you, Cassidy?
That's because I was too smart. I sneaked close enough to hear them say where they were going, Pargo. I got them for you.
You'll be paid for it, sneak. Now, beat it.
Well, they ought to be worth $100. You wanted them very bad.
I never wanted anything so bad in my life. But get out of here, Jasper. You even smell like a traitor.
Oh, sure, little Jack. Sure, I'm going. I just wanted you to know how good a friend I am. I can help you a lot.
That unwashed louse. Now, for you two, you're going to hate me worse than death.
Hoppy, does he mean that...
Yeah, I broke his pride. Only a big man can take that.
Why, you... No, not yet. First, where's my gold?
No, act stupid. I suppose you don't know
California, don't say any more. That gold is our insurance.
Take your own advice. Whiskers, where's the gold?
Gold? What gold?
So, all right, I'll give you some time to think. But one way or the other, you'll tell me.
Hoppy, how soon do you think he'll be back?
Soon enough. I hope the man who took the gold from us comes first, though.
Huh?
I think he and Lacey were both acting on their own.
Well, if Pargo finds out that one of his men took the gold, he'll sure kill him.
Well, that's why the thief will have to help us escape. Keep us from talking to Pargo.
Oh, speaking of the boogeyman...
Quiet. I've come to help you escape.
So we guessed. You can start on these ropes.
My name is Brannon. You know why I had to take that money?
You tell us.
Well, that was the payoff for several herds, all of which Pargo lumped together and ran across the Rio Grande. I thought those herds all came from my territory, but, well, I may be wrong.
Your territory? Say, what are you, a range detective?
That's a pretty good guess. Yeah, I'm with the Cattlemen's Association, working out of San Antonio. Pargo's hit the ranchers around there pretty hard.
Well, I guess he can sell as many cattle as he can steal.
Sure. $10 a head across the Rio Grande. No questions asked. Now, if you're square and part of that money belongs to you, you can claim it from our office. There. Now you're both free.
Thanks. Come on, Hoppy. Let's get out of here.
Why?
Why? Why? To stay alive, that's why.
I hate to run from crooks. Let's take Pargo and his men.
Why, you're insane. Beat it while you have a chance.
Oh, give up, Brandon. When Hoppy gets like this, he's a worry to his friends and a delight to undertake.
How many men does Pargo have here in camp with him?
14. His lieutenants are the toughest outlaws in Texas.
Well, they think you're one of them. Will you get them to come in here one at a time?
Well, yes, I guess so. But, man, even if we can take them all, we'll never get out of Big Bend with them. Why, Pargo's men are...
Who wants to get out of Big Bend? Look, get us rope, lots of it, and a couple of guns. Or clubs will do.
Be more. Well, all right.
As soon as we get the ropes cut into short lengths, we'll be ready. You wait until we've taken Pargo. He's coming back any time now. Once we have him, you can tell the others that he wants them here.
Check. It ought to be a breeze. Yeah, a breeze.
Now, listen. This is what we'll do. Brandon, you call the men in here one by one. California, as they walk in the door, you grab All right, California, ready? Here comes another. Get him! I got you, you darn rascal!
Number 13. This is getting monotonous.
I'm glad there's only one more. My arm's tired. Go on, get him tied up.
Sure. By now, I'm a darned expert.
Well, I got the last one outside. He was suspicious, so I poleaxed him a little. Well, I gotta hand it to you. It worked.
Yeah, so far.
Only now what? We can't stay here long. And if we ride towards town, some of Pargo's other men will spot us sure.
You can get to town all right alone. California and I'll take the prisoners over to Duke Spengler's ranch. We can make it that far, and Pargo's men won't dare search there.
Well, if Spengler finds you, he'll massacre the lot. You're a loco.
Wait. Hang on to your hat, Detective. I got an idea. Why don't we make it a clean sweep with both Pargo and Spengler?
Oh, no.
Can you round up some honest men in town for a posse?
I can get you 50. All deathly afraid of Pargo and Spengler.
Bring them to Spengler's place as quick as you can. Maybe when they see Spengler, Pargo, and their henchmen tied and helpless, they'll
drop dead.
Or they'll find courage enough to wipe out lawlessness in Big Bend.
True, but you'll need an army to take Duke Spengler.
But I have one. I got 15 prisoners. They'll be my army.
Crazy? Loco? Just plain nuts. Hoppy, these prisoners ain't gonna be no help.
They'd better be, or none of us will see morning.
You're crazy if you think I'll help.
If you help Pargo, you get a fair trial. Don't, and Duke Spengler will catch us all. What'll your chances be with him?
Oh, but you wouldn't do that. Why, he'd kill me in cold blood.
I was sure I could count on your cooperation. Pull up.
There's a light in the ranch house, Hoppy. Duke's still up.
It's the bunkhouse we have to take first. Now listen close, Pargo. You're in on this. The prisoners stay tied, but I'll pack them down one at a time and lay them in a circle around the ranch house.
What about them empty rifles you loaded in that extra horse?
I'll put one of them in each prisoner's arms. In the dark, Duke's men won't know they're tied up. The moonlight will shine off the gun barrels. Pargo's untied and goes with us.
With an empty rifle, I'll bet. Just more bluff.
Only when we take the bunkhouse. When we hit the ranch house, Pargo will carry loaded guns, with us behind him. We may need him to fight as well as bluff.
That's great. You know, Hoppy, there's times when I wish I'd taken up hog raising, like my pappy wanted me to.
Well, taking the bunkhouse was easy enough.
Sure, but them 8 men was sleeping. But where's the rest?
Well, 6 or 8 of them should be night riding or at line camps. The rest will be in that ranch house with Duke and Lacey.
So now we try our bluff out in all of them.
Yeah, we got Pargo's men all moved to circle the ranch house. Pargo, here's your guns. Hold them down at your side until we crash in the front door. I'll cover you till then. Try to lift the guns and...
I get the picture. Let's get on with it.
Hoppy, we can see from here. Through that window. Duke and Lacey have 4 men with them.
Uh-huh. You take that side window, California. We'll take the front door. And good luck.
Sure. Good luck to you. You'll need it.
Just what if this stupid bluff don't work?
Then we're in for one whale of a fight, Pargo. Quiet and try the door.
It's unlocked. Shall we go in?
Let's.
To drink up, gentlemen. A toast to being honest.
Raise 'em, Duke!
Don't move!
I'll drill the man who wiggles your fingers.
Guns in the middle of the floor, all of you.
Here, what is all this?
Don't be stubborn, Duke. My men have your house surrounded. Toss the guns down and don't forget the one in your vest pocket.
My. This is a predicament. And there's a wrong note somewhere. Ah, yes. This can't be your play, Pargo. You'd have blasted us from the windows and talked later.
Take a look out the windows if you don't believe us.
Oh, I don't, my friend. I don't.
All right, then. You throw those guns down or do you die because Duke is playing tough?
No, you fools! Wait! Don't! Yeah. Well, I see I must pay for my past sins after all.
And your present ones, Duke. Lacey, your gun.
I'll stick by Duke. Seems we have no choice, Lacey.
That's the way it looks, Duke.
Duke, they're trying to bluff you. There's men outside us.
Gotcha, you little weasel. Watch it, Hoppy.
You're mine, Pargo.
Back, Pargo. Make 'em pay.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Well, we've rounded up all the prisoners, Cassidy. What a scrap that must have been. Duke, Pargo, Jasper, and Lacey are done for. That Lacey. It took 2 gunloads to make him cash.
They'd have stretched rope anyhow. Duke was still a rustler.
Oh, but that couldn't be. Only Pargo's been crossing the Rio.
Duke had a better scheme than selling rustled cattle in Mexico for $10 a head. The way I figured, he organized this ranch so he could hold the herds, change the brands, and then later send them to Abilene or Dodge.
Say, he'd get 3 times that price in Abilene.
And he could play it honest. Duke knew sooner or later the law would wipe out the bandits of Big Bend.
Hoppy, you think our herd's in Duke's ranch there now?
Yeah, he tried to steer us on Pargo a little too forcefully. Besides, his cowboys were all carrying straight rods of iron when they came in. Running irons. That was a giveaway. They were changing brands.
Well, sure. No honest rancher would use running irons. They're too slow. They always have irons with their brand fixed on the end. Instead of drawing the brand, all the cowboy has to do is stamp it on the hide of the cow.
That's right. Well, this should end Big Ben's outlaws.
I'll say. You inspired the honest folks here. By tomorrow, there'll be 100 men combing the brakes for crooks.
That sounds like action. Maybe California and I could help.
What's that? Well, Hoppy, doggone it. If you get me into one more fight, I'm going to call off our partnership and do something peaceful. I'll take up hog raising. Like my pappy wanted me to.
Peaceful?
Yeah.
I'll bet you couldn't take it. Come on, call a hog.
Sure.
Piggy.
Good gravy, you're right. Lead me to that fighting, Hoppy. I sure can't stand to hear myself do that again.
Well, Hoppy and California really had a scrap on their hands that time. And so ends Danger Wears Two Faces. In their next adventure, Hoppy easily proves that crooks are fools. And it's a story you won't want to miss. It's called California or Bust. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Danger Wears Two Faces was written by Herb Pridham with original music under the personal direction of Albert Glasser. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The Adventures of Philo Vance are up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
tell me, Roger, please. There must be something else you see in the crystal ball. I've never heard anything so wonderful as the things you've been able to see.
Patience, Miss Stone. Patience. Yes, there is something. Only this is not so pleasant.
Oh?
You wish to hear it?
Of course. I can't understand how you knew the things you've told me. It's incredible that you should know them, and I want to know what it is you see now.
Very well. Attend, if you please. Miss Stone, there is someone whom you trust. Someone very close to you. Someone who is violating that trust.
Dick Novus.
I think not. No, that is not the name. The initials are... P... Let me see. PG. The name is blurred, but it is coming through more clearly now. The name is Peter Golden.
What?
That is it. Peter Golden.
Mr. Golden? And he's cheating me? But he's my guardian. He has all my money. Tell me more, Roger. Please, more.
No, I cannot. There is nothing more now. Tomorrow, perhaps, but not now. I am sorry, Miss Stone. That is all.
Well, here's the $100 we agreed upon, Roger. I'll be here tomorrow, and thank you. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, then.
Good day, Miss Stone. Come out, Mr. Novus, please.
It worked, didn't it, Roger? She believed what you told her.
As much as I told her.
You realize I've tried to tell her this myself, but she wouldn't listen.
I require no explanation as to why you see fit to give me information to be passed on to Miss Stone.
No, maybe not. But I just wanted to make sure my conscience was clear. You see, I work for Golden. He's been stealing from Miss Stone for months.
I am quite sure that is so.
Oh, there had to be some way for her to find out about this, Roger. I couldn't tell her, but if he keeps up his swindling, she'll be penniless.
Which would mean that you would be marrying a penniless young lady.
Yes, I suppose so, only, well, that isn't terribly important.
No?
No, I love Kay. I love her very much. And I'm greatly indebted to you for being the means whereby she knows about Golden.
At $100 a visit, it's no trouble, I assure you.
Thank you. Only suppose this doesn't work. Suppose Golden convinces Kay that he isn't cheating her. Then what?
What? Well, that might call for a visit from me to Mr. Golden. Only, Mr. Novus, that visit will cost a good deal more than $100.
Yes, who is it?
It's Dick Novus, Mr. Golden. You asked me to come to your office.
Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Golden.
Sit down, Novus. You know, one of the reasons I put your office at the other end of this floor is that you wouldn't get too close to me.
I don't think I understand.
You will. The point is that when I hired you, I didn't want you to know everything about my business. But apparently you found out regardless.
I still don't know what you mean, sir.
No?
No.
Well, you see, I just received a call from Miss Stone. She said a lot of things nobody would know about. Nobody but me, and apparently you.
I haven't told her a thing about your mishandling her money.
She found out some way, I guarantee that. She's not sure, mind you, just suspicious. Now, right now, your job is to keep Miss Stone's mind off my business, Dick. Make sure you do.
And what if I don't? What if I won't stand by and watch you swindling my fiancée?
You will. There are a few things about you that she might like to know. About where you spent the 5 years before you came to this city.
You know about that?
Certainly. And make no mistake about it. I'd tell her in a minute if you don't do things my way.
Why, you low, underhand
this
rat.
little gun makes up for the difference in our age and physical abilities, Novus.
It doesn't scare me. I've got to convince you that telling Kay about my past would be a very wrong thing for you to do. A very wrong thing.
Don't come any closer to me or I'll shoot. I'll shoot.
Yeah, shoot, will you? I think not. I'll just take that gun away from you before you get into trouble with it. There.
You'll be sorry about this, Novus. Very sorry. You'll be the sorriest man alive. just as long as you stay alive.
You are Philo Vance, the private investigator?
Yes, of course. Please sit down, Miss Stone.
Thank you.
And thank you for your promptness.
I imagine you're busy, Mr. Vance. I said on the telephone I'd be here at 3.
Yes, you did, and it's 3 now. So suppose you tell me why you think you need my services.
A very important reason, Mr. Vance. Do you know anything about me?
Only that you were left a sizable fortune when your father died, and that the money is being invested for you.
Supposed to be invested for me, you mean? Peter Golden is my guardian and the executor of the estate. He's been cheating me.
Really? How do you know?
A fortune teller told me. Oh, don't laugh, Mr. Vance. I know it sounds silly, but he had facts and amounts and dates. He's fantastically accurate.
He is, eh? Who is this great mystic?
His name is Raja Ramoy, and I went to see him today for the first time. If what he says is true, I'm practically penniless.
You believe what a fortune teller says, Miss Stone?
Implicitly. My fiancé, Dick Novus, recommended him. Dick works for Peter Golden in the Standard Building, but the Raja told me things even Dick couldn't know. Nobody could know. He's psychic, Mr. Vance. Terribly psychic.
If you're so sold on him, Miss Stone, I think you made a mistake coming to me. You see, I don't happen to believe in anyone being able to call on the spirits for information whenever he finds it convenient. Or, shall I say, profitable.
But, Mr. Vance...
I'm sorry, Miss Stone. I deal in facts, not fancies. My suggestion would be for you to allow this Rajah to settle your problems. I'm sorry I can't take your case.
All right, if that's the way...
Excuse me, please.
Of course.
Hello.
Hello, is Miss Kay Stone there?
Why, yes, she is. Just a moment, please. For you, Miss Stone.
Oh, that must be Dick. I left a note for him telling him where I'd be. Thank you, Mr. Vance. Hello?
Hello, Kay. I got your message to call this number. Where are you?
I'll explain later. You're at the office, Dick?
Yeah.
Where's Golden?
In his private office down the hall. Why? Where are you?
With a friend, Dick. I'd like him to talk to you. His name is Brown.
Okay, put him on.
Please, Mr. Vance.
But I don't have anything to say to you, Mr. Novus.
Well, please, Mr. Vance, just as a favor.
All right.
Thanks. Dick, here is Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, Mr. Novus.
Hello, Novus.
Hello, Brown.
I really don't know what I'm supposed to say to you. I've just told Miss Stone I can... Novus, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. That shot came from Golden's private office down the hall. Hold the phone. I'm going to investigate.
What happened, Vance?
I'm not sure yet. I'll have to wait until Novus gets back.
Well, where did he go?
Down the hall to Golden's private office.
But he was talking to you on the phone.
That's right, but you see, there was a shot fired.
What?
Novus is sure it came from Golden's office. He's gone to find out.
A shot?
That's right.
What?
Impotent feeling, isn't it, Miss Stone, to have to stand here and hold the telephone while a murder might have been taking place.
You think that...
Just
Hello, Brown?
Yes?
Brown, yeah. I've just come from Golden's office. He's lying face down on the floor, and there's a bullet wound in his head. I think I heard footsteps racing down the stairs, but I was afraid to follow whoever it was. What shall I do?
Leave everything just as it is. I'm sending Miss Stone to her home. You meet her there. I'll want to talk to both of you later. Right now, I'm going to call District Attorney Markham and invite him to a murder.
Well, Vance, we meet in strange surroundings, but in a familiar circumstance. Mr. Golden is quite dead, the medical examiner assures me.
I never doubted that, Markham. His private office is furnished rather well, don't you think?
Yes, in fine taste. And his murderer had the bad taste to leave us practically clueless, as usual.
Lack of obvious clues hasn't deterred us on other cases, Markham.
Hasn't deterred you mean? I'm just old-fashioned enough to want a lead to a killer.
So do I. Only it isn't necessary for it to be out in the open. For instance, Markham, this tells me a lot.
Vance, what in the world did you climb on that chair for?
I wanted to take a look at the wall. Closer look, that is. Very interesting.
A wall is interesting. Now, Vance,
It provided me with a possible clue, Markham.
How? It's an ordinary wall. There's a little accumulated dust or something up where you looked, but what's that?
That is the clue to our killer, Markham.
Oh, no.
Imagine the murderer would rather believe your remark than mine, but I'll stick with my theory for a while.
Don't think I'm not glad you're going to. Vance, who was this Golden fellow anyhow?
He was guardian for the money left to a girl named Kay Stone, for one thing, Markham. She was in my office when we heard a shot over the telephone.
You were talking to the dead man?
No, to Mr. Novus, Miss Stone's fiancé.
Oh.
I took the liberty of sending Miss Stone to her home and of asking Mr. Novus to meet her there.
I don't see where that was such a liberty, Vance. Novus couldn't have been guilty if he was talking to you over the telephone when the shot was fired.
That doesn't seem possible, does it, Markham?
Of course not. There are some things, Vance, which even I am willing to bet can't be done.
That may be, but if I were you, my friend, I wouldn't say this was one of them.
There isn't anything we can do, Dick, except sit tight and wait for the police to get here to question us. You know why I introduced Philo Vance to you over the telephone as Mr. Brown.
Well, I understand why you did it, only it was a little ridiculous.
Well, maybe, in view of what followed. Oh, excuse me a second.
Well, certainly.
Hello?
Miss Stone?
Yes?
This is Roger Ramoy. I have something very important to tell you.
Well, not now.
Oh, but definitely now. It seems that I have done you quite a favor, and I don't want it to be wasted.
What do you mean?
Haven't you heard? Peter Golden is dead. Killed. It is important I see you.
I'll call you back.
Please do. I went to a great deal of trouble. I would rather it were not done for nothing. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who was that?
That fortune teller you took me to. He has something to tell me.
Okay, listen, that man's a fake.
What?
Everything he told you, I had told him. I wanted you to know about Golden. You don't have to see the Raja anymore. You don't have to go near him again.
I don't know, Dick. He seems to feel that I do. And somehow, so do I.
This is Miss Stone's home, Vance. Is this the place where our mystery comes to an end?
Perhaps. All I can do is hope.
There's one thing I don't understand, Vance.
Then you're lucky. There are a lot of things that I don't. One thing I do understand, however, is that this is a bell. And if we're going to get in to see Miss Stone and her fiancé, we ought to ring it. There.
Vance, I've never known you to be so mysterious before, so reluctant to tell me anything.
That could be for an excellent reason, Markham.
You mean you don't know anything about this case?
Well, let's say I don't know enough. Oh, Miss Stone, may we come in?
Hello, Mr. Vance. Please do.
Thank you. This is District Attorney Markham.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Novus is in the library. You wanted to talk to him, Mr. Vance?
I most certainly do. And I wonder if you'd mind waiting out here in the hall with Mr. Markham.
I don't think I understand.
Neither do I, Miss Stone, but I imagine it might be a good thing for us to do.
Thank you, Markham. I won't be long.
All right, Vance. We'll be waiting.
In here, Miss Stone?
Yes.
Thank you. How do you do? I'm Philo Vance.
Yes, I imagined it would be you. What do you want with me, Vance?
A little cooperation, for one thing.
Well, now, let's talk straight. You're going to find I have a record that I served time in jail years ago. You know, I was down the hall in my office when Golden was murdered. Now, what do you want with me?
You were down the hall, you say?
You know I was. I was talking to you over the telephone when we heard the shot. Kay told me you were Mr. Brown.
That's quite right. And now, inasmuch as you were on the telephone when the shot was fired, you want to know what I want with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's very simple, Mr. Novus. You see, two people are involved in the murder. You might very well be one of those two.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Golden murder case opened with the finding of the murdered body of Peter Golden, executor for the estate of Kay Stone. Philo Vance has discovered that Golden was cheating Miss Stone, and that fact was known to Dick Novus, Golden's assistant and Miss Stone's fiancé. He has also found out that Miss Stone had been to a fortune teller named Raja Ramoy before going to his office, and it was while she was in his office and Vance was talking on the telephone to Novus that a shot was heard, and Novus, investigating, found Golden murdered. Vance is of the opinion that two people are involved in the murder and has gone to see Raja Ramoy, who, I have been told, at the moment has another visitor, Kay Stone. It should be...
Well, Raja, what is it?
Miss Stone, my crystal ball shows
Let's
me...
forget that crystal ball stuff, Raja.
Oh?
You said you had something to tell me about Peter Golden's death. I think I know what it is.
Very well. Then suppose you tell me.
You wanted to tell me you killed Golden and that you expect me to pay you. Who's that?
I don't know, but I shall find out. Come in.
It's Vance.
Good evening, Miss Stone.
Good
This,
evening.
I imagine, is the eminent Rajah Ramoy.
You are Philo Vance. What is it you want?
I understand you have a remarkable crystal ball, Rajah. I would like to see it.
See it? Of course you can see it, but it'll tell you nothing.
No, I don't suppose it will. Perhaps you'll tell me, Rajah. It seems that Miss Stone was in my office at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon when we heard a shot.
Yes?
Look in your crystal ball, Rajah. Or better still, perhaps you'd better have a more tangible witness. Because you see, very shortly, you're going to be called upon to say where you were at 3 o'clock yesterday. Markham.
If that's you, Vance, I'm in here in the murder room.
Right, Markham. You shouldn't be too difficult to find, and you're not. How are you?
As well as can be expected, and just about as perplexed. Vance, I've gone over this room with the proverbial fine-tooth comb, and I can't for the life of me see what you've made seem like a clue.
I'm prepared to tell you very shortly, my friend. Have you anything to tell me?
Not especially. Is the medical examiner's statement about the death of Mr. Golden. I don't believe it's terribly enlightening, though. Bullet entered the head, death instantaneous, that sort of thing.
Mind if I see it?
No, not at all. Here you are.
Hmm.
And what, may I ask, are you humming about?
Nothing important.
That's what I said. There's nothing terribly exciting in that information.
What would you call terribly exciting, Markham?
Well, for one thing, knowing who killed Peter Golden.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I know who killed Peter Golden, Markham. What I want to know is who fired the shot.
You and Miss Stone understand now why it is imperative I came here so we could have this chat, Mr. Novis.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so, Rajah.
What I suggest is very simple, is it not, Miss Stone?
Very.
Oh, it isn't so simple for the one of us who had nothing to do with the murder.
Let us not split hairs, Mr. Novis. Let me put it even more simply than I have done. You came to me originally to have me tell Miss Stone several things about Mr. Golden.
Well, that's right. But I've already told her I did that.
Yes.
Wait, please. You're too hasty, Mr. Novis. It is possible, of course, that Mr. Golden knew, as I know, that you are an ex-convict.
Oh, you dirty...
Never mind, Dick. I knew that. It didn't make any difference before. Don't see to it that it does now.
Go ahead, Rajah.
It's so simple. Philo Vance thinks one of us killed Golden. So far, I do not think he knows which one. That is, if one of us killed him. Personally, I have an alibi for my whereabouts at 3 o'clock the afternoon Mr. Golden was killed.
Well, so have I. I was on the phone talking to Vance.
And I was in his office.
Vance knows something which we do not know. Let us assume, then, that none of us three killed Mr. Golden. In view of that, let us keep what we know about each other and about him away from the police.
I already told Vance that Golden was cheating me.
That was not wise.
Why not? I had nothing to hide. No, Rajah, I want no part of your plan. I'm going to answer any question they ask me.
And that goes for me, too.
Well, it leaves me no alternative but to do the same. Unfortunately for one of you.
I'll answer that. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Miss Stone?
Yes? Who is this?
Philo Vance. May I invite you to a reading of Rajah Ramoy's Crystal Ball?
What do you mean?
I mean that I would like you and your fiancée to be at the Rajah studio in an hour.
Oh, Dick is here with me now. I'll tell him.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, I happen to know Rajah Ramoy is there with you, too. Please tell him that he also is cordially invited to be at his place then. Draw the curtains, please, Markham. I want the room quite dark.
Right, Vance.
You're going to use my crystal ball, Vance? It works equally well in the light, believe me.
Perhaps it won't for amateurs like myself, Rajah.
What do you expect to see in the crystal, Mr. Vance?
The murderer of Peter Golden.
Oh.
You see, Miss Stone, perhaps Golden did deserve to die for cheating you out of your money. But the decision to take life does not rest with any of us. Do you agree, Mr. Novis?
Forget about me, Vance. Go ahead with that foolishness.
Very well. Please, everyone, keep very quiet if you don't mind.
Of course, we certainly
Before I start this experiment, Rajah Ramoy, do you have a gun?
Why, no.
No? It seems to me that at police headquarters this morning I saw a license issued to you giving you permission to possess a firearm.
Oh, that. Why, that's a blank cartridge pistol. I use it in my act when I appear on the stage. You are seated at my place at this table. There's a drawer right in front of you. The pistol is in there. But believe me, it is loaded with blanks.
We'll see. Yes, here it is. I'd like to fire it now.
Vance.
Not at anyone in particular, Markham, just at this wall.
thing's tight.
Yes, it shoots blanks all right, Vance. There's no bullet in the wall.
I wanted to be sure. And now for the experiment with the crystal ball. I see in it many things. Hatred for his employer for several reasons by Mr. Dick Novus.
Why should I hate him?
He knew about your past and he was cheating your fiancée. I also see in it a visit by the great Rajah Ramoy to Mr. Golden's office. If I'm not mistaken, he was about to sell him some information.
What information, Mr.
You were
Vance?
going to ask him how much it would be worth if you did not tell Miss Stone all the details of his swindling.
I was?
I think so. And I think that inasmuch as you knew that what you were doing amounted to blackmail, you brought your gun, your blank cartridge gun, along with you.
Why would I do that?
Just in case Mr. Golden resented being blackmailed. You'd use the gun merely to threaten him if he seemed bent on throwing you out of his office.
That perhaps is so. But it means I did not kill him, doesn't it, Mr. Vance? After all, what I had was a blank cartridge pistol. You can't kill with that.
No, but you could fire the gun to create an alibi which you could explode any time you liked in the event the person you were alibying for refused to pay you.
I should never have allowed you to use my crystal ball, Vance. Apparently it works as well for you as it did for me. What else do you see in it?
I see a young lady named Kay Stone who could conceivably have gone temporarily insane when she found that the man she thought was a friend had made her penniless.
That means you think I killed him.
What I've tried to show was that all three of you had motives. Good motives.
We all have good alibis for the time he was shot, too, Vance. Don't forget that.
No. Pardon my correcting you, Mr. Novus. You all have alibis for 3 o'clock, the time the shot was heard. But Mr. Golden was killed before that blank cartridge gun was fired. And the name of his murderer...
Yes?
Yes, Vance, the name?
The name of his murderer is...
Tell us if you see it. Tell us.
Turn that last lamp out, Markham. I can read it more clearly.
Right.
Well, that's better. In absolute darkness, one light remains. The light in this crystal ball. And it tells me that the name of the killer of Peter Golden is... Kay Stone. Lights, Markham.
Right. She got away, Vance. She got away.
Not very far, Mr. Novus. Apparently, my pretending to read the crystal ball was too close to home. But we have several policemen downstairs prepared to seize anyone fleeing from this room. No, she didn't get away. Believe me, she didn't. She didn't get away from us or with murder.
I, Kay Stone, of my own free will and volition, confessed to shooting Peter Golden in his office. I shot him and went directly to Philo Vance's office.
Have you taken that down, Mr. Pace?
Yes, I have, Mr. Markham.
You killed him because he stole that money from you, didn't you, Miss Stone?
That was the reason, Vance.
And you went to Vance's office so that you'd have an alibi, having been there when Vance heard the shot over the telephone.
No, I knew nothing about any shot. I went there to ask Vance to investigate Golden and my fiancé. I knew he'd find Golden dead, but would suspect Dick when he found out about his jail record.
How little she knew you, Vance. But what about this business of the shot you heard? Didn't she really know about that?
Quite possibly not, Markham. You see, what happened was this. Of course, I wasn't reading any crystal ball, but just as I said at the Rajah's house, the Rajah did go to see Golden, but he found him dead in his private office. Then he heard Dick Novus speaking on the telephone to Miss Stone and then to me, and he thought he'd give either one of them an alibi.
Either one of them?
Whichever one had killed Golden.
Oh.
You see, he didn't know which one at the time, but he figured that later on, one of them would be good for a little blackmailing. So he fired his blank cartridge gun into the wall while Novus was on the phone.
But how did you know that?
That smudge on the wall. The one I investigated the first time we went up to Golden's office, Markham?
Yes.
That told me a blank cartridge gun had been fired and had left powder marks on the wall. Well, I had to build the rest of this case from that.
You built it too well, Vance. Too well to suit me.
It had to be you, Miss Stone. You told me you left a note for Mr. Novus, and that was the reason he was telephoning you at my office. If you left a note, you had to have been at his office. If you were at his office, it is very conceivable that you killed Golden.
Well, that's what happened, all right. I did go up there. And when I saw his smug face looking at me, laughing at me after he cheated me out of hundreds of thousands of dollars, I fired. And that was the end of him.
No question about that, Miss Stone. And Markham.
Yes?
There's no question about the fact either that this is the end of the Golden murder case.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Now, the rest of the story. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom without a king, or so it seemed, because secreted in the ancient monasteries of Spain, hidden among the carefully guarded records and deeds and documents, was proof of an heir to a distant throne. His name was James, and according to the official documents, James descended from royal blood, possessed many knighted titles and heroic designations, and oh yes, he had a kingdom, a faraway land of his very own. Now, it was not a particularly large kingdom, nor was it richly populated. In fact, James' subjects were comprised merely of simple folk who had wandered there and settled there. But it was James' kingdom nevertheless, so one day he set out to claim it. Spain's own King Alfonso certified James' lineage, and therefore his royal entitlement. So when those who had settled the land protested that they had no king, Spain hurried to James' defense. To maintain order, Spain established diplomatic relations with James' kingdom, promised to send its army for protection if James declared it necessary. So promptly, and by the authority and goodwill of Spain herself, James was secure in his royal crown. He reigned for 5 glorious years, during which his wealth increased to astronomical proportions. To his queen was born a son and a daughter, a prince and a princess. And it seemed for a while at least that the land would never again be without a ruler. But then James' kingdom fell. To revolution? To political intrigue in the royal court? No, it was discovered that James' documented royalty was false, and not only false, but forged. James himself, seeking power, had cleverly, surreptitiously gained access to the official records, had inserted counterfeit documents, and had carefully altered those which were genuine. So James was not of royal blood after all, nor was he in any way entitled to the land of which he had crowned himself king. In fact, James, personally, was not even of Spanish descent. He was simply an American who had created for himself a noble ancestry, who had commissioned a tailor to provide him with a wardrobe befitting a nobleman, who had mastered the Spanish language and, moreover, a classical Spanish dialect. He had grown his sideburns to an appropriate length and, in every other way imaginable, had perfected through painstaking study the imaginary character he became. An American named James Addison Revis, terribly clever, if not quite clever enough. So the king lost his kingdom, but in the end, America gained from his loss. Because, you see, It had been through the technicality of a Spanish-American treaty that James had attempted to swindle his own native country out of her rightful territory. Little over a century ago, really. And the 11 million acres of which James had been temporarily, actually, legally king, the land which really was a kingdom, if only for one brief, shining moment, was Arizona. Now, you know the rest of the story.